Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the NRG series here in Mundelein, Illinois. I'm Matt Pamonte. We're in the middle of the players meeting right now. So if you hear Sam Lewis's beautiful voice in the background, that's just right where we want to be. Players are headed down to the feature match area now. But I wanted to be able to bring you up to speed kind of on the year that it's been here on the NRG series, because we only have this weekend and one more weekend left before our championship that comes in January. So let's talk about today for the prizing. So today what the players are playing for, obviously a bunch of cash on the line here. You see a bunch of points, which are very important. What we'll talk about in a minute here in the leaderboard. So first place, nice $2,400 today, and 30 points on the leaderboard. Very important, obviously. A lot of our players are playing for any number of points is good. Obviously, 129 plus at least 1 point for showing up, and then a bunch of points to be had there as we move to our season 3 leaderboard here, which will be very important to take a peek at. As you can see, Raja Suleiman actually has a pretty comfy lead there, 80 points. Zach Allen trailing by about 25 points there at 54 points. Adam Wasburn Moses also in the hunt down there. So a lot of people on this leaderboard, as you can see, still in the hunt for those season 3 leaderboard slots, which we will talk about in a moment here. So, which we're going to bring us to our overall leaderboard here, so you can take a peek there as well. And again, just so you are aware, those players in orange, as you can see at the bottom, are already qualified for our end of the year championship. So the logjam in 2 through 6 is all alleviated. So Zach Allen up there at the top at 157. So going down to Adam Wasburn Moses again, who we mentioned is at 131 points. And then Zoe Riederman, who unfortunately is not in attendance today, has 130 points. But those 3 players looking pretty good. And we mentioned Raja as well as the leader in this season 3 leaderboard. So those players looking primed to get some points this weekend and punch their ticket to the end of the year championship. Now, as I'm talking about this, let's talk about the players that are already qualified, okay? Those players that were in orange. So you see Ivan Espinosa has a pretty comfy year ahead of him so far this year as being the 2020-21 champion. Piper Powell, Joe Bernal, Andrew Ellenbogen, Connor Mullaly, Theo Jung, Max Komanowski, Jesse Robkin, and Zach Dubin all qualified. Now, there's going to be a season 3 showdown, and that's next month, and that's going to be in Louisville, Kentucky, as you can see here. If you're planning on attending, make sure pre-register. All that stuff helps you get registered. We don't want to make sure nobody misses the tournaments or anything like that. All the details there. $15,000 showdown with a $5,000 trial on Sunday, and it's on the 10th, December 10th and 11th there. So that is our final event that's going to get you points for this end of the year leaderboard. So as you see the players that are qualified already, as we go back to that real quick here, you're going to see how important that weekend will be here. So the season 3 showdown winner will get an automatic invite. And then the season 3 at-larges, there's a pair of those. And then at the end of the year, the 4 players who are not already qualified, who have the most points, will get those overall at-large invites to the end of the year tournament, which again, it says winter 2023 down there, but we're going to go ahead and show you a slide of our end of the year championship structure, and the date has been announced. So as you can see down there, January 14th and 15th, we're going to be at our home base location, playing it out for their share of the prize money. Now, we've broken it down into 4 little quadrants here. So stages, there's 4 stages. I'm not going to dive too far into detail on that, as we do have some Magic to be played here today. But this is a nice one. If you want to take a quick screenshot of it, that's totally fine. Also, there is an announcement on our website if you want to go check that out for more in-depth on how that works. But basically, the good news is even if you go, 0-7 on day 1, you're not eliminated, which is pretty amazing stuff. So you're able to play it out through the next days, and each match is going to win you some amount of dollars throughout the day as well. So nice little graphic there to accompany our announcement, which again is on our website. You can find that there under the articles tab. And now I think we're getting ready to start up the round here. So I'm going to hang out with a few friends who are going to join me today. So starting off today, I got Mason Clark and Drake Sasser with me. So why don't we say hello to those guys while we got a couple seconds here?
Hello and good morning.
Yes, very excited to bring you some Pioneer 10K here from Chicago. It's going to have a lot of really great rounds, a lot of exciting games about to happen, Drake, and I personally can't wait to see them.
Oh yeah, we're super stoked, especially coming off of all these regional championships. We got a few of those going on this weekend. The US one just happened last weekend, so we got a bunch of deck lists came out of that. A whole bunch of data that came out of that as well. And Pioneer's just kind of in the spotlight in the Magic scene right now. So, never really a better time to be playing some high stakes Pioneer, especially if you're involved in Magic competitive play at all. And, that doesn't change here in the NRG series.
100%. And it's been really telling. We had the last big event before the RC was our NRG. And we saw Angels win, and that has totally had some ripple effects on the format. It's going to be really exciting to see what players bring today. Because, Drake, as you know, before that event, Mono Green was the only deck you could play. That was the narrative. But post-RC, the data doesn't support that.
Yeah, we saw all kinds of posts and data. Frank Carson, I think, was getting in the mix with all kinds of data. Not that people didn't play it. Mono Green showed up, but I think we saw in the U.S. Regional Championships, we saw like 8 different deck lists, none of which were Mono Green. So I think we're really in a period of change. We've seen formats that have a best deck kind of reach this point where maybe there was a little bit too much hype behind the best deck, and you should just be playing this. A lot of players disagreed, and they were well rewarded for their choice. And I suspect we're going to see a lot of that here today as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're watching Jessie Robkin, who is on our leaderboard for Player of the Year. She's already qualified for our championship, and she played in the regional championship last weekend. She decided to play Arclight Pheonix, and I believe she's playing it again today as well. So it just shows that even the strongest players, they aren't going to default to Mono Green always. There are room to explore and kind of wiggle around, like you mentioned. And it's really exciting to kind of see like how this will play out in this tournament today, because it's a big difference between a 13-round event like last weekend in Atlanta and an 8-round event today. So it's going to be really exciting to see.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. And I'm excited to watch someone like Jessie. This is someone we've seen champion Izzet strategies in the modern format. Watching her, do her thing in the Pioneer format, playing Izzet Pheonix. It's a deck that's near and dear to my heart. So I'm quite excited to watch kind of a new classic matchup in the current modern format. I believe she's paired against some Rakdos mid-range action. So I'm excited as these players shuffle up resolve mulligans to see, kind of what she's up to and where she's taking the archetype.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Yeah, so not to get too into the weeds here before the game even starts, but I helped test with Jessie for the RC last weekend, and this was the one matchup we were not excited to play. So we're going to have to see how she navigates it.
Both players starting off with the namesake creature lands here. We see Hive of the Eye Tyrant and then Hall of the Storm Giants, Den of the Bugbear, and Misery Shadow, new card from Brothers War. A lot of hype around this one. Seems pretty good in this matchup.
It's very good. This card has really done the thing that Red-Black was always trying to do some percentage of the time, which was like disrupt a little bit and then kill you with some creatures real fast. And before, Tenacious Underdog was fine, but it wasn't writing any homes, to no letters to your parents. You weren't excited to have that card in your deck. Misery Shadow, on the other hand, solves a bunch of problems and kills very quickly.
Absolutely. Well, here is a good follow-up from Jessie. Instep Opt untapped. We got a little shock. Steam Vents play Ledger Shredder. Both players leading off powerful 2-drops and pass the turn back to Nicholas. Let's see how he answers that. Fatal Push on Ledger Shredder. That's a great way to do it. Now one is going to go to exile, thanks to Misery Shadow. Gonna lay the beatdowns.
It's super important too. Like you would imagine, obviously, with things like Arclight, exiling it's going to be good. But even just the incidental things like Shredder or maybe your main deck thing in the ice, getting those exiled early makes the first treasure cruise so hard to resolve, and the first cruise is so important.
Absolutely. And there is, I believe, a follow-up of Blood Tithe Harvester, kind of one of the other alternate arts there. You do see a blood token enter the battlefield as well. So, good use of mana here from Nicholas as we pass back to Jessie. Plays an island.
Yeah, and I think she has pieces of the puzzle in the hand, but has something else she's kind of considering playing, and looks to be the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Ledger Shredder, and then the way you want to do it, go ahead and follow up with an Opt. That will trigger Connive. We see a Spell Pierce hit the bin. That earns you a counter for your trouble. Jessie taking a look. See how she feels. Looks like that's a no thank you on that card. Gonna take a different one. And Ledger Shredder now at 2-4. Gonna do a good job holding down the fort against what the aggression Nicholas has assembled thus far. But we, the Rakdos midrange, you said you don't really like this matchup. You have to assume there's a lot of removal spells, especially for things like Ledger Shredder. We see Fatal Push being able to trade properly for that. Dreadboard, not really the best removal spell, but still at least trades even on mana. and that is what Nicholas has here to clear the way once again for his aggressive force. And the second Ledger Shredder going to hit the Exile Zone.
Yep, and you're 100% right there, Drake. The deck is chock full of removal, and then post board, at the RC, you could see open necklace. There's even more creatures in the sideboard, and just in Fear, there's so many different things that players can play on the sideboard that you're never going to see that kind of leave the deck, and that will get to an exciting part about sideboarding, which I'm sure we'll get to here, hopefully later than sooner. But yeah, it's going to be hard for Jesse to really stick anything for the first few kind of times. It's kind of like, when you're young and you fall off the bike and your parents tell you to get back on the bike over and over. That's kind of what this matchup is like. And you hope that the last thing is good enough.
Absolutely. Well, I was kind of a wuss. I stayed on the training wheels for way too long. Here's pieces of the puzzle. I believe land played beforehand. Going to leave up the steam vents, leave out the most options possible. That's going to reveal the top 5. You get instants and sorceries only. And of course, creatures going to hit the Exile Zone thanks to Misery's Shadow. So Pheonix, normally a great hit off this one. Not so good here. But Lightning Axe has to be something I think Jesse's excited about either way. 1 mana removal spell as a follow-up to your card draw spell is going to be a good way to preserve a little bit of that life total that is nearly half gone for Jesse. As you said, all of her creatures being easily dispatched by the Rakdos deck.
Yeah,
Can't imagine we're going to pitch this Treasure Cruise to it, though.
Yeah, but I think we have an Arc-like in hand, so that's just the perfect thing. We've actually fueled our graveyard up enough, and it's not post-board. We don't need to worry about Go Blank or anything like that. Those traumas wait for game 2 and 3, and now we just get to answer this Misery Shadow with Fiery Impulse or Lightning Axe and just sort of set up for the next turns. And with the Axe getting picked up, Drake, Shieldred, one of the cards we're most afraid of off the top, is now a much less of a concern.
Absolutely. And you see actually Fiery Impulse, like you said, that's going to take care of the Misery Shadow. So we do still have that Lightning Axe dialed up for any, Shieldreds that may appear off of either the top of the library or, Nick already having in hand. So Jesse doing a good job recovering here, picked up a Treasure Cruise to kind of keep the card advantage rolling. Have to imagine that's one of the ones she's very excited to see in this particular matchup. And so now it's once again, players going back and forth, pressure on Nicholas as he untaps to keep the aggression on, have, yet another threat as players just exchange resources.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind is that the Rakdos midrange deck, while it can go long, typically in game 1s of this matchup, it is not really able to play those sort of games. So it's really playing like mono black aggro of old, if you've played some older Pioneer, where you're really trying to get a couple creatures down, cast a key Thoughtseize or 2, maybe get a good Fatal Push in, and then close the distance with something like Shieldred.
Well, there is the Shieldred, this card you've been mentioning a lot, a relatively recent pickup. Jesse wasting no time. We're on upkeep, going to go ahead and take care of that one. Please get that out of here. Do not want to get bonked for the draw step there. And very quickly going to fire off this Treasure Cruise as well. So, Nicholas, like you mentioned, that Lightning Axe playing a huge role here in basically negating Nicholas's entire 4th turn. And now Jesse, getting to refuel with Treasure Cruise, getting the Arclight in the bin. What appear to be some of the better start you could have out of the Rakdos deck looks, maybe like it might not be good enough here from how Jesse's, quickly turning the corner with these card advantage spells and removal spells. Now her life total is still dwindling down. That Blood Tithe Harvester is still in play until this Fiery Impulse comes down and takes care of it. And looks like Opt Treasure Cruise, Fire Impulse. That's 3. Here comes Arclight Pheonix.
Yeah, now Jesse, ironically, really hoping to fade lands from the opponent. And Nicholas has a couple creature lands, like you mentioned, had kind of the Tron start, as I like to joke about, the creature land into creature land at the beginning of the game. So now, those are waiting to go. And Jesse, if she can fade one turn of those getting activated, probably can start to stabilize here after resolving such a powerful card like Treasure Cruise.
Looks like she did not fade the land drop. We'll see if Nicholas is interested in firing up a creature land, and he's got options. Hive of the Eye Tyrant, the Den of the Bugbear. Looks like that appears to be a Graveyard Trespasser.
I believe so. I believe that's the double feature showdown movie one, where they removed the ink and they said, buy this one. And I said, hey, will do.
I mean, I can appreciate the aesthetics, but we have Graveyard Trespasser, a card normally pretty good against the card Arclight Pheonix specifically. Less good when the Arclight Pheonix is already in play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is something you'll notice too, where obviously Fiery Impulsing is pretty good against the Misery Shadow like we saw earlier, and you get to line up your Lightning Axe with Shieldred. But Jesse is very much aware that, hey, I need to make sure if my Phoenixes are going to the graveyard, that they're coming back immediately. We saw how Nicholas discarded a Graveyard Trespasser to the blood, and so that is a pretty big sign to Jesse, like, hey, there's probably more of these. That card's really good against me. There's no way my opponent doesn't know that.
Absolutely. Here's a very good follow-up for Jesse. Another copy of Pieces of the Puzzle. That one's going to find Spikefield Hazard and Chart as I believe the only targets, but there is a Pheonix among the mix. With no Misery Shadow out, that one's going to hit the bin. And Jesse may be a little constricted on mana. We'll see if she has a land to play both of the spells she just picked up. Maybe get this Pheonix back and start to assemble an offense of her own. She has a lot of life total to make up. As here is a chart, of course. And we do see a Spirebuff Canal, I think, kind of pulled to the front. That one not going to enter untapped. So we'll see exactly how she wants to sequence this turn. See if she's trying to get the Pheonix back now. Or if we're going to maybe save these spells, wait a turn, do it later.
Yeah, and you can see her kind of thinking about, okay, do I want the raw cards from the chart, of course, attacking, and maybe finding some spot removal spell for the Trespasser, or do I want to kind of risk it? And hey, if I draw, any untapped land, then boom, I get back this Pheonix, and the race is really in my favor. Although she maybe just has to block, even if she, does kind of high roll the land.
Yeah, I think we may need to actually get the Pheonix back just to block, right? We got a Graveyard Trespasser already in play. We have creature lands that are threatened to be fired up. If you can make some trades with Izzet Pheonix, with the Arclight Phoenixes and get Nicholas's board and creature lands kind of removed from the picture, Phoenixes can keep coming back, and you're going to win through a whole host of card advantage as well as board presence from these Phoenixes. We sell that a lot across every format Pheonix has been played in, where if they, if you can trade with them and then bring them back, you end up very wildly ahead. One of the ways this deck can kind of catch up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Arclight Phoenix might have haste, but that doesn't mean you have to attack. You just have
absolutely
to attack.
Blocking with Phoenixes. I remember an article written, I think, right when the Pheonix deck was really starting to break out, and the whole joke with it was I won this tournament by blocking with Arclight Phoenixes, not attacking with them, and the whole theme was exactly that. And Jesse really doing a big thonk here. A lot of options, a lot of math to do too on, how many red sources, because like the Spikefield Hazard, right, costs specifically red. So you need an untapped red source. So things like Spirebuff Canal are off the table. Additional Spikefield Hazards are red lands, but don't count. So you have to do the math on okay, how many of those do I have? If it's a Steam Vince is even worth the 2 life. There's a lot to consider here.
It is a lot, and for what it's worth, outside of Steam Vents, the only untapped red source left in Jesse's deck is 1 Stormcarved Coast. So she has to hit that if she doesn't want to spend the 2 to get the bird. Now, you probably do want to spend the 2 since it can block a 3, but it is sort of like getting dangerously close with the chip shots that we see from the Graveyard Trespasser's trigger.
There is a Steam Vent, so that's a pretty good pickup.
It's also possible Jesse just draws like a Treasure Cruise off the chart.
That'd be gas. That'd be really good. Oh, Fiery Impulse. That's a really good one to have. Wow. Just Fiery Impulse is right when you need them. And Fiery Impulse, making the difference here on that 3 damage versus 2. I had been a staunch advocate for playing, a kind of a mix of the different shock effects you have access to. Fiery Impulse, you see exactly why that one is the removal spell of choice. Being able to take care of Graveyard Trespasser, one of the big cards in this format, as 1 Arclight Phoenix going to go ahead and serve a respect to the creature lands Nicholas has in play for sure.
Yeah, Jesse's saying, hey, if you're going to attack me, it basically has to be Hive of the Eye Tyrant. It's such a shame, too, because if Jesse had ripped another land, like an untapped one off the chart, obviously the Fiery Impulse was good, but if she had like another untapped land, she could attack with both and threaten to do Hall of the Storm Giants as a lethal attack.
Yeah. I mean, her creature land definitely representing quite a bit of damage to swing the race as well. And like you mentioned, 1 Arclight Phoenix means Hive of the Eye Tyrant is required to be the one to be fired up because that card has Menace, as it is going to go ahead and connect. I think we saw a Treasure Cruise get exiled by that attack trigger, and Jesse now at 2. Consider going to start the turn off. Have to imagine we're looking for something like a Temporal Trespass.
Yeah, Temporal Trespass, I think, ends the game. I think Jesse picked up Arclight Phoenix for the turn. There was some red. Maybe she just flicked to the Spikefield Hazard, but I'm pretty sure it was an Arclight Phoenix. And if that's the case, if she can find Temporal Trespass, I believe that's lethal because Nicholas is at 15. We attacked for 3 last turn. A little slowly on the update. We'll get to you in a second, but that would be 15 again, as we do see Jesse attacking. So
that signals Trespass to me, and there it is, Temporal Trespass, the new addition to the Pioneer. Well, not necessarily terribly new, but a card we maybe didn't expect to see as much as we do. It's been existing in Magic for many, many years and didn't see a ton of play. And now we see just how effective it is getting that extra turn as Hall of the Storm Giants gets to be fired up. And an attack with the Phoenixes once again is way more than lethal. And, we see Temporal Trespass doing what it does best. Take that extra turn, get your attack with Phoenixes, and then you see this play pattern a lot. On your extra turn, fire up that Hall of the Storm Giants and crunch across. And we see, looks like a shield turn revealed from Nicholas's hand. Says, if I just had one more turn, you're dead to a draw card. And that's what Temporal Trespass does best. Is Jessie wins a game number one that it looked like she was behind for so much of that game, and then quickly just flip the script with a couple draw spells, a pieces of the puzzle into a treasure cruise, and suddenly, you have an embarrassment of riches and are able to close the gap.
Yeah, and that is something that this deck gets to do in game one, and it's part of the reason why the matchup isn't unsolvable or unsavable, where you win so many game ones thanks to, like you mentioned, pieces into treasure cruise, where you just generate so many more cards, then your Arclight Phoenixes come back, and when you can do that, you can kind of scrape together a win, and sometimes you just easily crush them. Now, post board, they're going to have a bunch of graveyard hate typically, and that's going to be really hard, and maybe we could check out Nicholas's sideboard and see exactly what hate he's packing for this event.
Absolutely.
Looks like we just have 2 unlicensed hearse, the 2 duress, and the 2 go blank, which is pretty standard. But all those cards, incredibly high impact, and are going to cause a huge trouble at actually using our graveyard as a resource game 2 and 3, because Jessie can't just willy-nilly fire off a piece of the puzzle. If you do that, you're exposing yourself to a go blank, and you almost have to use your piece of the puzzle more as like a counter spell for go blank, unless it's this proactive thing you get to do.
Yeah, absolutely. The discard spells, of course, being able to pick off a lot of the important spells, things like Temporal Trespass, as we saw win game number one, things like Duress can snipe those pretty easily. And with all of the graveyard hate, go blanks, you have Unlicensed Hearse, all that kind of stuff, alongside Misery Shadow. Going to be hard to use graveyard as a resource, which the Phoenix deck is very well known for. Any interest in things like Extinction Event on evens to take care of like a board? Is that something that you ever do?
You could do it, and maybe if Jessie's playing Crackling Drake post board, that's something that you might want to change up. Typically, the way the matchup goes is post board, you trim a lot of things like Bone Crusher Giant, and then some of your Blood Tithe Harvesters, and you kind of play this more controlling role. So Extinction Event is fine, but it's often a little clunky in the earlier turns. But Nicholas does have stuff like Liliana of the Veil, which is not so typical, weirdly enough, to say in current Pioneer in the main deck. So that might change things. And another one on the sideboard, we might see Nicholas try and go for this super long control game and play this really like, I'm going to answer everything. Winning is not anything I worry about. Eventually, Croxa gets there.
For sure. Yeah, kind of taking more of that control role, less of the beatdown like we saw him do in game one. I like it a lot. Let's see what Jessie's working with.
Yeah, Jessie is going to have a couple of cards that are pretty good in this matchup and a couple things that are kind of awkward, but you kind of have to bring in. So she has a Treasure Cruise she's going to sideboard in as a card advantage thing she can find off piece of the puzzle. It feels weird to have one of your sideboard, but typically you just can't afford to have all 6 Delve spells from your main deck. We're going to see her probably bring in a Braid as well. Her 2 Brotherhood's End, which has been an all-star card from Brothers War. It's kind of like an Anger of the Gods meets a Mass Shatter. So it's able to answer things like the Unlicensed Hearse while still answering all the creatures. And then, you're probably going to see the 2 Crackling Drakes as kind of just a hope they hit and connect.
Yeah, absolutely. Crackling Drake, at the very least, gets a card for your trouble. Big Crackling Drake advocate myself. The Treasure Cruise, like you mentioned, a big pickup. Yeah, I think there's a pretty good plan. So with the Treasure Cruise, are you looking to shave a little bit on your graveyard reliance, knowing that the Rakdos deck typically brings in a ton of graveyard cards? Are you trimming on things like pieces of the puzzle and Galvanic Iteration to like mitigate some graveyard stuff? Or are you just going to try to fair mode those cards and say, they're worse, but they're still good enough?
Yeah, so where we kind of landed on things, and there's a lot of like differing opinions on this. Most people just cut Trespass to start with, just because despite what we saw in the last game, it's weirdly awkward when they have a lot more interaction for your hand and the graveyard. So, and if you're going to bring in a Treasure Cruise, that's a way to kind of like mitigate the amount of graveyard hate while also like still having ways to use it. As for things like Galvanic, those typically get left in some number as a way to kind of help answer a shield or something like a Fiery Impulse. But also, if your opponent just builds up a couple creatures, Galvanic Impulse can be a really good way to get ahead. Or you can just kind of, fork something for value. So you kind of rely on those things. But then really there's a couple school of thoughts where you can kind of get rid of your spell pierces. You can actually cut your ledger shredders in the hopes of making their removal worse. There's a lot of different ways to go, and I'm actually unsure on where Jesse lands. It's really, there's not any huge consensus on what's the best thing to actually do.
Absolutely. Well, both players here looking at opening hands. Jesse, of course, going to be on the draw for this game as she won game number 1. So Nicholas, aggressive start in game 1, didn't quite get it done. So play draw, could matter somewhat as far as being on the draw, the card advantage mattering if Nicholas decides to pivot into less of, a beatdown plan, respecting the fact that Jesse has all of these card advantages we saw pick up game number 1. And, rely on his hateful cards, mulligan to those, have access to some pressure, and kind of take this more true control, like mid-range plan where you do a lot more interacting and a lot less just trying to beat down before the card advantage comes down.
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier how I tested with Jesse for the RC. I actually got very lucky to beat Rakdos 4 at the RC, and I qualified for the Pro Tour. But Drake, the thing that I was doing that I kind of pitched and no one else was talking about is I took the draw. I took the draw.
Take the draw. See, that's what I was just getting at there.
Yeah, I know. I can hear you doing it.
Okay.
I don't know. So this event is an open deck list, right? So if it was open deck list and I just saw what I saw with Nicholas's deck, I don't know if I would against Liliana of the Veil. But in the dark, I actually think there's a good argument to just taking the draw and making sure that you line up your removal with when they're trying to present threats, and not doing things like, if you're going to leave in your ledger shredders, going first will make it so that you play into their fatal pushes and stuff, and then they develop a threat and you start to fall behind. I'm actually a pretty big believer in taking the draw. I am unsure if it is 100% right, but I know that I do it, and that's all I can say. We
might get a look in game number 3 if we do get one of those, as Nick going to very quickly lead off on a duress of Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Gets a look at, hey, check it out. Here's a 5, 3 lands, kind of 4 lands with Spikefield Hazard and a Consider. Hard not to take the Consider here, despite it being not a terribly high quality hit.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of just hoping, and we talked about taking this ultimate control role. This is one of the games where you've hoped you left in some of the creatures of your Nicholas. That way you can actually just start pressuring and punish Jesse for having this sort of mulligan into nothing.
Absolutely. As it looks like we're flipping a land. I have to imagine this one's going to be a pathway of some kind. Jesse only played a turn 1 tapped Steam Vents and passed back. And here is a Bloodtithe Harvester. I mean, that's the follow-up you're just kind of mentioning. Like, doesn't even need to be a lot of pressure, but just, a 3-power creature on turn 2, going to be good enough to get it done. And Jesse with a great draw step in a Ledger Shredder of her own.
Yeah, that's a really big draw step. And you see Jesse think there too, kind of think about, am I supposed to play around discard spell? Am I supposed to run this out? And she's on such low resources that these are the kind of things that are going to make or break games. And it looks like Nicholas was actually just moving to attacks first. Okay.
All right. Yeah, a little beat downs. You want to block? Absolutely not. As here is a Urborg, and Liliana the Veil would look excellent here. And it is a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Going to go ahead and make the Goblin Shaman token.
Yeah, Fable the Mirror Breaker. Hard to say anything else about this card because it's just been such an all-star for so long now in Magic, despite it only being about 9 months that we've had this card. But this card really helps Rakdos Midrange play different styles of games and make it so that the deck can actually go kind of long against things like this piece of the puzzle that we're seeing Jesse fire off here, where normally they just can't actually fight through these sort of cards because they have no card selection.
Absolutely. It's definitely a powerful one. Turns out you staple enough words on any card, it's going to look really good. As you mentioned, here is pieces of the puzzle. I believe that one found another pieces and a treasure cruise. So not going to grow the Ledger Shredder. Jesse may be in danger of bleeding a little bit of life total, but we've seen this happen before. We saw this happen game 1 where Jesse's like, oh, wow, like I'm behind. You have a beatdown. And then, she just casts a bunch of card advantage spells and makes up for it. So I think, Nicholas may have some pressure on him to find some of these hateful cards in order to keep himself, from falling behind again to the exact same thing that happened game 1.
100%. And this is a huge moment. So we're getting a little bit of a rummage going off here with the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. It looks like we're only discarding 1. Go Blank is the card you need right now if you're a Nicholas fan. That is the way to stabilize against what Jesse's doing. If Nicholas doesn't have that card here, we could see Jesse start to pull back from this Mold of 5 that has been, honestly, really good for a Mold of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that turn 2 Ledger Shredder huge into a turn 3 pieces. None of those cards were in that opening hand. So just great draw steps all around and completely unfixed. As here comes a beatdowns for 5 from the Goblin Shaman token. Going to make a treasure. and of course, Blood Tithe Harvester. Looks like no blocks have happened. Reaching for three mana here. What do we have here? Looks like Graveyard Trespasser going to add to the beatdown strategy. So this, I mean, very much kind of a replay of game one where we have, all the beatdowns, but Jessie, for as good as her game one was, it was still a close game. She did not, just win by miles. You get a good look at Graveyard Trespasser, going to cost you a card to target this one. And of course, when it enters the battlefield, going to go ahead and exile a card, but she's going to do a fair bit of work to mitigate the treasure cruise that we know about in Jessie's hand.
Yep. Yeah, and Jessie's deck looks like she decided to go for the keeping in shredders and bringing in the drakes and everything. And so getting to hit one of Jessie's cards in the graveyard and still get that drain is so important. We saw in the last game how Nicholas couldn't even afford to take a card from Jessie's graveyard and needed to push the damage so much. So anytime you get that to overlap is really strong.
And a Misery Shadow follow-up from Nick is actually going to trigger Ledger Shredder. We saw Spikefield Hazard from the opening hand hit the bin and grow the Ledger Shredder. So now if you're Jessie, this is just your kingdom for a Brotherhood's End, right?
Yeah, and I think that's what's happening here.
Oh, no.
Oh, it looks like we're
it's just pieces
okay.
of the puzzle. Okay. All right.
The way she started tap that so aggressively, I was just like, oh, she has it rolled up.
Well, there is one off of this pieces of the puzzle, an embarrassment of resources actually off of this. Brotherhood's End and a Fiery Impulse picked up off the second copy of Pieces of the Puzzle. Pieces of the Puzzle kind of works like Expressive Iteration, very good at finding additional copies. And Brotherhood's End, we get a good look here, a small upgrade to Sweltering Suns.
Yeah, it looks like Jessie had the Stormcarved Coast. Guess she was a little light on Treasure Cruising and potentially Brothers Ending off the top there. So hard to tell.
Yeah, I think the graveyard had got cut down to only 4 cards or whatever. We definitely didn't have this stock graveyard that we have now at the start of this turn. Or I think Jessie probably would have reached for that. As here is a Fiery Impulse follow up, going to take care of the Misery Shadow. Now, should that Arclight Phoenix that was hit be in exile because of that Misery Shadow?
So Misery Shadow is weird. It says when a creature dies. So getting discarded, we're getting milled doesn't actually affect it. It's a really weird templating. Yeah.
I like the design. Don't just have a rest in peace stapled to a creature. Come on, we don't have to do this.
Yeah, that's
here is a third factor. Fable the Mirror Worker. Going to exile it and bring back the Reflection of Kiki Jiki. Far from a Kiki Jiki, but doesn't need to be, as Fable does so many other things. We now have 4 creatures in play. Jessie at a somewhat precarious 13, given the offense that Nick has assembled. But that Brotherhood's End representing to wrath Nicholas and leave Jessie's creature behind. So Nick, I'm sure, very interested in firing off a discard spell to take care of that Brotherhood's End. Otherwise, he may be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how Nicholas wants to attack as well, because you can get some tricky attacks in where you can push Graveyard Trespasser and the Goblin Shaman and leave back your Blood Tithe Harvester in order to kill the Shredder if it wants to block that. So, but then you push a little less damage across the board, but maybe you open up some cards in your hand. A really interesting turn. And Nicholas, the Brotherhood End is face up, right? Both players know this is coming. So Nicholas is not going to deploy any more creatures this turn. So it's really going to come down to, what do I want to do in order to try and get the most advantage against Jessie? Because I know I'm getting 4 for 1 on the next turn.
Here's an interesting attack. Here comes Graveyard Trespasser and the Goblin Shaman token as the only attackers. Maybe representing the Blood Tithe Harvester, going to take care of the Ledger Shredder after blocks. Now, the Graveyard Trespasser does threaten to flip into the Graveyard Glutton, which is a 4/4. So it would survive the Brotherhood's End, if that's an angle you wish to take. But looks like Nicholas kind of seeing the writing on the wall, willing to just kind of trade his resources for Jessie's. Although could do this if the Brotherhood's End happened anyway. We do get a treasure for our trouble. We'll see what his follow-up is.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if there's some really... Oh, okay. We're playing another Trespasser. Okay. Maybe Nicholas is wanting to just control the Arclight Phoenixes in the graveyard and is willing to kind of take some cards to make sure that, hey, this game, like we mentioned, I talked about when to take the draw. It's going to go really long. Maybe I just want to throw away some cards to make sure these Arclights don't come back 2 to 3 times.
Absolutely. Unlicensed Hearse, the follow-up, so a ton of Graveyard Hate action going on. Now, Unlicensed Hearse, Graveyard Trespasser, the thing about these cards is that they aren't great at nuking a large graveyard. And we're going to see that matter a lot right here, because we know Jessie has a Treasure Cruise, and we know that, there's a Brotherhood's End, and Jessie would love to do both of those things, and she's going to be able to, despite 2 pieces of Graveyard Hate on the battlefield. because, they're just like one shot, two shot, hit specific cards, not able to nuke the entire stocked graveyard that pieces of the puzzle has created. Jesse able to treasure cruise for 1 mana, despite 5 mana spent on different graveyard hate pieces on Nicholas's previous turn. And that's going to matter a lot, as Brotherhood's End deal 3 damage mode is the follow-up.
100%. And we saw Jesse here. It's like refueled, ready to go. And now the big problem for Jesse to solve is the unlicensed hearse. It's over the next couple of turns going to grow in size pretty well. And Nicholas is top decking, but has some of those creature lands like we talked about before that can kind of, start taking over the game. And rip Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, Fable the Mirror Breaker, a huge pickup here, able to kind of help rebuild Nicholas's offense. He does, like you mentioned, have those creature lands that can crew this hearse, and the hearse, if it gets to stick around, is going to become sizable enough that Jesse's somewhat precarious life total of 10 is going to start to look smaller than it should as hearse grows and grows. Consider on Instep for Jesse, looking for answers.
Yeah, and it looks like Nicholas showing a lot of respect towards Treasure Cruise, looking to activate the hearse immediately. Sometimes we'll see players hold it, maybe try to catch something like Arclight Phoenix. But I think Nicholas knows, like, hey, I already killed 2 Arclight Phoenixes, whatever. I just can't beat another Treasure Cruise real quick, even if Jesse spends her whole turn doing it.
Absolutely. And Jesse with a great follow-up. Crackling Drake. That one doesn't care where your instant sorceries are. As long as they are not in your deck or hand, they can be in graveyard or exile. Also going to get a card for your trouble. So Jesse, a very, very good follow-up. Does represent the ability to trade with the hearse. Get a good look at that one. Only 4 toughness, but 4, kind of a magic number in this format where Fiery Impulse is the damage spell of choice. Doesn't get caught by that one. And gets a card for your trouble, and we're going to get a power check right now. I can't imagine it's south of 10. So, yeah, 12 is the answer here.
I would say big enough. It's going to get the job done.
Big enough, indeed. And here is a beatdowns with Goblin Shaman token. See Nicholas kind of make these attacks a lot where maybe we're happy to kind of just trade our Goblin Shaman token for just some mana. You kind of use it as a Lotus Petal.
Yeah. And it looked like Nicholas, the reason he didn't loot,
there.
He ripped Fatal Push Drake. That's why he didn't loot. So he made the treasure, sacked it, said, whatever, I don't care how big your Drake is, it's dead,
Yeah, sorry, I guess there's a bit of delay on my end. Yeah, that's way better. Go ahead and take care of the Crackling Drake, lay the smack down with the Goblin Shaman token, and start working on Jesse's life total once again. And Jesse has resolved a lot of card advantage this game, but the kind of incidental resources Nicholas has picked up, kind of still amounting to a lot. Nick definitely behind on cards, but it's not like Jesse's ahead by miles. And Nick is still ahead on board, which is the kind of the big one for his current strategy. He had kind of another creature draw like we saw in game 1. And, we'll see if Jesse can pull it out the same way she did in game 1. And here comes an Arclight Phoenix.
Yeah, we see Jesse wanting to start to rumble. And I think that's typically pretty good. She's going to kind of fall behind. There's a Hive of the Eye Tyrant in play. She's not going to really win. If Nicholas's best draw is a land, holding back is not an exciting place to be in. So tries to maybe hope to draw something a little clunkier.
As here is that Hive of the Eye Tyrant going to go ahead and come across 4/5. Maybe this is representing something like you need Temporal Trespass to win the game anyway, so you might as well start working on the damage instead of trying to mitigate the bleeding as far as life total goes. As Nicholas is kind of rebuilt, and Fable the Mirror Breaker, basically just the only card involved in the rebuild, as we see a Goblin Shaman, Reflection of Kiki Chiki, and the Hive of the Eye Tyrant among the lands. It's going to draw out another Brotherhood's End just to take care of those the single Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, and I think Jesse, it looks to me like she has Odawara as her answer to the Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
A tough way to do it.
Yeah, but it is a way.
It is a way to do it. Yeah, I mean, that's going to give her a turn.
Yeah, and, maybe she has something like Impulse there, but she definitely has the Odawara. Yeah, there she goes. An interesting spot to be for sure.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not the way you drew it up. Jesse having no offense. It's very much stifling the bleeding as Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Gonna get played tapped again. All right, we can do this again. A little time walk.
Yeah, and I think Jesse's hand is land Arclight Phoenix before the draw. So we're gonna need some spot removal spell where we're gonna need to change some spells off in order to get a couple blockers in play. Yeah, it also should be night, but yeah. Looks like we're going to game 2.
That's not going to be good enough. And so we are going to see a game number 3 here. And game number 1, kind of went the exact same way as game number 2. And there's 2 different victors for each of those games. So that's an interesting kind of, I guess, analysis of how this matchup plays out. I think the conclusion there is that it's close. You know, these post-board matchups, these pre-board matchups, you know, both players have different roles they can take as far as being the beatdown versus being the control role. And, you know, both of these games kind of felt like they were kind of on the razor's edge. You know, if Jesse has the ability to do the trespass thing with a couple Phoenixes, it's going to be good enough. But if not, we see Nick get there despite 2 sweepers coming down on his offense.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like Nicholas, you know, just kind of goes unimpeded. You know, Jesse interacted with everything along the curve and definitely tried to stop Nicholas, but unfortunately for her, not able to actually get it soon enough and had just too much chip shot damage come through. And like we mentioned, having a bunch of cards is good, but you do need time and life in order to kind of deploy those things, because the Rakdos deck is trying to make sure that, like, hey, I understand I pressure life total better than you, especially when taking the role Nicholas is. So I'm going to focus on those sort of things and not focus on card advantage as much, and just hope to keep you off too many early treasure cruises.
Absolutely. And, you know, that was an interesting thing we saw too, is despite multiple graveyard hate pieces, Jesse's still kind of able to do whatever she wanted with her graveyard. So, you know, it really shows the power and the resiliency of the Arclight Phoenix deck. It doesn't just fold to some graveyard hate. Like, okay, yeah, cool, graveyard hate, good against my deck. But I think we saw 3 total pieces. We saw Misery Shadow too. And Jesse's still very much able to do basically whatever she wanted with her graveyard. Treasure Cruises and Arclight Phoenix is coming back and the whole 9. But, you know, despite all of those things, still kind of functioning, maybe a little bit impeded, you know, was not able to convert to a victory on the Multa 5. So we'll see, you know, what changes here. We'll see if she takes the draw. It's an exciting moment for you, Mason. See if the testing, she going to try it here in game number 3.
So a little fun fact about the story. Jesse, a very good dedicated testing partner, went and played locally with some of her friends. I went to go see Wakanda Forever, doing my part for the team. You know, that way I could tell
Good
her,
testing.
you know, like if I see the movie, then we have to double up our time. Really, it's really
Right.
effective, you know? And so I mentioned to her, hey, try taking the draw in the testing games. She did not like it. It did not go well. So I don't know if Jesse's going to believe. And I haven't tried to really sell her again since then. So I am excited, like you mentioned. What is she going to do? How is she going to end up playing? Will she take the draw? It is not a normal Magic Theory thing to do, right? Like, how many times have you heard someone talk about taking the draw in Magic and actually have it make even a little bit of sense?
Usually in limited, or you're playing Manaless Dredge. That's what I got.
I would agree with that statement, but I think this is the one time I feel a little bit confident. I'm willing to stick my neck out on it. You know what I mean? I had a moment
Stick your neck out. You learned Wakanda Forever taught you the way. The way is taking the draw, and she does not, as she leads off with Hall of the Eye Tyrants. Looks like she's able to keep more cards in her opening hand. A big part of the equation for sure. As here comes black side of this pathway. Get the name on that guy real quick. That is
Lava
White
Reach
Step Pathways. Here's a Thought Seize. We'll get a good look at the grip once again. Removal spells. After watching how this game played out, removal spells.
Also, it's easy to forget because of how much card advantage Jesse had there. She mulled to 5 that last game.
Right.
And so, I mean, you know, even if this 7 isn't your favorite 7 you've ever seen, it does just have 2 more kill spells. And if Jesse had 1 more kill spell in that early game, she takes 6 to 9 less damage off that first Blood Tithe Harvester. And maybe that gives her enough time to stabilize.
Yeah. I mean, true. Also, based on how Nicholas has approached both of these games, it seems like he's not interested in really shaving any of his creatures at all, and he's very interested in just laying the smackdown. So I kind of like, I mean, maybe this is the hand you would mulligan against somebody that's just like removal spell, Hearse, Liliana the Veil, or whatever. But, you know, given how Nicholas has played these games, I do like how she's just like, okay, I'll just keep a bunch of removal spells. You want to play that game, as there's a Shock of Cement and a pass of the turn.
Yeah, I wonder if Jesse even knows about the Liliana the Veil. Like I mentioned, it's not open deck list. I don't think has seen it on anything, and that does change the way the games play out pretty drastically. It looks like she picked up Treasure Cruise, but Nicholas picked up Duress Return.
And still, the Duress does not hit it. So that speaks to maybe Nicholas trying to clear the way for a Hearse and just saying, all right, you know, this Treasure Cruise is never going to work. Get out of here. You can keep your Lightning Action, keep your Treasure Cruise. You're paying 8 mana for that Treasure Cruise if you want it.
Yeah, that to me is a very big, like, there's another discard spell or there's a...
Oh, sure. How about another Thoughtseize? Very different from how these games have played.
Yeah, and you see, too, this is sort of the trouble with the Izzet versus Rakdos matchup, is you keep a hand like this, and Jesse has this hand game 2, game 1, easy peasy. You know, definitely not a steamroll or anything, but game is super stabilized. She's really happy. Sometimes they just draw a bunch of discard into a hearse, and they have to keep those hands, and it's just so hard for you to ever come back from those.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Nicholas's hand, as we do see the hearse follow up and activate immediate. Like you said, get aggressive. Never. You're not activating this treasure cruise. Get out of here. And Crackling Drake off the top. Going to be a good one against the unlicensed hearse. Also, could not get hit by the Thought Seizes. Can't beat the top of the deck. As a very quick pass of the turn back. Tap Blood Crypt for Nicholas.
That's a huge one. Jesse must know you're in the booth here today, Drake, so she's making sure to pull out all the stops when we get these going. This is huge. I think this thing's about 6 power. I could be mistaken. Maybe it's only like 4 power, but it's a lot.
I'm willing to go on record saying it doesn't matter too much because it can grow very fast.
Yeah, if Jesse rips a piece of the puzzle off the top here, we might just go on a 2-turn clock for Nicholas.
Talk to me. As we see Fable the Mirror Breaker, a good follow-up for Nicholas. Going to make a Goblin Shaman. Now, we're probably going to wait on this Licensed Hearse activation as there is only 1 card in graveyard for Jesse. He says, no, absolutely not. I still don't care. Get that out of here. And I will make it a 3. As Crackling Drake is a 3/4 at the moment. We'll see what kind of maneuvers Jesse wants to make it bigger. Maybe do nothing. I don't know. Not a lot of offense from Nicholas, as we mentioned. Previously, at this point in the game, Jesse was about 8 life points lower, and that is just not the case here, as here is Lightning Axe discarding Treasure Cruise. That's going to grow Crackling Drake by 2, and here's a Smackdown for 5.
Yep. And we see a lot of respect for not only pushing damage, but knowing her role, right? Jesse's like, yeah, I have 5 lands. Maybe I sneak through this Treasure Cruise in like 6 turns. But if I do this now and play this land, I push much more damage over time and actually potentially set up a lethal if I draw something like pieces into maybe another pieces with having another land in hand.
It's a tough space to be on a second chapter of Fable going off because, when you see Nick, discard extra Fable and a Blight Step Pathway. 2 more cards coming. That's 2 more looks at a removal spell. And if Jesse's somewhat all in on this Crackling Drake and the top of her deck, that's not really where you want to be with your opponent having filtering to find cards they play a lot of, namely removal spells.
Yeah, it's weird because it's almost worse if Nicholas doesn't loot, right? If he's just like, I'll skip it.
Yeah, true. Try thing, right?
He's like, I don't really care.
Just have it rolled up.
Yeah.
And looks like a Graveyard Trespasser. That's not a removal spell. The dream is alive as far as this Crackling Drake getting to connect again.
You know what, too? If it's funny, we keep mentioning how like lands are really good for kind of Jesse and how she wants to rip pieces. She's really close to activating Hall of Storm Giants. And then I believe Nicholas is like, I think he's a little lower than the life total says because he shocked twice. He got Thoughtseize twice and then hit for 5. So he should be at 11, which means this Drake will put him to 6, which means Hall is lethal. And it seems kind of silly, but just activate Hall every turn, attack with both these things. How is Nicholas supposed to kill the Drake and the Hall if he can't kill the Drake right now?
Yeah, I mean, you just Abyss. Welcome to it. Here's my mono blue Abyss for 6 mana. As here comes Crackling Drake, another beatdown for 5. No spells for Jesse, and probably going to be played this turn. Creatures or lands, probably it. Otherwise, you'd cast those pre-combat. So here's a smack for 5. See if there's any follow-up. Like you mentioned, just making land drops, great for Jesse here. Able to threaten to activate this Hall of the Storm Giants, and then the hearse doesn't even outsize it yet. So, not a lot of things that Nicholas can assemble with what is on board in order to check the Hall of the Storm Giants, but no land drop appeared to be made there. And we are going to flip to Night, which is pretty big for Nicholas, being able to convert this Trespasser into now a 4/4.
Yeah, I believe so. And we are getting the score updated at home. Nicholas is at 6. There we go. And so this is pretty big here. And it makes me wonder too, what does Jesse have in hand where it wasn't a land or a spell she could cast or a creature she wanted to hit with?
Maybe something like Otawara again. Like that's something you'd probably want to activate. But with the Graveyard Glutton currently in play, I mean that represents to change the math, right? Because we can exile cards from graveyards and then do some draining. And like that those 2 life points, if you're able to hit what's the requirement for Glutton?
Creatures.
Creature card. If you're able to hit the creatures, which doesn't look like there are any, so we're kind of good as far as that goes. You need a removal spell for Nicholas. But if you're able to do that, you can suddenly look to survive a hit from the Hall of the Storm Giants. So here's a crack for 9, puts Jesse to 9, and a Misery Shadow, the follow-up.
Yeah.
A little late to the party. But the graveyard fully checked. We mentioned how a lot of times the one-shots aren't good enough. All of 3 of these worth quite a bit. As here's a consider. Graveyard, a Brotherhood's End. That one's not good enough against the Graveyard Glutton, given that it is a 4/4. Pieces of the Puzzle, another big one, and we may have just assembled lethal here.
I was gonna say, I think the consider was lethal on its own. I think Jesse is just kind of going through the motions, making sure to like, yeah, I have lethal. Let's just cast my card to make sure everything works. And I can't imagine a card where Nicholas would give Jesse
removal spells. Nick, imagine you have some, or you probably want to use those first.
Yeah, and Jesse has stuff like
he
the
does not.
board.
Jesse gonna win game number 3.
Nice. Yeah, that well played.
Wow.
And this is a thing too where it's kind of talking about before Drake, where the matchup is not good or whatever, but you win so many of the game ones. It's like Affinity and Old Modern, to be a bit of a boomer here, where you win game ones, your opponents all have a bunch of hate for you, but even if they have that hate, they've got to draw it in the right mixture. And we saw that game where Nicholas had a hand completely different than the first 2 games, right? And like you astutely mentioned, the first 2 games were very close, and Nicholas was able to put the pressure on Jesse. One time he crossed the finish line, one time he didn't. However, for game number 3, we just saw Nicholas basically keep a hand of like 3 discard spells, a graveyard hate card, and 3 lands. Typically pretty good, but you do have to kind of stop the Arclight Phoenix deck from pressuring you, and having Crackly Drake off the top there for Jesse was the perfect card to kind of put Nicholas in check, and sort of a hand that normally is really good and only gets punished by a card like that or pieces of the puzzle.
I mean, you hit the hammer, you hit the nail on the head with the hammer. Here you go, whatever. The matchup here is very clearly on the Rakdos side about drawing the right half of your deck. You need to draw the graveyard hate pieces when they're trying to do the graveyard thing. You need to draw the removal spells when they're doing the creature thing. And so there we saw, the graveyard kind of online, and Crackling Drake was the perfect juke, right? Here's my creature, draws a card, it flies, so I don't care about any of your ground pounders, and it's just going to continue to grow despite all of your graveyard hate. And we saw, with no removal spells coming, because that's not the half of the deck that Nicholas drew, we saw that Crackling Drake being able to go, unanswered and connect for literally, Nick's entire life total. And so having that juke and Pheonix having the cantrips to find their right half of the deck a little bit easier. I mean, we do see Rakdos having Fable the Mirror Breaker to try to solve some of those problems, but it wasn't quite good enough in that game because Nick drew one as well. Jesse able to kind of juke around the draw that Nick had assembled and, find herself a check mark on that game.
Yeah, really, one thing to kind of think about with these decks, is maybe you're at home and you like both these decks and you're unsure which one you want to play. The Rakdos deck is kind of the more pure version of this sort of interaction style deck, but Izzet Pheonix is kind of the mirror, and it mirrors it by having a very similar ability to break things up and play those sort of game plans. But in exchange for having some more like generically powerful cards like 3/2s that just kind of, interact on the board and have a low fail rate, you have cards like Opt and Consider, which allow you to sculpt your draw so that you find the interaction you want. So it's actually very like 2 sides of the same coin. One's just including to have more card selection, while the other one choose to have like more raw power on the board. And so you kind of see how that plays out in this matchup, and how, imagine that same game, Drake, except instead of having the 3rd discard spell, we just had Blood Tithe Harvester. If we just had a 3/2 beating down there, Jesse might have lost that game.
Absolutely. I mean, you lose that race pretty easily, right? Like, one of the first duress was kind of a low impact, only hit a Consider. Like, if you, like you mentioned, one of those discard spells is instead worth pressure, because the discard spells do have diminishing returns as Jesse's hand quality, decreases. Then the life total is very different. And we saw literally feast or famine. Like, the perfect mix never really was assembled for Nicholas through all 3 of those games. Like, the first 2 games, it was just all beat down, none of the discard really for the disruption. Some of the other pieces like removal, but like none of that perfect, like, okay, I want to discard you, I want to play a creature and play to start laying the beat down, and then okay, let's get some stuff out of the way of my creature with removal spells and stuff. That perfect mixture of cards that makes the Rakdos deck look extremely streamlined and powerful was never really put together. And, Jesse in games 1 and 2 especially was able to find her first piece of card advantage to chain into the second one. And then suddenly she had the embarrassment of riches. That was exactly what she wanted. And that is the advantage to playing these kinds of card draws, these card filterings, all this stuff. I mean, a fundamental of Magic, right? Like, if you have the time and the mana to cast these things, then you're going to be able to have the better mixture. And we saw that triumph there in that match.
100%. And I want to just look, we have Jesse set up for an interview, so let's go talk to her and see what she kind of thinks about this matchup and everything. And let's see kind of what her thoughts on it. I think she's ready for us to go on down there right now. But yeah, I'm curious to see, because I agree with a lot of what you say, and I'm kind of curious to see how she's feeling, especially, this is the bad matchup. If you're going into the tournament, And it looks like we have Jesse here putting on her headset for us, excited to game. But Jesse, how are you feeling?
You like that match, Mason?
I like that match. It was exciting. How do you feel? I was just telling Drake about how, this is the nightmare matchup. It's round one. This is never how you want to start your tournament. How are you feeling right now after this tough round one?
Well, I took a mentality when I saw the blood crypt come down that I can't slip up this round, which is a Mason Clark original thought. Yeah, we've played this matchup a billion times, you and I, and it's certainly not good, but I felt going into this tournament like I was actually confident in the matchup for the first time ever, based on just the stuff I've learned talking to you, talking to Ross Merriam, talking to Nathan Stoyer, and just sort of synthesizing what everyone was saying. And I felt good about my plan. And I'm officially a Crackling Drake believer.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that. I think
Yeah,
you and I have had an interaction in the past where I mentioned I'm a staunch advocate, not just because we share a name, but a big Crackling Drake believer, and you were kind of lower on the card. And obviously, we saw it perform very well there in game number 3. But, maybe the story's different if a removal spell comes down and suddenly your entire plan falls apart. It's like, what is this doing here? Run me through your thoughts on playing. And I know you're on 2 copies. You mentioned you were lower on the card. Has your perspective changed? Is that a big key part of your plan tackling this Rakdos matchup that is your nightmare matchup going into this weekend?
Yeah, basically where I'm at is the matchup's bad. You have to hope to get lucky to some extent in order to win, whether that's getting lucky off what you draw off the top of your deck, getting lucky that they don't have a specific card in a specific spot. If both players draw equally well, generally I find the Pheonix player loses, post-board game specifically. And Crackling Drake is kind of just your best way to cheese them. If you're exchanging this like war of attrition, exchanging resources throughout the early turns, the best turn to draw Crackling Drake is like turn 7 or 8.
Right.
That game was a bit of an anomaly where I drew it on turn 4, which is kind of one of the, not a great time to draw it because it's not big, so it's not killing them in one hit, which is one of the main appeals for Crackling Drake. And then also, your opponent has all the most resources they could possibly have at that point for a Drake. So I was basically just crossing my fingers that it was going to live. And I was also trying to navigate around Fatal Push. It was unclear. I didn't know if my opponent would, if they had a Fatal Push, recognize that Fable flipping gave them a revolt or not. But I was basically like, I don't want to play into this Fatal Push if they have one. And fortunately, I drew the Consider, which meant I didn't have to cast the Brotherhood's End for lethal. And ultimately, they didn't have a Fatal Push anyway. But yeah, that was sort of basically the appeal of Drake is, yes, it draws a card. So even if it gets removed, it's not the end of the world. But then more specifically, if you untap with it in the late game, you win, which is not true of any of the other options for that slot.
100%.
Happy to hear you're a believer.
Yeah, you convinced me, Drake.
Yeah, I'm sure it was me single-handedly.
Yeah. I didn't realize that it was named you, so.
It is. We share it. It's wholesome.
You should have made that point, Drake. It seems so obvious to you, but to others, sometimes you just got to show them the light, I
got to let them know, when they address me, I am the Crackling Drake.
Exactly.
I'm doing all the winning, of course. No,
Jesse,
so this is a big tournament for you.
Right? Sorry.
Yeah. should just play the Drake stack. I should just go all 4 Crackling Drakes every event I can play it in.
Yeah.
This is a big event for you. You started off with a win. Big pickup for you because I know you're already qualified for the Energy Champs. You're in this Player of the Year race, trying to earn a free entry in all the energies next year.
Yes.
Talk to me about your mentality. You're here to game. You're going to be in Louisville next weekend. High pressure. You feeling it?
Yeah. So it's coming down to the wire here. We've got a handful, 3-4 players who seem like they're in contention. My fellow feature Matchy, Connor is one of them. And then, of course, Zach Allen, my one-time teammate, now bitter rival. Just kidding. Yeah, I am very excited. Something I'm really interested in is getting that ability in the champs to swap a player out of my pod. So that's definitely something that I'm eyeing. I'm hoping to go to Louisville. I'm not totally sure if I will yet, but I'm leaning towards yes at the moment. I feel like if I get a strong finish today, and tomorrow, I'm a lock to at least X2, modern. But yeah, no, I feel pretty good about my chances. It's going to be a tight race, but I feel confident in my own ability to beat Connor and Zach.
Well, I love to hear our little smack
I love
talk. I love to hear the confidence as well. We wouldn't expect anything less from you, Jesse. Jesse, thank you so much for making some time for here in the booth. Now go enjoy your round. We'll see you, I'm sure, later on in the day as well for the future match area. Good luck in the rest of your rounds. And then let's head back to here real quick because we got some exciting stuff to talk about. As Drake, here's the exciting thing. We have more Magic coming up in just a minute. But first, we're going to take a quick little break and get our next feature match set up. And then we'll be back in about 2 minutes. So go use the bathroom, get ready, come on back. We have some more Magic coming for you very soon.
Morning, everybody. Welcome back for round number 2 here in Mundelein, Illinois. I'm Matt Pamonti. So a little bit about the results that are going on throughout the tournament here. Obviously, we only get to watch 2 matches on our coverage. Most of the time, I don't think we got to a backup that round, but we do have backup matches. But just kind of looking around, there's a lot of familiar faces in the room, obviously, as we start to build towards the end of the year championship with a lot of familiar faces. We also have some that we don't see too often on the NRG series. We have Raymond Perez Jr. is in the building. If you're familiar with him as an I believe, Rookie of the Year. And then Samuel Black is also here, obviously doing tons of work on the Pro Tour a while back here. So we got some of those players. You can check out our Twitter also. There's some pictures and things like that, results going up. Now, what I did have some notes here, it was a pretty rough round for some of our top players, actually. I watched Will Kruger, Mac Endress, and Adam Wasburn Moses all take losses. So a lot of points to be made up, obviously, throughout the day, long weekend and things like that. And I did see, our friend and colleague Joe Lissette took a hard loss in round number 1 as well, after just having a pretty good weekend out at the DreamHack event. So with that, we're going to go ahead and hop into round number 2. Looks like the players are all set. So I'm going to send it back down to those guys, and they're going to get us started for round number 2.
All right. It looks like Gavin going to start us off here on Mono Red Goblins playing Sam Black and Mono White Humans. Battle of the Tribe decks. Here is a Den of the Bugbear, Foundry Shinzen, and don't get a great look. Looks like
Goblin Instigator.
Goblin Instigator. Sorry,
Drake, I'm sorry. Do you not know all the goblins by heart?
Not a Goblin player myself, Mason. I wouldn't really call myself too much of a Humans player either, but I've played a lot more of the Mono White Humans deck, I'd say, than the Goblins one. Here is a namesake card for Sam Black, Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, coming down. Looks like a Goblin War Chief. Players playing quick Magic here for Gavin.
Yeah, we're seeing some turbo magic. I just can't believe they tested me on the goblins. That was my interview. Actually, they just said, "Do you have a camera and do you know all the goblins?" And they made me list
I
all
would
the
fail
goblins.
with flying colors.
Wow.
As Adeline enters the mix, any 1/1s she create pretty well checked by the 2/2 Goblin War Chief here. Here's another Goblin Instigator. Gonna assemble quite a battlefield for this Goblins deck, and all of them, I believe, having haste thanks to this Goblin War Chief, a card well known throughout Magic as swinging races extremely well. Just being able to give all of your goblins haste as well as produce mana, making them all cheaper, worth quite a bit here.
And also, for what's mentioning, I think maybe if you watch Magic, you would expect Sam Black to play something a little more off the wall, right, and a little bit more unique. But Sam, I was talking to them a little bit at the RC, and apparently he has the best results ever with 4 Mutavaults in his deck. That he has won the most money playing that, which is surprising to me. I would not expect that from Sam Black, but he is a master of these mono white strategies, and it makes sense too, right? Sam Black kind of known for one of the world's best drafters and most unique sort of thing. And one of the ways that you have to be good at drafting and super important is combat attacking and blocking. And when we're in for a real treat, because watching Sam play this deck, it is unlike anyone else.
Absolutely. And rocking, as you mentioned, one of the most decorated 4X Mutavault players. We see him rocking that this weekend as well. Brutal Cathar took care of that Goblin War Chief. And now the first strike, the big toughness on Adeline, all these things worth quite a bit here. I think we see a Chefnet Dunes as well, kind of threatening a little bit of pressure out of Sam's lands. Although both players, I don't want to say flooded because they're using their mana every turn, but typically you don't see these decks do as good of a job hitting all of their land drops. Sam here actually on 23, and I think the 4 Mutavaults play a big part in allowing Sam to not just play more lands, have his draws be more functional, but also still get some equity out of it. A Seasoned Hollowblade is added to the mix as well. As here is a big attack from Sam. Adolin, Resplendent Cathar, Thalia, and it looks like one of the humans made. Going to make a second one. Fanatical Firebrand going to jump in front of the Adolin. Going to block, sack, kill the Thalia. 2 damage should come across.
Another Thalia.
And a follow-up Thalia for Sam. Legendary does not matter. Going to have a follow-up for it anyway. Sam plays Gavin plays land number 6. And a quick pass of the turn back. That's not exactly where Gavin wants to be. A flood of mana, the Skirk Prospector, 2 tokens, 2 Instigators, and a Den of the Bugbear, 6 lands, all this mana, nowhere to go with it. Here comes another beatdown attack from the flipped Brutal Cathar. Adolin, 3 human tokens now, Seasoned Hollowblade, Thalia, and like you mentioned, attacking and blocking is very much what this matchup's about, what Sam's about, and he currently says the math is for blockers, as here comes the team.
Yeah, and we saw, Sam activating that Castle Ardenvale. Even if Gavin has one of his best draws right now, which I'm looking over his deck, is maybe something like a ringleader type card or something like that. I think there's one of those in this deck. It's still just not enough to overcome this amount of board presence. And we see, we're going already into game 2 as Sam Black just has an overwhelming presence on the board.
Yeah, and the lands, once you mentioned, that's something that these aggressive decks do a very good job of leveraging their mana base. As we see, very quick match. I think we're going to get to the backup this round. Sam able to just play a constant stream of pressure and then have a big spell follow-up in the form of Chefnet Dunes in his land, anthem this entire team, these humans, all this stuff that he's been producing, and use that to overpower the flood of 1/1s and what have you that Gavin put together. So extremely quick magic, and Sam doing what he does best, attacking and blocking.
100%. So we have a deck list. It's acting up a little bit on us here, but don't worry, Drake. I've pulled up the deck list, and I've kind of got some key stars from both players that we get to talk about here. So from Gavin here on Goblins, we have 4 Rending Volleys in our sideboards. That's going to be kill anything in Sam Black's deck. We're definitely going to see all of those come in. And then we have a couple of Goblin Chain Whirlers as well. We saw just there how Sam had this huge board, right? But they're all X1s for the most part. So that card's probably going to come in as well and stabilize things. We even have a couple experimental frenzies in the sideboard. We have seen some Goblin players kind of shift to having just a bunch of removal spells and things like that. And if Gavin wanted to, he could do that with a Braid and Roast also in the sideboard. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how much removal Gavin wants to bring in, but for sure has 6 hard slots coming in with those Chain Whirlers and Rending Volleys. Now, over for Sam Black, the key cards in this matchup when it comes to the sideboard is we have a couple Extraction Specialists. This is a good way to kind of fight through Rending Volley. So here we actually are getting to pop up. Awesome. Yeah, so you can see this Extraction Specialist, a great way to fight through Rending Volley where Goblin Chain Whirler and the lifelink really just matters. And then we also have a couple other sideboard cards. You can get a little interesting on how you want to do it exactly between Declaration Stone and Portable Holes. But if Sam wants to get maybe a little bit more controlling and make sure there aren't too many key creatures at stake, Sam can fight those fights.
So traditionally, also something I want to call out here before we get back to the match, in these creature deck on creature deck matchups, especially, revolving around creature types, we see humans versus goblins here. A lot of times the anthems reign king. And we saw that kind of happen actually in game 1 with the Chefnet Dunes. Even just a one-shot was good enough to overpower the other player. Are you interested in something like Wedding Announcement to get it flipped into Wedding Festivity as a way to, push your board over the edge and maybe break up a stalled board or a board you're maybe a little bit behind and bleeding a bit on? Is that something you're interested in doing?
I might be, and I was about to mention how if you have 4 of those, that's something I'm maybe a little more interested in because you can actually find it right away. However, right. Sam Black's only playing 2 this weekend, and it looks like he's playing 2 Maul the Skyclaves over that as a way to kind of go over the top and fly through and kind of outgrow some of this removal. So we might see Wedding Announcement still just come in because maybe it's just better in Sam's eye than having something like, one of the 3/1s like the Hollow Blade. But I can't imagine we're going to have too many of these effects, but it is an interesting idea, and it's something I think when you have 4 Wedding Announcements, you can more easily rely on because you will see that first Wedding Announcement in your top couple of cards.
Absolutely. Makes a lot of sense to me. And, I think both players kind of have the option to, bring as much removal as they kind of want in here. And so you need to both players need to figure out exactly how much removal they want in their deck to also still present, an aggressive get to the board plan, being able to actually still execute and not have their deck be too diluted. We'll see how much removal is the sweet spot for both those players, but have to imagine both players are going to reach for at least some of their removal spells and, or, their board state breakers, things like Frenzies, Wedding Announcements, Maul the Skyclaves, all that kind of stuff. So,
I wonder, Sam might, might actually change is we're going to throw Gavin's deck list back up here. We got that one working for y'all. You know, how I mentioned Gavin does have, if Gavin wants to, basically everything but the unlicensed Hearse, you could argue bringing in this matchup. And if Sam loses to like Experimental Frenzy plus a string of removal spells, we might see him just hard pivot towards those wedding announcements in order to just be like, hey, look, I thought we were playing a more creature-based game. Looks like you want to play some Goblin control. That's cool. I'm going to bring in my anti-control cards. And in that case, we might actually see the wedding announcement just come in right away. But yeah, this is the Goblin list. It's really exciting. We've seen some interesting results from it on Magic Online and stuff like that. And it presents a very strong practice game as we hop back down to the feature match.
Absolutely. And Gavin starting out with the Mountain to pass of the turn and a very quick Plains Dauntless Bodyguard for Sam Black. And the new Lord put into play by Gavin.
We all know that one, obviously. I know that you know that, but you were testing me again.
I never know how to say Rundvelt. I'm very I can say Hordemaster just fine. I'm probably just going to refer to it as that, but Rundvelt is something that is very strange to me as we see a Mutavault.
Red Velvet is how I would say it.
Say again.
Red Velvet. That might
Red Velvet. I like it. I like it. Yeah, we got this down. There you go. Get a look at the Rundvelt Hordemaster. With as fast as these Magic players are playing, I don't have a ton of time to speculate on these cards, but this one, a pretty good pickup from the new Dominaria United set. There was a whole cycle of these, and the Goblin one appears to be pretty darn good.
100%. And it looks like Sam Black's just curving out along the lines and has another Cathar. And look, if you look at the hand, we do see Sam Black brought in the wedding announcements.
Yeah, nice. And we do see, that Brutal Cathar able to take care of the Goblin War Chief, exchanging 3 mana for 3 mana. And that's quite a good trade. Let's see, was this Hopeful Initiate going to get a training counter? Or I'm sorry, did he pay mana for the counter? Is that how that works? Whenever a creature attacks, another creature with greater power, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Yeah, so we did get trained by the Dauntless Bodyguard. And has the ability, of course, to remove 2 counters and destroy an artifact or enchantment. So ironically, you mentioned bringing in Frenzy. This Hopeful Initiate, not irrelevant when it comes to potentially blowing up an Experimental Frenzy. That would be pretty freaking tough if I'm Gavin. And here comes that wedding announcement, which we did see come in. Going to make a 1/1 white human creature token. Deck's called Humans. It's going to make humans despite having vampires on it. And yeah, it's going to make those an in-step. And if you attack 2 more creatures this turn, that thing's going to flip, make a Lord. As here comes another Goblin War Chief for Gavin and a Fire.
The interesting thing about Fanatical Firebrand is not only does it get to kill something, but it's going to draw 2 cards with Hordemaster as long as they're Goblins. So, Gavin here kind of running low on cards. Yeah, they do have to be Goblins. Luckily, I don't know if you know this, Drake. Gavin put a lot of Goblins in this deck.
That's strange that he put Goblins in his Mono Red Goblins deck.
I think that's just good deck building. I hadn't thought about that.
Understandable. Well, we got some good blocks here for Sam. I mean, that Dauntless Bodyguard kind of representing just kind of dying to the fire, the Fanatic. Jeez, I don't even. Fanatical Firebrand. All the Fs gets me tangled. Kind of representing dying to that anyway, which you do see that exchange happen. And there is a Goblin and a Rending Volley. That's not a Goblin Mason. And,
unfortunately, we sideboarded non-Goblins. We should have got some Starfire in
there. It's close enough. As Battlecry Goblin, of course, the reveal. Going to have access to that one until the end of the next turn. That's a word that's hard to catch on first read that matters a lot for this card.
Yeah, I mean, that attack is just way worse if it's only this turn, right? Like, you're just essentially burning all these things. And while you did get a copy of Sam Black's Brave the Elements, which is an important card for if you're able to stabilize, it wouldn't be worth losing out on the draw effect since the game is, pretty far from ending right now.
Absolutely. Is this a second copy of Wedding Announcement? How about both? We can do both. Yeah. You mentioned they're very good in multiples, and you want 4, so you draw them. What if you just draw them anyway? Put 2 in your deck and draw them, Mason.
I hadn't considered only putting 2 and just having them in the top 8 cards in my deck. I did not consider that. That was on me though. That's the moment where I need to hashtag do better. Yeah,
that's all right. This is why Sam Black is the professional, and we are here simply commentating on the masterwork that is Sam Black playing Wedding Announcements.
Yeah, and we see the War Chief here coming in big, making it so that the Taskmaster gets 1 less mana.
Absolutely. Gonna make a Goblin token. Here's a pretty big attack. I mean, these 1/1s, I mean, they can do some decent trading, but that mostly annihilates all of the action Sam has going on. And, with these 2 Horde Masters now in play, making these ginormous war chiefs, as big as they are. Like, yeah, you can trade your tokens off. They're not really worth a ton, or you can just chump block or whatever. Like, but either way, like, even if you kill a thing, you get 2 cards for your trouble. If you don't kill a thing, like, you're just going to die to what's on board. And like, that's really the pressure that we see this horde match. That's why it's so good. And that's also why they're hanging back and not getting in the red zone. These war chiefs, expendable. They're just big things. But these horde masters are very much what is making Gavin's board as big as it is. And the lords, of course, like I mentioned, are kind of king when it comes to these creature on creature matchups. And with both wedding announcements currently on their front half, Sam is down 2 Anthem effects as we see just 1 chump block made.
Yeah, and it's probably Sam making some concession to the flipped wedding announcement on the next turn. Just knows like, hey, these tokens are going to actually trade for real cards. We see Ringleader off the top and hits 3 goblins.
Hitting 3 is the way you want to do it. And I think there's even like another Horde Master to follow up. I mean, play draw matters a lot in this matchup, but I think no matter what, Sam is in a lot of trouble here. Nothing short of like kind of a wrath of God, I think, is going to get Sam out. We'll see what he's got for us. Looks like Brutal Cathar. It's a start.
Yeah, Brutal Cathar take one of the like effects that pump everybody is pretty strong, but yeah, we're gonna need something like Brave the Elements into an all-out attack that somehow isn't lethal and to crack back for lethal. I think I'm not exactly sure.
Never mind. I mean, we get 1 wedding festivities out of our wedding announcement. And that's going to help with making some blocks and or trades this turn. But I mean, Gavin just refilled this Ringleader. And I mean, Ringleader's been a good card since whatever, Onslaught or whenever when it was printed. And we're seeing exactly why right here in modern day in Pioneer. I mean, not only is it hasty pressure, but also it, is able to just refill these decks that, typically kind of suffer from running out of cards. They don't typically have as much card advantage. They're relying on all their pieces to work together and be worth more than, their individual parts. But, Ringleader kind of able to play both roles. And that is why we've seen that card be so successful in years. And another Anthem effect in the form of Castle Embreth played for Gavin. And we'll see if he's interested in that. No, I'll just take another Ringleader. Thank you. 2 mana, thanks to our 2 War Chiefs. So it's mostly on the house. And wow, Legion Loyalist?
Legion Loyalist is pretty big. First Strike and Trample is huge. I was going to say, Sam actually has the Brave the Elements in hand. So if Gavin can't set up a lethal attack, we actually have lethal on the next turn. Even if we chump block with a couple
Legion
of tokens.
Loyalist has the text that if you have Battalion, you don't get to block with tokens.
You don't get
That's
I agree.
Pretty good here.
Yeah, I mean, Sam basically only has 2 blockers if that's the case. And we had really close to lethal actually set up a surprising close one, but finding the Loyalist was a huge find off this Ringleader.
What a wild matchup this is. Where are we at in Pioneer? I mean, look at this. Just like, I'm going to turn my board full of cardboard sideways. Good luck. Here's a Legion Loyalist trigger. We'll see. I think Gavin does have to announce the Battalion trigger, but those tokens don't get to block. Oh, he didn't even cast it?
We didn't cast it. No. Looks like we
don't need it.
Playing
whatever.
Yeah, and I think
just everything coming in the red zone. Yeah, it just does not matter. There's like 5 blockers. I think there's 6 creatures that go unblocked. It's just super lethal. You don't even need it. That is wow. What a showing from the Goblins deck.
Yeah, a big showing, and also shows kind of like how it's Sam's in this really tricky position when it comes to sideboarding, right? Where you mentioned, you were kind of wanting to play the announcements, and I was mentioning, there's a bunch of removal, you want to play those, but those cards really reward you for going long. But the Goblins deck, if it finds the right parts of its deck, can go longer than you can. So you kind of have to have this perfect recipe of like, I'm going to pressure you early, chip shot you, and then boom, stabilize a little bit, Brave the Elements, win the game. So it's a really hard position to be in as Modaway, especially when you're on the draw like you were in that game.
Absolutely. Play draw matters a ton as far as being able to come out the gate. And I wonder if the players are going to shift their plans as far as removal spells go based on play draw, because, when you're on the play, you can afford to be more aggressive, start asking the questions instead of providing the answers. Whereas if you're on the draw, you're up a card and you're not really going to have as many opportunities to get to the board and make some favorable exchanges. So you need to have the removal spells to start trading up on mana and, use that to flip the script of the natural turn sequence, when it comes to playing these 2 very aggressive decks against each other. And like we've seen, I mean, both games have been kind of a blowout with just like the player that was on the play just absolutely running over the other one. And we'll see what game 3 looks like. We'll see if the sideboard cards can shift that in any one direction.
100%. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And also, it makes me wonder if Sam is by default maybe the aggressor in this matchup more so than trying to do anything, just because Sam just, it's so hard to compete with things like Ringleader or the Horde Master trigger if you get a couple trades going off. That just pulls you so far ahead. And in any game where, as long as it doesn't hit something like Rending Ball off the Horde Master, if you hit a bunch of lands, that normally is not going to matter in the same sort of way. And you're kind of getting closer to that gas. And with both decks not having any form of like real hard card advantage outside of something like Ringleader or Horde Master, those forms of card advantage are going to matter a lot when the board gets stalled.
Absolutely. And we've seen, when we called it out a few times, where Sam gets a lot of equity out of his lands and things like that. The Goblins deck gets to not just do that, but has a lot of baked in card advantage alongside Ringleaders, Horde Masters, which were kind of the unsung heroes of that game. Just keeping the flow of cards going, digging Gavin closer to all of his, impactful pieces, things like War Chiefs and stuff like that actually did the beating down and winning of the game. That card advantage engine set up between those two cards to just keep the flow of cards coming, even if you're making trades or whatever, was a big part of that. And I think that definitely speaks a lot to your assessment that Sam probably has to be the aggressor in this matchup, because the Humans deck doesn't really have things like that. They have card advantage, they have access to things like Adeline and stuff like that. They can put some humans in play, things like your, getting your Mutavaults and your Chefnet Doings, getting more equity out of your lands. But the Goblins deck just goes so far beyond that, just goes over the top. They get to do some of that and more with things like Ringleaders and stuff like that. So Sam kind of needing to have more games like we saw in game number 1, which, he's set up to do, being on the play.
100%, yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see. It looks like both players are just about to finish up sideboarding, but it does look like they did sideboard some. So I'm curious, maybe Sam changed, the kind of the cards he was playing after seeing how those games played out. Maybe the same for Gavin here. It's going to be really interesting to see as we are now back in the future match area.
Absolutely. And once again, Quick Magic here is a Plains and Hopeful Initiate played for Sam. And Legion Loyalist there on turn 1. Can't attack, because I believe Hopeful Initiate 1/2. A Legion Loyalist a 1/1. So despite having haste, that one's going to stay back. As here comes second land for Sam Black. Second Hopeful Initiate. All right. Well, we'll serve with 1. There you go. Take a point. Bang.
Winning.
As we pass back to Gavin.
Yeah, and we see Sam has something like Adeline in hand, so the pressure's really going to start. And it looks like Gavin just had nothing on 2. If you're Sam, are you like red alert, not something like Running Volley here, or do you think it is?
Yeah, I think you have to be heads up to removal spells. There's not that many 1-drop goblins, so even it could be something like a Rending Volley, which we saw in game number 2. So you maybe don't want to deploy your best thing, but Sam's hand might just be action anyway. It just doesn't matter. As here comes a Rending Volley on Adeline, which was what Sam chose to play. 2 Hopeful Initiates going to continue to serve. Going to stay 1/2s though, as none of them have more power. Though the Mutavault played there for Sam could represent to grow both of those things. As here's a Goblin War Chief played on turn 3 for Gavin. Now that we don't need to hold mana up for Rending Volley, let's go ahead and get our War Chief in play. Looks good all 3 games. That one's going to stay back, threaten to block our 1/2s as we see the 1-mana removal spell played on Adeline the previous turn. Very good, Adeline. A lot of toughness. Rending Volley, don't care.
100%. And we see, Sam here, like, look, I got some Mutavaults I'm willing to trade. Let's rumble.
Absolutely. I mean, trading a Mutavault for the War Chief, kind of sucks to fall behind on mana. Sam does have another copy of Mutavault, though, and does get to grow these Hopeful Initiates, which is the big play there. Now that those are 2/3s, that's worth quite a bit, as Dauntless Bodyguard is the follow-up. Sam kind of running low on action, though. Looks like his hand may be a little unexciting. And now this is the spot where Gavin needs to have some of those powerful Goblin payoff pieces like we saw in game number 2 in order to help catch him up. And there is Chain Whirler. That's a little late to the party as far as picking up 1/1s, but it's still going to get a Dauntless Bodyguard and represent a 3/3 first strike, which does stifle the Hopeful Initiate attacks for now. But Sam can pay some mana.
Yeah, it's so awkward where Sam was trying to initiate this race, and Gavin's like, no, I'm the defender this game. In the way that we didn't see from Gavin in game 2 or 1.
And 3 mana. Looks like a Thalia's Lieutenant. Oh, we animated the Mutavault so that one gets a counter as well. And now we have 2 3/4s. And the Goblin Chainwhirler that looks like to be a very good blocker in a 3/3 first strike suddenly looks way worse in the face of 2 3/4s that are going to continue to rumble along and put Gavin down to 7.
Yep. And we're seeing
Chainwhirler.
And we're seeing just the power of the mono white Humans deck. It doesn't have hard lords like we saw from Horde Master from the Goblins deck this round, but it does have these sort of explosive draws they can get and really get under even these other aggro decks and sort of outscale them very quickly and the power stays around even if the Lord dies, which is a pretty big thing when you're playing against cards like Grinning from the other side.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's something I wanted to call it. Even if we saw like another Chain Whirler or something to pick off the Thalia's Lieutenant, that power stays back. We still have that power on our hopeful initiates, which are, kind of the workhorses of this game at the moment.
Now, Drake, I know you know this goblin.
I don't know this goblin. You got me.
The Hobgoblin? You don't know the Hobster?
Don't know the Hobgoblin. Lay it on me.
The Hobgoblin Bandit Lord. It's a Lord, as the name would say. It's a 2/3, and you can actually red tap it, and then it deals damage equal to the number of goblins you control to a creature. So this is actually one of the ways that Gavin might be able to stabilize here if he can build up enough chump blockers and start shooting down Sam's board.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a really game-breaking one in this matchup. Only 2 copies in the main deck. A little Lord here, a rare from Adventures in the Forgotten Realm card that, people at home may not have known. I certainly didn't. I'm, not ashamed to admit that, but represents quite a powerful engine here if Gavin can live through the turn, which based on a second copy of Thalia's Lieutenant and this Mutavault being fired up is not a given, as Sam is quickly doing the math as he does best. Math maybe not always for blockers, as Sam is lining up some attacks here, seeing what the blocks look like. A 4/4 first strike in the form of Goblin Chain Whirler worth quite a bit on the blocking side, but those hopeful initiates being now 4/5s is worth quite a bit still in the face of that, as here comes the team.
Yeah, and Sam's basically forcing Gavin to this spot where can't get any profitable trades without getting dangerously low on life. But also, if you just chump block everything, you're still really low and falling really far behind. So we're probably going to end up seeing here is that Gavin's going to kill one of the creatures and then lose the whole board.
You sound so excited about it. I mean, we got a couple good blocks, right? We have this Thalia's Lieutenant can be blocked by the 2/3 Goblin. We see this. Actually, that's not even that good of a block. All right, yeah, maybe my blocks suck. We have Chain Whirler that can at least first strike one of these, but that's about all you get out of the deal. And this Legion low list definitely chumping.
Yeah, and you kind of have to do this, which is like the good part about Sam Attack, with the awkward if you're a Gavin fan. Where it's just like, oh yeah, my blocks are basically 4. Somehow these hopeful initiates are 4/5s. They've just grown and grown and grown this game. And shows how strong they are too. Having that 1/2 body was pivotal to surviving things like the early Chain Whirler.
Absolutely. There is a Goblin Instigator. That one, I'm going to bring along some chump blocking help, but really, once again, you kind of just want the Lords. This game is about the Lords. And Sam having drawn 2 of them in the form of Thalia's Lieutenant to Gavin's only 1 copy in the form of the Hobgoblin. And that's just not going to be good enough to get the job done. And Sam Black going to win a quick series here. All 3 games were played, and still it felt like a blistering pace between these 2 extremely aggressive tribal decks, and humans going to win the day for Sam Black as he advances to 2-0.
100%. Yeah, and we saw that Brave the Elements is just one of those things where that's a real strength of this mono white deck. You get in the chip shots, and even if Gavin had stabilized, right, and had got the Hobgoblin going, well, Brave the Elements is just going to push through, and you get your opponent down to 5-6 life. It's so easy just to finish them off. And Brave the Elements almost plays like this split protection card / lava axe. And in these matchups, very, very important, and gives mono white the edge in all the mono sort of mirrors.
Absolutely. And
we are going to have a backup feature match this round. I don't know if we're going to interview Sam. I think we're still getting that figured out. But Drake, how do you like this mono white deck? Because I really like it. I think it's one of the, the decks that is got a real sort of future for it in Pioneer, but isn't super strong in a lot of ways. It's just very consistent and very good, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. I'm willing to go on record with Thalia, Guardian of Thraben as one of my least favorite Magic cards ever printed. So if that tells you where I'm at on the mono white humans.
Okay, and yeah, I'm a big Thalia fan, but I won't say that in public too much. Just you, me, and 400 of the closest friends.
Gotta hide it.
But yeah, I can understand that. Thalia's Lieutenant, though, I feel like that card is just so good and continues to scale so well in Pioneer, and we just saw in that game just how backbreaking it was.
Absolutely. Well, I think we have a backup match. This one a little bit more my speed, as we get to see a little bit more.
Yeah, what's the little sneak preview of the backup match? Sam Black is going to come in, and we're going to talk to him for a second.
We are going to.
It's such a great opportunity. You never get to talk to people like Sam. Sam close by, but can't always make it out to our circuit events. And when he does, he always does really well. And Sam Black has such a great mind for the game. It's really cool to get to talk to Sam and kind of see his way of thinking about stuff. Very interested. He has a podcast like Drafting Archetypes where he talks about stuff. So it's very exciting. And I'm really excited to see kind of what his opinion and thoughts are on Pioneer and Modern. And so, I don't know, Drake, how excited are you to talk about Sam?
Very excited. I don't get a lot of opportunities to talk with Sam Black, and I think definitely not about things other than limited. So let's go have some words with him. I'm very excited to hear his thoughts on the Pioneer format.
Sam,
Hey,
thanks for joining us here today in the booth. Congratulations on your round 2 win.
Thanks.
How are you feeling about Pioneer right now? I know that you played mono white in the RC last weekend and you had a pretty solid finish, all things considered, but how do you feel about it right now and everything, a week later and kind of seeing all the results?
I mean, I think that Pioneer does a really good job of like having a really diverse format where there are like countless viable decks and players can kind of play like any deck and any strategy that they want and play like pretty close matches against a really wide variety of opponents, which I think is kind of the most important aspect of an eternal format in terms of like, the format doesn't rotate. So to keep things like interesting, you need to have a wide variety of experiences, which like having a really diverse metagame offers. I personally don't love all the gameplay in Pioneer. I feel like there are a really large portion of available matchups where the die roll is really important. A lot of the decks are kind of forced to be pretty like fast and linear. But I mean, it's still Magic, so you still play some sweet games.
Mm-hmm. Now, is mono white your favorite deck in the format, or is it just like the deck that you kind of turn to and stuff like? Because I see some pretty interesting innovations in your deck with things like Maul the Skyclave, which is not a card that I feel like is super typical for the mono white sideboards.
Yeah, so the bigger change, like the thing that is unusual about my deck compared to other white decks is I have removed the standard for Luminarch Aspirants from the main and replaced them with like a mix of Seasoned Hollowblades and Guardian of New Benalia and Atomic and stuff. And the reason for that is that there's a lot of removal, and Luminarch Aspirant's not great at staying alive, and I didn't love the Gruul Vehicles matchup, and I think that putting a Maul of the Skyclave on a creature that can become indestructible is a really good plan against them. Ben Stark turned me onto that one, and I didn't feel like I was sacrificing a lot in other places because like there are a lot of other removal heavy decks where just having a resilient 2-drop's pretty nice.
Absolutely, and this is a format you mentioned dedicated a lot by play draw. Does that influence your deck selection process? So like you're somebody that plays a lot of limited, right? A lot of attacking, blocking going on there. Play draw obviously matters a fair bit as well. You chose mono white this weekend in a format kind of dominated, like you mentioned, by removal spells. So like the face up level 1 is that removal spells should be good against the aggro deck. If you selected mono white, you made some adjustments that seem to be good against removal. Your thoughts are now that you are good against these decks that play a lot of removal spells?
Yeah, I mean, so before playing in the RC, I was kind of worried about like Rakdos on paper. Like they have a lot of removal spells. I'm a creature deck, but I beat Rakdos 3 times in the RC. It didn't seem very close. Like removal spells are strong because they trade up on mana against creatures. But in the Rakdos versus White matchup, that's not what happens because your creatures cost less than their removal spells, and Thalia taxes their removal spells. And so it's like actually really hard for them to like come back from the tempo deficit that you playing 1-drops puts them at.
Absolutely, makes a lot of sense to me, and definitely an impressive showing. Even in the games we watched where some removal spells were involved, I think your deck still presented very overwhelming power in both of the games that you were victorious in. It was really cool to watch. Seems like it's very, very potent, and excited to watch you play more.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, Sam, thank you so much for taking some time, stepping in the booth and talking to us. It was great to get to talk to you. Go enjoy yourself before your next round. Hopefully, we'll be seeing more of you throughout the day. We've got some cool decks to go show the viewers, so we're going to hop back in the booth and go do that. But thank you once again for having the interview.
Yeah, no problem. All right.
Great to have Sam there, and such a great mind for the game too. And really, you kind of get the feeling, right, when you talk to someone like that, Drake, where it's like, oh, they really get Magic. Players might be like, yeah, my Thalia lines up pretty well against the removal, blah blah blah. But you see how Sam's just default reaction to think about and talk about Magic is like, well, Magic's a game of mana. we're trading profitably on mana. So while I am down cards, I'm actually able to benefit from this mana exchange and close that gap, even though I'm down on cards in this exchange, or, they're good against my cards. And that sort of difference is very big. So let's go to break for 1 second, and then we'll get more feature match area for you. Oh, straight to the feature mat.
Straight to the feature match. No wait, Mason. No worries.
I'm so greedy. I thought that I had to, calm it down a little bit before we go to the feature match here, but I just gonna have all the magic all the time. That's so exciting.
And we see Chris Smith versus David Delgado playing Izzet Pheonix versus Sultai combo. Let's have a look at what this combo actually is.
So
Keenan's.
This is our own Jesse Robkin and Ashlyn Johnson, Shutter MTG on Twitter. They came up with this deck in our testing group, and Chris loved it and kind of picked up and ran with it. They call it Dungeons and Druids. But basically, Drake, what the plan is you're trying to get Gwynna, Eye of Gaia, onto the battlefield. And this is a new elf from I don't need to tell you this card. I know it's a commander card. You love commander.
I actually do know this card. Yeah, it's a commander card. I know this one.
Yeah, so you get Gwynna down, and then you play Arrakis the Archlich, which is one of the cards that lets you venture through the dungeon. And if you have a Kinnan or a Flip Duskwatch Recruiter, that's game. You just drain your opponent infinitely. And then your deck tries to play like a fair mid-rangey plan while doing that sort of thing. And I knew Chris was a big fan of this deck when they saw it, and looks like Chris has done some interesting work to try and, let the deck have multiple angles, not just so all in on the combo.
Yeah, Chris Smith, someone, won one of our trials with Yawgmoth earlier this year. So black and green combo decks seem to very much be Chris's speed. Get blue for your trouble as well. We'll see how it fares against a removal dense deck like Izzet Pheonix, as we see a turn 1 elf, a pretty notable play here in this format, played for Chris Smith. Prosperous Innkeeper appears to be the follow-up. 2 Splatter Buff Canals and a removal spell played for David Delgado. Consider as well. Looks like a handful of spells, though, for David, but not a lot of threats, not a lot of action to follow up. Is Spikefield Hazard going to take care of that Innkeeper?
Yeah, and you can even tell from David's side, right? Like with the Pheonix deck, you kind of have to sculpt your games like we talked about in round 1 with Jesse's match, and how you kind of have to play sort of certain things. But there's no chance that I would imagine David knows what Chris is doing, and seeing something like Prosperous Innkeeper really makes you go like, okay, am I even supposed to Spikefield Hazard this? It seems like I am, but am I?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of times, Prosperous Innkeeper, we saw that play a lot in standard with like sacrifice decks and stuff like that, which is very much not what is going on here. So, well, it's interesting to see how David will navigate as he kind of discovers what this deck's about. This is one of my favorite things about non-open deckless tournaments is you have this sub game being played here by David as he, resolves his cantrips, has to make these decisions about what cards he wants, what cards he doesn't, but doesn't really actually know the entirety of what's going on the opponent's side of the field. As Relic of Legends, a commander card, Mason, is going to be a reader here for David Delgado. That one lets you tap and untap legendary creature, let your Acer actually make mana when you put it into play. And before it gets returned to hand. So that's a pretty good one for kind of doing the same thing as a flipped Duskwatch Recruiter or a Kinnan as well as just makes mana. Just a great card for this combo deck.
Yeah, this is a card that when it got previewed, a lot of players were like, okay, how do we break this? This is a card that looks like it could be broken. And honestly, so far, this seems like the best use of it I've seen in Pioneer. Getting the Archlich ability to work and like come down and tap it and have it bounce and make it so it's just 2 mana is actually pretty important. And we see Chris is doing stuff like playing Bantu's Monument as well to make everything cost less. So we might just see Chris be like venture through the dungeon a little bit while trying to find the right stuff and just generate some, minute advantages. Now I know all the dungeons by heart. So we won't even talk about
the dungeons. You got me on that one.
Okay.
I know there's a dungeon that kills. That's what I got. Sure. That's what I have.
Sure. Don't worry. That's the one everyone goes through every time anyways. It like draws cards, it makes goblins. We'll talk about it when the time comes.
Yeah,
as we see, I think a thing in the ice here.
Yeah, we saw last turn, we saw Treasure Cruise tap held the Giants and a thing in the ice. And the follow-up here on this turn, we're going to get things started with a piece of the puzzle that's going to hit 2 Arclight Phoenixes. That is what the doctor ordered. I think a 1-mana cantrip to boot. I think we see flush full of spells is David Delgado's hand. So those Phoenixes fairly likely to come back if David wants this turn, although that would involve putting the thing in the ice potentially only to 1 counter. So any spell played after that would return them to hand. So that's kind of like you can call it maybe awkwardness with thing in the ice alongside Phoenixes. If you don't have any kind of looting effects or ways to get them back in the graveyard once they hit your hand again, it can be kind of bad. But thinking the ice is big enough that it's usually worth it to get your 7/8 activated and ready to go. As Consider going to be played here again as well.
Also, with the
Four
thing on the
cards.
ice too, for its like mentioning, it's kind of really good against Chris's deck. Where even though you can't play spells, it's like, well, I have a clock on you. You have to have multiple creatures in play to do your combo. What are you gonna do, Batman? Riddle me this, you know? And so,
Right.
from Chris's perspective, it's almost like, no, wait, cast more spells, please, you know?
Well, for the whole combo to work, you need either a non-summoning set Gwenna, but I think you can make it work with like Relic of Legends, like the Bantu's Monuments. You could just make Acer cost 1 with like all of those effects, and then you can just do it right away without any kind of Gwenna stuff, right? Because the Acer makes mana with Relic of the Legends, comes back to hand, costs 1 each time, so it pays for itself, and you're good to go there.
Yes, but we need to find it quickly. Because we got a bunch of Arclight Phoenix attacking us, which is the secret, you know? Like give enough time, Chris's deck could beat anyone, I'm sure, but you don't always have the time in Pioneer.
Absolutely not. And that's something Sam was just talking about in that interview is format's a lot about play draw. You know, beatdown matters a lot. And David has presented quite a bit of said beatdown as a very quick game number 1 going to be won by David Delgado. Getting one more read of Relic of Legends, a very sweet one. Before we go ahead and start sideboarding. So
yeah, and you know, probably what's happening there is David is like, I want to read that real quick because I've got these braids and these brothers in as we're about to check out the sideboards here in the second for each player. I want to make sure, is this a card that really matters? I gotta do some reading real quick. Because as we'll see in a second, David has a lot of shadow effects in the sideboard. So if that thing matters, it probably gonna have a hard time sticking around.
It ain't staying in play.
Yeah.
It's gotta go.
Yeah, if you're Chris, you almost want to ask, like, no, you can't read it. Call a judge for you. Like, get something or whatever.
Make somebody else call it. Figure this out.
But we do see here
good.
from David's sideboard, we have 3 Brothers in, 3 Improbable Alliance, 2 Aether Gust, 2 Stroke, 2 Mystical Dispute, a Obliterating Bolt, and a Negate. These Brotherhoods in not only stop the artifact part of our combo, but kill, I believe, every creature in the deck, including the side. No, everyone but one.
Card.
Yeah.
That seems like what I'd want in my deck.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this seems like a really hard place to be. I do want to shout out David Delgado's Improbable Alliances in the sideboard. If you squint, it looks like Bitter Blossom, a very interesting and smart tech against something like Rakdos Midrange.
Absolutely. Love that card a lot. Tried to play a lot with it in Standard. Big fan of that card in this Pheonix sideboard here against a very Rakdos heavy kind of meta game where you need to be able to grind out the opponents, and that's one that can't hit enchantments. So, like you said, Brotherhood's End, pretty interesting pickup for David Delgado. Maybe is interested in the Aether Gusts as well to handle some of the green creatures, but I'm not even sure he saw too many of those to where he wants those. So I'm probably only bringing Brotherhood's End and shipping it based on what we saw there in Game 1, unless David Delgado has even more information than we thought. Not a lot of adjustments to be made, and maybe he doesn't need them based on how Game 1 played out.
Yeah, I think this matchup looks like to be a nightmare matchup in the same way Rakdos probably is for this deck, where if you're trying to play like a solitaire race sort of strategy, if you're on the play, you could probably race most people with your like even your medium draws, whereas this deck breaks you up and then still clocks you. And so Chris's deck here, we can take a quick look at real quick right before we start game 2. Chris's sideboard is pretty interesting. So we have 3 Fatal Push, 3 Thoughtseize, 2 Shaper Sanctuary, 2 Skylasher, 2 Hearse, 1 Elder Gargaroth, 1 Carnage Tyrant, 1 Coma, Cosmos Serpent. I imagine we're going to see things like Thoughtseize and Shaper Sanctuary come in as a way to pick apart the smart removal and then fight through it. But Drake, do you think something like Carnage Tyrant's coming in this matchup? It feels like a card for red-black, but maybe it's good enough here.
I'm in. Any removal spell matchups, I want the big chonkers. Give me Elder Gargaroth, give me Carnage Tyrant. Hell, I'll take the Coma too. I want to be able to put these large creatures in play that invalidate a lot of the cheap removal that is very good against your deck in Game 1. Trim on some of the things that just are lightning rods and, you know, kind of go from there. Maybe the Gwenna thing you can get off entirely or whatever. You know, I don't know that you can actually do that, but I want to get away from a lot of the creatures that die to Fiery Impulse and put things that don't die to removal at all in the deck. And, you know, like you said, bring in some Thoughtseize and stuff like that in order to kind of take more of a controlling role. Actually, it's truthfully more of a mid-range deck where you answer a few of the things the Pheonix deck has going on, play a big threat that can't be killed, and win the game in that strategy. That's, I think, how I want to adjust as we see what Chris is working with here in game number 2 on the play this time. Says no thank you on that hand.
A little mulligan. It looks like David also took a mulligan to 6 and bottomed 1. And yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be interested to see it. You know, Chris's deck is built around one of the strongest cores in Pioneer, which is 8 elves. If you have 8 elves, your deck is often pretty strong, especially on the play.
Absolutely. And I mean, that was the big draw to the mono green, right? When people were parroting how much mono green's great in this format, which we may see changing here a little bit, both in the RCs and in our tournament. We talked to Sam Black. He's not playing mono green. We saw a lot of the argument for that deck being the best was just being able to play 8 elves, being able to get ahead on mana and start having some of these snowbally plays that, is involved in a lot of these cards that are available to you in Pioneer, and just get the ball rolling and just be able to kind of blow the doors off your opponent. And, Chris Smith does have access to that, but the Pheonix deck is as good as it is because it's actually pretty good at checking that too. Okay, you can have your 8 elves. I have 8 one-mana removal spells, and that is kind of the way that the Pheonix deck is trying to line all this stuff up. As looks like we have a card bottomed, and we are ready to start playing Magic. Botanical Sanctum and a pass of the turn. Spirebluff Canal, see your fast land, answer you a fast land, pass of the turn back. And another Botanical Sanctum, Prosperous Innkeeper.
Yeah, and you see, once again, David has to read this card. I think David's trying to figure out, David has to know there's some sort of combo thing going on, right? Like you saw the Relic, you see this Innkeeper, you saw the Elves. I don't know if David knows this combo, but from David's side, it's like, do I have to kill this? Is this going to like gain infinite life or something?
I can't imagine he knows what's going on quite yet. Prosperous Innkeeper, kind of innocuous because the mana gets to stay around, so it's only really a 1/1 in play. And with David, looks like only really has access to 1 removal spell right now. Can't be super interested in firing that one off on something that's lower quality like a Prosperous Innkeeper. Chris, 4 mana up, maybe representing something like a Collected Company, plays Botanical Sanctum, passes the turn, and we have an in-step Consider.
Nice. Yeah, and, David, I know I keep mentioning it, and it feels like I'm kind of like maybe joking around or something like that. If I was David, a lot of my brain power would be thinking about what on earth can my opponent be doing with these cards? Because
absolutely,
I mean, and it's one of those things that's so easy to be in Magic where it's just like, I don't know, my opponent's doing something silly. It's like, no, my opponent went and played this tournament. I probably see Chris from the banners. We're watching coverage. We know Chris is someone who is, made a run in our leaderboard, has won in top 8 in multiple of these tournaments, isn't someone who's slouching, run round one, right? So clearly they have thoughts and plans. So what am I trying to do to like beat these plans, and what on earth could they be doing?
We see a Shaper's Sanctuary going to go ahead and draw out that Fiery Impulse. David says, well, I definitely don't want you drawing cards if I have to use this removal spell, so we're going to go ahead and fire that off. And the follow-up, Llanowar Elves for Chris Smith. So now this one, not necessarily only the Lightning Rod. The Shaper's Sanctuary threatening to get a card back for your trouble out of that one. But Chris also mostly out of cards in hand. After land return, we're looking at only 1 card left in hand from what it looks like. And David still quite a few resources to work with. And I think we saw pieces of the puzzle among the mix as well. So even if he begins to run low, the Pheonix deck doing what the Pheonix deck does best, he's going to have access to, plenty more resources to refill as, kind of taking this blue-red control role. No threat in play for David quite yet.
Yeah.
But not a whole lot going on for Chris either.
I think one of the things, a criticism I had of Jesse and Ash's version of this deck at the beginning, which I think Chris has done a little bit to help improve, is that Shaper's Sanctuary isn't very good. Because what it really says is, okay, kill the creature that makes my deck work. I'll draw a card in response to that, which is fine. But you need to have other things that are going to force the game to be about that to make Shaper's Sanctuary actually into a card. Because if I had to choose between losing the game and letting you draw a card, despite my instincts to never let my opponent draw a card, I'm going to just kill your thing and let you draw a card. And you only have so many cards that matter in this deck. So I like Chris's move towards things like you mentioned, Karn Tyrant, Coma, Elder Gargroff, to have more things that you must kill.
Absolutely. And here looks like a Collected Company being cast. I have to imagine this is on end-step because I believe we're seeing a connive here. This Ledger Shredder entered play, and then we went for an end-step Collected Company. Aether Gust, which we did bring in, went ahead and tagged that Collected Company, potentially.
No, it tagged the Shaper's Sanctuary.
It tagged the Shaper's Sanctuary.
Yeah, David was using the company's...
the point there.
No, you're good. You're all good. I think it's a really interesting play, too, because if your hand's really heavy on spot removal and you're not quite sure what's going on, tagging the Shaper's Sanctuary there just removes it, right? Like, Chris has to bottom it. What are you going to do? Put it on top and let your company resolve and only see 5 cards? Like, come on.
Yeah, no, you definitely have to bottom that one. It's going to go to the bottom either way. You don't want it as one of your options. Looks like Azorius and Keenan, the cards chosen. Don't get a great look at the dungeon he chose. So now is a great time to educate me on the dungeons.
I believe that it is Lost Mind of Fan Delver is the one we have gone into. We can get that pulled up on coverage here in a second. I believe the first version of that is Scry, and then the next one is you either get a treasure or make a goblin. And then depending on where you go from there, depends on like the tree of abilities. But yeah, here you go. So you can make a treasure or a -1/-1 thing. Or sorry, it's create a goblin. My bad. I misread the card there for a second. Yeah, and we're probably going to see him just go through this one a bunch because this is also the dungeon that wins the game. So if you go through the dark pool there in the middle, you drain life, and this one ends with drawing a card. So this is kind of your all-around dungeon, the middle of the three, but this happens to be the best one in the stack.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, either way,
and
we're going to see the Azorius go back to hand.
100%. And I think it looks like we're activating Kinnon's activated ability in order to look at the top 7 cards and put a non-human thing into play.
And we hit Goreclaw. That's another great commander card. That 4 mana 4/3 makes your creatures that have 4 or more power cost 2 less to cast. And I think it draws a card. No, it gets bigger. That's right. Whenever it attacks, each creature you control, power 4 or greater, gets little anthem, little bump, make your big stuff bigger, and gets trample. That's the big one. Getting trample. Look at that. And that does, of course, make Azorius, I believe, like 5/5. Makes Azorius cheaper to cast. Helps gets the thing going. So all we need now is Relic of Legends or Gwenna, and I think we have a check mark. So very, very close to winning is Chris Smith, but given that we have nothing else I think we can do this turn, we are probably going to have to give David another turn.
Yeah, it looks like the choke point here is black mana for Chris, as he has so much green mana. But yeah, we're going to get multiple activations of the Archlich here, and I don't know what's going to go on here. Quick CDH side point. Is this bear good in CDH? Is this a CDH card? Okay, well, could
a good heuristic is if you play CDH and you're asking if a green card's good, the answer is probably no. The green is the worst color in CDH, despite being the best color in regular EDH.
Wow, fascinating. Back to the game. David here, there does have Lightning Axe, which is just going to demolish this bear, I think.
Yeah, the Lightning Axe, this is the problem with having to pass the turn, right? Like the draw to doing this combo, especially in the post-board matchups against Pheonix, is you want the cards that let you do it all in one turn. You don't need to wait a turn. You don't need a creature to stick around and play, because there's one thing Pheonix is very good at. It's getting creatures off the board. That's something that, once again, Sam Black mentioned, that's what this format's about. That is what this format's about, putting objects in play and answering the objects in play. And Pheonix is a good deck because it's good at answering the objects in play. As I think we see a Spikefield Hazard pick off Llanowar Elves. That's step 1. We're going to see Treasure Cruise, step 2. That's a great way to do it. Going to go ahead and get a Connive.
Yeah, and this Connive's really important. We're running kind of low on things that actually kill stuff. We're really hoping Treasure Cruise finds it. But you'll also kind of find some pressure so you can actually win this game. Because I think David gets it now. I don't have infinite time.
Yeah, I think now he kind of gets the joke. Okay, we're doing the Azorius thing a lot. And if he remembers Relic of Legends and the text on that, I think he's figured it all out. And I mean, Lightning Axe could just answer the Relic of Legends, but how about we just kill all of your creatures? Here's Brotherhood's End that will take care of both the Goreclaw and the Keenan. 6 mana worth of cards in exchange for 3. That's the way to do it. And here's a Smackdown for 3.
I bet you Chris can't guess what David drew off the Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, the Spikefield Hazard does look a little suspicious if the Brotherhood's End was already in hand. So that one, of course, drawn off of the Treasure Cruise.
We call that a moral victory. You lose all your creatures, you're like, yeah, but I know one of the 3 cards you drew.
I have some extra information. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Chris here.
Let's see what Chris can assemble.
I think he's just casting Azorius to venture into the dungeon some more.
Well, we're pretty close to completing this dungeon, it looks like. I mean, 4 counters on it, right? That's pretty close.
Yeah, we're going to get to draw a card, and then we get to start all over again.
Nice.
Yeah. That's power. It is awkward with the ledger.
It's really good when you do it infinitely. It's very powerful there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all you're doing. It's actually the best. Just you kind of have to be doing it all in that same turn.
Absolutely. As we do see Azorius happen here. And I think, let's see, what is happening?
I believe we've hit some part of the thing where you like reveal the top 2 and put one into play.
Sure. That seems very powerful.
I'm not actually sure. I don't remember all the parts of the Lost Mine of Phandelver.
Is this even Lost Mine of Phandelver? Yeah, I don't remember.
It might not be. Maybe it's the Wizards one. There's like a... I thought... Oh, you know what? We didn't make a treasure or a goblin. So we're probably in the wizarding one. We're definitely not in the two.
Yeah. We just hit the Runestone Caverns of Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play one of them. And I believe we chose to play the Keenan. So next mode is Scry 3. Yeah, it's going to be pretty powerful. And the last one like draws 3 cards. So, that's a pretty good effect. That's just like his own treasure cruise.
Yeah, exactly. And David Delgado doesn't know any of those modes.
I didn't. So this is something that only comes up in this deck specifically, which as you mentioned is kind of a rogue deck. But some cool stuff going on here. I mean, the life gain kind of mattered a little bit here with pressure being laid down by the Pheonix deck. And, saw some scrying action, see some, card advantage with the Runestone Caverns. So a lot of cool stuff going on here with this Dungeon of the Mad Mage we appear to be venturing through as opt number 2 going to go ahead and allow us to connive on this Ledger Shredder. I believe we discarded an extra copy to go ahead and grow it. Now a 5 power creature is a Ledger Shredder, and opt is resolving.
Yeah, I think David really needs to find Galvanic Iteration and Temporal Trespass and just end this game. Because Chris is getting more and more mana and getting closer and closer to solving this dungeon. Like you mentioned, that dungeon draws 3 cards, and Chris is probably really close to actually winning the game, despite it not looking that way right now.
Right, absolutely. And maybe that's some of the power of the Asarak Fair mode thing is, this dungeon having that draw 3 mode. It's a tough way to do it, but if you do have even just a little bit of it going on, right, like a little bit of the cost reduction, you can do the dungeon thing for value, like we see Chris doing here. And, maybe that's good enough some amount of the time. And the Lightning Axe is going to be very aggressively fired off at this Keenan to not allow Chris to untap with that, maybe get some value out of it. Smackdown for 5 and a pass of the turn. Chris very quickly going to take a draw step here.
Yeah, and what you're talking about with the value stuff, it might have been in this Ledger Shredder wasn't here. If this was just an Arc-like Pheonix, it would have done a similar amount of damage, but David has kind of connived into some pretty good stuff and been able to keep chaining over and over again something to interact with.
Trophy Mage?
This is Trophy Mage, so you get to search your deck for a 3-cost card.
Nice. That grabs Relic of Legends. Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Mm-hmm. Kind of a heater. Also grabs the Bantu's Monument. I don't think it grabs anything from this. Oh, it grabs Hearst from the sideboard.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought it was only 3. Is it exactly CMC 3 or is it 3 or less?
With converted mana cost 3.
Yeah, there we go. So we only have the Monument and the Relic. That's okay. Relic's pretty good here, actually.
Yeah,
so that is dope.
Yeah.
But Chris, I mean, you can't be super comfortable at 13, right? Like when the Pheonix deck gets to do its thing, it can win a lot of games out of nowhere, bringing multiple birds back, activating things like Hall, of the Storm Giants, which we don't see one yet, to be fair. But things like Temporal Trespass can very quickly flip the script on that. And so you can't feel overly safe, even being at something like 13 with a 6-power Ledger Shredder in play, right? Like that, you can't block with your Trophy Mage. And basically that assembled with just something like a Hall or whatever is lethal already. So the Pheonix deck, I mean, that's the power of it. It can have these extremely explosive turns. And there's a good chance David, with all the resources he had to work with, the multiple things he's resolved, is going to be able to get that finished as we see Lightning Axe actually pick off the Asarak. No, I'm done with this. Stop picking that thing up and just put it in the graveyard. Leave it there.
Yeah, and I think Delgado even gets a connive now too, so things are getting out of hand here for Chris.
Absolutely. And I mean, Chris did get the Scry 3 there. We saw in mode number 6. So if he can find another Asarak, he does have that 3-card mode for the final piece of that dungeon. Let's see the name of it. Mad Wizard's Lair allows you to draw 3 cards, reveal them. You can cast one of them without paying its mana cost. That'd be a big game if he can find another Asarak, but he does need another Asarak. And Treasure Cruise number 2 appears to be resolving for David Delgado. And once again, all that interaction David just did, just now we're refueled, ready to go again. Is that a problem, Alliance? We brought it in.
We brought in the opponent. You know what? Your opponent's just got like salty cards, and you're just like, I don't know, maybe I gotta grind with them. So maybe you bring in just one, Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm here for it. I love bringing in one-ofs. I mean, especially as the Pheonix deck. You look at so many cards, you'll find it. If it's good, you'll find it. If not, you'll discard the Ledger Shredder. Here, it appears to be good enough. As you see, Improbable Alliance. You draw a second card, you get a 1/1 fairy for your trouble. Only works once per turn because you can only draw your second card once per turn. And of course, it has a very expensive mode of looting. I believe that costs 7. I don't know.
I believe so,
6 or
yeah.
7.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's mostly there to do a Bitter Blossom impression.
Mm-hmm. And it does a pretty good one. And, sometimes like we saw with the Jesse's match in the round 1, you just flood out and lands and you just need to activate a little bit. So it's pretty good there. And as we see the amulet come down, or the relic, sorry.
And an Eldritch Evolution on Trophy Mage going to happen post Relic of Legends. That's pretty big game here because that can go grab Acerak. Eldritch Evolution does say or less. And that gives you the 3rd mode. And I think if Chris assembles a creature off of this draw 3 that makes Acerak cost 2 less, then we have a victory. Something like a Goreclaw.
Yeah, I believe so. Or like a Cannon, because then you're up a mana on the activation. Although maybe you're a little bit short there because you don't have more. Oh, we have an Urborg implied.
One there. No,
Yeah,
Cannon makes mana. So you have like another shot at it or whatever.
Yeah, you got, I guess, another look. Yeah, I wonder if we just had to Spell Pierce there just to like burn 2 mana.
Yeah, the 2 mana could matter if it's something like a Keenan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spell Pierce.
So it's going to be very interesting. I don't know. This is a really hard spot to be in. And once again, it's one of those things where it's just like, David Delgado is having to figure this stuff out on the fly. Drake, you and I have been in these spots before. You're playing against these decks, and you're just like, I do not know. I guess I'll make sure not to waste a card.
Yeah, I'd rather not spend my card on something that doesn't matter and instead try to line my card up with something that matters a little bit more. And we do see we are in Mad Wizard's Lair. Draw 3 cards, reveal them. What did we hit? Relic of Legends among the mix. A land is a brick. And what is our final card? Can't get a great
I think it's
look.
Prosperous Innkeeper.
Prosperous Innkeeper doesn't do it. Does he have another way to draw a card? Make a mana. All right. And you see David kind of picking up all the cards, trying to figure out, am I dead? I'm not dead to this, right? Is this something I need to interact with? And another Lightning Axe answering the Azorius. That's going to do it. Chris Smith going to get defeated by Izzet Pheonix, piloted by David Delgado, 2-0. And the removal spells kind of just proved to be a little too much for Chris Smith's Sultai combo deck.
100%. And that was really exciting. But the only thing more exciting is more Magic. So we're going to take a quick 1-minute break, be right back with more players to watch, and get into our feature match area. We'll see y'all in just a minute.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Mundelein, Illinois. I'm Matt Pamonte. We're getting prepared for round number 3 here. Saw some pretty good Pheonix action that round. One of the more popular decks in the room today. Some updates from the field. Names that are notable on our list here. Connor Mullaly and Will Kowalczyk both checking in at 2-0 right now. They are not in our feature match area this round, I don't believe. So we'll grab some updates on the floor from them for this round. Things are going pretty smooth, obviously, like that. We're getting ready to watch some more action here. So I'm going to send it back down to Mason and Drake for round number 3 in Mundelein, Illinois.
Here we are looking at David Delgado. Once again, we just saw him dispatch the Sultai combo deck. That's why he is 2-0 with his take on Izzet Pheonix. A whole lot of Brotherhood's Ends did the job for him there. Now a very different matchup. Not necessarily a combo deck, but very much kind of feels like one as it assembles a lot of auras on creatures here for Lewis Kray. Selesnya Auras, a deck featuring Light Paws and Blade Cover Scout and all that stuff. A deck we've seen in Modern before, never really in Pioneer. Got any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, so this is a big breakout deck from Brothers War. Getting Brushlands for this deck, a huge get. Basically having more mana that totally works. And Drake, I don't know how much of the Japanese RC you were watching last night, but the coverage of that, they had a lot of the top pros from that region on this deck. And I almost wonder if there was a last-minute switch here from Kray, because a lot of them were on Paradise Druid in the main deck, which we see Kray here playing as well, which I think is a great inclusion. It's a hexproof creature you can play early, but you can also help you build up your mana and kind of work towards those end games. But yeah, this is very much the bread and butter kind of bogglies thing you're expecting from these sort of decks, where we're going to try and put a bunch of things on one creature and then take over the game.
Absolutely. And this deck, picking up a pseudo Rancor from Brothers War in the form of Audacity. Very much functions like a Rancor, gives you +2/+0 and trample just like Rancor does for 1 mana. But when it's put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you draw a card instead of just getting it back. So maybe not as good as Rancor, but functions very similarly and pairs alongside the Ethereal Armors and all that glitters, which are some of the ways to make your creature the biggest possible. The Selesnya Orders deck, very, very cool. And like you said, Japanese players did a lot of innovation with this. It looks a lot like the Boggles deck in Modern, when you have the 2 mana payoff things like SRAM that draws you a lot of cards. You have Light Paws that searches up more enchantments. That's even better than drawing cards. You get to Demonic Tutor them out into play. And you still also get one of the 2 Boggles in the form of Glade Cover Scout. So very much reminiscent of a Modern deck almost. Maybe a little powered down. Obviously, this is the Pioneer format, but like you said, the mana got fixed a little bit with Brushland. We got an additional aura, and here we are performing at 2-0 at this NRG here in Chicagoland.
There was also
Together as a companion. Cool.
Yeah, and get Gavin for free, which is nice. There's also one other big inclusion that was found recently back from Gatecrash, and that's Alpha Authority. So this is an enchantment that gives your creature hexproof, and it can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. So it basically makes your Light Paws into a hexproof thing, or your SRAM, which is typically not very doable. And you have to do things like play Tamio Safekeeping, or maybe, some sort of like other hexproofy savey card. But this card actually just gives your thing hexproof. It makes it so, hey, if I get a SRAM, I put this on it, or I get a Light Paws, the game's kind of over. There's a reason these cards don't have hexproof.
Right, yeah, like those are the cards, especially in a matchup like Izzet Pheonix, where you kind of want to protect those because they're just going to run away with the game if they're allowed to stay in play. So actually just giving that hexproof matters a ton. As a turn 1 Selfless Savior coming down for Lewis Kray. Going to take a point for his trouble from his Mana Confluence. David Delgado did shock in a Steam Vince, potentially representing a cantrip or removal spell. It is a removal spell. Going to sack that one so it does not get exiled, is Lewis Kray as we go to David's turn number 2. Looks like a checklist card. Could be a Riverglide Pathway as the pickup.
Yeah, and we from Kray here, that is the one and only Selfless Savior in the deck. So we had it on 1, the turn you need it.
Absolutely. Just the way we drew it up. As Ledger Shredder deployed for David here on turn number 2. We're going to go back to Lewis. All right. We killed your first creature. You had to know that your creatures don't live a long time here in the Pioneer format if they do not have hexproof. So we'll see what Lewis has as a follow-up. Tapped Temple Garden. Does not speak to having any of the 2 mana spells that are very powerful.
This is something you'll see from Kray here is he's probably setting up in order to get something and then put something to protect it or get 1 trigger right away. Something like Caius Ghost Form off your Light Paws is a really good way to protect it. And from Delgado's side, he might play a card like Pieces of the Puzzle on turn 3 thinking this is my 1 turn to tap out or whatever, and then you get to punish that immediately.
Absolutely. David going to start his turn off with an Opt. And then Consider as a follow-up. I'm sorry, Consider first and then Opt. And that's going to trigger Connive. And we are going to lay the smackdowns here with Ledger Shredder. Actually, might have been 2 Opts. I don't know. Like, they're 1 mana blue cantrips. They're all the same. All very samey. Either way, David cantripping twice, laying the smackdown with Ledger Shredder, getting to look at a lot of different cards, and worth a lot now that David knows what's up. This is the power of Ledger Shredder. This is the power of having cantrips that give you decision-making attached to them. Things like Scry and Surveil allows you to kind of find the removal spells you need for things like this Light Pause that was just deployed. We see the Fiery Impulse at the ready for David. That one's going to get dispatched. No 3rd land for Lewis is big here.
Yeah, that was a brutal turn. That it looked like that was Lewis's only creature in hand as well, and Lewis just had a handful of enchantments, which is sort of, when you play with a deck like the Aurus deck, you're kind of having these draws that happen like this, where your deck doesn't really kind of come together for a few turns. And if your opponent can capitalize that, that's really big and a good way to lose. But in exchange, when your draws come together, there's some of the most powerful things in the format that even mono green can't even keep up with.
Right, absolutely. And here is a Treasure Cruise. That's a big, big follow-up this. We've seen this time and time again with the Pheonix deck, not just across, all of the Pioneer we've watched, but even just the Pioneer we've watched today. This is how the Pheonix deck operates. Answer a few of your things, recover all my cards with something like Pieces of the Puzzle or Treasure Cruise, which are a little overcosted, but you now have the time to do that because you've been answering the board every single turn so far. And so Treasure Cruise going to go ahead and resolve, opt the follow-up, going to trigger Connive on our Ledger Shredder. Got to actually discard a spell first, David, if you want to grow that. Sure did. Here's the smackdowns for 3.
Yeah, and this is also a really good job from David not trying to fake anything. Like, listen, my hand doesn't have any removal. This is my time to do this. This is what my hand's telling me to do. I'm going to do it. As it seems we're back to David already as, Lewis just picked up another enchantment.
Yeah, and that's very much why David can afford to tap out there, right? Like, even if you had the removal spell, at some point Lewis has to run out of creatures, or you're not going to win this game. So you have to be like, okay, I need to spend a turn recovering no matter what. And this seems as good of a turn as any. With Lewis missing land drops, he needs to have both a powerful creature and something to do with it on only 2 lands. So asking Lewis to have a land and another follow-up is kind of a lot like David's spot, and like you said, rewarded for it with not even any follow-up play, no land or creature for Lewis, as David kind of just gets to rebuild his entire hand. And we see post pieces of the puzzle already back to 5-6 cards. Follow-up going to trigger Connive.
100%. And it's getting a little out of hand here. I don't know. I mean, you should play whatever and like do your best. Your games don't take super long, especially as the Aura deck. But it does feel like you're kind of just like in, I want to see if you have anything weird in your deck mode,
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine that Lewis, if he doesn't pick up some powerful ones, is not going to continue to play the game. It looks like Lewis agrees, takes the draw step, not good enough. Going to go ahead and pick him up and go to game number 2. And what was a very dominant game 1 for David Delgado.
Yeah, and this matchup is a little tricky. There are things like Glade Cover Scout and the Authority card we talked about before that can give actual hexproof, but this deck doesn't have as many hexproof creatures as Boggled does in the older formats. Having 8 1-drops that have hexproof versus 4 is a really big difference. And we're going to see how that plays out over the course of this match, because as we saw there, when you don't have those, you have your other creatures, you kind of get broken up still. And when we look at someone's sideboard like Delgado, we actually have a good number of cards that can interact in here and force you to have that Glade Cover Scout. As we see again with Delgado's sideboard, we have 3 Brothers End, 3 Improbable Alliance, 2 Aether Gust, 2 Stroked, 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Obliterating Bolt, and 1 Negate. Drake, I love the Brothers End and the Obliterating Bolt, and I think there's even room for the Negate in this matchup.
I have to agree with you. Now, we saw the removal spells be very good. I think they are very good in this matchup, but a lot of the whole joke with the Selesnya Aura's deck is you're very much trying to blank a lot of these damage-based removal spells, either with outgrowing it with things like Ethereal Armor and all that glitters, or with just having hexproof creatures. So, as good as they were in game 1, I do not know how many of them I'm attached to keeping in game 2, especially if we're bringing in things like Brotherhood's End that work no matter what, right? It works underneath hexproof or no hexproof. We're catching all the creatures. And so I'm interested in those. I'm interested in the counter spells, so you can stop some of the powerful enchantments, especially at an efficient rate. It's all about trading on mana appropriately, and trimming down on maybe some of the worst removal spells in your deck, whatever that looks like. Maybe like Spikefill Hazards, or things like Charter Cores that don't commit to the board when this matchup is entirely about the board.
100%. And if we look at the Selesnya Aura sideboard, there's a lot of heaters in here. So if we look at that sideboard, there's 3 Rest in Peace, 2 Deafening Silence, 2 Extraction Specialists, 2 March of Unlordly Light, 2 Portable Hole, 1 Fiendslayer, 1 Giganta, 1 Rune of Sustenance, and 1 Warbriar Blessing. I think Rest in Peace, Deafening Silence, Extraction Specialist, and Fiendslayer Paladin can all come in this matchup. There is some nombo about Rest in Peace and Extraction Specialist, but I think on the whole, you're just happy to draw either one of those 2 cards.
A dynamic I want to call out here that maybe would make you want to reach for portable holes in a non-open deck list format like this is one of the best cards that Pheonix can play against your Aura's deck is thing like Thing in the Ice, right? That works no matter what. Doesn't matter how big they are, doesn't matter how hexproof they are, they're going back to hand and all the enchantments are falling off. That's a card that is traditionally very, very good against your Selesnya Aura's decks, your Boggles decks, things like that. Portable Hole is one of your only really ways to check that. And so without knowing that Delgado only actually has 1 copy, I think, in his entire 75 of Thing in the Ice, and it might be 2, but not a lot, not as heavy as some other Pheonix decks we've seen. He may reach for something like Portable Hole, not necessarily knowing whether he needs it or not, but it does still hit Ledger Shredders and stuff. Like, there is some merit to that. A lot of the sideboard looks really good for the Izzet Pheonix matchup, and you have to imagine Lewis is respecting that deck quite a bit with his sideboard construction. We'll see exactly the mix he wants without diluting his deck.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Lewis played this deck at the RC, where it once again maybe was taken from the pros we mentioned earlier from yesterday in the Japan one, because it reads to me like it is built with open deck list in mind, where you kind of have these cards that you can specifically kind of bring in and out. And if you haven't played an open deck list tournament before, that might seem like a weird statement, but when you're going to have open deck list, you can kind of have more one-off things and do that sort of stuff. So it's a very interesting sideboard. You know, if Lewis ends up winning the next 2 games, we'll get to talk to him about that. But yeah, I am very interested to see sort of what happens in this next game and goes through this Aura deck. The Aura deck, to me, Drake, I don't know how you feel about it. It strikes me as one of the stronger up-and-coming decks in Pioneer, and is one of the decks that I kind of had my eye on for the RC, but just couldn't find a configuration that I was super in love with.
Absolutely. And with Pioneer being as diverse as it is and having as many decks as it is, it's also a deck people aren't really committing slots for. You know, you have the top names of the format. That's what people are thinking about when they're building their sideboards. Nobody's building their sideboard being like, dang, I need my Back to Nature or whatever for the Aura's decks. So not only do you kind of have a little bit more power than it seems on the surface if you can figure out a configuration that makes sense, but also you get to dodge a lot of specified sideboard hate that people would otherwise pack. So a lot of merit to this deck, a lot of reasons to be playing it if it has the power and has shored up against the removal spell matchups. Like, I mean, clearly Lewis thinks so, and many of the Japanese professionals you mentioned have seemed to figure out as well. So this deck, you know, very, very under-respected in the current format. And we'll see if Lewis can turn this match around on the back of that power and improving more in the sideboard than Delgado did.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I think our players are just about ready to get shuffle up and play. So we'll be back there soon enough. But yeah, the Selesnya Warriors deck is very, very interesting. That being said, we've watched this Izzet Pheonix deck now for 4 rounds, Drake. I know you and I are both big fans of that deck. This deck has kind of come back into the format and has reminded people like, hey, there's a reason why I was one of the best decks for a long time. Yeah, losing explosive iteration sucked or whatever, but you've really got to be able to beat me. And I'm that litmus test that Rakdos and Green people thought were the only ones for. Like, I am part of that.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm obviously a huge Pheonix fan myself, and one of the heuristics when it comes to competitive Magic formats is the best place to start your testing after a banning is exactly what was banned. And Pheonix had expressive iteration banned out of it, and guess what? It's still powerful enough to at least be a top contender in this format. It has navigated all of the matchups we've seen today that are supposed to be bad. I mean, we saw Rakdos in round number 1, and despite it being close, I mean, Izzet Pheonix did win that one. And with, you know, it's not lopsided by any means. It's one of your nightmare matchups. It's going to be a mainstay. I think we're going to see a lot of Pheonix going forward in this Pioneer format. I think we're going to see it a lot today as some of our best players here that are starting out 2-0 are playing that kind of stuff. But that doesn't mean like Pioneer solved or whatever. Like, we're very much in a spot where the format is shifting. People are realizing mono green may not be all it's cracked up to be. And we see a wide range of decks sported here today. As Lewis definitely among those playing Selesnya Aura's deck, as Delgado looks like he has a hand he likes. Temple Garden into Glade Cover Scout. Now this is the modern start, you see. Here's your turn 1 green white land. Here's your Boggle. Go.
Yeah, and this is the thing. If you're Delgado, you're praying you have Thing in the Ice for, because Lewis goes something like Ethereal Armor plus an Audacity, and then suddenly you're getting attacked for 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's something like Ethereal Armor, Audacity, like you said, just like a ton. Griff's Boon, that'll do it too. You can't block with the Griff's Boon. And here is, I think that's Audacity.
That is Audacity, yep.
Yeah,
so we're slamming for 4.
4, close enough.
Yeah. And that's a 5-turn clock. You know, that's what the 5 was going with, you know? But yeah, I mean, we are like really, really close. And Audacity here, like you mentioned before, kind of Rancor, if you squint a little bit, gives you that trample, gives you that power boost, and does replace itself when the creature you control dies. Now, killing this creature, it's going to be very hard. You're going to need something like Brother's End and soon. Both of these cards don't actually grow the toughness of the Glaive Cover Scout, but that's also the only card in your deck that can hit the Glaive Cover Scout.
Absolutely. And we do see a Spell Pierce among David's hand. Kind of interesting to see nothing Spell Pierce there. Usually I'm pretty excited to fire off a Spell Pierce at basically any target. A lot of respect potentially for something like All That Glitters or those kinds of effects that maybe are a little bit more mana, but a little bit more impactful. You know, 1, 2 extra power points may not be enough for David. As we see a second Glade Cover Scout added to the mix. Going to move that one aside, so we're pretty clear about what's going on here. And All That Glitters is going to come down, and David rewarded for his patience with the Spell Pierce. Going to be able to tag that one.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if David maybe has a Brother's End hiding in hand, and he was like, listen, these, I'll take 8 or whatever, that's fine. I just need to make sure that my thing actually kills your things.
Well, missing some pieces considered. I have to imagine if he had Brother's End here, he would excitedly fire it off. We see a Consider fired off instead, potentially looking for a land or the Brotherhood's End. We see 3 lands in hand. Has to be looking for the end, but we have a lot of cantrips to do it. No threats for David, but don't really need them, as you kind of need to answer the board. None of your threats are good enough to really compete with what's going on the board right now anyway. And is that 4 told?
We have 4 told. Behold the multiverse. Now,
Okay.
Kray doesn't know this, but it's the only foretell card in the deck. So we get a little, draw 2, scry 2 action on the next turn. And it looks like not much more has been added to the clock. And so David still has 2 turns. But if you rip something like Ethereal Armor or all that glitter, the game could be over. And taking this time to scry 2, draw 2 could come back to haunt us.
Yeah, Lewis definitely kind of came out the gate strong with the boggle and the enchantments into all the glitters. And this Arclight Phoenix actually representing a good blocker here against the 4-1 attacker. We'll see if Lewis has a follow-up, but buying Gigantha doesn't really speak to powerful hand here. So we'll see if Lewis can add anything to the mix. We see a card being pulled to the front, but don't get a great look. Let's see if we can pump up this toughness, maybe give it first strike, something like that.
Yeah, I think we drew the fight enchantment, whose name is slipping me, the Warbriar Blessing, which I believe is just your creature's fight, and yours gets +0/+2. But that would still lead to the Phoenix die. Yeah, a limited bomb for sure.
Bomb. It's a common, one of the best green commons they have. That is going to give 2 toughness to whatever chooses to fight it and allow you to fight the Phoenix. Looks like we're going to put that on a Paradise Druid. So we played Paradise Druid. We Warbriar's Blessing to fight the Phoenix, and that allows us to crunch for 5 more damage. And David now at 2 life. If any enchantment should make the Glade Cover Scout lethal around a blocker. Doesn't matter if it trades, doesn't matter anything. And also, the other Glade Cover Scout has trample. So there is a lot of problems that need to be solved for David. I think we basically need land Brotherhood's End or we are in trouble.
Well, we hit the Brotherhood End. And we're double checking because we have Stormcarved Coast in hand, which I believe is the only one of in this deck. Yeah, we have the one Stormcarved Coast from David Delgado, which means we can go land Brotherhood's End and kill everything.
Well, that seems like a very appealing turn. Hard not to do that one for David Delgado. And here is Brotherhood's End. Have to imagine we're blowing up the creatures. And we're going to go ahead and point to the Audacity. That one's going to draw a card when it hits the graveyard. Now, a land, even for Lewis, would represent Gigantha. Which, I kind of scoffed at a little bit. It's like, what are we doing with this thing? And now, all of a sudden, it's a lethal threat.
Yeah.
And there is an untapped land. There's Gigantha.
Yeah, it's funny. Gigantha is actually pretty good in Pioneer, and it's kind of hard to kill. In fact, the Arclight Phoenix deck is the only one that has a clean answer in the form of Lightning Axe here. So I think often in a lot of spots from here, this card actually just goes the distance.
Absolutely. We do see a Lightning Axe in hand for David Delgado. That one's going to be quickly fired off. Do not want to die to that card. And we'll see if David has any follow-ups, maybe anything to bring back and start laying the pressure down on Los before he rebuilds. Does not. We know there's a Phoenix in the graveyard, but I don't think David's flush with spells in hand. Removal spells, sure, but not spells you could just cast to get a Phoenix back.
Yeah, and it's really weird. Oh, and Probable Alliance might do the job here, just letting us, activate and get some fairies. But it's a really weird spot where you think about you're playing against like Auras or Boggle, something like that, and you're like, oh, I should cut my spot removal spells. But against the Pioneer one, like we mentioned, there's only really one hexproof creature. So you're kind of incentivized to keep the spot removal spells in, which is a weird dynamic.
There is a Paradise Druid, a card that would represent lethal if there's no fairies coming off of this Improbable Alliance. But we do know that if you just take a draw step and activate it, that does give you something. But we are going to go ahead and bring back the Griff Spoon anyway. Use our mana here a little bit. Get a good look at that one. 6 mana. Draw a card, then discard a card. Does allow you to loot. It's a tough way to do it, but if you really need a 1/1, which I would argue David definitely really needs a 1/1, you could do it and make a fairy to allow you to block. We also do have access to a Fiery Impulse, it looks like. So once Paradise Druid turns sideways, I believe you are allowed to fire off your Fiery Impulse at it and kill it that way. So we'll see what angle David wants to take.
Yep. And we're seeing just some thinking here. And it makes a lot of sense, I think, to just, make the fairy and just move to blocks, Well,
there's like considerations, right? Like the trample enchantments are what beats the make a fairy. The hexproof enchantment specifically is what beats the Fiery Impulse. So you kind of have to decide what you're willing to die to here, I think. But I think there's a lot more trample stuff than there is.
I think you get to do both, though.
We have 7?
I think we have 7.
We do have 7. All right, yeah. All right, then we should just make a fairy and move along with things. Unless we're going to fire off this Consider. Maybe try to get the Phoenix back, too. Can we have our cake and eat it, too?
Yeah, I guess the trick about this...
it's a Ledger Shredder.
Okay. I was going to say, if you had like a Consider or something, then you could play Shredder, Consider, Connive, and that triggers to make the fairy. And then you're kind of, having your cake and eat it too. But yeah.
This is kind of the same. We see Spikefield Hazard, Fiery Impulse, the leftovers for David. Spikefield Hazard, pretty low value normally, actually does take care of the Paradise Druid here. And so you'd love to line that exchange up if possible. And is this a treasure cruise picked up for turn for David? That's a pretty good one. It does a good job making a fairy too.
Holy cow. Yeah. This is the corner being turned by Delgado. Just not only are you getting another chump blocker forcing Audacity off the top, but also just pulling so far ahead on cards. And we've seen how, unlike in Modern, the cards here actually do line up.
Yeah, absolutely. Even something like Improbable Alliance. I mean, we get a fairy for our troubles. Like, that card's going to look good here as the game progresses, and David needs to maintain a host of blockers for any kind of attacker or attacking force Lois can assemble, but also needs to actually start laying down some pressure too. Kind of being able to play both roles in a reasonable time frame, I think, is going to be impressive as Treasure Cruise has resolved. Let's see what the follow-up is. Potentially pieces of the puzzle. Sure. Here's your 1-2 punch. Pieces of the puzzle. Treasure Cruise. Suddenly we're cooking with gas. Lewis out of resources for the most part, and David probably looking at mostly a full hand after all that's said and done. Conniving away the Spike Field Hazard, it looks like.
I believe so, yes. It does 1 damage. Now it does 1 with a counter. It just makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same either way. It's basically like casting it. And Lightning Axe and a Consider picked up off of our pieces of the puzzle. More spells. All right, well, that's 2 spells. I think we need 1 more for our bird back. Have to imagine we're interested in that.
Mm-hmm. I can't see us not trying to get the bird back because we do need to win. Like, the Paradise Druid is hexproof, but it can grow really big and become a problem. Oh.
How about Brotherhood's End? Go ahead and take care of that anyway. I don't care. I don't care how many removal spells it is. We're going to lay the beatdowns. Did we miss the bird?
Maybe the bird's not in there.
Phoenix, or did we miss the Arclight Phoenix?
I think maybe we got lost in the sauce. I'm going to assume Delgado knows the Phoenixes, especially after
I'm sure he knows what's going on.
But
cool. Well, we were mistaken. The Ledger Shredder is the only thing laying the beatdowns, which is a lot slower.
No, it looks like Delgado was allowing some mercy and has pulled the Shredder out from underneath the graveyard. I remembered it now.
There it is. There's our Arclight Phoenix friend. Interested in coming back this turn. And after the explosive turn that was the previous turn, I have to imagine there's plenty of spells left over to bring this bird back. And here's Chart Course as the follow-up post-consider.
Yeah, it looks like we do a Spell Pierce. Our opponent has, I think, exactly 1 million mana. Probably an easy enough connive. And yeah, I imagine we're getting very close here to just, actually killing them. It should be
the pressure
7
here is mounting for David. We see a piece of the puzzle as a follow-up. And what matters here is not necessarily the speed with which David kills Lois, as long as he is. If he's applying really any pressure at all, I mean, David is so far ahead of Lois as far as like resources that it's going to be a hard ask for Lois to come back, even if there's a small amount of pressure as another Treasure Cruise is picked up off of this pieces of the puzzle.
100%. Yeah, and we're just going to have to see exactly what happens here. I think David's hand is all spot removal spells, Thing in the Ice, and Treasure Cruise. Is that right?
That appears to be my read as well.
That's a really hard one.
Rare times in Magic where you're allowed to cast spells nearly at random and win the game, and I think we are approaching that time.
Yeah, I think if we play the Treasure Cruise, it's a spot where even if Kray gets a creature on board that's big enough and powers it up, we can simply flip and attack. Which is a very awkward, it's a real, prisoner's dilemma. What are you going to
do? It is a dilemma, I admit. I don't know who's the prisoner in this situation, but it does not feel like David.
Yeah, I feels like everyone who has to unfortunately watch this as we're just getting absolutely kind of beat down. In an unfortunate way, too, this deck, I think the Selesnya Warriors deck is very strong, and I think is a strong choice for this weekend. And so, I think Kray here made a really reasonable and good metagame call. And just unfortunately, sometimes with these decks, things don't always sync up perfectly. And that Spell Pierce from David was clutch in order to stabilize that game.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to highlight how important that play was. The Aura's deck, pretty bad at coming back from behind, as we saw there, but there was a lot of really close gameplay that happened. I mean, we did see David fall all the way down to 2. If that All That Glitters works, if he maybe fires that Spell Pierce off on one of the 1-mana spells like I thought, he was going to do, that All That Glitters has a chance to really begin to run away with this game. Brothers at End looks less effective. So, very, very heads up, saving that Spell Pierce, that All That Glitters, and that interaction, that one exchange very much defined the texture of the rest of the game and allowed David to eventually pull forward and win.
100%, yeah. And we've seen David here in these last 2 rounds having to play against, I would say, one like pretty unconventional deck in the Sultai combo deck, and then one kind of burgeoning deck in this round. And done a great job of kind of navigating that and kind of figuring out like not relying too much on heuristics and being apt to kind of what's going on. Be like, hey, I should actually keep in my spot removal. I should bring in these rafts, these damage-based rafts. They are actually good in this matchup in a way that I think it's really easy to kind of rely on heuristics and not be the case.
Absolutely. An impressive showing for David for sure as he advances to 3-0. A great start to a tournament. He's been on camera twice, near seamless, it feels like, execution of the Izzet Pheonix deck and his take on it this weekend. And I'm sure, if he continues this kind of spree, we'll see him a lot more in the later rounds as this tournament progresses, but definitely an impressive start in one of our final trials here in Chicagoland.
Yeah, it's getting really exciting. It's coming down to the wire when it comes to, the leaderboard and the NRG champs. There's a lot of people, a lot of points going on this weekend, and it's a big, big weekend. The showdown in Kentucky in 2 weeks matters a lot. That one's going to give out a little bit of extra points. Our showdown events are always, worth a few extra points along with one spot just straight going there. So, hey, if Kentucky's close to you, Louisville, you can come on out to that event. You can play in that one. It's really exciting. And, we can, hopefully see you there. Maybe you can punch your ticket to NRG champs. We do have a backup match, so let's hop into that because as much as I love talking to you, Drake, I don't think I love more.
I do enjoy watching Magic. You can do both. You can sit here and talk to me, and we can watch Magic as we have, I think, another somewhat unconventional matchup here as our backup. Looking at Orzhov cards.
This is the Raja Solomon deck. All right, so Drake, you haven't seen this deck. I can tell it's very exciting. And I know you know Raja, and you're not going to be surprised at all to hear this. So this deck is a Yorion deck. It plays all the good Orzhov creatures. It plays Karn, the Great Creator. There are some. There's Elite Spellbinder, Skyclave Apparition. I can hear your voice. The deck also plays Wasteland Strangler to abuse all of those cards. So it like the deck randomly exiles things and then Wasteland Strangles them. And it's basically like a really, I wouldn't say clunky, but kind of chunky mid-range deck. Where like this deck is really, really good against black-red and all the creature decks in the format. I think it struggles slightly against Pheonix, although it might be play draw dependent, and is like not great, I think, versus mono green. Although I don't know how Raja feels about that. But yeah, this deck is one of the more exciting ones from the RC.
Well, we see a Gruul Vehicles matchup here. We saw, very much a kind of mid-range start. We see the Fatal Push able to take care of the Elvish Mystic. A follow-up is going to allow for a turn 3, I believe, Eska's Chariot, as we are grabbing some cats to go ahead and put onto the battlefield. The turn 2 play for Brandon, a Phyrexian Missionary. That one has kicker, obviously was not kick, so it is just a 2/3 lifelinker for the moment.
So I went and looked at Brandon's deck. I pulled it up. It turns out he's not playing the Raja deck. His deck just double sleeved and looks very big. I'm very sad. But
no Yorion. You promised me a Yorion, Mason.
I know. I think Brandon's deck here could benefit from a Yorion. This Phyrexian Missionary, though, is a really sick card. And looking over this deck, this is just kind of tried and true. Got some creatures, got some answer spells, got a game plan. And looks to me like it's going pretty well for Brandon so far.
Absolutely. And like you said, a lot of just generically good value Orzhov stuff. And we see Wedding Announcement here on turn 3, the follow-up play to the Eska's Chariot. Not necessarily as good at making tokens, but the tokens can equal in size over time as it flips into an Anthem and wedding festivities begin as a layer of the Hydra going to be fired up for Reed Anderson. And we're going to see this Eska's Chariot crewed, and the Chariot and the cats are crewing the Chariot. The layers coming across as a 3/3. The Chariot's coming across as a 4/4. Going to make another cat, and we're going to see, I believe, a double block on this layer of the Hydra. It's going to take care of the Phyrexian Missionary as the human token gets to stay around. And we go back to Brandon.
This Gruul Vehicles deck, by the way, has been one of those decks that was kind of bubbling up right before the RC and has kind of solidified itself as like a player in this format. It looks to be like a really aggressive deck, right? Like when you kind of like first read over the cards, you see it here. This deck, though, Drake, can go surprisingly long with grinding. And I think a big tell of that is the 3 of Crone Wars and the 3 Obliterating Bolts in the deck as well, which is going to make it, even if Brandon starts to stabilize, a card like a Crone War is going to break that paradigm instantly.
Absolutely. Yeah. The Crone War, very good at breaking up large board stalls, especially that involve, particularly large creatures and things, especially if you compare that with something like your own Embercleave. You can set up for a huge combo turn where you just kind of take a thing and then bonk, and then okay, game's over. So you do get a little bit of grinding. You have, these very powerful vehicles that we've seen kind of see increasing amounts of play. Esca's Chariot been good for a long time, but Sky Sovereign Console Flagship, kind of the other vehicle this deck is named after, and seeing more and more play as this format has developed. We've realized it's very much about what's on the board, removing things on the board, and the Sky Sovereign is very good at kind of doing a Planeswalker impression where it kills a thing every turn and applies pressure in the sky. So very, very good at breaking board stalls. Card that we've seen in main decks more and more, and this Gruul Vehicles deck kind of the final iteration of all that stuff.
Yeah, and we see dire tactics here to get rid of the Seeker's Chariot, which I don't know if you know this, it loses you 5 life. I'm sorry, you lose life because of the toughness if you don't have a human, but Wedding Announcement makes humans, because vampires want to drink humans' blood for the weddings. It all makes sense. It all makes sense in
everything coming up, Brandon, here with the dire tactics, able to dispatch of the Esca's Chariot. A couple cats left behind is still a reasonable sized attack force, but the snowball that is Esca's Chariot no longer active until the second one comes down, as here is a follow-up for Reed Anderson.
It's always the second Esca's Chariot that gets you. It's so hard to kill the first one. Yeah, you kill the first one, it makes like a token, and you're like, all right, well, I'll come back to this in 9 turns. And they're like, yeah, but like meanwhile, I'll play another Chariot. Absolutely.
We do see Skyclave able to pick off that one, but the leftovers, 5 cat tokens, that's 10 power and toughness. That's a ton. And Skyclave Apparition, is a 2/2. We do get to see wedding festivities begin as these humans get upgraded into 2/2s. Skyclave Apparition upgraded to a 3/3. Actually, a good blocker here. We'll see if Reed has any follow-ups. Llanowar Elves, not necessarily the follow-up you'd like. Removal spell and Skyclave would be huge here, making a very large token for Reed and removing the best blocker. Does not appear to have a removal spell.
Yeah, and Reed here looks like he considered attacking for a second there to kind of force through, decided against it. Looks like was just having all lands in hand, so didn't want to throw away any resources. But this Luminarch Aspirant, a card we saw Sam Black cut from the traditional mono white deck, is going to start stabilizing this board very quickly as we see it take itself up to 3 thanks to the wedding announcement.
Absolutely. And Thoughtseize able to be deployed, loses a little bit of life, but Brandon still has a lot of life to work with. The life link in the Phyrexian Missionary helping out a little bit with that math. As here comes the team. Not sure what changed this turn over the last turn, but with this Luminarch Aspirant threatening to run away with the game, you definitely aren't winning doing nothing. As we see a full attack from Reed Anderson. We'll see if he has any Embercleave action, any kind of follow-up. Looks like we move to damage. 2 points coming across. And Bone Crusher Giant, the follow-up to take off the rest of the toughness from Luminarch Aspirant.
Yeah, I think that must have just been what the change was. I wonder if we're supposed to attack with the elf if that's the case, but regardless, yeah, we stabilized the board real quick. We're kind of in control of things, and never mind, Shieldred's around.
Well, here's my powerful 4-drop. You had your Esca's Chariots. Here's my Shieldred. Take that one. As the life loss going to go ahead and happen here on this draw step from Reed. And the life gain, actually, the one that kind of matters a little bit more, as Brandon is, getting a lot of pressure from Reed, losing a lot of his life points. If he can gain a little bit of life to work with, he can start to make a very, very favorable exchanges with his resources, and that's going to be really bad. Shieldred is good for a reason. Good in Standard, good in Pioneer. Been kind of an all-star since we started playing. I think this is a Sarah Paragon?
This is Sarah Paragon, yeah. So this is a card that lets you play a card from your graveyard, and then it gains 2 life when it leaves the battlefield, I believe. So Sarah Paragon, kind of a really good card for these sort of like grindy white mid-rangey decks. And we have some pretty cute stuff, like we have Field of Ruin in our land base. So like if our opponent, eventually draws something like Lair of the Hydra or Den of the Bugbear, we can kill that, play our Field of Ruin again, gain some life. So there's a lot of really cool, interesting ways. And it's why you see Brandon often to play so many 2-drops and things like Phyrexian Missionary, which is typically a card you would see exclusive to Standard. And this deck, it's really easy actually to get that thing back and just keep some value chains going, as Brandon's deck is very reminiscent to the Standard deck right now.
Absolutely. I don't know if you're a fan of the Colligon's Command Snapcaster Mage back in the day, but kind of what's going on here with the Sarah Paragon and the Phyrexian Missionary kind of reminds me of that. You can cast it from the graveyard, kick it, get a creature back to your hand, and just kind of keep this chain of value going. And this is kind of where the mid-range aspect comes in. Like, it's kind of slow, but it's very much mid-range magic. You're getting little edges, you're getting little cards back here and there. And Yeah, some sweet stuff going on here with this, even what's available on board here as Luminarch Aspirant going to re-enter the battlefield.
Yep. And also, I just want to mention real quick how well Brandon's been playing this game. I mean, I would argue that up until Shieldred came down, Brandon has been on the back foot with a brew and playing really well. And that's what you kind of have to see when you're going to play these kind of decks, right? This sort of tight, solid technical play and sort of just making sure not to get overwhelmed, handling each turn really well, and just sort of like, yeah, I'm not in a good spot, but like I can get out of this. Let's just make sure to play good, tight technical Magic. And we see Brandon, kind of in a commanding position now because of it.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think this is Esca's Chariot number 3 added to the mix, allowing Reed, a hope to get back into play. Archon of Emeria, going to stifle some of that. I think certainly Reed is looking to play multiple spells in order to help get back. Otherwise, the Shieldred is really going to start to go to work if your game plan is slowed dramatically as far as being able to cast spells and stuff like that. And now the Sarah Paragon's upgraded to a 4/5 in the air. Reed doesn't even have that long to live anymore. I'm sorry, a 5/6 in the air. Reed doesn't even have that long to live anymore. And I think that was a concession from Reed, and that would make a lot of sense. I believe he's dead on board as we're going to go to game number 2. An impressive start for this Midrange.
Yeah, and once again, ever since we came into the game, we had a turn through a Seeker's Chariot that was just smashing over and over and over again. And Brandon did a really good job of kind of stabilizing there. And we still have game 2 and 3, so let's see if Brandon can keep it up. I'm excited to see that. But quickly, let's look over these 2 decks real quick. Let's start with the Orzhov Midrange deck from Brandon here. Got some very interesting cards on the sideboard. We have 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Duress, 2 Graveyard Trespasser, 2 Go Blank, 2 Vanishing Verse, 2 Portable Hole, and then a Kalidas, a Pithing Needle, and a Fracture. So my kind of guess is, Drake, is that, Kalidas is probably a really strong card in this matchup. Kind of typically good against creature decks. Good job at stabilizing. And Vanishing Verse, C Magnifique for answering that annoying card as Seeker's Chariot, which has been this huge problem in the game. And also, as we'll see in a second here when we check out the Rule of Vehicles deck from Reed, all the creatures die to it. Even if Brandon only thinks about Chariot, he's going to get rewarded. Only Skyboat lives. So
absolutely, I think Fracture might be worth if you're looking at all these Esca's Chariots, the Skyboat as well. Maybe you're looking for that, but yeah, those Vanishing Verses are going to look real good. I think when they come in.
100%. And then let's go check out Reed's deck real quick here because this is a time shift of Magic. We want to get back to it as soon as possible for y'all. Look at the Rule Vehicle sideboard. We have 4 Hearse, 3 Rending Volley, 2 In the Festivities, 2 Cinder Vines, 2 Shaper Sanctuary, a Fry, and the Crowing War. My kind of guess is that Fry might actually come in here because we saw the Sarah's Paragon and stuff like that. We might see kind of a reaction to that and kind of get the idea that, like, hey, I got to have some removal spells that line up well there. Shaper Sanctuary might come in as well. It's kind of a way to sort of, fight through the spot removal spells. But I think their Crowing War is the card you have to get in. You saw how that board can get stalled out. That card breaks board stalls wide open and is so good at just kind of like 2 or 3 for winning your opponent when you have such big creatures like this and forcing them to attack in.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we'll mostly see Rending Volleys and Fries able to stifle some of that aggression. You need to kind of answer some of those creatures, although notably doesn't answer Shieldred. And that card was very much a problem here in game number 1. So gonna need to close the door in the game a little bit faster is Reed than we did in game number 1, and especially wants to stay in this match and tie it up. So let's get back to the game. Let's have a look, see how he does on the play.
Yeah, let's get back down to the future match area and see what's going on as we're in the game here. And it looks like we had an Elf and a Thraben Inspector as the first couple of turns. Got a little clue action.
Good turn 1 starts. I think the Elvish Mystic probably namely a little bit better than Thraben Inspector, as Cinder Vines going to go ahead and be the follow-up here for Reed on turn number 2.
Yeah, and that card's going to punish Brandon if Brandon doesn't have the creature half of his deck and just has brought in a bunch of spot removal spells. And, we could see it kind of go the distance here and finishing up the last few points.
Luminarch Aspirant, the follow-up here for Brandon, going to put a counter on Thraben Inspector and get busy right away. Going to deliver 2 damage. Now we'll see if Reed has a good follow-up. We saw a turn 3 Esca's Chariot that was a big part of Reed's game plan there in game number 1. We'll see if we have something similar here.
100%.
Crowing War among the mix.
That's a big one. And we got the Rending Volley too. This might be a spot where Reed kind of has a bunch of reactive cards and Brandon's deck is much more proactive, I think, than Reed got on first glance. Playing that game, it looked like Brandon just had a bunch of answer spells and kind of stabilized behind a 4-drop. I think Brandon's deck is way more aggressive than it actually looks. And Reed here had the Elf, but hasn't really been able to capitalize on that.
Absolutely. And with the Grinning Volley kind of being somewhat face up, like, there's no way Reed has nothing with all these cards in, kept 7 and all that stuff. He's got to have something going on. With his Grinning Volley somewhat face up, I wonder if Brandon's going to change his target for Luminarch Aspirant based on kind of being aware that there's a removal spell. Looks like there may be some miscommunication about what's going on here, where we're at. There's at least some communication happening about where we're at and what's being targeted. And I have to imagine we're going to see Grinning Volley come down before any attacks are made. But you really want to incentivize Reed to pick off this Thraben Inspector because, Grinning Volley is, very good at hitting lower toughness creatures. Looks like we did it before combat. Looks like we wanted to stop at second main is what happened. So we didn't even allow a target to happen. Smart, good way to do it. 2 damage coming across is Thraben Inspector. Have to imagine that's going to happen. Not interested in blocking with Elf is Reed Anderson. And the follow-up is Skyclave Apparition.
And if you're Reed, your heart is sinking. You're like, wait, I brought in the Cindervines card. This card's my sideboard card. It's for you. You want my elf? And Brandon is like, yes. And then grabs the elf and puts it underneath the Skyclave Apparition. And, if you're Reed, that is kind of a big sign. And also Reed has cards like the Crone War in hand. And, I think this game's going to last, 3 or 4 more turns. We're probably going to find the land. But there's a chance you don't as we Obliterating Bolt that Skyclave Apparition to get a 1/1 token. And you might just get stuck with some bigger cards in your hand or not be able to deploy them fast enough for it to matter.
Absolutely. And Lovestruck Beast going to go ahead and go on an adventure. Go ahead and make the 1/1, kind of telling the story of the 1/1 that this Lovestruck Beast is in love with. Although, notably, 2 1/1s in play here, thanks to the illusion. So you can't even pick that off and keep the Lovestruck Beast from attacking. That one is going to still function underneath a single removal spell here. As here is, I believe, a Phyrexian Missionary that is going to be kicked, and that one's going to pick up the Luminarch Aspirant.
Yeah, and we're seeing just how strong a Missionary is. If you play Standard, you know this already, but Phyrexian Missionary, just a 2/3 for 2 on lifelink on curve, totally reasonable. And then spots like this where you kind of have nothing else to do, just even buying back, even if it had just been Thraben Inspector, would have been like a totally reasonable place to be, and this lets you use your mana more.
Absolutely. Just get value from your mana turn over turn. Playing more turns is very much what this Orzhov midrange deck's about. As we see Lovestruck Beast deployed. No attacks for the 1/1s, but getting a 5/5 in play is currently the biggest thing on the board. Luminarch Aspirant, can fix that over time, but is not going to immediately. How about 2?
Yeah, this is a spot where if you're Reed, you're really counting on this Crone War to do a lot of work because Brandon's board is getting really big really fast.
Yeah, and it's threatening to continue to over multiple turns. We already answered the Luminarch Aspirant once. We've already picked this off once with the Obliterating Bolt. I'm sorry, with the Rending Volley. And now there's not just that exact one back thanks to Phyrexian Missionary. There's actually 2. And Phyrexian Missionary having lifelink, like you can start to gain a bunch of life and really start swinging these races between these 2 decks. Let's see. Reed really needs to get some board presence involved here to try to rival the 2 Luminarch Aspirants that are looking like they're going to go unchecked as the Crone War going to work. That one enters the battlefield.
Yeah, I like this from Reed. Taking the Luminarch Aspirant so that, the board doesn't get too big. Grow your board a little bit and then just chump with the Luminarch Aspirant. Just throw it under the bus when they must attack.
Absolutely. What's as good as Luminarch Aspirants? What if I took one of yours and got one of my own? If this is going to be about Luminarch Aspirants, give me one. As here comes a 6/6 Lovestruck Beast rumbling across the battlefield here. It is the biggest thing on the battlefield, but lifelink from the Phyrexian Missionary could change some of the math as far as racing. The Luminarch Aspirant is going to continue to grow stuff as we get another look here at the Crone War. 3 copies in Reed Anderson's main deck today. 2-0 start to boot. Card must be pretty good.
Yeah, card is really strong, and anytime the matchup becomes about creatures or playing to the board, and anytime you get to kind of do this where you steal a little bit, you're going to force them to attack, you sort of trade off your thing. Maybe next turn we'll see Reed hold back the Lovestruck Beast and just eat something in combat, and then suddenly things are getting out of control really quickly.
Absolutely. And we see some chump blocks happening here with these attacks. Going to pick off the 1/1 token and the Luminarch Aspirant that once belonged to Brandon, which, is a good exchange overall. But, that Luminarch Aspirant is actually worth something on Reed's turn, right? Like we're adding counters or growing our board. Not having access to that is something tangibly lost. So we'll see what Reed is going to have as a follow-up. But first,
yeah, I might have liked
have
holding it for 1 turn because you do get that 1 more trigger, and a Crone War Chapter 2 is you must attack. So it's hard to say, but we got the Portable Hole actually eating the Lovestruck Beast token. and that means Lowstrike Beast can't attack, and we see Phyrexian Missionary picking up the Aspirant. I
Oh my
wonder.
goodness.
This is going to sound kind of weird. I wonder if you're supposed to not take the use portable hole there on that, because if you don't, Reed maybe attacks. I don't think Reed's going to, but I wonder if it's the spot where
no way he attacks. Plus, it's not getting much better, right? With the Incentivize in play, they
sure.
can pick it off. You're not really ever hitting a creature with it, so it's not the best value it's going to get. But I'm with you. Maybe incentivizing to attack's a good thing. But that second Phyrexian Missionary kicked, rebuying the Luminarch Aspirant again is really an impressive show. And I've never really seen Phyrexian Missionary in action like this before. This is kind of my first time watching this card do its thing, and it looks impressive.
You're going to have to bring that one back to the CDH tables with you. But it is a really good.
It's not going to do it, dude.
Trust,
it's not good enough.
Nah, trust. It's going to be fine. I'll still ring it out. But that card just really good. Like, when the game is board stally, it's just like lifelink on a 2/3, pretty reasonable against most of the decks in Pioneer. And then with Luminarch Aspirant, we're seeing this game, even if this was just a 3/4, right? That's so much life, and it's so hard to kill. How are you going to push through that?
Absolutely. And the lifelinkers, not just a lifelinker, but also just grows. Thanks to these Luminarch Aspirants, they're buying back. Like I would call this a synergy, Mason. I don't know if you're familiar with the term, but where these cards actually work together, you rebuy the Luminarch Aspirant that just died, and then you put counters on the lifelinkers, so you have a giant lifelinker. That's just good deck building.
That's good deck building. You can also missionaries. They're on a mission.
Ooh.
Yeah.
They are
also
on a mission. They are on a mission, and the mission is looking to be completed here. As second Luminarch Aspirant is back in play once again for Brandon. And this Akroan War, well, it looked impressive at answering one of those Luminarch Aspirants short term. Suddenly looking to be not quite good enough, as here comes a Fry to take care of that large Phyrexian Missionary that was likely being targeted with quite a few counters, and a block going to happen on one of the Luminarch Aspirants.
Yeah, also really weird spot here. So the Liliana came down, answered the Storm Frenzy creature. Sounds good. And now their Crone War is going to do damage to all the creatures, but the Phyrexian Missionary lives because it only deals damage to tap creatures equal to their power. So we're in this really weird spot where we've kind of stabilized, but now there's a Lily, and we didn't quite fully stabilize. We're kind of in a similar spot, but only if we draw an X1. Just a really weird and interesting game.
Well, Lair of Hydra is a good X1. You can just activate that and then make a beatdowns, right? That's something.
That is true. That is something.
We're going to see that happen.
Oh, it looks like we had that bolt.
Yeah, a little obliterating bolt going to take care of the untapped Luminarch Aspirant. Going to be able to clean up the Liliana. And suddenly, Brandon, once again, despite rebuying these Luminarch Aspirants over and over again, is left with just about nothing. And needs to find a good top deck. Crack the clue. Here's another card coming. Shieldred, the pickup.
Wowee.
Gonna help with the racing situation, but not larger than this Lovestruck Beast. So we kind of have a race going on here between this Lair of the Hydra and like with Lovestruck Beast combo and Shieldred. But Shieldred's gonna win that because you get to gain 2 life as part of the natural draw step, and Shieldred gets to attack as well. So it's an 8-point life swing versus a 6. That's I'm not great at math. That's not good for Reed, as here comes 4 mana quickly being tapped for a third Phyrexian Missionary, looking to pick up another Phyrexian Missionary. And this is the way we drew it up. This is if you're all about value, you should be loving this. This is it. This is great. Great
and
stuff.
Now, the Shieldred has Death Touch too, so we could even attack if we wanted to, and then force the Lovestruck Beast to block, and then just Missionary it back, We just have so many options available to us as the Skyboat gets played.
Yeah, and here comes the Skyboat, like you mentioned. That one's going to snipe the Luminarch Aspirant? No, one of the Missionaries. Okay, there we go. But I think we just picked up a Missionary, so we can just do this all again. We just keep doing this. We do this all day long.
Yeah.
How long do you want to do this? As Shieldred quickly is bleeding away at Reed Anderson's 4 life points.
Yeah, it looks like Brandon is going to be piloting himself to 3-0 at the NRG with a very exciting and unique bruise. Yeah, we see Reed concede there. Brandon just gets to attack, and it's too much. But yeah, it is just very exciting to see it there. And wow, what a really cool round that was, Drake, and how exciting it is to see like such a unique take on, a very kind of fringe archetype as is that looks to be really solid.
Absolutely. I mean, I was very skeptical reading the deck list. You heard it in my voice. You were trying to sell me on it. I wasn't sold, but after watching that performance, I can't wait to watch more of that deck. Phyrexian Missionary is a card I can get behind. I told you, it reminds me of Snapcaster Colligon's command. It's what it feels like. It's what it looks like. And I am about it.
Nice. Well, Drake, thank you so much for joining me in the booth today. I want to see you tomorrow. You and I are starting off Modern tomorrow. So, hey, if you like Modern and you're enjoying this Pioneer, make sure to check back in tomorrow. Make sure to click that follow button right now on Twitch. That way you don't miss when we go live. But Drake's unfortunately got to go. So I'm going to pull in old Devin O'Donnell Doomwake. We're going to get him in. Drake, it was great having you in the booth, buddy. I can't wait to watch some Modern with you tomorrow.
Absolutely. I can't wait to kick it off again tomorrow, watching Modern, a format that I am quite passionate about. It was a pleasure here watching Pioneer. Very exciting stuff here today, and I appreciate your time.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to round number 4 here in Mundelein, Illinois. I'm Matt Monty, the NRG series here. We're off to a great start so far. So just a quick check-in on some of our players to watch here. So I have, we watched Sam Black play earlier, as well as Jesse Robkin. Will Kowalczyk also checking in at 3-0 as we get moving through about basically the halfway portion throughout the day here. Looks like the players are about ready to roll in the feature match area. So I'm going to send it back down to Mason. He's got a new friend with him in the booth. So you guys settle in and check out round number 4 as we continue through our day here in Mundelein.
Hello, everyone, and we are back here with round number 4 of the Mundelein Pioneer 10K. I'm joined by Doomwake Devin O'Donnell. Devin, you excited for some Pioneer? You're hopping in midday here.
Hey, that's me. I am excited to play. I was excited to play some Pioneer, but I'm also excited to watch some Pioneer. We got a pretty interesting matchup here. No mono green decks in sight, which I think you told me earlier that you haven't seen any green decks on camera all tournaments so far, which is pretty good. We got some Bant Company and some Atarka Red, though. This is maybe some stuff we haven't seen before.
Yeah, we have not. We have seen different decks except Pheonix every single round. That's been the only overlap we've had. As it looks like Mason tricked us. He named his deck Atarka Red. I didn't even notice until just now. Looks like he's actually playing Greasefang. We will update that in a second. I'm going to say it, Devin. It hurts to have a fellow Mason do that. I was about to say no commentary bias, but I'm excited for Mason to take down this match. But we do see Mason here casting Thoughtseize, and Robert just has all lands and a Thalia. So Thalia is getting taken as we do have this Lovestruck Beast on an adventure.
Yeah, Thoughtseize is pretty good against the 2-spell 5-land hand. I just wanted to point out, I think for future tournaments, if people mislabel their deck, they should be automatically disqualified. I don't know how you feel about that, but
I think we should just be allowed to make fun of them. You know, we're not like, you know, we're trying to be nice or whatever, but I should just be allowed to like ruthlessly rip into them. You know, like if I see a mistake, I just get to go in. But you know, Mason here, unfortunately, you know, took the low road as it was and decided to be a comedian. But enough about that in the medium jokes. Let's see how the gameplay goes. As we did draw a Scavenging Ooze off the top for Robert, which feels like justice for misnaming our deck Atarka Red.
Yeah, that is. I would have to imagine that's Robert's likely best best draw step in the entire deck there. And if you take a look at the Atarka Red deck list, you'll notice that most of the Greasefang decks, and this one included, don't actually have a way to remove a Scavenging Ooze from the battlefield in Game 1 situations. Their removal spells that they're going with are 2 Witherbloom Command. I guess that's not true. There's 2 Sky Sovereigns if you just naturally draw that. But yeah, outside of Sky Sovereign, there's really no way to get this Ooze off the battlefield. So Mason might have to play Mason might have to play this on hard mode.
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, we spoilers, Robert hand all lands. He's going to make his land drops. Looks like almost all of his lands in his deck are base green. And so, you know, Mason has to somehow go for the Greasefang thing and prevent enough pressure and somehow kill the Scavenging Ooze and stop Robert here from growing the Scoos all at the same time. But if he can do that, he can win.
Yeah, and we see a Greasefang here for Mason. We're going to go ahead and eat the boat. I guess the saving grace for Mason is that there aren't any creatures in the graveyard, so the Ooze can't grow.
So there's Robert's Thalia.
Pretty small Ooze. There is Robert's Thalia, that is true. So we can make it a 3-3. But won't be able to block the Greasefang profitably. And I mean, as long as Robert just keeps, you know, not finding spells, then maybe this Greasefang can just try and erase. There was the Lovestruck Beast, so I wonder why we didn't cast that.
Yeah, I wonder if Roberts just has a lot of respect for Grizzly Salvage hitting 2 or 3 things. Just thinks, hey, my hand's all lands. I'll find time for the Lovestruck Beast. I just don't want you to Grizzly Salvage and just basically hit like 3 or 4 vehicles and I lose.
Yeah, maybe also wanted to bluff a company. Maybe, you know, potentially Mason doesn't attack with the Greasefang. But we do see an attack here, a Blooming Marsh, and I can't quite get a good look at Mason's hand, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of action. There's no spells being played on 3 mana here, so.
I think both players are on mono lands right now. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to get my eagle eye vision going, but it's a little hard to see. And Oh, Robert's picked up the Coco now, so now it's actual 4-man, nothing to do. But
Yeah,
yeah,
last turn we attacked, didn't have it, so you would assume that Mason's just gonna attack again. Well, now I actually have it, so
yeah. And it's a really funny spot too from Mason's side where it's like, well, I've got to attack. I can't stop this from happening. And once I attack, I can't even punish you by filling the graveyard because I've already moved to combat. So it's really kind of the perfect kind of trap that Robert's laid here.
right. And Mason at this point is so far behind that, like you said, he just can't afford to not attack here. Like he has nothing else going on. The Scavenging Ooze is checking the Greasefang's ability, so just kind of has to hope that this Coco hits 6 lands. Which I've done that before. I don't know if you have, but.
Yeah, I've done it once or twice to say the least. But yeah, I mean, Robert here, I think hit double hits. I just don't know if they're bigger than the Greasefang.
Yeah, you could double block. I'm probably just inclined to just take this.
Yeah, maybe start a little race. I guess if you double block, you outgrow the Sky Sovereign when it comes to the Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah, because you're putting 3 creatures in the graveyard. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's
I
kind
don't
of
hate
a
that.
tricky spot. Although I guess...
See what...
Interesting.
You'll have to see what Mason has for leftovers, because, Mason didn't do anything on 3 mana last turn, played a tap land, might have land boat here, and, that could be a really big punish here for Robert. Now, there's only 2 copies, I believe, 2 copies of Sky Sovereign in Mason's deck list, and one's already exiled, so not that likely, but, if there is an untapped land and a Sky Sovereign here, Mason might be right back in this game.
100%, yeah, and we do see Robert here, because he hit the Archon, even if we did have the Sky Sovereign, it had to be a basic. Everything else is going to enter tap. So, it looks like we have Boseiju too for Robert. So even if the Scoos does end up dying, we're actually kind of, getting really close to just not even having it matter. As I think we're flooding out still, like just only the Boseiju, but we do have Lovestruck Beast too. So looks like we're holding on that one to cast and maybe bluff another Collected Company.
Yeah, I do believe Robert's on all lands, so I feel like that might have been a good turn for the Lovestruck Beast, but looks like a Pathway and a Boseiju left over. See a Satyr Wayfinder milling over a Chariot, but we know that one's not good because of the Scavenging Ooze. Picks up a land here, and most likely does not have the Sky Sovereign, because I feel like that probably would have been a good opportunity to deploy that.
Well, yeah, you can only play 1 spell a turn thanks to the Archon. So that's it for Mason. He needed to hit, something Loco Doco off that Satyr Wayfinder. Unfortunately, did not. And this is kind of the benefit too of like Robert's deck, right? Is the Bant Company deck has these weird creatures.
Right, and as we talked about, Mason just doesn't have any removal spells in his main deck. Like, there's no Fatal Pushes, no Abrupt Decays, none of that stuff. So, these creatures are somewhat problematic for Mason, and he just can't remove them from the battlefield, especially in Game 1 situations.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. And looks like it's getting pretty bad news bears out here if you're a Mason fan, because we've got a bigger and bigger board, and the Scavenging Ooze is officially out of Sky Sovereign range.
As a Mason yourself, are you rooting for Mason here, or
not if we had labeled our deck correctly? Incorrectly, I mean, sorry. Ever since joining coverage, it exacerbated it more for me. Where before it was just frustrating, and now it's just really frustrating. Which doesn't seem like much, but I'm a little petty sometimes.
We got a Ronus here, and that should be lethal. Yeah, pump up the Archon, and that is game number 1 going to Robert.
Yeah, and I think this really shows one of the strengths of the Bant Company deck, which is very different than Bant Spirits, despite seeming like they'd be a kind of similar deck. And we do see some cards overlapping here, but really what Robert's bringing to the table, I feel like, is this disruptive Bant deck that kind of gets cards like Collected Company go over the top and sort of just interacts with the opponent along the way and does their best on messing them up as they go, and then kind of has, some reasonable sideboard cards to back up these reasonable creatures.
Right, yeah, and that was Robert's hand was not very good. Kept Thalia, Lovestruck Beast, 5 lands, but drew the Scavenging Ooze, as the classic Thoughtseize bug goes. And that once the Scavenging Ooze was drawn, that was pretty much the game right there. We both said that there was no outs in Mason's deck list to the Scavenging Ooze game 1, but that's probably going to change in the post-board game. So we'll have to see how those go.
Yeah, and let's take a second here and take a look at the sideboard games, because I would love to see and hear what your opinions are. Let's start with the Bant deck. I'll read off the cards here for you real quick. We got 4 Spell Queller, 3 Brutal Cathar, 2 Extraction Specialists, 2 Rest in Peace, 1 Outland Liberator, 1 Skyclave Apparition, 1 Voice of Resurgence, and 1 Yashar. And Devin, what do you like from this pile?
So give me the rest in pieces. Those are pretty easy. Spellqueller's an interesting sideboard card. I wonder if that's kind of like a play draw thing where you want them on the play but not on the draw. Given that we're on the draw, probably not the Spellquellers. The Skyclave's kind of mid because most of the Greasefang, like if you play Greasefang, you're going to get immediate value out of it, so I'm not really into that kind of stuff. Same with Brutal Gathar. And then maybe the Outland Liberator to kind of break up a Greasefang start. So, I mean, really from my eyes, just the Liberator and the rest in pieces, and I think that's all I want.
Yeah, that makes sense. It seems like, you don't want to change up things too much. And with a Coco deck, you don't want to over sideboard. You don't want to bring in too many things that aren't creatures as well. You want to make sure your main game plan's still working. Speaking of still working, let's see if Mason has the cards to make his deck actually work in the face of all this disruption from the Bant deck here from Robert. Mason's sideboard is 3 Abrupt Decay, 3 Fatal Push, 2 Duress, 2 Liliana of the Veil, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Besieger Who Endures, 1 Lauren's Escape, which I'm sure we all know. I don't need to read first all in a second, and 1 Cameo Safekeeping. Lauren's Escape, if you don't know, is white. Target artifact or creature gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Scry 1.
Yeah, I know what that card did. I had 3 in my last draft deck. I don't know if it's necessarily that good to have 3 of them, but in any case, I want to get the Fatal Pushes and the Abrupt Decays in here. We talked about the Scavenging Uses and how we didn't really have a way to remove them from the battlefield in Game 1, so I want the Pushes, I want the Abrupt Decays, and I think after that, you could maybe talk yourself into something like Duress for Company, but there's just very, very few hits outside of Company, so I don't think you want to go there. But yeah, outside of the removal spells, I think that's pretty much it. I'm not really into the protection spells here.
Yeah, that feels like much more of a thing where, like, if your opponent's going to interact a bunch, you maybe, like, forces your hand into it. But here, you really just kind of got to do your thing and make sure it doesn't get disrupted too much by all these creatures. So I like where your head's at on the sideboarding there. Makes a lot of sense to me. How do you feel about this matchup normally goes? Because like you kind of mentioned, we kept it kind of a loosey-goosey in Game 1. We ripped the skews, and that was kind of all she wrote. Does that feel like how the games are normally going to go? Who do you think is normally favored if we play this match 100 times?
I would say that the Company deck is a favorite in Game 1 because of the Scavenging Uses, because of the problematic creatures that, it makes it really hard for Mason to be able to go off through those creatures, and there's no removal spells. But I think the texture of the games are going to change a lot in the post-board scenarios when we have the Abrupt Decays, when we have the Fatal Pushes, we can, actually interact with creatures in the battlefield that are going to stop us from comboing, and then also even have the Abrupt Decays to answer the rest in pieces as well.
Makes sense to me as we see Mason with a Temple Garden and a passing of the turn. Into a Temple Garden from Robert. Not to be outdone. Does look like he has an elf, though, to back it up, kind of getting ahead.
Yeah, both players with Temple Garden Tribal here. And see if Mason has an ideal start here. You want to have the Grizzly Salvage on turn 2. Satyr Wayfinder's not so bad. The problem with Wayfinder is you're putting cards into your graveyard at sorcery speed, which makes it a little bit more awkward if there's a Scavenging Ooze. Whereas, like, let's say hypothetically, if he had Grizzly Salvage and you hold that up, an Ooze gets played, maybe you can go kill the Ooze and then not expose that Parhelion in the graveyard to the Ooze. But that being said, Parhelion is a good hit, assuming there is no Scavenging Ooze or Rest in Peace here. So we'll have to see what Robert has.
Yeah, and taking a little peek at Robert's hand, I don't see anything flipped to the front. I do see a Thalia Heretic Cathar, which is a back-breaking card. We can pull this one up real quick. This one's great against mono green, but also really good against Greasefang. So it's going to make all creatures and all non-basic lands ETB tapped. So what that's going to mean here is that Mason's going to have a really hard time in his deck, which I believe plays 1 basic. It has 1 swamp. It's going to be really hard to play the Greasefang here. And even when you do, the Greasefang's going to enter tapped. Tap there. My throat gave out for a second. Meaning we can't even crew the Parhelion the next turn. So it's going to be really hard for us to actually get the Parhelion stuff going, and it's one of those soft taxing cards, right, that we talked about in the sideboarding games.
Right, this is effectively a double time walk, right? Because if there's a tap land here for Mason, can't deploy the Greasefang this turn, deploys the Greasefang next turn, enters the battlefield tapped. Also, the really nice thing about Thalia, now I did mention that I wasn't a big fan of the Skyclave apparitions in the postboard games. That being said, it is really good with Thalia because Thalia making the Greasefang come into play tapped means that your Skyclave apparition has meaningful value, getting the Greasefang before the boat gets to get crewed, or the Parhelion in this case.
Yeah, and this Elite Spellbinder might be brutal because if we don't have a way to answer the Thalia, it's going to be forever before we actually get to resolve something like Greasefang if we only have 1 in hand. Looks like we have 2 Wayfinder, 2 Abrupt Decay, a Liliana, and something else.
Yeah, 2 Abrupt Decays is good for Mason here because even if Robert takes one, you can still just go end of turn, cast the other one, target the Thalia, untap, peel a Greasefang off the top, and that's probably all she wrote. Which is why you see Robert taking the Chariot, which I do think that makes sense because if you take Decay, like let's say you take Decay, then you just go end of turn, cast the other Decay, target the Thalia. If you rip a land, then you can play the Chariot. So yeah, I think taking the Chariot just makes sense there.
Yeah, I agree. And we do see how, this Thalia is doing some good work here, and it's kind of led to some awkward plays for Mason.
Let's see if we got a Greasefang. That is another Abrupt Decay, I think. Yeah, looks like another decay.
Yeah.
So now I guess you can go Wayfinder, hit a land, hold up Abrupt Decay, which is a pretty good sequence.
Yeah, that seems like a strong one. Puts, a good amount of stuff in your graveyard. Maybe you find a Can't Stay Away set up for that on the following turns. Heck, maybe you go
Downs.
Wayfinder. I love the beatdowns. Gotta keep them honest. This is like a funny example of it, but it is one of the nice things about Greasefang in some matchups where you have stuff like this that just kind of incidentally chips them down, and your opponent sort of taxed into always having to have something, else they die immediately to Greasefang.
Right, exactly. Just like these, these mediocre beats, as the kids say, they end up, once you add up a whole bunch of them, they become a little less mediocre. So we do see an untapped land here being taken for Mason. Now the question is, do you play the third Wayfinder or do you hold up the Decay? Kind of close. I feel like I don't hate just playing the Wayfinder here because you do eventually want to get to 6 mana for that Chariot.
Yeah, you want to get to the 6 mana, and you also just want to maybe find Can't Stay Away in the 5th land for it.
It's a good point.
Huh.
Actually, is that that Midnight Hunt-ish card at the very, very top? That might be a Can't Stay Away, right?
It might be. Yeah, because it's the black and
I think
white.
it is.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense looking at the deck list over here, too. I don't see any other thing it really could be. So, yeah, so we might just have it. So finding this 5th land is super important.
I believe it was a Blooming Marsh, though, which is not exactly the land you're looking for on land number 5, but
that one is brutal. Looks like Robert has a Reflector Mage in hand and also has Outland Liberator. All right, so we're going to have at least one shot of protection through a Parhelion or something like that.
Yeah, Liberator is decent, but it only buys you 1 turn, right? Because you Liberator the Parhelion, goes to the graveyard, and then you can just run it back the next turn. So it's less of a permanent answer and more of just like not dying on the spot. But it looks like Mason picked up a Concealed Courtyard, so I believe has 2 enters the battlefield tap land, so can't even go for the Can't Stay Away this turn. That's kind of brutal.
Yeah, it is really brutal. Maybe Mason is going to be able to line up this Abrupt Decay now, though, and take this time to actually develop, making sure that Robert can't stop him from Parhealing, so that when we do Parhealing in a minute, it's actually very strong.
It's a good point. Yeah, you can just hold up the Decay, end step Decay, kill the Liberator, untap, and then Can't Stay Away and go from there.
Devin, we like this. Decay now, and then slam with our 3/1/1s. Let them, because if you do that, you have lethal to Parhelion.
17, 14. Parhelion's only 13, right?
Yeah, that was a quiz. I totally didn't forget how much damage Parhelion was. You passed, Devin. Congrats. You're back in the booth full time. Happy to have you.
Love to see it. We are going to pass here. I mean, if you're going to Decay, the thing is you can just maybe let this Liberator hit you and see if there's something that you'd rather decay than the Liberator. So, like, I understand not main phase decaying. Like, maybe if there's something like I guess like a Thalia Heretic Athar or something like that, but
sure.
So Aspirin's going to go probably put a counter on the Spellbinder. You probably just let that happen because you have the setup here. So you just still just go end step decay the Liberator, take 4, untap. Because once you get the first Parhelion hit in, I think that should be game.
Yeah, that's going to be just so much, and then you're also really close to playing the Chariot. Like, you have a tap land as your next turn, but 2 turns from now, you get to get the Chariot on board, and then you're actually, like, kind of stabilized pretty well. So I think this is, just let the attack swing in.
It actually goes for the counter on the Liberator, which is, pretty good for Mason. Just got a free 1/1 counter out of the deal because we were gonna kill that Liberator anyways.
Yeah, big get there for Mason. And it looks like Robert has some creature. Oh, it's a Werewolf Pack Leader. Okay.
All right. It's Greasefang time.
Yeah, and it's going to be a real test to see if Robert can survive after having this happen here. It looks like Mason's taking a second to think, do I want to Abrupt Decay now? Because my next couple turns are spoken for me, right? I'm going to Flashback, can't stay away, that's all my mana. Then I have this Chariot I kind of want to play. So maybe I want to, Abrupt Decay now just because I don't get a chance to again for multiple turns.
Yeah, because you have, like you said, you have your mana spoken for both of the next 2 turns. You're tapping out. So it does make sense to use it there.
Looks like we're going to do the deed.
Looks like that is Can't Stay Away. Confirmed.
And now the Greasefang's back. The Okiba boss. She's ready to, Girl Queen go off. And Parhelion, pretty good when it comes back from the graveyard, believe it or not.
Not bad, especially when it has haste.
Yeah. Especially when it has haste. Yeah, and those angels too, just blocking the Spellbinder. Yikes. We're in a rough spot.
Robert, yeah, we're gonna need I'm trying to think of what Robert could even draw at this point. Looking at Robert's deck list realistically. It's nothing like a Declaration in Stone to clear the tokens. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it. I mean, there's a Reflector Mage, I think, in Robert's hand, so you can bounce one of the angel tokens. But, okay, so if you go second Reflector Mage, so you go Reflector and Angel, Reflector the Greasefang, counter on the Spellbinder to trade for the other angel. Yeah, you're so far behind though is the thing.
Yeah, I think you have to company into double Reflector Mage, like you said, and then draw another company that hits really well. But I don't even know what that looks like. But, your deck has a lot of creatures, so it can present a lot of power, so you maybe are able to actually cross the finish line. As we do see Robert here doing some counting,
there are 2 Reflector Mages.
Okay, I guess the problem here is less having the Reflector Mages and more than mana. It just doesn't line up perfectly with playing both of those.
Yeah. We can't cast them.
Yeah. We're also in this weird spot, too, where we can't attack with our Elite Spellbinder, else, we'll just dead. So we're having to kind of stall out against Greasefang, which is always an awkward position to be.
Right, and then the Parhelion's in hand for Mason, so if there's any way to bend that Parhelion, that would be lethal. The Sky Sovereign would also be lethal.
Mason Drew can't stay away. So if he has anything in the graveyard, that's now back available to him.
Yeah, the Informant. I feel like I might have seen a Millen Informant earlier, because that would be lethal. You can't stay with the Informant, discard the Parhelion. But
yeah, we'll have to see. Worst comes to worst, Mason has play a Seeker's Chariot, which is pretty good.
Yeah, that's the worst you can do. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and we're 1 land away from just casting Parhelion too, which is, a pretty good place to be.
I've only cast that card once, and it did not work out very well for me.
I've played a good amount of the Dirty Fang, and my results have varied, but it is not typically likely that you get to 8 mana and you're in a position where the Parhelion really matters. I think this is the rare occasion where you're kind of ahead enough that it does matter.
Yeah.
But rare they do be.
Yeah, what's Mason thinking about here? What do we got here? Attack, trade. Yeah, thinking about Taco Bell.
Yeah. Thinking about I hope my friends went and got me some Chipotle. Yeah, it does look like the Seeker's Chariot's the main phase 2 here. And, a pretty good attack there for Mason. He just gets to force the block on the Elite Spellbinder. So now if there is some answer to the Angels, like another Reflector Mage, something like that, Mason's not behind the 8 ball there. And it's got, a couple grizzled-looking cats come into play. Feral cats is what I call the wolf tokens when they fill in. I feel like
Reflector. Okay. I mean, we're not dead, but we're barely alive.
Yeah, we have to start drawing Collected Company. That just has to be our draw set for multiple turns in a row, which is the thing the Coco deck gets to do. And getting to do that, even though it's unlikely, is a really strong place to be. We also have a Lair of the Hydra in our hand, and we have a lot of mana, so we might be able to start chip-shotting in for a little bit and taking the game if we can, Coco, stabilize the board, and then sort of get across for exact lethal.
Oh, you know what? We might actually see what you described last turn. If we have an untapped land, Is it time?
I think the Parhelion is kind of nice. Also, you just get to crew and attack here pretty easily. And what's Robert going to do? Eat your chariot so that your Greasefang next turn brings it back? Like, probably, but it's not great. Like,
yeah, you probably have to, because if you leave the chariot in play, then you're also, not really beating the chariot in the long game.
Yeah, it's a real, like, I guess I'll do this. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Robert kind of figures out a way to come back from this, because it's not, like we said, it is not 100% over. It's just really hard, and these are the make or break spots in the tournament. You win this round 4 against Mason, in the feature match, you figure out how to win this one, you're riding high and you are ready to go.
We're attacking with a Satyr Wayfinder. I'm assuming that means we're going to can't stay away that Wayfinder. It's pretty heads up play from Mason, so that must mean that there's no other good creatures that can't stay away, like no informants or anything like that. So yeah, wants to convert this can't stay away. I like that play.
Yeah, it's nice. It also helps set up that land for the Parhelion.
Yep.
And we hit multiple informants and an overgrown tomb.
Another Parhelion.
Ooh.
Yep, that's good. So doesn't have to worry about trying to discard the one in his hand.
Mm-hmm. And now we just get to play the Greasefang again. Oh, it looks like we're just going to can't stay away the button. You know what you should do, Devin? Is hit that follow button on Twitch. While we're going through our graveyard and doing all these sort of things, you want to make sure to click that follow button, because we have got Paper Magic coming to you multiple times every month here on the Energy Circuit, and you're going to follow along and not want to miss any of that. So if you hit the follow button, you're getting email notification, all that good stuff. You'll see when we're live. You can come check out the games, as it looks like Mason decided to can't stay away back to the Pheonix format and did discard the second Parhelion.
To see what Robert drew. It's got to be a Coco, right? There's almost nothing else. I mean, maybe Rest in Peace? Okay, all right.
That's a big one. It's so funny. Before I did the old Twitch follow, I was about to say Rest in Peace isn't good enough because the Parhelion can just get hard cast now. But we decided to go for the loot angle, and now I think we've got a game going, Devin, because we've got a lot of creatures, and those Reflector Mages are bigger than the Chariots now.
Well, don't we still have a Parhelion in hand to hardcast?
I thought we discarded it to the Looty, but I could be mistaken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I was in full shill mode. I was doing the follow, like, subscribe, drop a Twitch Prime. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
But anyway,
all right. So 4 life, 5 blockers. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that you can play a 2-mana or 2 power creature. So you have to tap a wolf and the creature you just played to crew the chariots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 attackers. 5 blockers, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's only 2 damage getting through. So,
yeah.
Unless there's no. So what you can do is you can go play chariot, get 4 power off of the chariot, use the new 4 power to crew the chariot. Then you have 3, 4, 8 attackers to 5 blockers. But that's not enough, right? Because you just block the non-wayfinder, take 3, go to 1. Okay, yeah. So still not enough.
Yeah, I think we have to set up over multiple turns. Huh. I wonder. So I think we just legend ruled a chariot. Unless we miscounted, which is totally in our range, But I wonder if you're supposed to attack with everything and just have the chariot get eaten in combat and then play another chariot. But maybe that's just worse. I don't know.
What Mason might be doing is I was going to say maybe not attacking this turn and waiting, just generate as much power as possible and then shove next turn. Because I believe this is not quite lethal. I mean, the thing is, even if it's not lethal, you're going to eat most of Robert's board. So, like, realistically, how is Robert getting out of this anyways?
Yeah, Coco again, I guess, is the only answer. Yeah. Yeah, because you have so many, like, just keyword stinky creatures on the board with these Satyr Wayfinders that I think go all lethal next turn.
Right, yeah, because the 3 Wayfinders are going to get through. That's going to put Robert to 1. I would assume the Reflectors will eat 2 wolves. The rest will probably chump block. Yeah, there's not going to be enough blockers here for Robert next turn.
Yeah, this makes sense. Just, getting your opponent essentially dead and forcing it to be Collected Company that hits, like, Deputy Detention, which non-open deckless tournament, not like it was last weekend at DreamHack Atlanta, where you would know exactly what to play around. So Mason's just kind of being like, all right, have it, have it or bust.
Yeah, I mean, even if it hits like you said, Deputy plus Reflector Mage or something, or like Deputy kill the wolves, Deputy kill the Wayfinders, maybe you can make enough blockers, but yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think we're even playing it, so that's just like kind of
yeah, no Robert. Deputies.
Yeah. Might be an old take a draw step and pack them on up.
Well, unless the draw step's Coco. Actually, no, it can't be Coco because we chump blocked. Oh no, we have 4 lands. Okay, never mind. Let's say we chump blocked with all our elves, so we do 4 lands.
This is true. And...
Coco into Peacekeeper.
Okay.
Wait, he was at 1. He can't shock.
Ooh, I'm gonna need a judge down there. That is a game rules violation. Now, this might be Robert's first one of the day, so don't worry. Nothing to worry about too much there. But yeah, oof, we're gonna see game 3 here, and that was an exciting game 2 that looked to be kind of over for a second there. With Robert having that brutal start of Thalia Heretic Cathar into Elite Spellbinder, but Mason pounded through it, just didn't care, kept it going. Had a good amount of removal, made sure to line up the stuff correctly, and put himself in a position to win that game.
Yeah, and that was what we talked about. The texture of the post-board games are just so much different when you have the Abrupt Decays and the Fatal Pushes. There was, I think, 3 Abrupt Decays drawn that game, and every single one of them was very crucial. One took out the Thalia, one was able to take out the Liberator, and, once you're able to break up because that's the thing, is a lot of the stuff that Robert is bringing to the table against the Greasefang deck is permanent-based. So just having the Abrupt Decays to, answer that stuff just changes the texture of the game so much in the post-board scenario.
100%. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see I don't know if anything's going to change really for game 3. I think both players kind of had a pretty good idea of what was coming. They both kind of have sideboarded accordingly here. So we're probably going to get back to the match here pretty soon. But ultimately, this matchup is one that you have to be aware of. And if Robert's brought this Bant Company deck to the tournament, it's probably because he thinks this matchup is at least okay-ish. No one's, at least you're not typically bringing a deck that is just dead to Greasefang. It's always a good percentage of the room.
Right, and taking a look at Robert's deck list, I think he's going to have a more significant advantage on the play, especially, any land or elf deck is going to be better on the play. That's pretty obvious, but if you look at the cards in his deck, like Spellbinder is a lot better on the play. Stuff like Scavenging Ooze, you can go like turn 2 Ooze with activation up, turn 3 Collect a Company is a possibility. I think a lot of this matchup does come down to play versus draw. So now that Robert's going to be in the play, we'll have to see how the games play a little bit differently if they do.
Yeah, 100% here. Looks like our players are shuffling up and getting ready here, so we'll be down there in just 1 second. But yeah, I am excited to see, because this Bant Company deck is something that you always hear people talk about, like, oh, where's the Bant Company deck? That was always so good in Standard. Coco's such a strong card. Why haven't we seen something? And Robert has, I think, a pretty interesting take with doing things like putting Spellcaller on the sideboard and just being more of a proactive removal spell version in the main deck. Really kind of speaking more to Pioneer and less to kind of being a mimic of decks of old,
Yeah, I'm actually, the more I think about it, I'm wondering if it's matchups where Reflector Mage is bad. You just cut the Reflector Mages for the Spell Quellers. So against Control, maybe Rakdos, where you don't really want the Reflector Mages as much. So stuff like that maybe could be, that could be also the reason why the Spell Quellers are in the sideboard as well. Because I guess maybe Rakdos is a bad example because the Spell Quellers aren't the best against Rakdos, but yeah, I think that might just be, a situation where when Reflector's bad, Queller's good. There's never going to be a situation where both of them are bad.
100%. Yeah. Yeah. You're always going to find somebody. It's just, who will you find? And then you have the rare, it's good against both half the deck. And it's like, oh no, not like this for the opponent. But yeah, it looks like Mason here taking them all again. Just trying to find, the right mix of lands and spells. And this is something, we see a lot in the new Mulligan era, and especially from decks like Greasefang, where they can afford to be down a couple of cards in order to have a more premium setup, even if it isn't the perfect one.
Yeah, noticeably the Greasefang deck actually mulligans pretty well because of stuff like Satyr Wayfinder and Grizzly Salvage to kind of get the cards back. Like those cards just effectively cantrip while also setting up your combo. So Greasefang is surprisingly a deck that I think mulligans pretty well.
By the way, we talked about the fabled Spell Queller Reflector Mage combo. I see Robert here has Spell Queller, and that's also much stronger on the play. I wonder if he sideboarded that back in.
Yeah, that also could be, Spell Queller a lot better on the play than versus the draw, so that would make a lot of sense. So what are these lands in play? Is that a Boseiju and a Takanuma?
Yeah, it is.
I think so.
And then
okay.
The other side is the Pathway, the blue-green one.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I was a little confused. Those are they're a little darker than they normally look, so it's hard to tell. But
no, you're all good. Once again, that's why they hired me, is I got my promo land game down. I was watching Ellen Bogan stream of the Japanese RC last night. He didn't know Supreme Verdict. I came in chat. I was there to help. It's my goal. As we do mill over Greasefang, Abrupt Decay, and Rafine's Informant, if we have a Can't Stay Away, kind of a nice mill. If not, kind of a disaster mill.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, that can't stay away would be fine, but we don't even have the we don't have a white source in play currently, or unless we take a white source off the Wayfinder, we might have, but we also don't have a vehicle in the graveyard, so got to be looking for that as well.
Yep. And Robert's on, hey, I've had nothing to do all game. I just kept a hand, nothing to think about. Pass the turn.
Yeah, the Bant Company deck is the best about, oh, whoops, I guess I don't have any plays. I just have 7 cards in my hand. It's your turn,
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
My curve averages at about 5 when looking at it, and I had nothing to do the first 4 turns. Probably kept a reasonable hand. I would just play your cards and not worry about it personally.
Yeah, nothing going on here.
Nothing to see, nothing to do. How's your day going, Mason Grode? Just kind of got to warm up a little bit here. As we do see Mason taking a second to think, do I even want to cast anything? I do have the board advantage right now.
Kind of nice if there's a Grizzly Salvage too, because that one, you can go end of turn Grizzly Salvage. Maybe Robert fights over it, maybe he doesn't. But if he does, you can kind of untap and maybe resolve a spell through the spell queller. So
100%. And we do see Robert here tapping out for the Outland Liberator and passing the turn.
So yeah, definitely does not have a Coco. And we're going shields down on the Queller too, so
yeah.
Could be maybe a risky spot here for Robert. There's the Parhelion. Let's see if we got a Greasefang.
We definitely picked up a Concealed Courtyard if worse comes to worse.
And noticeably, Mason shocked that Goblet Shrine in, so I would have to imagine there's likely a Fatal Push being cast here.
Yeah, or maybe we left up Abrupt Decay. Those are about the only 2 options that make sense. Looks like it was Fatal Push, though, and Robert's in a world of hurt as shields are down, and Mason, if he rips, the Can't Stay Away or the Greasefang, has got a pretty good position with the Parhelion in the graveyard.
That's it.
That's the foil Greasefang, and that one's a nice one.
Now, there is a Boseiju in Robert's hands, so can buy himself 1 turn. Parhelion comes into play, gets crewed, Boseiju the Parhelion. But I don't... So I guess you can Skyclave the Greasefang. Because I think Robert's hand is Skyclave, Spell Queller. I think it's double Skyclave, Spell Queller, and another Liberator.
Yeah, it looks to be about it. I think one of those might be a Brutal Cathar, but yeah, it is in a really bad spot because Mason's got that full hand going. And as we saw in game 2, Mason can just start playing the vehicles, playing a really normal game, and just sort of like win these drawn out games against Bant Company. And that's without Sky Sovereign ever being drawn.
Right, yeah, that's a good point. We haven't seen a Sky Sovereign in this matchup yet, and I assume when that hits the battlefield, things get a lot worse for Robert.
100%. Big draw step if you're a Robert fan. Looks like you picked up Werewolf Pack Leader.
Yes, we're going to Skyclave the Greasefang. I like that, because that way, even if the Skyclave dies, you don't get the Greasefang back, but I'm pretty sure I saw Can't Stay Away in Mason's hand.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
looks like it Can't Stay Away. Move the Greasefang to the top of the graveyard. And this one should be all she wrote.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It's going to be one of those things, too, where Robert has some life left over, and we can't even Parhelion again, but we have 2 4/4 Angels left, and they stick around for forever.
Yeah.
And this is one of the big strengths of the Abzan Greasefang deck that we have been seeing do so well in Pioneer at different various points and having a lot of adaptation. But it is a deck that kind of presents a really, really strong proactive game plan that is resilient, and when it does its thing, is almost insurmountable.
Right, it just has the ability to have starts like this, and as early as turn 3, you see the turn 2 Grizzly Salvage, turn 3 Greasefang. There's not a lot of decks that can beat those draws without very, very specific pieces of hate. So very similar to what Winota did before. It kind of puts you under the gun very, very quickly. Requires you to have very specific answers, and it does have some sort of a fail rate. But even with the fail rate, the deck can sometimes just cast Chariots and cast Boats, which is essentially what the Grode deck is doing. But it just has that kind of plan as well.
Yeah, and we also saw how good it is at playing a game where your opponent has to strand mana in order to stop you, and some decks can't do that for forever. Like I think
Right.
Robert very reasonably held up Greasefang. I'm sorry, Spellquiller on turn 3 for Greasefang. Made total sense. Robert drew an Outland Liberator at the time, had 4 lands, and thought this is a reasonable land thing to develop. I'll put my shields down for 1 turn, and that 1 turn has led to a cascading house of cards where Robert has been behind ever since.
Right, because that was the turn where Robert played the Liberator, I think, right? Liberator passed with 2 mana, decided not to hold up the Spell Queller. So maybe if you Spell Queller the Grizzly Salvage, maybe none of this ever happens if you just keep passing and passing and passing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's awkward, right? It gets to a point where Robert, it's like, well, how, if he's not hitting his land drops and not deploying any pressure, doesn't have Coco, how long can he really sit here and give, Mason the ability to develop? So it's tough. Yeah, there's you gotta think about it from both ways. So
yep, 100%. And Mason is gonna win this round 2-1 to progress to 4-0. We have an 8-round Pioneer 10K today, so Mason is in a good position to actually make a solid run at this, win some nice moolah, and get some NRG points, which is also super exciting. We're gonna have Mason join us here in the booth in a couple of minutes to have an interview. But first, Devin, what are your thoughts on Greasefang in the format right now? Because it is a deck that has a problem with the mono green matchup. But as we've kind of noticed today from coverage and looking at some results from the RC, is that a big a deal as we maybe thought it was a few weeks ago?
Not necessarily. The thing about the Greasefang versus mono green matchup, I think it's incredibly play draw dependent, because the green deck with Greasefang's fastest draws, the green deck doesn't have a ton of recourse against that. Yes, you have Karn, but Karn can't be deployed until turn 3 at the earliest. And if the Greasefang player's on the play and has the Grizzly Salvage into the turn 3 Greasefang start, that could be a problem for mono green. And the nice thing about that matchup is there's no interaction from the mono green side as well. So I think that Greasefang is in a pretty good spot as far as that matchup is concerned. But the thing about Greasefang, I think it's a little dicey against Pheonix and Rakdos, especially Pheonix, because Pheonix just gets to play Lightning Axe, which is probably Lightning Axe and Fiery Impulse, just has a ton of 1-mana ways to answer Greasefang that are non-conditional, unlike Rakdos, where you have to have a Revolt trigger for Fatal Push. So I think Greasefang is in an okay spot.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think it is in a pretty good spot. And just, I don't know, as we talk about it and we mention the sort of oh, I get to play this, fair game with this oops, I win aspect to the deck as well. It's very appealing to see why people keep working on the deck and why it keeps iterating and keep changing, We saw people like Ashlyn Johnson here from the NRG circuit. She went and got her Pro Tour invite to her last week in DreamHack Atlanta. Congrats to her. And she was doing things like playing Silence in the sideboard, which is a pretty big innovation for the deck where, that allows it to hey, against mono green, they lose their turn against decks like Pheonix or whatever. You force them to have some sort of hard counterspell, else they won't do anything and they'll just die.
Right, yeah. Silence is a good way to fight through all of the Rending Volleys and Fiery Impulses and Lightning Axes, because those ones, they're a lot of the decks that have those really load up on them post-board, so it's hard to kind of fight through them with discard spells like Duress and Thoughtseize. So just being able to if your opponent holds up 3 mana and they have 3 Lightning Axes in their hand and you silence them, they're dead. That's a pretty powerful way to just stop their entire hand. So yeah, it does make a lot of sense to play Silence.
Yeah, and and we're seeing, I just looking over the deck list too, this one had Lauren's Escape in the sideboard. And that's a card that we didn't see last week at the RC at all. I haven't seen much talk about. So there's a lot of room to tailor your sort of Greasefang deck to what's going on in the metagame, how to sort of, interact with what's going on there and sort of just have the right answers to what people are doing. And I think having those things line up correctly is really a big part of success to the Greasefang deck.
Right, yeah. Just being able to try to figure out how you want to allocate your protection spells, like the Silences, the Lauren's Escapes, the green one that I can't quite remember, but Tamiyo Safekeeping is the other one. Yeah, Tamiyo Safekeeping. Mm-hmm. So how you want to, allocate those resources. And the other thing about the Greasefang deck is, we saw that matchup in particular. We talked about this a bunch. The texture of the games changed so drastically in postboard when you have bringing in all those removal spells. You get to play more of this fair interactive game. So, as people say a lot, Greasefang is kind of the best game 1 deck in the format. But you have to figure out a way to kind of navigate those post-board games as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. I have to agree with that. And, we're going to have Mason here joining us in just 1 second. We're going to get to talk to him about his deck and sort of how his day is going. Like we mentioned, 4-0 now, a great start to our 8-round 10K. And let's see if we can hop on down to Mason real quick and see how he's doing. Yeah, it looks like we're going to need 1 more second here just to make sure everything's working. But yeah, I'm excited to talk to him about this. And I think the deck's really good. And, it's a really exciting deck. But let's hop down to Mason. Enough of us talking about Greasefang. Let's hear it from the Mason who's doing well today. Mason, congratulations on being 4-0 at the Energy 10K. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good.
Nice. So, are you a Greasefang main? What main? How do you get on Greasefang? How do you kind of get here going? How's the tournament going?
I am. It's going really well. I mean, just turned 3 Parhelion's pretty all right. I have not been playing Parhelion. I just started a couple days ago, so I'm happy. I was on blue-black control for a while, and that deck is terrible. So happy.
Well, I was gonna ask you what made you switch from the blue-black control, but I think you've already answered that question for us.
Yeah, I went 0-4 in Atlanta and decided never to touch that.
Well, Mason, I'm glad that there was some good thing to come out of Atlanta despite going 0-4 for you. That's really exciting. But you're talking about, you're just picking this deck up today. You're kind of liking it. What sort of did you have a friend that kind of gave you this deck list? Have you been working on it a bunch since Atlanta? What was the thing that drew you to this from blue-black control? Because I think they're very disparate strategies. I would not expect someone to jump from A to B like this.
Yeah, a teammate of mine was doing really well in Atlanta, and he was on Greasefang. He swore by it. So I was like, well, it can't be worse than blue-black. So I'll just play it through some leagues, see how it does. And it was doing all right. I tweaked his deck list. I didn't tell him that before I got here, so he's going to be upset with me. He wasn't playing Eldritch Evolution, but I think that card is fantastic. So
nice. Yeah, so you're a big fan of the Eldritch packages in this deck. That's something. So after playing today, do you think you want some more? I know we're still early in the tournament. You're 4-0. It's hard to mess with success like that. But is that something that maybe after this event you want to experiment playing more of, or?
Like how to change the deck or Eldritch Evolution specifically?
I mean, so Eldritch Evolution, I see you're playing 2 of it right now. After playing today, are you interested at all in playing 3 or 4, or is 2 kind of the most you feel like you can get away with?
2 feels fine. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I really only want to draw 1 a game, I feel like.
Awesome.
Talk to me about the Lauren's Escape in the sideboard. That's one that I haven't seen a lot. I know people usually lean more towards Tamiyo safekeeping. Was there a specific reason you decided to go with that one instead of maybe more safekeepings, or what was the deal behind that?
Yeah, so actually I was originally playing 2 the Lauren's Escape, and I couldn't find a second one, so I just have a split. And okay. The Scry 1 I think is more important than Gain 2 for the most part. But my teammate disagreed with me. He said that white mana is hard to hold up while you play a Greasefang, and I can see both sides, but it's been good.
Makes total sense to me. Well, Mason, thank you for taking so much time out of your day in order to come and talk to us. It really means a lot. You have round 5 starting up pretty soon, so we're going to let you go ahead, go out, take a second, go breathe. Good luck in round 5. Hopefully we see you in a couple of rounds. As for you, the listeners, we're going to hop back into the booth here. We're going to take a moment, and we're going to take a quick little break as we set up our feature matches for you. So don't go away. Go grab your water, use the bathroom, do that sort of thing. Get excited. Click the follow button if you haven't already. That way you don't miss any of the coverage. And we'll be back in just about 2 minutes. Hello and welcome back. Yeah, we have Dominic versus Mitchel here, and Izzet Pheonix versus Rakdos Midrange, our first repeat of the day, Devin. This was our round 1 feature match from Jesse Robkin, and these are also 2 of the better decks in Pioneer right now, battling it out.
Yeah, this is also a super interesting matchup. I watched quite a bit of the Jesse Robkin feature match. I think this matchup is always super close. And we got some players who are 4-0 here. They know what they're doing, and pretty excited to see how this matchup plays out. Who do you normally like in the Pheonix matchup?
So
from this matchup,
yeah. So I really like the Pheonix player game 1. I think you're really favored, and then post war it's just really really hard. Jesse and I prepared a lot for together for the RC and played this matchup in particular. About 50 post war games, I would say, and we won maybe 10 of them across all of it, and switching sides and doing everything in between. So in the real world, it hasn't worked out that exact way for us. And I'm starting to wonder if maybe we hit like a weird batch of variants or whatever. But regardless, I think post-board it gets much harder for the Pheonix player, and really game 1 is just yours to win and overwhelm them with things like pieces of the puzzle, treasure cruise, etc.
Right. Yeah. Specifically, the card Treasure Cruise just seems like such a massive beating against the deck trying to 1-for-1 you a bunch. There are some problematic cards like Shieldred, but you have Lightning Axe to be able to answer those. And yeah, without access to Graveyard Hate in a game 1 situation, it's really hard to kind of fight through all of the like you said, the cruises and the flashback spells, all that kind of stuff. We see a Thoughtseize here, and Dominic's hand, after I'm assuming this Charter Course gets taken, Dominic's leftovers aren't that great.
Yeah, and this is some of the things where it's like everything can line up well theoretically. We can have the ops and you can try and find the stuff, but you do need to find pieces in Treasure Cruise before a clock really gets going for it to kind of take over here. And by taking something like Charter Course here, you make it so Dominic can't even wait to try and get a raw draw 2 off the Arclight attacking there. So it looks like Mitchell is going to do that into a Graveyard Trespasser. And I almost wonder, I personally would have attempted to take the Arclight Pheonix, that being the case, but I do respect the resolve, as it were, to make sure to get rid of the card selection card.
Yeah, I was actually going to bring that up when the Trespasser was cast. I'm wondering if maybe taking the Pheonix was a little bit better. But I guess the other thing is if Dominic's hand is not great, and if Dominic taps out for the Pheonix and you have a removal spell, you can kind of just do that anyways, right? You just kill the Pheonix and then eat it with the Trespasser, especially if there's something like a Stomp. You go, untap land, stomp the Pheonix, attack for 3, eat the Pheonix, play Bone Crusher Giant. That's a pretty good turn for Mitchell.
Yeah, that is a backbreaking turn, and it looks to be close to that with Dreadbore getting rid of the Arclight Pheonix. And then we're going to get attack in, eat the Arclight Pheonix, get a 4-point life swing over here for Dominic, and it kind of looks like get him on the back foot. It looks like we're just going to pass the turn. Worth mentioning, Dominic here has 2 Thing in the Ice's main and only 1 Charter Course. Everything else pretty standard for what you would expect to see.
Yeah, and interesting here. So Mitchell, 3 mana. Didn't play a card, but also didn't loot it with the blood token. I wonder what we're saving here. Maybe another removal spell?
Yeah, that would be my kind of first guess here, as we do see again the Bugbear being activated.
That's a rough way to do it.
Galvanic Iteration, the Spike Field Hazard, kill your 3/2 creature land. All right, that technically works. And
Yeah,
these
'cause
are the kind
now-
of things. There you go.
I was gonna say now the iteration gets eaten with the Trespasser, so that's a rough spot to be for Dominic.
Yeah, Dominic's in a rough one, and this is as Rakdos. This is what you need to have happen in game 1, because post board, which I'm not trying to jump the gun too much, we have a lot of cards for this matchup, just incidentally, and more so ever since the RC where Pheonix kind of came out in force and all the pros sort of showed up with it and said like, "Hey, this deck's still really good."
Right. Yeah, and you see the Day Knight got switched back to the Trespasser flip, but then Dominic didn't play a spell, so he flipped again. See what Mitchell has here as far as leftovers are concerned. 2 cards in hand. Mentioned probably there's some removal spells. Now there is that the Hall of the Storm Giants. Maybe that's something that can maybe get Dominic back into this game.
Yeah, I think that's going to eventually offer some, at least reprieve from the attack. Looks like Crocs is going to eat the Treasure Cruise out of the hand, and that's also just on suspend as a way like, hey, yeah, you have this Hall of the Storm Giants, but my Crocs will just eat away at your hand. As we're actually just have the land and we're going to escape it right now. Now, Dominic has no cards left in hand. And that's
that
game
will
1.
do it. Yeah, that Trespasser being able to shut the Treasure Cruise off indefinitely, especially the turn where it flipped, right? Because then it was able to eat 2 cards. And yeah, Dominic wasn't able to deploy that Treasure Cruise, which is one of the more powerful cards in the matchup. But after inactive Trespasser for 4 to 5 turns, you're not going to be able to cast that card. So
100%, yeah. And if you're a Dominic or an Izzet Pheonix fan, that is a big game to lose for that one. Like we had mentioned earlier in round 1, I'm talking there here. I feel like game 1, you have your dig through time. Your piece of the puzzle, your Treasure Cruises, like they aren't really stopped. They kind of get to go unimpeded. And so if you have time to resolve one of those, you kind of get enough cards, you can figure out a way to win. However, post board, we have a bunch of cards, and we'll get to here in a second when we look at the sideboards, that are going to actually be able to interact and stop those cards. So you don't always get to go off infinitely with them. Let's start with Dominic's sideboard here in Pheonix and see exactly what we have here, because the sideboards of Pheonix are always kind of in flux. Looks like for this one, we have 3 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Abrade, 2 Brotherhood's End, 2 Crackling Drake, 2 Mystical Dispute, and Aether Gust, I think in the guys, a Behold the Multiverse, and a Treasure Cruise. What do you like in this matchup?
So this is quite the sideboard. I'm assuming that we want the Cruise, the Behold the Multiverse, the Crackling Drakes, and that's probably it. I don't really think we want to go towards more things. I'd actually likely want to cut the things from the main deck potentially. But yeah, the Drakes and the draw spell seem good to me. I think the rest of the stuff is a little too narrow. Maybe the Abrades if you expect unlicensed Hearse, so that could be something, but
Yeah. Yeah, I think I mostly agree. I bring in the Brotherhoods in because it just kills all the creatures out of the red-black deck and can grab the unlicensed Hearse. So it's kind of like a slightly better spot removal spell in some of those ways that sometimes gets you a 2-for-1. So besides that, I really like it. This is funny. I've skipped ahead a little bit here to the Rakdos deck, which we'll get to in a second. They have a bunch of Reckoner Bankbusters from Mitchel. And that's a card that's actually pretty good against Pheonix. And that really makes me have Brotherhood end. However, we don't know that. We're not playing an open deck list tournament. This is the difference in closed deck list. You kind of have to take those hedge and those guesses. But yeah, I agree for the most part on that sort of thing. And yeah, I think you want to cut these thing in the ices right away, cut these temporal trespasses, get these kind of clunky cards that take a lot of setup out of our deck, and just try to play a raw, efficient deck against Mitchell.
yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Let's check out the Rakdos deck real quick here and go over this sideboard because we've got some doozies over here. First up, we have 3 Extinction Event, then 2 Duress, 2 Bankbuster, 2 Rending Volley, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 2 Go Blank, and then Anna Braid and Anne Sky Sovereign. What do you like in this one?
So I'm always not 100% certain if you're supposed to bring in Duress against Pheonix. It is decent at stopping Treasure Cruise, but it's one of those things that you have to line up pretty properly, and it's also pretty bad if they just draw Cruise off the top. So I don't know about that one. The Go Blanks I think are slam dunks. Like you said, the Bank Busters, if you're trying to play more of an attrition style game post board, those make sense along with the unlicensed Hearses to kind of go after the graveyard. But the Hearses, the Bank Busters, and the Go Blanks I think are pretty easy, and then maybe the Duresses and potentially Rending Volley. It does kill Shredder, and it also does kill the Drake, Crackling Drake in the post-board game. So maybe those as well.
Yeah, I could definitely see some of that stuff. I think if you don't have these other things we're talking about, like the Volley and the Reckoner Bankbuster, I think you just kind of bring in Duress because you don't want to walk into Brotherhoods in super hard. And that's just like a good way to do that. It's just, bring in these Duresses and just use them to make sure your Shieldred stick. But now that we have all these other cards, we might just choose to fight the fight that way, and maybe we bring in like a Duress, or instead of having a 3/2 or something like that, or one of the removal spells, just to try to maybe preemptively grab something like a piece of the puzzle. And then post board, it is what it is.
Yeah, Duress being able to tag both pieces and Cruise, especially in the post board games where there's four of each of those are kind of like the ways that that Pheonix can kind of assemble, just kind of get out of the 1-for-1 battle that the Rakdos deck is trying to set up. So it does make a lot of sense because when you're able to trade 1-for-1 on a Cruise or 1-for-1 on a Pieces, that's a pretty good exchange for Rakdos.
Yeah, I have to agree. Looks like the players are shuffling up still, so we're gonna get down there pretty soon. But yeah, the Rakdos deck pretty strong. We saw Eli Wolfman top 8 the DreamHack Atlanta RC with this last weekend, and it's a deck that just continues to impress. How do you like it as the field sort of develops?
I think it got a pretty significant upgrade with Misery Shadow. That is a card that, before they were playing copies of Kalitas in the main deck, and Kalitas, most of what you were playing Kalitas for was the exile effect. And now the fact that you get that on a more lean card because your deck was already kind of clunky, so you get it on a 2-drop that also, has like these better setup turns where you go 4 mana, you go Misery Shadows, you the Dreadbore against like an Old Growth Troll or something. So yeah, I think Rakdos is in a pretty good spot.
Yep, and we're back here in the future match here with Dominic with the Spire Bluff Canal and the passing of the turn. Looks like we're going to consider at the end of turn, and we see Mitchel here with a Hive of the Eye Tyrant and a passing back. Looks like we decided to bin a Treasure Cruise, probably because we have another Treasure Cruise in hand.
We do see the Duress. Yeah, and you're right. There's the other Cruise. Now, the rest of the hand is what? We got Shredder. Is that 2 Galvanic iterations, a Spike Field, and a Braid? So I'm guessing you probably just take this Cruise.
You could take. I am a little tempted to take the Spike Field Hazard. I think that's probably greedy because the game's going to go pretty long and draw more lands, but I can't help but notice that I can grab this land But yeah, you
You
should
just
probably
want
take the
to you
Treasure
just want to stone rain him.
Yeah, I mean, they need a lot of resources, and I've got go blanks at hearses and things of that nature. So if my opponent doesn't have lands, what are they going to do? As we see,
Well, it looks like we're both wrong because it looks like we're both wrong because the Abrade was selected. Now, what does that tell you? That means there's likely an unlicensed hearse in hand.
Yeah, probably a hearse if you're a lucky bank buster, but probably a hearse. And this is kind of why duress is sort of good. Where it's just kind of awkward, like you mentioned, where it's like, oh yeah, it clears the way for stuff, but you do have to kind of have in the right lineup there. But looks like we have a graveyard trespasser coming down and eating one of the spells, making it to the first delve spell is gonna be kind of hard to cast.
Right, and maybe that was the consideration for not taking the cruise, is because you have the trespasser to kind of go after the graveyard. Maybe you can maybe you figure that you can mitigate the graveyard enough with the trespasser that the cruise cannot be cast for long enough.
Mm-hmm. That makes total sense to me. And, I think it's pretty reasonable, too. It might also be the only clock that Mitchel has in hand. And it's like, listen, I want to take Treasure Cruise, but I've got a bunch more discard spells. I'm just going to do this. And we see the respect from Dom saying, hey, I'll 2-for-1 myself. I'll kill this, Trespasser and pass the turn.
Yeah, and I guess the nice thing about that for Dom is it puts a card in the graveyard. So now, even if there's no land, you can just fire off the cruise.
100%. And we have a Fable the Mirror Breaker here, which it looks like we don't have any lands from Mitchel unless they're playing them post the spell. It looks like we are playing one Blood Crypt. Okay. But still probably a lot of gas in hand. And if not, the Fable will help find that gas.
Oh boy, if this opt finds I guess I was going to say if this opt finds an untapped land, you can go Iteration Cruise, but you're still 1 mana short. Yeah, the axe. If we had drawn the axe for the draw step, we could have went axe Iteration Cruise, but now we don't have enough cards to do that.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to go axe this goblin and then Treasure Cruise, which isn't the worst play in the world. And, you've just got to resolve it. My inclination is just a hard cast Treasure Cruise for a bunch of mana.
Yeah. I'm wondering how much we care about the 2/2. It's kind of interesting. I guess the cool thing about this is you get to exile the axe and keep the iteration in the graveyard. It's kind of close.
Yeah. My big thing that I'm thinking about is I'm scared of Shieldred. Like if Shieldred comes down this board, we are in trouble.
It's a good point. Yeah, now that we've gotten rid of the lightning axe.
Yeah. But we'll have to see. Dom, one of our better players on the NRG circuit, has multiple top 8s. You and I commentated him topping the team event just a few weeks ago, back in Fort Wayne. And so, we're going to see a duress here kind of clear the way, but he's definitely no slouch to the future match areas. I think his hand Spell Pierce, Odawara, and Unknown. I can't quite make out the Unknown card. Looks like it's been taken, though. Oh, Galvanic. Sure.
The Galvanic, yeah. Yep.
That's right. The black and the white doesn't play well with the lights.
That is not a good hand for Dom, though. Not exactly what he's looking for, especially if this is another Trespasser, which it is. Wow, yeah, this is rough for Dom. We're going to need, I guess, Cruise can be cast, right? Because you can go Odawara and then have 6 mana plus the 2 cards in graveyard, but we're going to need something like another Cruise to get out of this.
100%. Yeah, we're going to have to see what he can draw off the top. Maybe you just have to rip pieces of the puzzle and just Galvanica pieces and just put like 1 million cards in your graveyard, draw 1 million cards, and be very happy. But
or nothing. Nothing in the Trespasser flips.
Yeah, is nothing good? Is that what I was looking for? Is that going to make you proud, Mom? As we activate Dim the Bugbear.
Yeah, and the Trespasser is going to go after the rest of the cards in the graveyard, which makes Cruise a bad top deck. We're going to Odawara the Den, which I guess is fine, but yeah, this is a rough spot for Dom here. Like you said, it probably has to be pieces at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and looks like we drew Ledger Shredder and a passing of the turn.
2 mana 1/3, not exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah. And this is partly reason, by the way, why you see some players cutting Ledger Shredder, is that it's fine when you have the resources in your head or it's early game, but in the mid game it is really anemic.
Yeah, it's just one of your worst top decks in spots like this.
Mm-hmm. As we do see the Graveyard Trespasser get copied with Reflection of the Mirror Breaker and then swinging for 8.
Yeah, Dom with no graveyard, facing down a Trespasser and a flipped Fable. Draws a Crackling Drake. That's not a bad one. Into a Lightning Axe. Okay. So now you can probably have to kill the Fable. Yep, and then you get a Shredder trigger.
Yeah, you
But
just hope
now
some-
this Drake can contest the Trespasser. Also, it's going to flip back to Day, which makes Trespasser only a 3/3. So maybe not a bad sequence here for Dom.
Yeah, pretty good. And Dom has used a lot of cards this game. So I'm going to guess that Drake is probably an 11-4, give or take. And so if that's the case, we're looking at a 2-turn lethal here. And if Mitchell doesn't find some removal spell, we might just see how Crackling Drake does put you to the habit test.
Yep. So I saw a flip card in Mitchell's hand. I couldn't send a Fable. Fable, okay. Doesn't look like there's a Dreadbore, though.
Does not. And it looks like... Oh? Sorry, a little bit of lag on my part there. It looks like we have a Bloodtithe Harvester coming down. Thought we were casting something else for a second. But, all right, so we've got a couple of creatures on board and kind of have something, happening.
No, the slow peel. I love it. I love the slow peel.
So when he's
Big
tanking
fan of it.
too. Yeah, Dominic's someone who I imagine would insta scoop if it wasn't good. If this wasn't a real
Yep.
card, Dom's just like, I've got better things to do. I can go hang out with the boys.
That is a real card. Okay, Hardcast Lightning Axe.
All right. Yeah, Hardcast Lightning Axe and just kill this thing and push some damage. We don't know exactly how big it is, but once again, I'm going to guess it's around 11. So I guess it's 12-ish now.
Dead to Fatal Push, because you can go Fatal Push and fire up a creature land.
Yeah, and you do have to sweat it now.
What do we got? What do we got from Mitchell? This would be an insane game for Dom to win.
Yeah, I mean, that is the nicest way possible to put it. As we see Mitchell here, consulting the hand, consulting the deck, thinking about what exactly I need to rummage to, what I need to hold, because, Mitchell is going to die this Drake if he doesn't answer it. However, he doesn't want to miss any sort of other lethal lines where he discards something and realizes, oh, I actually could have won with that. So taking a second here just to think about everything.
4 mana being tapped. I think the hand is go blank land. I think we're done. Oh my goodness. Dominic taking game number 2 in I did not expect that after Mitchell's draw. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that was impressive. And that does show, we talked about it with Jesse Robkin in round number 1. But Crackling Drake is a card that kind of you decide to play not because it is good against Rakdos, but because it is good versus Graveyard Hate. And then against Rakdos, sometimes you just draw it in that sort of spot, and it's like, yeah, I'm a 12-4. Is that good? And like 20% of games, the answer is, yeah, no, that was good enough. Good games. And we saw, happen with Jesse round 1. We saw it happen here in a spot where no other sideboard card could really win that sort of game. You play Kefnet, you play Burn Down the House, you play Confiscation Coup, Hazaret, all those cards, not good enough. However, Crackling Drake, able to actually close the door.
Right, and that's kind of the nature of the matchup. And there's just a lot of 1-for-1 trading back and forth. There's a lot of graveyard hate between the Trespassers and the Go Blanks. So you're normally cards that you would normally be good to top deck in those spots, like Treasure Cruise, maybe a little less impactful given the presence of the graveyard hate. So having a card that is just very, very likely, almost when you cast it in the mid game in spots like that, it's almost always going to be a 2-turn clock, sometimes even a 1-turn clock. And there's just not any other card that allows you to do that. And even on turn 4, when there's nothing in the graveyard, it's like 4 mana for a 2/4 draw card. That's not even that bad.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it also, once again, forces the respect. I played some games at the RC where it's just like you mentioned, it's like a 2/4 whatever. They don't really care about it. And I'm like, cool, Galvanic pieces hit you for like 8. And the Drake didn't win me the game, but it did a big chunk and then did force him to kind of re-answer after I just redeployed this huge threat of cards. So it is something that the players have to pay attention to and have to respect to some level, even if they don't give it the immediate, like, oh, I have to kill this now respect that sometimes it does deserve. It looks like the players are starting, so let's hop down to the feature match area. Looks like we have a Thoughtseize being cast, and it looks like we have Arclight Phoenix, Lightning Axe, Pieces, and then 3 lands for Dominic.
Pieces, huh? So, unless there's a second discard spell here from Mitchell, likely not going to take that. Maybe wants to go for something like a Lightning Axe. Maybe does want to take the second Pieces anyways, because he doesn't want both of them to resolve, especially, in a game that's maybe going to go a little bit longer.
Yeah, we might see Mitchell just take pieces just so that if Mitchell finds like one go blank, it can undo all of this work. Typically, what you kind of find when you play the Pheonix versus Rakdos deck is one approach to have is simply to just sit back and not cast your pieces till you have to minimize the effect of go blank, and try and line it up to where you can pieces into treasure cruise in the same turn. So by taking this first pieces, you don't allow Dom to sort of like free pieces to sort of get for value and force you to have a go blank. Instead, put the onus on him. As we do
Yeah,
see,
he does have the
Unlicensed
Hearse here.
Arcade. Yeah.
No spell pierce here for drawn for Dom. That would have been kind of a sicko.
Yeah, that would have been very good. As we do see, yeah, Dom's is kind of forced, like, all right, with Hearse in play, I'm not going to get to go through too much. Let's just cast pieces of the puzzle and see what we can build as we hit Galvanic, Treasure Cruise, consider Arclight Pheonix, and Spell Pierce.
Would normally be a pretty good pieces, probably the best possible if it were for that unlicensed Hearse. But with the presence of Hearse, yeah, probably going to takes the iteration and the consider. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense, but pretty unfortunate that Mitchell did have the Hearse there.
Yep. And good job on Mitchell for holding back to activate it. It can be a little tricky sometimes on when to do it, but good tight technical play to make sure, and gets rewarded by snagging the Pheonix and getting to activate right away again if we want to, in order to stop treasure cruises, or we can hold and try and catch another Pheonix after our discard spell that we know is in hand.
All right, so another Thoughtseize. We're looking at a lot of cards here.
Yeah, Galvanic,
iteration,
consider Ledger Shredder, Axe, Arclight, Fiery Impulse, and a Steam Dance.
We did go ahead and take the Lightning Axe, which leads me to believe there's likely a Shieldred in Mitchell's hand. That would make the most sense for taking the Lightning Axe.
Yeah, I have to agree. Looks like Mitchell's doing a good job of setting that up. And, otherwise it's really tempting just to take the Arclight Pheonix and just sort of eat it and be like, okay, well, you can't really win if I keep going long and long and longer with you. So I'll just make sure you can't do that.
Right, and noticeably no fourth land here for Mitchell. So very, very likely does have the Shieldred, but didn't have the land to deploy it. Also knew about the Lightning Axe, so wouldn't want to deploy it anyways.
Yeah, Mitchell here needs to probably respond to this consider and eat 2 cards out of fear of, ban a card, draw Treasure Cruise, cast it. You would not get a chance to respond there. So it's a hard spot to know for sure, but it is a spot where you can deny something. And Dom,
wow.
Yeah, takes full advantage of it. Since Mitchell didn't use it to activate, gets a draw 3, and that is big. Those kind of cards are not supposed to be happening for Dom unless Dom's spending 4 or 5 mana, and he did have to spend 3, but still a pretty big thing there. And worth noting, the Hearse being small does matter a lot. And we moved a discard from hand size, it seems, and we have a Pheonix in the graveyard.
See, it's interesting. I saw that Dom picked up the Brotherhood's End. We still discarded the Pheonix, though. I wonder if maybe there was something else he wanted to discard and keep the Pheonix in hand, because we can just Brotherhood's End to kill the Hearse and then kind of move on with our life.
Yeah, I wonder too. It might be that Dom just kept the Brotherhood's End as an answer to creatures and just like, yeah, the Hearse doesn't matter now because I've already used my graveyard so much, and I just don't want to die to like a Misery Shadow or like a Graveyard Trespasser, But it's unclear to me too. We do see Mitchell here being like, no, die Arclight Pheonix. Immediately get to activate.
Only 2 red for Dom, which is a little awkward because ideally he'd want to go Impulse plus Brotherhood's End. But I guess you can't Impulse the Shadow anyways because, there is a 3rd red. But yeah, we can't Impulse anyways because there's a mana up for the Shadow.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we're maybe playing Ledger Shredder into Brotherhood's End and just going to connive away a card in order to keep our...
I think I like that. Probably,
Yeah.
blow up the Hearse.
Yep. And, Dom does have some Hall the Storm Giants in hand too, so Dom has a couple ways to win. Hall the Storm Giants is discarding Arclight Pheonix is a good one to discard to the connive there. It's a good one to kind of, once you've got them set up, you can start abyssing them, and getting towards that is really important. This Ledger Shredder is going to do a good job in that, but we do see you get Fatal Pushed and exiled thanks to Misery Shadow. And we're just double checking that the Arclight Pheonix wasn't supposed to go in exile. It looks a lot like Dothi Voidwalker, but it is not Dothi Voidwalker.
Here's the Shieldred. Let's just see if Dom picked up a Lightning Axe for this. I think there might be 2 copies of Fiery Impulse.
Yeah,
I only saw 1 red card.
Is there a Galvanic, or is that last game? You might just see Galvanic, Fiery Impulse, and Upkeep so we don't lose any life.
I think there is a Galvanic, yeah. So you can go Galvanic, Fiery Impulse, Upkeep.
Yeah. Yeah, because
And
you're
that would be
Galvanic resolving of
two-
spell mastery.
Right, and that would be 2 spells for the Pheonix, but it's awkward because he doesn't have a third spell lined up to get the Pheonix back.
Yeah, whenever you're supposed to take one, you just take your 2 and just like make sure, like you're mentioning here, to line things up as best as possible. Looks like we do Crackling Drake. Not exactly what we're looking for, but
I think there's a Shredder too. So yeah, see, this is awkward because now if you want to, you can go Shredder iteration, but that also gets you 2 more off the shield rid. It's a pretty tough spot here for Dom.
yeah, I think I like where Dom's at though, with Galvanicking and then Fire Impulsing the Shieldred and then just playing the Ledger Shredder post all of this. And the Ledger Shredder doesn't even need to do very much. It just kind of needs to be on the battlefield. Oh, it looks like we had to Behold the Multiverse in our hand. So we're actually foretelling that, which is actually really good for staying on top of cards against Red-Black.
Yeah, and I think doing that instead of playing the Shredder makes a lot of sense that turn, not exposing it to a removal spell. Because now, if you're Dominic, you can even go play the Shredder, then play the Behold, and even if there's a Fatal Push, you can still get the card off of the Shredder.
Yep, we do see a Fable and Mirror Breaker after an attack for 3 with 1 activation here from Mitchel. And we're getting really close to Dominic being in sort of this danger zone. Luckily, Behold the Multiverse for him is going to allow him to try to work towards that double spelling. It's curious to see if we were going to see a Galvanic copy the Behold, but it looks like Dom's maybe trying to set up that Galvanic iteration to maybe answer the 2 creatures on board and maybe get a Pheonix trigger.
So doesn't want to play the Shredder first. Interesting.
Yeah, it might be respect for something like the Brothers Hood End or something like that, and doesn't want to discard any spells. I'm not quite sure.
Huh.
And it might also just be that.
Perhaps.
Yeah, it might just be wanting to keep your mana open too, just in case you drew like a pieces you'd want to cast it. But we are casting this Crackling Drake, which I believe is keyword huge again.
Yeah, keyword large and in charge. Honestly, with Mitchel at 14, this might just be lethal.
Yeah, it's also really weird because Mitchel just gets to attack with the Misery Shadow for free, and Dom has to be like, yeah, I'll trade your 2 mana for my unbeatable card, or just like takes a little hit. So it's going to be interesting to see as Rending Volley did decide to come in from Mitchel, maybe a change after getting, soloed by the Crackling Drake before. It is exiled as well, which matters for future treasure cruising opportunities. And looks like we have a treasure activation, and we're going to get at least 1 little pump. 2 more pumps. All right, that's 6 damage. Dom's at 3.
Dom's at 3, Mitchel at 14. That Rending Volley was massive for Mitchel. Just that, as we talked about, that Drake was very, very likely going to be a lethal attacker. Now, I think Dom's just on all lands. Yeah.
Yeah, luckily we do have Hall of Storm Giants to activate and block, but I think our Misery Shadow can even kill it. If we just draw land, it just actually eats the Hall of Storm Giants, which feels like unreasonable, but is the world we live in.
Yeah, just tap 6 mana, just eat your hive or eat your hall.
Yeah, it's just a 7/7. How big could it be?
Oh, it's Fatal Push too.
Oh, that will work too. Just pay the ward.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking about last turn, where you would just pump 1 more time and put Dom at 2. But yeah, we see Mitchel here dominating in that game there, and was really back and forth. And I mean, that was a match too, where I think we kind of saw not even how bad things can be for the Pheonix player against Rakdos, but still, even with things not being the worst, it was still such a hard time, and Dom just had to play really tight and really well to even get to the spot to do things like resolve those treasure cruises and get into a spot where maybe the Crackling Drake wins. And the kind of failure Crackling Drake showed his head again, right, Devin?
Right. Yeah. I mean, the Rending Volley was enough for Mitchel to kind of take the game. There was that one turn where Dominic was able to resolve that treasure cruise. Perhaps maybe a small misstep from Mitchel, but yeah, it's just these post-board games. You're right. You talked about this. The texture of the post-board games just are so different when you have Hearse and you have Goblin and you have Trespasser. Just all of these cards that just get to mitigate the graveyard on top of all the discard for crews and pieces. It's really, really hard for Pheonix to kind of play that that 1-for-1 game alongside Rakdos, because the Rakdos deck is doing all of this 1-for-1ing while also presenting a massive threat, and the Pheonix deck is kind of really playing on the back foot for most of the game.
100%, I have to agree. Yeah, and it's something I think we're going to see a lot of, especially now as Pheonix has re-solidified itself as a key player in the Pioneer format, and Rakdos hasn't gone anywhere, where understanding and learning this matchup is pivotal for both sides and for success. And it's really one of the reasons not to play Pheonix is how good Rakdos is in the matchup. But we still see, despite that, a lot of players still registering Pheonix. And, there's like still a lot of innovation, I think, to be had in the matchup. You mentioned watching earlier, but like I was talking to Drake about how I took the draw versus Rakdos. That's kind of like the thing I've been doing in the matchup. And, it's a small sample size, but like I 4-0'd it at the RC and got a little lucky to do so for sure. But I do think there's still some room to be figured out and figure out exactly how to sideboard and how you want to approach this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. The choosing the draw is very interesting. I think we're trying to get the interview set up. We are a little bit close to that, so bear with us for a moment. But yeah, I mean, I really hadn't ever thought about taking the draw, but when you kind of think about how the matchup plays out, it does make a lot of sense because the Rakdos deck is, as we talked about, so good at 1-for-1ing. Just having the extra card just seems so important, especially if you're playing those longer games and your threats are all being traded for. Just having that extra threat or that extra card does seem like it's really important.
Yeah, well, let's see what Mitchell has to say about this matchup as let's go on down to the interview. Hey, congratulations, Mitchell, on being 5-0 at the NRG today. How are you feeling?
Good. After last couple of tournaments haven't gone well, been 0-2 or 1-2 dropping, so being 5-0 for once feels really good. So
heck yeah, that's exciting. Do you play a lot of Rakdos? Is this your go-to deck?
I play a lot of Blood Crypt decks in every format. Like I used to play Modern Pyromancer a lot back in the day, and I played the 4-color Mardu deck back in that standard with Khan. So I'm a Blood Crypt aficionado, I guess you can say.
I love it.
We call that Jung guy.
Yeah, that basically yes, Jung guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Well, you mentioned you've had some rougher events recently. This one's going pretty well, and things are kind of going well. Have all your matchups been like that one? Because that was a really tight and intense game going on there.
Yeah, Pheonix is always a pretty tight, close matchup. Treasure cruising. I'm always afraid just drawing up pieces, or you rip their hand apart as much as you can, and they can just top deck a piece or cruise, and you don't have keep their graveyard in check. It can spiral out. They're always close. Generally, I'm like I beat it twice. That's the second time I beat it today, so it's generally just always close.
Makes sense.
See, it seems like one of those matchups where, like me and Mason were talking about it. I think the Pheonix deck is slightly ahead game one, but once you get to the post-board games, when you have the hearses and the graveyard, or the hearses and the goblins, it seems you're really able to kind of mitigate the treasure cruises, and you were very, very easily able to do that in the post-board games.
Yeah, that new Brotherhood's end card I've had cast to blow both of my hearses today, so that's something I have to look out for more. But yeah, it's generally, once you get more sideboard cards, take out some bad cards.
No, for sure. Yeah, Brotherhood's End is a really important card of the matchup, like you mentioned there. It's also so annoying, right? It's like, oh, it beats my hate for them, but also I can't play my creatures. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, and blowing up blood tokens too is just the incidental extra damage. I can't talk incidental damage.
No, you're all good. You're all good. So, are you having fun so far today? Is this a local event for you, or did you drive out for it?
Yeah, I live in Madison, Wisconsin, so it's the closest, around here. So yeah.
Nice, awesome. Well, hey, good luck in the rest of the event. Keep it up. You're 5-0. You're live for the top 8. We hope to see more of you here in just a couple of rounds. Keep it up. We're all rooting for you, and have a good rest of your day and enjoy that time between the rounds.
Thanks, guys.
See ya. Now, we're going to come back to the booth here for a second because I have some exciting news to tell you, Devin. We have more Magic. We're going to set up our time-shifted match and get some more feature matches in for y'all this round. I'm going to have to leave pretty soon, so I want to get at least one more game in on the commentary before I have to go. And let's see what we have going on this round. Do you have any idea what's happening?
Well, a little bit of spice and a little bit of maybe not so much spice, but...
Let's see. It looks like we're jumping down. What I've got over here is Monogreen versus Kruger Fires, but it's going to pull up in a second. Let's see if it's actually those things. I'm going to read the deck list names.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We don't want to have a Rakdos or whatever it was. What was it? What was the last one? It was Atarka Red. Yeah, we don't want to have an Atarka Red situation.
So we're getting some word that there was a game loss handed out game one for Izzet here. So it's all been taken care of, though. We're all good to keep going. So we're starting in. Normally would show you game one. There isn't going to be one of that because of the deck check and everything going on. So Matthew here is on the play for game two, up a game in what is a really hard matchup for the Kruger Fires deck.
Yeah, so I think I guess Izzet is up or Izzet is down a game. Yeah, so Matthew is in the draw, but yeah, this generally is not the best matchup for the Krug of Fires deck. On the play with the turn 2 biting for the elf, that's probably the best you can possibly hope for, and no follow-up elf here for Matthew, so might give Isaac some time to do some setup here to try and, get to a Fable and then ultimately a Fires of Invention, because you kind of have to sort of combo off from the Fire side in order to have a chance to overcome the mono green deck.
100% here, yeah. And we do see Matthew just trying to sculpt it, and it looks like it's a bunch of lands and maybe a Karn. So it looks like a Cavalier is what we picked up there. But yeah, no, just like how the deck lines up too, the Kruger deck doesn't do a whole bunch of the early turns. You have to interact against the mono green deck. And then even when you do your thing, it's sometimes just not enough to push through the Cavaliers and the Old Growth Trolls of the world.
Right, yeah, even if you have, the turn 4 Fires plus thing, turn 5, you go, play a creature, play a Cavalier, sometimes you just don't even have profitable attacks even after you set all of that stuff up. So, yeah, it can be really tough, especially, like you said, against the Cavs and the Trolls. This is, I would say, a fairly anemic draw for Matthew. Nothing on 2, well, I guess the Oath on 2, double Oath on 2, and then Kiora Elf on 3. Does have, I believe, 2 Karns, a Cav, and a Storm as the leftovers. So, yeah, maybe not quite as anemic as I thought it was.
Yeah, it's so awkward, too, where it feels like that's not a lot, right? But it just kind of is. Like, keyword 5-6 big, it's just very big in Pioneer. And it kind of just shows every time we watch the deck play, as it does look like we're resolving a Storm of the Festivals here.
Yeah, we got a land and an elf, which I guess if you're an Isaac fan, you're definitely pumped to see that. But yeah, having all tap lands means that Isaac couldn't deploy a Fires. I don't even think there was a Fires. I think the hand is Kenrith, Skyclave,
Lockdown.
Binding. Is it lockdown? Okay.
I think it's a little hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure one's a lockdown. Looks like it's coming down. Don't worry, it's just temporary. Yeah, it's so funny. It's kind of undone half the Storm of the Festival that was already pretty weak, but it's still just, we have to get like a Cavalier Flames or like a Fires into that in order to actually present enough pressure to start killing the mono green player. Because as we've seen so many times in the future match area, if you do not clock them, if you do not present threats, you will lose. And we see Matthew here with just, I've got another Storm of the Festival. Do with that information what you will.
Yeah, the draw step provided another Storm here for Matthew, and this one's going to be, I think, a little bit better than the first one. I believe we're going to be taking a Karn, and there was either a Haven or a Nykthos, I think, is what Matthew's deciding between. Looks like
I
Karn.
have to assume it's Nykthos, unless there's a Nykthos in hand. Yeah. Even then, it might just be Nykthos still.
I wonder if he's thinking because he doesn't have a lot of devotion, but he has the Cav in hand, so you can go like Cav, Nykthos, untap Nykthos. We're actually going to go with Sky Sovereign. Interesting. Okay.
Okay, this makes some sense because this just lets you actually like start hurting them or whatever, and you're kind of close to comboing. Well, you're a little bit off on devotion, but you're like much closer than it looks like, and you don't need to really worry about having the Nykthos for now because if they don't interact with your stuff, you're just going to win anyways. So look, oh my, we have Haywire Mire now, so we can actually kill the Fires even if it comes.
Yeah, the Might's actually pretty big because that can kill the Lockdown.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, and then we get back all our little devotion friends, and we get another Oath trigger. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. It also can get rid of the Leyline Binding, which I think just has an elf, but for future Leyline Bindings might be able to stop like Karn. So it might just be a good preemptive one to grab, but just like, yeah, how are you going to kill this? I don't know. One of these things? I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm guessing you want to get something, impactful so that if there is an answer for Karn, you kind of have to expect there's an answer for Karn because there was a land that was shocked. Oh, you know what's happening here? So I think what's happening is they're asking the judge if when Sky Sovereign enters the battlefield, does it create a trigger even if there's no target? Because if Sky Sovereign does create a trigger, you can respond to it and target the Karn with binding. I don't know if that's what they were asking.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. So it's maybe also it might just have to shoot the Kiora. That's a good point.
It's only opponents. I know for a fact it's only opponents, but I wasn't sure if it, even if there was no target, if it still created a trigger. I'm guessing no is the answer.
Yeah, it looks to be no. That's a really good catch there. That's a really good way to, sort of get this thing. And we see Isaac decide to actually grab the Kiora here. I kind of like it when you're a little low on mana. Karn kind of needs a lot of mana in order to be really good.
And we actually saw the Binding take out the Kiora. Very interesting not going after the Karn. We did get the Haywire Might, which does make sense.
Yeah, maybe the idea is I'd rather have Kiora get reset.
True. That's a good point.
I'm not exactly. Maybe the plan is just to kill Karn here, and maybe you couldn't kill Kiora. I don't know exactly how that would line up in this deck, but I don't know. I've got a lot of hot
Penrith
takes
haste.
about this deck, Devin. So I don't want to. I don't want to bring them to the coverage like that. But
Well, it's funny. I feel like we're kind of on the same page. I saw your tweet about the kind of like the red-white Fires deck. The deck that I played in the LCQs was kind of like a similar style, like a red-green Fires deck. It kind of just like cut a lot of the colors, and the idea was I liked Fires, but we want it to be we don't have a better mana base. So I'm kind of with you on the Fire side of things.
we'd love to hear it. Yeah, I just feel like look at how this game's played out, where we've played all these tap lands, and that's a real cost, gamers who are watching. And if you just like didn't play Omnath and you were still like, my deck's basically red white. Devin here mentioned being red green. You could probably still be 3 colors and just have significantly better mana and actually interact on the curve way more. So that's kind of my my thoughts on things. It looks like we're gonna crew up the boat and slam in for 6. Brrr. That's my boat.
So
pretty good, right?
I like it. I like it. This matchup, it seems like from the Fire side of things, at least when I was testing, Fires against Mono Green, I don't think I ever won a game where I didn't draw Fires, because when you're casting 1 spell a turn versus, their 5 spells a turn, it's like you're never going to be able to keep up with that. So yeah, it's pretty unfortunate for Izzet that he was never able to find a Fires.
100%. And it looks like we're just kind of tanking here. It looks like we have some really interesting lines where we can go like stomp, play Bone Crusher, attack for 9, put Matthew down to 9 thanks to the stomper earlier. So it looks like we're trying to figure out if we're supposed to do that, or maybe we have an Otawara in hand and maybe we're supposed to Otawara something in order to kind of solve the problem that way. But just doing some math from Izzet here, just taking a second. We have reached, as weird as it sounds, the end game sort of. So just making sure that like, hey, we're playing technically, we're not missing anything. It's really important.
The end game. Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, there is a Kenrith in play. So Matthew at 20. So I think we're thinking about like stomp with Bone Crusher, play Bone Crusher, haste. That's 9 plus the 2 from Bone Crusher is 11. Excuse me, but then the Sky Sovereign could take out the Bone Crusher. So trying to go through a bunch of different permutations, see if there's any way out of this for Izzet.
Yeah, I wonder. There's nothing to reanimate too. We don't have any other creatures in the graveyard with Kenrith, so
yeah, no, nothing. I learned the hard way. If you Kenrith your opponent's creature, that doesn't work the way you want it to.
Oh gosh, that really doesn't work. Oh, you know what? We could just go play Bone Crusher, put a counter on it, haste, and then we beat the Sky Sovereign. And we only put
and then Bone Crusher doesn't die to Sky Sovereign.
Yeah, and then suddenly
that is a 2-turn clock. That's interesting. I could see that.
Look, it looks like we're attacking. Maybe we're just gonna go pick up Karuga, Otawara, whatever tries to attack us.
We did nothing. So we're just gonna gain 10. All right.
Fine
I'm
enough.
with you. Trying to buy a little bit of time here.
Looks like we have a Haywire Mire just kind of hanging out in the hand along with some lands. And we do have those Storm the Festivals in the graveyard.
Yeah, only 6 mana, no Nick though, so can't quite get to those yet. So maybe the Haywire Might could take out the Lockdown. I think you want to take out the Lockdown, get an Oath Trigger, try to find a Nykthos, because this also gives you 3 more Devotion.
Yeah, true. And also, even if you find an elf or whatever, you can then have the elves crew the boat and then attack for 11. That's a lot.
Yep. Yeah, and
Also,
then try to keep pace with the Kenrith.
Yeah, you gain 2 life as well from this, which is like weirdly important for the racing. So, looks like a Kiora is grabbed off the Oath.
Oh, it had the Nykthos.
Oh. Okay. All right, looks like we're gonna play a Wolf Willow. Oh,
I think we might just be done. I think we have enough, right?
It's close.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because we have a Karn in hand.
Yeah, but
we have Karn Kiora.
We have Karn Kiora, but we don't have 8 Devotion. with the activation
True.
before the activation Nykthos. I think we've set up the win for the next turn, and we can just storm the festivals this turn. But it looks like we are going to respond to Odawara, our own leyline binding. Oh no! Welcome to the legend rule.
That's a very heads-up play from Isaac. So yeah, you go Odawara, bounce the binding, cure legend rule, and then you have the binding left over. Very, very heads-up play from Isaac there.
Yeah, that's what Isaac was thinking about with the it all starting to come together now. And it looks like this cure is going to enter. We're going to have some legend ruling, and we're going to recast the binding. It looks like we're binding the Cavalier of Thorns. Okay.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a window where you could binding, so you pick up the binding with the Odawara and then recast the binding with the Cura still on the stack on the troll to give less devotion for Matthew. I don't know if maybe there was a window missed, but I have to go back and watch.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we have enough for lethal with the layer anyways, but
yeah. And we just have it. All right. That's a lot of devotion, and that's going to do it. Matthew here wins 2-0 over Isaac. Moving on to 4-1, exciting record to have there. Still live. It's an 8-round event, so 4-1, definitely live for top 8. Isaac here probably still live at X2, but definitely live for prizes, and those energy points are so important. And that's going to do it for our round 5 here. Devin, thank you so much for having me in the booth with you today. It was great to hang out and to talk a little Pioneer. But I'm going to step out now and let Becky come in and finish up the day and the rest of the tournament with you.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Mason. It's glad to have you as always. And hope you have a great rest of your day.
Yep. I'll see you all tomorrow, bright and early, for the Modern 5K. You want to check that out. If you haven't already, click the follow button on Twitch. That way you don't miss it. It's going to start tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Time. But that way you click the follow button, you won't miss it. You don't have to remember. You can just open up your phone and like, oh, it's there. I watch it. Oh, great. It's Mason. I love him. He's so funny. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you in just a couple minutes for the next round.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to round number 6 here in Mundelein, Illinois. I am Matt Pamonti. You're here at the NRG series with us. We are in round number 6 out of 8 here, so just a couple more rounds after this one left before we start our journey into the top 8. So let's talk about, obviously, we have this event left in our final season here, and we have one more event coming up. So if you're wanting to join us for some Magic, whether it's EDH, whatever you want to play. So the next event coming up here is going to be in Louisville, Kentucky, and we're going to bring up a little slide here for you to check out. So you can come hang out with us on Saturday, Modern $15,000 Showdown. And again, remember, if you haven't been able to play any of our events all year, you can still qualify for our end of the year championship with a win on Saturday. And then if that doesn't go too well for you, you can still play some Pioneer on Sunday, $5,000 again, December 10th and 11th in Louisville, Kentucky. I'm really hoping the weather holds out and we can get nice driving conditions. No snow. That'd be nice. So come hang out with us there. I mentioned the end of the year championship. So let's take a peek here at season 3. What we were discussing here about the points that are on the line today and all that. So you can see all of our qualified players right there. And I mentioned that season 3 showdown winner in Louisville is going to get an invite to the end of the year championship. There's also going to crown our 2 season 3 at-large invitees, and then there's going to be 4 overall at-large spots going up. So that's a humongous weekend. Obviously, it's our last weekend of the year, and we're going to punch a bunch of tickets into the championship. So we're going to go ahead and get started here in our next round, and it sounds like we're going to have Devin. Devin's going to be joined by someone new, and I'll let you all get acquainted with them in just a few minutes here. So I'm going to send it down to the feature match area. Devin, take us away.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to coverage of the NRG Series event here in Chicagoland, Illinois. My name is Devin O'Donnell, and I am joined now by my co-host, Becky Bell. Welcome, Becky. How are you doing today? I am doing pretty good. We've been watching some awesome coverage here. And, Matt was talking about the championship series at the end of the year. And we actually have one of our qualified players here in Theodore Jung. somebody who I actually got a chance to talk with. He was in Atlanta this past weekend, and was I think Theo played mono green last weekend, but playing a deck that's near and dear to my heart in Rakdos Sacrifice. Now, one thing that I will note about the Rakdos Sacrifice deck is this is kind of the nightmare matchup. This is the one deck that you want to try to avoid, specifically because of the presence of Karn the Great Crater turning off Witch's Oven and all that kind of stuff. And here it is. Turn 3, Karn the Great Crater going to shut off this oven. And this one's going to be pretty tough for Theo here. So I think the Sacrifice deck has a slight edge in kind of the heads-up matchup, like if you put the two Rakdos decks against each other. I think the Sacrifice deck has a slight edge because it kind of can play a bit more of a longer game, has more ways to generate card advantage. Things like, I guess both decks have Fable, but Deadly Dispute specifically is a card that is kind of, essentially a 2-for-1. And also just like the little chip shot damage with Witch's Oven. And I also think that the Rakdos Sacrifice deck is a lot better against most of the creature-based strategies, things like the White Weenie decks and, spirits, things like that. So I think, overall, I like Sacrifice a little bit more against everything that isn't mono green. Just, pretty unfortunate pairing here for Theo.
Well, it's kind of difficult too, yeah, because the Rakdos mid-range deck, it isn't like the worst it isn't terribly situated against mono green, but it certainly isn't the easiest matchup in the world for that deck either. So it's hard when the second most popular deck has a rough matchup against the most popular deck that commonly has twice its numbers in a lot of these tournaments.
Yeah, and we see Theo deploying a Mayhem Devil. That's going to get cleaned up pretty easily by a Sky Sovereign. And you see the reason this matchup is so bad. Karn, normally something like Witch's Oven combined with Cauldron Familiar would be able to kind of, if you pair that with a Mayhem Devil, you maybe can get some triggers to help kill the Karn. But with this Oven just being completely offline, okay, all right, that's a pretty good one here for Theo. Colgan's Command going to take out the Karn and the Sky Sovereign, following it up with the Cauldron Familiar. Now we can start activating the Oven.
Now we're cooking with gas here, or cats, as it may be.
we won't talk about that.
What? Ah, that was good.
So I believe Bill picked up a Chariot, so could deploy the Chariot there, but Cauldron Familiar, decent at kind of blanking the Chariot for a couple of turns, can block Sacrifice, so maybe can prevent some damage that way. It's hard to get a good look at Bill's hand. I think is an Oath of Nissa that's about to be deployed. Yep. So just digging for some more gas, maybe another Karn. And then as far as Theo's leftovers, I want to say it's Deadly Dispute and a couple lands here. So finds a Lovestruck Beast, which is actually pretty good because that's 4 mana, can deploy the Heart's Desire and the Lovestruck Beast. But the good thing, at least for Theo, is if he has something like a Claim the Firstborn, you can say steal the Lovestruck Beast, maybe get an attack with it, and then also be able to sacrifice it. But we're going to go for the Chariot here.
Yeah, this seems like a nice deploy. I mean, I would consider the Chariot deck Chariot in general to be one of the amazing cards. Was amazing in Standard, is now amazing in Pioneer, and I feel like that's kind of like what Pioneer was meant to be. You're playing all the cards that you loved dearly in Standard, and I feel similarly about Witch's Oven and Cauldron Familiar in that respect as well.
There's quite a few Witch's Oven Cauldron Familiar haters out there, so but I'm with you. I love me some Cauldron Familiar Witch's Oven.
And it's also certainly much nicer to play in paper than online.
Yep. So we're going to go for an Unlucky Witness. So Theo's going to immediately sacrifice that to the Oven, trying to find some gas here. Tells me that his hands probably, that stays exiled. Probably doesn't have a lot of gas left over. Finds a Fable, which is not too bad.
Yeah, that'll help
Can
out
deploy
a little bit.
that. Yep. And then if Theo's leftovers are indeed all lands, can maybe loot away the Fable. Loot away the lands with the Chapter 2 of the Fable.
And Theo nicely getting to play his own token there for the Goblin Shaman.
Oh right, that's the token they got from winning the team event, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nice
Nice
token.
little NRG tokens. Shout out to Inkland Customs as well. Thanks for making those for us. They're absolutely gorgeous. Ooh.
The Cavalier here. And hit a Nykthos. That's going to be a tough one. Now, I
Yeah.
don't believe there was a Storm the Festival, so depending on what Bill's leftovers are, may not have a ton to do with the Nykthos mana, but I mean, there's a grip full of cards. You got to expect there's something in there.
Oh yeah, and so with the mid-range deck, I feel like Cavalier is like one of those things that ends up being the reason that Kalidas is commonly played in the deck. Main deck are a lot of these sacrifice decks playing something like that to really be able to have a maybe not a clean answer, but a nicer answer to something like the absolute terror that Cavalier of Thorns brings to the table.
Not typically. Let me pull up Theo's deck list here. Theo's deck list is actually pretty clean. It's all 4-ofs. There's zero copies of Kalidas or the new one, Misery Shadow, anything like that. But the nice thing for Theo, it doesn't have a game 1, but post board has something like Karizev's Expertise, which is a massive card in this matchup. Yeah, to steal the Cavalier, and then you could sack it to the Witch's Oven, or maybe sack it to a Deadly Dispute. That's going to come up in the post board games. Not game 1 situation, but yeah, that'll definitely come up in when we get to the sideboard games.
Yeah, well, with what you've already been telling me, it sounds like a lot of what the Rakdos deck is going to be playing for is going to be kind of leaning sideboard gamed.
Right, and Theo discarded a copy of, I think that's Claim the Firstborn. Yeah, it is. So no interest in that.
Yeah, I mean, our options right now are some cats, so
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Because there was that one turn where Bill could have taken the Lovestruck piece and deployed it, but chose not to. And honestly, for Bill, probably very heads up because he was aware of something like Claim the Firstborn and realized that if he had took that Lovestruck piece and cast it, likely would have just ended up getting claimed, which does make a lot of sense for Bill here.
yeah, I think the flavor behind you stealing a Lovestruck Beast and being able to attack with it because instead of a princess, you have a little cat is actually quite funny.
Yeah, no shortage of 1/1s on Theo's side. We got cats, we got epicures, or no epicures, sorry. We have cats, we have Unlucky Witness is the other 1/1.
Unlucky Witness is a cool card and also like a relatively recent addition as well that seems very nice and spicy to kind of have a cheap way to hold some card advantage together for these strategies.
Yeah, especially when combined with something like a Deadly Dispute, right? You get to go sack the Witness, get 2 looks at a card off of the Witness, and then draw 2 off the Dispute. It just allows you to, because really what the Rakdos deck is trying to do, it's essentially just Mayhem Devil Tribal. You're really just doing everything you can to put a Mayhem Devil into play. So just having more ways to just kind of churn through your deck, and you just want to keep drawing, eventually find that Devil. Because as you can see, imagine a Mayhem Devil were drawn on this board state, there's a plethora of things that we'd be able to sacrifice.
Certainly true. Unfortunately, we don't have that Mayhem Devil here. And Kiora going to be the play, and certainly spooky when that Nykthos is available as well, as we can see that quick little untap and retap there.
Yeah, Kiora, Nykthos, untap Nykthos. I would not be surprised if this was the end of the game. I think we might just have lethal if there's a Karn. Okay, there's a Cav. Which gives Bill 6 looks at a Storm the Festival, 5 from the Cav Mill, and then 1 from the draw. Heads up play from Bill here, activating the Nykthos with the Cav trigger on the stack so that if you hit another Nykthos on the Cav, you get to keep the fresh one. Just a little bit of key sequencing there.
And now,
okay, well,
yeah,
we had the card.
Nicely, yep, as you mentioned, if we were able to see that Karn, it was going to be more than enough, and that Kiora as well is just a nice little show of, hey, I'm pretty sure you're dead here.
Yeah, and that was just a really, really tough matchup for Theo. We saw the Karn come into play on turn 3, which really stopped a lot of what Theo was doing. Kind of had to deploy the Mayhem Devil just to have a shot at pressuring the Karn. That just got cleaned up by a Sky Sovereign. It was, Theo was kind of just spinning his wheels too much a little bit from there and wasn't really able to ever find that Mayhem Devil before Bill ultimately killed him.
Yeah, well, we get to take a look at their decks now as well as their sideboards, and you can really kind of dive us into what changes we think we're going to see between these two decks as.
All right, so from Theo's side, as we talked about, there's those 2 Karizev's Expertise, along with a Gigantha, 3 Ob Nixilis, the Adversary, 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Go Blank, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, and 1 Kolaghan's Command. So from Theo's side of things, those Karizevs are a slam dunk. I've played a lot of this Rakdos Sacrifice deck. I've tried to bring in Go Blank against them, specifically to hit like Storm the Festivals that are milled over. I'm generally not a big fan of it, but Thoughtseize, on the other hand, I do like quite a bit. Being able to take the Karn the Great Creator before it can hit the battlefield is very important. So if I'm on Theo's side, I like the Thoughtseizes and the Karizev's expertise. Yeah. Yeah. This is what we call in the business no changes. We're just gonna shuffle up the deck and hand it right back to our opponent. Yeah, there's no sideboarding done here. But yeah, just key cards in the matchup. Karn the Great Creator, probably the most important card in the matchup from Bill's side. Just being able to shut off the blood tokens and the witches ovens and just the treasure tokens too. It really stunts Theo's like development. So that's the card that Bill's looking for. And Theo's really looking for ways to stop Karn, like Thoughtseize. There are some situations where you can kind of go under Karn, specifically if you have like Blood Tithe Harvester on turn 2 and then Mayhem Devil on turn 3 to put 2 3-power creatures onto the battlefield. That means that even if the Karn minuses, you have 2 things that kill it. So, Theo's looking for kind of an aggressive start or a Thoughtseize and just, really needs to keep Karn off the battlefield as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is so rough too, because a lot of the time you're like, oh, my like 3-mana thing should be able to like, say I play Fable the Mirror Breaker, I can attack with this token, but the mono green deck is so good at just like always having a way to cheat out that just a little bit faster and really kind of makes things really difficult for you to start to combat something like that 4-mana spell.
Right, so we get an Oath here for Bill, not a Llanowar Elf, notably. Theo, on the other hand, not exactly the start you want. Turn 1 nothing, turn 2 nothing. Not great for Theo.
Ugh. And I mean,
I'm
like,
guessing.
Mhm.
I'm guessing likely kept kept his hand on the strength of Fatal Push,
Mhm.
but as you see here, Bill leading Oath into Haven, not allowing Theo to cast that Fatal Push.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty convinced that like mono green players a lot of the time will not play elves against black decks. They'll like specifically go for prioritizing Oath instead because the amount of times I've been stuck with fatal pushes in my hand against mono green is like at this point too high to count on one hand or 2 hands even.
Yeah, it's just, when you have these kinds of draws that allow you to blank the Fatal Push Bone Crusher Giant hands, and even a Kiora here, like Bill's just not presenting a target for Fatal Push. Finally, plays a Lovestruck Beast, which is something, sure, maybe you Fatal Push it, maybe you don't, but like Bill doesn't even care. He got this card already got his card out of it with the Kiora, so you don't even care if that thing gets Fatal Push at this point. So, pretty good draw from Bill. And I would not be surprised if Theo just discards 2 Fatal Pushes to the Fable trigger.
Yeah, we'll see. We are
Maybe he does want to keep 1 to kill the Lovestruck Beast.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough decision too. And Kiora just enters with so much loyalty that you're like, okay, I got this 2/2. I've got my like creatures on curve, and then all of a sudden this like 3-mana planeswalker enters with 7 loyalty, and you're just like, all right. I don't have a like 7/7 on turn 3, so what am I supposed to do here?
Yeah, my general rule of thumb is I just never attack Kiora. Unless I'm killing it unless I'm like killing it that turn. I just let him have it. There's just no point. Like, Theo could send 2 at the Kiora after a Fatal Push hits the Lovestruck Beast, but like, what's the point? You're not going to kill this Kiora anytime soon.
All right, let's see if we can get creative here. Looks like you were right. We thought about discarding 2 of them.
Oh, okay.
But ended up not.
Yeah, so here's what happened. Let's kind of, so basically Theo had Mayhem Devil, claimed the firstborn his own Mayhem Devil to give it haste, attack the Kiora for 5, generate the treasure before blocks, sack the treasure, ping Kiora for 1, get the revolt trigger from the Fatal Push, and then Kiora takes 5. So
Woo!
Pretty good turn for Theo. As we talked about not attacking Kiora, Theo just says, yeah, I'm just going to kill it, so who cares?
You did say that you don't do it unless you can kill it, and Theo said, I'm pretty sure I can, and does in fact manage to do it.
Yeah, not necessarily the way that you want to use Claim the Firstborn, because it was basically just a lava spike in that scenario, just 1 mana, deal 3 to something. But, it gets the job done. And, if Bill doesn't have a land, maybe can't deploy a Cavalier. Also, killing Kiora means that even if Bill does have land cav, he's not drawing a card off of it. So, yeah, especially with the Nykthos, you want to make sure you get that Kiora off the battlefield.
All right. Looks like this time around we will be making a princess. Away. Ooh, okay. The Seiju as well. Get ourselves some mana from this Nykthos. Or no, not getting mana from the Nykthos, just using the Nykthos as normal to play for Lovestruck Beast into that Elvish Mystic. We'll be able to get more value out of that Nykthos next turn, it looks like.
Yeah, and see, the unfortunate part for Theo is he really wanted to save the Claim the Firstborn, because there's a line where you could go Claim the Firstborn, haste your Reflection, use the Reflection, copy the Mayhem Devil, and then kind of go nuts from there. But, having to use it last turn to kill the Kiora does not have access to that line now. Picked up a Fatal Push. So that could hit the Lovestruck Beast. We do have a Revolt trigger.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what you do is... Yeah, I guess he's debating if he even wants to kill the 1/1. Because you could even just get the treasure, sack the treasure, ping the 1/1, use the black, kill the Lovestruck Beast. But I think Theo's just going to leave the 1/1 hanging around. It doesn't really do that much.
Mm-hmm. And impressive that Theo's actually kind of made use of a lot of these fatal pushes. 3 of them have been seen in this game. Granted, we discarded one of them to redraw with our Fable the Mirror Breaker, but even still, being able to consistently get rid of Lovestruck Beast has been actually quite helpful here.
Yeah, Theo did have a lot of those fatal pushes, but was able to kind of convert, the first one we discarded to Fable, and then the next 2 killed 2 Lovestruck Beasts, so was able to convert those pretty effectively, especially that turn where he was able to kill the Kiora.
And it seems like we're chilling on Bill's turn here. And a lot of actually some of the carnage that Theo was able to make last turn has kind of stymied our possibilities with this Nykthos this time around.
Bill just colorless, just using the Nykthos as a Lotus Petal. Didn't have another land. Because he wanted to cast the Storm, which pretty good, just wants to, obviously has to cast the Storm. It's a pretty good one. Oh, man. Well, that's not what you want to Storm into, so.
Absolutely not, but I mean, Bill being nice enough to even show Theo what it was, so.
I love it. Love it from Bill's side. Just here's my, here's how bad it was. I respect it. With Bill at 15, I'm wondering if Theo can present a lethal attack here. It's going to be close, because you can copy the Mayhem Devil with Reflection. You can sack the treasure to kill both blockers, because now you have 2 Devil triggers. And then you have 3, 6, 9, 11 damage. You get another treasure off of that. That's 13. I think we are one permanent sacrifice short. Oh, actually, no, because the Fable, the token dies end of turn, gets sacrificed. So that should be lethal. Yep, so sack that, kill those 2. Oh, yeah, we can also fire up the den. Yeah, that's more than enough. More than enough.
And enough that Bill even says, yep, scooping them up. And it looks like we will be going to that game 3 here after a really cool actually start in a couple of turns from Theo's deck, as well as kind of an unlucky Storm of the Festivals from Bill.
Yeah, hitting 4 elves and an Oath of Nissa, not exactly where you want to be. But from Theo's side of things, that was a very good game to showcase of this is what happens when there's no Karn. Theo just kind of got to do whatever he wanted because of the presence of no Karn. And you see how massive of an impact that card has. Theo would not have been able to sacrifice any of those treasures, wouldn't have been able to sacrifice the blood token. So just Karn being able to shut all of those things off, is what makes the matchup so hard. So step 1 for Theo, make sure that Bill doesn't draw Karn.
Yeah, and step 2 is make sure that you can kind of punch through a little bit of damage. I mean, we saw just how much even like fatal pushes where they can end up being kind of a bad card are still able to get through if you're able to take care of those love struck beasts and able to take down something like that Kiora that came down pretty early and was almost something that was going to allow Bill to skyrocket in that game, but just being able to kind of with a little bit of creativity kind of cobble together a way to quickly say I'm answering this planeswalker very nicely allowed for Theo to take that one home. So that was beautiful to see. And normally I'd be like, let's look at sideboards again and see if we're making any changes. But one, the mono green deck isn't going to sideboard. And two, we've kind of already taken a look and we've seen how some changes have come together for Theo. So do you think that in the end there ends up being a little bit of a play draw disparity for these two decks in particular? Like now that Theo is going to be on the draw, is that going to make a really big frustration over the course of this game for Theo?
I mean, as far as like sideboarding changes, I don't think anything is going to change versus play draw. You think you still want the Thoughtseize, play or draw to be able to take the Karns. We saw the fatal pushes in Theo's deck when he was in the play. I'm guessing you still want those in the draw to be able to hit the Llanowar elves. So I don't think anything's going to change per se. But you're from Theo's side of things. I think when you're on the draw, you're going to be looking for those fatal push hands more often because of the presence of like the turn 1 elf, turn 2 Cure starts. So as far as mulligans are concerned, I think Theo's going to prioritize Fatal Push a little bit more in his mulligans.
And our players are still shuffling, working on drawing their opening hand. So we'll be going down in soon. And by soon, I mean right now. Excuse me. But it looks like we also will be seeing mulligans for actually both of our players. So both players going down to 6. And which one of these decks do you think ends up being a little more hurt by taking a mulligan and being down a card?
I think Theo's deck, because there's just a lot more, like, Theo's deck is really built on synergy, right? It's trying to assemble a lot of different interlocking pieces, and when your synergy-based deck is on, less cards, it's like it's harder to assemble those specific pieces that you need, and, you end up having these, like, trying to think of a good example, like, a bunch of, like, the 1-drops, but you don't have any ways to sacrifice them, right? Your hand is, say an Unlucky Witness, a Cauldron Familiar, a Mayhem Devil, and some lands, like that's a pretty anemic hand, right? So you're trying to set up, it's almost like an A plus B kind of thing, and just less cards means less shots at A plus B.
Oh, and this is kind of one of those hands that we were talking about here. Land Elf to start. Let's see. Do we have Fatal Push? No. Kind of the next best thing here, though. Ooh. All right. Walk us through this hand for Bill.
So Bill had on 6, we have Land Elf, and then we have Boat, Oath, Haven, and Nykthos. Theo's going to take the Boat. I'm wondering, that tells me, interesting, because I was thinking about taking the Haven there. Maybe Theo just prioritizes taking the threats, which maybe that, is more risk adverse, but I kind of want to just take the Haven, especially if Theo has something like a Fatal Push. You can say take the Haven and then push the Elf and just kind of set Bill back to the Stone Age. So that leads me to believe that Theo does not have a Fatal Push.
All right, but we do have Bloodtithe the Harvester to hopefully be able to attack this Karn, but things are going to get really difficult to do that here if Bill is able to continue to surmount a little bit, but with only one card in hand, that might not be the worst place for Theo to end up being in.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you're Bill, you just go Karn uptick, eat the blood token. Karn's at 6, even if you just let Karn take 3 from the Harvester and not even care that much about it. And then you get to untap with a Karn activation. You can minus and still keep the Karn in play. Get something like a Sky Sovereign to kill the Harvester. So I think that's where Bill's going to go.
All right, start off here. Yep. Ooh. Oh, Bill thinking. Was almost on board with you for a sec. I was thinking about it, deciding.
I guess he's thinking about if he wants to just get the Boat now, because he's likely going to get a Boat off the Karn. The only problem with minusing the Karn is if Theo has another Thoughtseize, it's kind of a disaster, because you go minus the Karn, put it to 3. Theo goes attack Karn, you're like, okay, do I want to chump block? If I chump block, well, that's fine. Then you just Thoughtseize the Boat, and now Bill's in a horrible spot. So now you're kind of like protecting the Boat in your sideboard from getting Thoughtseize. So I think this makes a lot of sense. Let's see what Theo's got.
Oh, all right. Fable. Not too bad, but unfortunately those treasures will still be unsacrificable as long as that Karn remains in play.
Yeah, and now I would have to imagine we're going to go minus... Oh, okay.
Ooh.
We're going to go for a cav here. Guess that's better than getting a boat. Mill the storm. So Theo is really looking for claim the firstborn, or not claim the firstborn. Karizev's expertise to steal that cav.
Mhm. All right, so this is like one of those things where if we do end up going for the boat this turn, like how do you feel about making a decision on a previous turn? Like I understand like not trying to fall into like sunk cost and like being like, okay, I played towards this last turn and now I'm kind of going against that and like playing into the thing that I played around the last turn. How do you feel about doing that now? And do you think it kind of depends on wherever we fall into like body language or like how you read somebody over the course of a game?
So I think in this specific instance, the Karn plus the turn before was actually getting something. You were actually killing the blood token with it. So there's a couple issues with not getting the boat here. One, Bill is aware of the presence of something like Akarisev's expertise, like that's probably on his radar. So he wants to maybe try to play around that if at all possible. Also, just maybe there's a way for Theo to get towards the Karn that doesn't involve entering the combats. I guess that's pretty hard. Maybe something like a Kolaghan's command, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of tough. I guess Bill just wants to make sure he gets the value out of Karn, just in case things were to happen to it. And it's with the Cav in play, it's that is a pretty good way to protect the Karn. So I think this makes sense.
And as we're seeing, these two creatures not really able to get through that Cavalier. And ooh. All right, how we
Got a
start
black
this
mana.
off?
Looks like a push.
Hmm.
So I'm guessing that everything is going at Karn, which will get the Karn off the battlefield, but Bill's going to get to eat a creature with the Cav, and then also kill a creature with the boat. So a lot of resources being lost here for Thea, but does have a second Fable, which is not bad.
And even discarded a Fable to the last Fable's second chapter trigger. So it's just lots of Fable in the Mirror Breakers. Kiki Jiki has a lot of stories about him.
Mirror is being broken.
Ooh, all right. Boat takes care of that treasure making friend. If we don't have Karn, we don't want our opponent making treasures. Simple and clean.
The other thing that Theo could do, Karizev's expertise doesn't just take creatures, it takes vehicles. So you could take the Sky Sovereign if you wanted to, if that were drawn. Now, I don't know how far that really gets you, because then, Bill just gets the trade for the Cavalier, but it is a line.
I mean, it might
They're
be
lining up 3 mana.
more than you're doing with your creatures that you have in play anyway, so.
That is Akarizev's expertise.
Hmm.
All right, we're asking a judge question. I have an inkling as to what Theo's asking a judge.
All right.
So I believe Theo's hand is Karizev's expertise in Deadly Dispute, and I think what Theo's asking is, can I steal the Sky Sovereign with? Okay, so it's kind of a weird one where you go steal the Sky Sovereign, crew the Sky Sovereign, but then also sacrifice the Sky Sovereign. Oh no, because Dispute can second artifact, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that doesn't even matter. So you can sack the boat regardless, never mind. I was wondering if he's thinking of like, can I steal the boat and then crew the boat before I have to cast the spell off of the Kari says, but you can just sack the boat as an artifact anyway, so
Yeah.
that wouldn't matter, yeah. So yeah, I mean, if Theo's hand is Karizev's plus Dispute, this is pretty good. I assume you just want to kill the boat.
Yeah, otherwise it continues to just kind of wreak havoc on your board. So even if it did end up trading, I don't think that would also be the worst. Like, it sucks to give the Cavalier its dice trigger, but all right, what's it gonna be, Theo?
I think what the other thing he's thinking about is See, the thing, you can't, it's awkward because you'd only have 4 mana. Because the other line you could do is go you could go Karizev's Expertise, steal the boat, then crew the boat with the Harvester, attack, kill the elf, and then sack the boat to the dispute. But you don't have a 5th mana to do that. So. I'm also not positive if the Cavalier... I don't remember how this works. If the Cavalier dies on Theo's side, does Theo get the Cavalier trigger? I think he does. I don't remember how that works.
I would guess so.
Maybe that's what he was asking. Because if that's the case...
Too, because I feel like if you target Cavalier, we just crew in response.
Yeah. He's going to get... Okay, so we're going to go take the Cav. Okay, so apparently the Cav dying, Bill gets the trigger. I see. Which is kind of dicey now, because Bill probably just puts Storm on top. That's awkward. I wonder if it was better to take the boat then. I really don't want to give Bill a Storm here.
Yeah. I feel like we're deciding what we're getting for Bill here too. We're deciding between Storm or Karn here and trying to figure out which one of these is the better call to get while...
Okay, people in chat are saying that might not be how it works. I'm not 100% sure how it works. Maybe we should have a judge just double check and take a quick look.
Well, I imagine they had a judge at the table a moment ago. I'm here. I can see. They're 10 feet away from me. They did have a judge there. They asked.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's what was asked, but maybe that's not what was asked. Because I wasn't 100% sure how that would work. If we want to maybe just have a judge just double check before Bill resolves the storm. Oh no, it's gonna be too late now. Yeah, see, I would assume that's what Theo had asked. If Bill got the Cav trigger.
In fact, I'm fairly certain that's what was asked.
Well, it was a bad storm anyways, so.
Well, we're still being able to crew the Sky Sovereign and kill a Fable. So even if we're just getting an army of elves, like the army of elves can jump in the boat.
I'm kind of sad that Bill didn't reveal the storm again, though, like he did last game.
He's less sad about it this game.
Yeah, that's true. It's like, hey, I can at least crew my boat with it.
Yeah, exactly. This time around, it doesn't feel as much like I'm dead.
Yeah. So I think Theo's looking at a Sokinzon, a Mayhem Devil, and I think a black card. Maybe a Thoughtseize, maybe a Fatal Push. So I could Fatal Push. This is awkward. So we're going to sack, ping an elf.
Yeah, okay. How many of these elves can we kill now?
We can sack the Harvester to kill another one. And we're going to attack. Okay, only going to kill one elf. Yeah, I guess Theo couldn't kill all 3 elves because if you could kill all 3 elves and Bill just bricks,
you just
then
would, right?
then Bill can sack the Haven. Oh, you know what's interesting? If Bill sacks Haven, funny enough, that triggers Mayhem Devil. So if Theo had, I wonder.
Well, this would too, yeah.
No, because Legend Rule is not sacrifice.
It's not, yeah.
But if Theo had sacked the Harvester to kill an elf, and Bill would have had to sack the Haven to, okay, we're just storming. I guess that makes sense too. I was going to say Bill would have had to sack the Haven to crew the boat, but then if the Haven gets sacked, you kill an elf. That could have happened, but.
Show us again.
I think Theo just really has to hope for a brick. Anything that crews this boat is going to be tough.
Well, the body language is certainly weird for this storm, so.
It's an oath, and is it an oath and a land?
There's one creature in there. And an elf.
If it's an
but-
elf,
Mhm.
if it's an elf, that's not enough to crew the boat, though.
No,
It's only 2 power.
it's not.
Haven, okay.
Ah.
Man, I will say, Bill's storms have been really bad. Like, exceptionally bad. The last 3 storms he's cast, he's got a total of, I think, 5 elves and a haven.
Well, I mean, to Bill's credit as well, we've had an oath every time to start the game off instead of an elf that's going to get fatal pushed. So you're kind of you're playing that game of, if I'm going to work around some things, I'm potentially going to draw those suboptimal cards later in the game.
Oh boy. We're going to copy Harvester, which gives us 17. I wonder if we're close to lethal. So we copy Harvester. We can sack the new Harvester to kill an elf, get 2 devil triggers, 1 kill the other elf, 1 go upstairs. Put Bill to 16, attack for 9. Put Bill to 7. Yeah, looks like we're just going to play some cleanup duty. Yeah, and then attack for 9. Put Bill to 6. Right, 8. No, 8. I can't math. Oh, yeah, right. We just played the double. We can't attack with that one. Okay. Bill to 11.
And now this is interesting with 2 devils too. What you said earlier about the havens kind of gets extra interesting.
Looks like it was an old growth troll. Yeah, and Bill has to be awkward, or Bill has to be a little careful here, because if he sacks these havens for blockers, there's 2 Mayhem Devil triggers. There's two Mayhem Devils in play, so got to be careful of that.
Doing some counting of our own. This old growth troll could crew the boat, and a boat trigger would get rid of a devil, but that, with our life total at 10, that gets a little spooky there.
Yeah, there's also the Den of the Bugbear, as you see Bill kind of lining up here.
Yeah.
So let's say troll
You're
cruise
watching
boat.
those creature lands.
If the troll hops in the boat, you attack, kill a Mayhem Devil. You now have no blockers. So Devil would die. That would be Fire Up Den, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, Bill would just be dead. I think Bill's just dead regardless, so.
Yeah, but we're gonna try and see if we can catch a little bit of a stumble here. So a nice start here, taking care of one of those devils. Does help a
Let's
lot.
see if Theo
for
remembers this trigger. Yeah, okay, he does remember the
Yeah.
trigger.
So it would have been extra bad if we'd have gone for that earlier.
Yep. So now there's a blocker, but you can also kill the blocker, right? If you go, you could even copy Mayhem Devil.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Sack the Harvester, kill that, ping you for 2, fire up the Den, 7, 3, 6, 8. Yeah, that should be enough.
Oh, and to make matters worse here,
Was that a dispute? That'll be it. That'll be enough for Theodore Jung to take the match 2-1, defeating it Bill Comminos on Mono Green Devotion. That was a pretty sweet match.
that was, in fact, and I mean, especially considering that you were talking so much about how this is a rough matchup for this Rakdos sacrifice deck. The fact that we got to watch kind of the skillful navigation from Theodore on how to get through a match like that, and how it did really also come down in both of the sideboard games. As you mentioned, we didn't see a card, or we did, but they barely lived in the 3rd game, or it was picked, or we had a chance to get back a card and ended up going for Storm the Festival instead. So a lot of things that kind of just ended up really strange about that game and kind of fell into Theodore's favor. And we are going to be going into game number 3 of our backup match because the action doesn't stop here at the NRG series. And if you're enjoying what we're bringing you, be sure to hit that follow button and make sure that you are not missing every time we go live as we go down into our live match that is still remaining in this round number 6 here. Whoa, is that a seasoned Hallowblade?
It is a seasoned Hallowblade for our Abzan Greasefang player. Oh, second season Hallowblade. We came in at the right time.
Whoa! Okay.
I'm guessing you're a fan of that card.
I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. That's a Sky
I will have you
Sovereign.
know.
There we go.
I will have you know there are exactly 2 copies of Season Hallowblade in Jose's deck. So drew both of them.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm in for it. And you can see on the screen there, and I don't know, piece together why Seasoned Hallowblade is not only one, a card that I quite like, and 2 would be good in a deck like this.
Well, Abzan Greasefang is all about trying to get a Parhelion into the graveyard, and that is a way to discard Parhelion if you happen to draw one. Also, really notably in this particular matchup, with Matt having, so many copies of Supreme Verdict, Hellblade not the best against Supreme Verdict.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or excuse me, Verdict not the best against Hellblade. I said that wrong, but
I understood.
It's really good against Verdict. That's what I meant to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is actually kind of a sweet card. As somebody who I tried to play Abzan Greasefang for a little bit, and I don't know if I just got unlucky every time I tried to play it, or I think I was also playing some suboptimal versions of the deck, and then every time I felt like I wanted to play the deck again, I saw somebody else playing a cooler version and was like, oh, okay, I should be playing that card. And then that just happened so many times over and over again, and I was like, I'm just always one step behind what people are actually doing that's good in this deck, and I'm just not going to worry about it.
Yeah. We see a copy of The Wandering Emperor. That one is pretty good against the Season Hallowblade. It's going to go ahead and exile the second Hallowblade. Gain Matthew a little bit of life here. There is the Parhelion. So that's part A. Step 1. Step 2, we need to find a Greasefang, which I don't believe Jose has. Got a pathway. Parhelion in hand. That's not where you want that.
Yeah, thankfully though, Seasoned Hallowblade takes care of that. Granted, if our Hallowblade is getting exiled by a Wandering Emperor, that feels less good.
Yeah. You never know. Against Blue Eye Control, the game's going to go long. Yeah, you can just tap 8 lands for that Parhelion. I've been down that road a couple of times before. It's it's not the best. It's not the prettiest, but
yeah, if it tells you anything about how my Abzan Greasefang adventures went, I feel like I cast it for 8 more than I got it back with Greasefang.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do.
Absolutely not. Ooh, okay. So it looks like Wandering Emperor saying, not long for this world, but at the cost, I will get a 2/2 to do some blocking, which, if life totals are correct, that certainly makes a bit of sense here. And Castle Ardenvale also at the ready, and I think Jose privy of that as well.
Yeah, and honestly, this is kind of like the what we call the mediocre beats from the Abzan Greasefang. It's not really trying to set up an actual combo kill, but just Season Hellblade attacking in for apparently so far at least 12 damage. So doing a lot of good work there.
Ooh, Memory and Deluge. This card is so sweet, and by sweet I mean a really good card.
Yeah, very, very powerful, especially with the flashback. Notably, Jose did not attack that turn, so respecting a second copy of the Wandering Emperor. Oh my god, did I just see a copy of Archangel Avacyn in Matthew's hand? Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
I'm shaking in my boots.
I haven't seen that one since 2016 Standard.
That's one of those cards that I haven't seen people play a lot of in this format, and so I'd have it played against me the first time, and I'd be like, I mean, I guess that's legal, yeah. Ooh, all right, let's start this off though.
Greasefang's good.
Greasy Goyle.
Take a look at Matt's hand. I don't actually see an answer. I think I saw a lot of white cards. Yeah, we're actually just gonna let the Parhelion come into play. I bet Jose did not expect that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay.
Wait, this just worked? What's going on here?
I'll
Oh god.
do the next
Does
part.
map settle?
It continues to work. Ooh, if that's the case, that would be rough.
I'm looking at Matt's deck list. Hold on. There are
I would
0 copies of Settle in 75.
Okay.
Okay. Dodged.
But we did just tap 3 mana.
Like a 1/1. That'll do some chump blocking. We can block a 5/5 and take lethal. Does that match? I think that was game 3.
Yep, that
believe
was
so.
game 3,
Cool.
and that is going to be enough. And yeah, you were right. That was an Archangel Avacyn in hand. Wow, what a cool card! Wow.
Yeah,
Again,
looks like
Pioneer, just format
Matt.
being to play the cards that you liked in Standard.
Yeah, looks like Matthew actually had a Lyra, a Baneslayer, and an Avacyn. So all of the angels. It's basically blue-white angel tribal at that point.
I especially if you're playing Lyra. I mean, you got to buff up all your other angels. That just makes sense. That's just good deck building. I don't know about you, but to me,
True,
it just
very
makes sense. All right, an intense end, or I mean, it was intense to watch our first game. That second game really just, I mean, we kind of both said it. Like, if you're the Abs and Greasefang player, you're just like, this resolves. I do the thing. Does it work?
Yeah.
All right, cool. He takes it.
Yeah, I bet when Jose cast that Greasefang, looking at Matt's 7 cards, he's like, "There's no way this is gonna work."
Yeah.
And then Matt's just like, "Yeah, I'm dead. You win."
Exactly, and does manage to bring that one home, and we'll continue to go on to 5-1. We're gonna take a short break here before we get you into round number 7. A time was just called, so hopefully this won't be too long, and we will be right back with more action.
Hey everybody, welcome back to round number 7 here in Mundelein, Illinois. Did you miss us? Did you miss us? Well, guess what? We got a couple rounds left here in our Swiss, as well as the top 8 starting up soon. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the prize pool for today, just so you know what everybody is playing for and what's on the line today. So first place, $2,400 and some point series points for everybody in those top 32. So a lot of life left here for some of these players. So I'm just taking a peek at the standings on my own here. So David Delgado and Mitch Welsrock are both 6-0. There are only 2 6-0 players, and I believe they are drawing. I talked to Mitch just a little bit ago about his deck choice and how he felt about the weekend. We got to watch him on camera, I believe, several rounds ago. So he's having a great tournament day, as well as David, who we saw a couple times in our feature match area. Those 2 both really happy with their deck choices. And kind of just playing some of the pillars of the formats, the Izzet Pheonix and the Rakdos midrange deck. Now, what I can tell you is from place number 13 all the way down to, it looks like place number, let me see, 16 here, is everyone is 5-1. So it's a big log jam there. So really important round for those players to get to punch their ticket into the top 8. We have the likes of like Theodore, Jung is in there, Mason Grode we saw, Connor Mullally, Sam Black, Sean Ryder, a bunch of those familiar faces on the Energy series. So with that, we're going to hop on down to our second to last round of the Swiss, and I'm going to send you back down to Devin and Becky.
All right, everybody, we are back here for some more action here at the NRG series in Chicagoland, Illinois. And we got a nice one here for you. Raymond Perez playing some Grinning Ignus combo against Casey Ryback and Izzet Pheonix. Becky, tell me do you know anything about this Grinning Ignus combo deck?
Enough that I would love for you to tell me more about it.
Okay, fair. So this Grinning Ignus deck, let me pull up Raymond's exact deck list. Was kind of I would say a pretty big breakout deck last weekend. I know it did extremely well in the European regional championships, and it's a deck that has been kind of on the fringes and the leagues and stuff like that, challenges online. And what it's trying to do is it's trying to set up a Grinning Ignus with a Burgie. So basically, if you Grinning Ignus Burgie, that allows you pay a mana for the Ignus, pick it back up, replay it, get the mana off the Burgie. You can kind of do that infinitely. And it's trying to pair that with either Prosperous Innkeeper to gain infinite life, Defiler of Instinct. So every time you cast the Grinning Ignus, you're dealing a damage to any target. And yeah, it's really just got it's got a bunch of setup. It's got Collected Company, Hazoret's Monument as well to kind of make your Ignus cost less, and also help loot and dig you to the combo pieces. And yeah, this is a really, really sweet deck.
No, this seems really intense. And is this a copy of Fauna Shaman, the reprinted version?
Yes, it is. There is actually there's one copy of Fauna Shaman in Raymond Perez's deck, so I would assume that might be maybe a tutor target. He has Eldritch Evolution, so maybe that's something he would normally want to tutor for. But sometimes he just draw it, and Fauna Shaman can help find the combo pieces. You could see activated, maybe find something like maybe a Runaway Steamkin. Maybe if he's missing the Grinning Ignus, could also find that. So yeah, really cool deck here from Raymond. And his opponent Casey is playing Izzet Pheonix. We've seen this deck before. I have to imagine this is probably not the ideal pairing for Raymond. Just deck with a lot of removal that can help break up the combo pieces. Maybe not what he's looking to play against, but looks like a relatively slow draw here from Casey. So maybe we're gonna have some time for Raymond.
And it looks like that will be the Bergie that you were talking about. And did we get to attack with the Fauna Shaman through Bird?
Yeah, we just got in there for 2. I guess Casey was maybe worried about something like a Bone Crusher Giant, so didn't want to expose the Shredder to potentially getting killed by just a point of damage. So
I mean, that kind
that
of
makes
tells
sense.
Raymond a lot, actually, as well.
Yeah, that Casey really values this Ledger Shredder. We see an Impulse here. It's going to take out the Bergie because we have 2 spells in the graveyard. Get a Connive trigger. Probably doesn't have a Pheonix because would have already discarded that, I think, pretty quickly.
Yeah, interesting.
Discarding
the land.
Well, it's a land, but it also counts as a spell for the Shredder, as a spike field. Yeah. Kind of funny when you get to discard lands to your Shredder and actually get counters.
From where I am, I'm also on a smaller monitor than I'm used to, far back. I just saw the edge of it, and it kind of just looks like Lava Glide Pathway. So I was under the impression that it was that, but you're correct. It's Spike Field. It does get flipped around for my little eyes to see a bit better.
Yeah, so Raymond's really looking for a Coco. Does not have a Coco. Has a Hazoret's Monument. There is a Spell Pierce on Monument. That's kind of tough. Yeah, that would have been a nice one for Raymond to resolve, because even if he doesn't have combo pieces, he can cast some other creatures and loot to try and find more combo pieces. And, the fact that it also discounts your creatures is pretty impactful, because you could say something like, if you have the Monument and 4 mana, you can go 2 mana for Bergie, and then 2 mana for the Ignus, get a mana from the Bergie, and that's infinite, because now you have the mana floating to activate the Ignus and go infinite from there. So, yeah, pretty important to spell pierce that one.
Okay, so I heard that there was a combo deck with Grinning Ignus. That was about the extent of what I had heard. And now that I'm hearing all of these different cards that are a part of it, I'm just every single time one of these cards get mentioned, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, cool card. Okay, and it has what? Cool card. Okay.
Yeah, it's got a lot of interlocking pieces, a lot of interesting stuff going on. We see a Fauna Shaman activation. I wonder if Ray's just going to go for the Defiler. Are we going for another Bergie?
At the cost of a Runaway Steamkin. No running away this game.
Yeah, I was thinking Defiler maybe is something you wanted to go towards, just because it's a big body. Doesn't die to something like a Fiery Impulse, but does get hit by Lightning Axe, which is kind of a beating.
So many things are going to get hit by Lightning Axe that's maybe just an L that you have to take, and it's one of the strengths of the Izzet Pheonix deck as a whole.
Let's see what Raymond's working with. We know about the Berg. Okay, well, that's why I didn't get the Defiler. Already has it.
Aha!
Makes more sense.
Makes sense. Yep. Inspire Bluff tapped for the turn.
Yeah, we know the last card in Raymond's hand is that Bergie. Now, question. I wonder if he draws Grinning Ignus. I believe that is infinite because you can go pay 2 life for the Bergie, and then you can go pay 2 life for the Ignus, get a mana back, activate the Ignus. Yeah, and that should be infinite with the Defiler. So, from basically or any creature, right? Because the Fauna Shaman. So almost
Fauna Shaman.
if Raymond untaps with this board, any creature is lethal.
Oh, whoa. Okay.
Kind of crazy.
That is like if you put these two cards next to each other and we're like build a combo, I can't say that I would be able to, but unfortunately for Raymond, Casey is going to say that we don't really want that to happen, and that Lava Axe that we mentioned, Lightning Axe, is going to be. Lava Axe would not be so good here.
It's funny you mentioned that. I played it in RCQ a couple of months back, and
oh, no. I already hate. I hate where this is going.
Yeah, well, my Pheonix opponent got deck checked, and the judge gave them a game loss because they registered Lava Axe instead of Lightning Axe. And unfortunately for them, Lava Axe is a legal card in Pioneer. So normally it would be like, if the card's not legal, then it's, well, you can't register a non-legal card, but it is legal. So
I maybe only feel for them a little bit because I maybe have also done that myself. It is unfortunate. Oh,
so
all
we're
right.
actually going for a Risen Reef here. I guess this is plan B, right? If all your combo pieces die, well, just draw some cards.
Not too bad. See what we can get with the Reef. These Ledger Shredders are getting pretty formidable, though.
Yeah, with Raymond at 15. Okay, it's a Pheonix. Well, it's a 7-point attack.
Go down.
Yeah. Effectively a 2-turn clock. Not quite, but pretty close to a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, you have to imagine that if we make this attack, the idea is that we also have like the last little point of damage to get through, or we're saying like if you do try to like do too many things in a turn and I get to connive, like that's going to be more than enough. Like,
yeah, if Casey has 2 spells, as long as you discard 1 spell to one of the Shredders, that's 8 damage. So.
Oh, all right. Well, that's a way to kind of get around that connive there.
Collected Company. Now, I wonder if there's a sequence of cards that Raymond could hit here for lethal. I don't think we found that, but I think if he hit a Bergie, and an Ignus, you can go use the remaining mana, pick up the Ignus, replay it, and then you have infinite Risen Reef triggers.
But does that...
I don't think he hit that, though.
Yeah. Looks like we have 2 Innkeepers, which does gain us some life, and at least maybe keeps us in the game for a little bit longer.
So that'll gain Raymond 2, up to 10. 10's pretty important, too, because if there's 2 spells discarded to these Shredders, that's only 9.
And it doesn't look like there are any Phoenixes in the yard, so with 2 cards, I believe, in hand for Casey, it's going to be pretty difficult to string together things, but I guess we also just have the mana to cast a Pheonix if that were to be the draw or something left in hand.
Yeah, I guess something like Hardcast Pheonix plus second spell, discard to connive, that would get us there, right? 3. Yeah, well, actually, no. Just
we have it just with any Pheonix.
10. Yeah. Yeah, Pheonix would be 10.
Assuming we don't have removal spell from Raymond's deck. Though I feel like I've seen such a range of different creatures that I can't imagine that there would be removal spells, but let me know.
No, there's nothing. We got Hazoret's Monument, Collected Company, Eldritch Evolution, and then all creatures.
Makes sense. I mean, if you're trying to like put together combos like this, that makes sense, but not the case for Casey here. It's just going to try and get things done with what we already have in play.
Yeah, the Shaman activation, discarding Devilish Valet.
That's one of those cards that if you asked me like 10 years ago what I thought a name for a card would be, and you like put like a list in front of me, that would not be one that I would pick.
Yeah. So it does find the Ignus, and I believe the last card is a Bergie. Now, the issue here for Raymond is there's 2 Shredders in play, so even if Casey doesn't have any interaction, Raymond has to cast 2 spells in order to combo off, which means that Casey can find interaction off of the connive triggers. But if Casey bricks, then I believe this should be lethal.
All right. Let's see what we can do.
Because you go lead Bergie,
Mhm.
and then you have 2 lands and a treasure to cast the Ignus, which triggers Bergie, gets you a mana, which you can use to activate the Ignus, and then that's an infinite loop where you get infinite life and infinite reef triggers. Again, assuming there's no removal spells from Casey.
Mhm. Yeah, and it's got to be really scary because to do that, you have to cast 2 spells. So you're going to be getting those connive triggers, which means that you're having to work through not only what's in hand, but also some other things off the top of Casey's deck.
Right. Yeah, and if you're in Raymond's seat, it's just, there's really no way around it. Regardless of what turn you go off on, you're going to have to cast 2 spells. So this is your one opportunity, your one shot, You got the slow peel from Casey. I like it. Discard Spell Pierce. Yeah, that one's bad. See if it's red. Holding it pretty close. I didn't get a good look at it.
Considering that the discard was Ledger Shredder. Ooh.
3 mana.
Ooh.
Flashing back Iteration. That means we found something. Yeah, we found an Impulse. So yeah, Impulse, kill the Bergie and the Risen Reef. Yeah, that makes sense. And this is all with the Ignus on the stack.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not gonna get any Reef triggers. We will get 2 more Innkeeper triggers. Now I wonder if Raymond can survive. That's gonna put him up to 7. And then you can sack the treasure, pick up the Ignus, replay it to go up to 9. Oh no, you have a red mana floating, so you actually go up to 11.
Oh.
Right, because you go to 7 off of this,
Mhm.
use the red floating, pick up Ignus, replay it, go to 9, and then sack the treasure to pick up the Ignus, replay it, go to 11. And that is 3, 6, 8. It's only 10 damage in play. It's not 11.
Okay. Let's see if that is going to be something that we can piece together as well. Stay in this game.
Yep, so Raymond's going to pick that up, make 3. I wonder if he has any other plays. I don't know what the last card in his hand is, but does have a Fauna Shaman activation, so that is something as well. Because you can use the treasure to activate the Fauna Shaman. It's green, I think. I think the last card in hand is green.
Mm-hmm. I'm inclined to agree with you.
If it's a Coco, I was gonna say I'm trying to think if it's a Coco, if there's any sequence that wins you the game. I don't think there is. Okay, so he's just gonna do that play, go up to 11. Yeah, it makes sense. Beatdowns.
Hey, I mean, they're not blocking.
Well, if Casey bricks again, Raymond goes to 1. All right. So you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, Raymond goes to 1. Oh, never mind. We have a time walk.
And that is enough to solidify that game in favor of AC Ryback. Raymond, I mean, how do you feel about the matchup here? Because you've mentioned that you don't think that it's super favorable for this Ignus combo deck. There's just like, as we saw, a lot of ways to disrupt it. a lot of ways to take out some of those creatures. So when we're about to take a look at sideboards, like what are going to be some things that we're looking for? What's going to help make it a little bit easier for us? And what are maybe some lines that we're going to take to help keep our precious little creatures safe?
So the tough part about the matchup is just the overabundance of red removal from Casey's side of things. Now I'm looking at Raymond's sideboard. There are some things that we can do against that, specifically some protection spells. If you'll notice here, we're taking a look at 2 copies of Outpost Siege, 2 Abrades, 3 Rending Wellies, 2 Cemetery Prowlers, 2 Outland Liberators, 1 Scavenging Ooze, and the card that I think Raymond's a slam dunk here, 3 Tamiyo Safekeeping. So Safekeeping is for those of you who don't know, it's a 1 mana green instant, gives, I believe it targets any permanent, gives your permanent hexproof and indestructible, and you gain 2 life. So, say in the face of something like a Lightning Axe or a Fiery Impulse on one of your combo pieces, you can just say 1 mana, no thank you. So Raymond is trying, so the thing about this matchup is Raymond has a lot of like different pieces that he can kind of deploy. Like he doesn't have to put a lot of combo pieces into play. A lot of the combo can just kind of be held in his hand. So you can kind of just have this one big turn where you just go Bergie, Ignus, kill you all in the same turn. So, you don't have to expose your creatures to removal spells early sometimes. And with the addition of safekeeping, that could also make those lines a lot better as well. So I love the safekeepings. Maybe the Cemetery Prowlers and the Scavenging Oozes as graveyard hate. But I don't really think you're trying to play a fair game with Pheonix because I think they're just better at doing so. But yeah, these safekeepings are a slam dunk for me.
All right, and now we get to take a look at the Izzet Pheonix deck. And how is their game plan changing? Do you think that they're really trying to just slam more of these like abrades and some more removal into their deck so that they're able to really just kind of double down on making sure that they're able to take care of these creatures?
Yeah, so from Casey's side, we're just going to have anything that can kill a creature. So the 2 Abrades, the 2 Brotherhood's ends are just slam dunks. Brotherhood's end is especially backbreaking because all of the combo pieces die to it, along with the Llanowar Elves. So it's just like, if Casey ever sets that up, it's going to be backbreaking. Maybe you want the Aether Gust and or Disdainful Stroke to help combat Collected Company, but those are a little bit more narrow. Aether Gust probably a little bit better because it can tag combo pieces that are in play, along with Collected Company. I don't think that Casey's going to go towards this more mid-range plan with Fable and Crackling Drake. I think that Casey already has Casey's late game is already better than Raymond, so you don't need to go towards stuff like that. The Thing in the Ice, however, could be quite good, as Raymond's deck is putting a ton of creatures onto the battlefield. If you can flip a Thing in the Ice, that can also set Raymond back quite a bit.
Yeah, some interesting difference in game plans here. And Raymond is a whole match down, got paired up into this 5-1 player in Casey Ryback. So even more on the line here for Raymond, who is on this combo deck, and being down a game certainly going to hurt, but we'll hope that some of these sideboarding decisions will be able to put things a little bit more into Raymond's favor as our players are shuffling each other's decks. And we're about to get down into this game 2 match.
Yeah, I was trying to take a look at standings. There's 14 people who are X and 1, so if 7 of those win, plus the 2 6-0s, that's 9 people. So the X1s won't necessarily be able to cleanly draw because there's going to be 7 X1s and 2 X01s. So not quite a win it in for Casey, but maybe breakers are good enough where maybe it might be good enough.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell on like the round before the last because they're not cascading pairings, and so things get a little bit more difficult. But we are going to start off for Raymond with a little bit of acceleration in the form of this Llanowar Elf. I feel like we have a really swaggy stomping ground for a Dominaria Llanowar Elf.
Yeah, at least give me like a beta Llanowar Elf or something.
Come on, yeah. There's so many printings. I do actually really like the Dominaria Llanowar Elf, so I'm maybe being a little shady, but I actually quite like that one. And this is like a new enough deck where like sometimes if you're like building a brand new deck, you're just like, all right, I know I have these cards. Like I would be taking my Strixhaven Grinning Ignuses from like my bulk box. That's where they'd be coming from. I'd be like, okay, come here.
Chat's gonna hate me for it, but the Llanowar Elves that I use are 7th edition.
Oh, I don't think those ones are bad. I don't know. We all have different preferences in Magic, and like Llanowar Elves is one of the places where Wizards gives us a lot of places to express the type of Llanowar Elf that we like the most.
And there's even some like weirdo like whiteboarder versions, I think, from like 5th edition or something.
Those, I have those ones.
Yeah.
But I actually use the game day promo Llanowar Elves from Dominaria that are the ones by Victor Adama Miguez.
Those are nice.
Those are so nice. I love them so much. And they're like full art too. Ooh, all right. No thing in
Got
the
a
ice for
rending.
you.
Yeah, Rending Volley coming in from the sideboard for Raymond does make sense because it hits Thing in the Ice and Ledger Shredder. We saw how much of a problem the Ledger Shredders were last game from Casey's side. Just being able to cycle through and find all of the answers that he needed. So it does make a little bit of sense for Raymond to bring in the Rending Volley, but doesn't have a good follow up, just an attack for 2. So shows some pretty big weakness from Raymond's hand.
Mm. And just to chart a course, leave up 1 mana for Casey here.
One thing that I will mention, Raymond lost that last game, but there was a lot of different points where Raymond kind of like forced Casey to have the answer on several different turns.
Mhm.
So even though Raymond lost that last game, he was very, very good at like reassembling the combo.
Mhm.
So that's one thing that I was pretty impressed by.
Yeah, kind of just as impressive though was how Casey's deck was able to answer it, and I think that all just ends up going back to what you were originally saying the moment that we went down into this match, which was Casey's deck is going to be so good at answering everything that Raymond's deck is going to be bringing to the table, and that's just something that Raymond is going to have to work through and kind of prepare for as the match continues on.
Yeah, and with no plays last turn, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a copy of Tameo Safekeeping in Raymond's hand. It wouldn't make a lot of sense for there wouldn't be a lot of other cards that he wouldn't cast in that spot. So it definitely could have a copy of the Safekeeping. We're going to go to town with the Scavenging Ooze though, which could help or not help, but prevent Casey from being able to cast a Treasure Cruise. So that could be something. And if there's other creatures in the graveyard, which there is that Llanowar Elf, we could even get some damage in.
All right. We're learning a lot about the sideboarding that happened here for Raymond as well. And it seems like actually a lot was kind of brought in. And I don't know, there's something to be said. If you are playing like a combo deck and you do kind of sideboard into that, like quote unquote, as you said, fair game, making changes that like your opponent is constantly expecting you to go for this like crazy like 1-turn game winning play, and then all of a sudden you're just like yeah, but maybe I just have the Scavenging Ooze that gets kind of big, like you're all of a sudden on such a different axis that your opponent wasn't really prepared for coming into the match.
Right, and that might also be a product of Raymond realizes how good Casey is at breaking up the combo, that maybe Raymond is thinking to himself, well, I'm realistically not going to be able to combo most of the time, so I'm just going to try and fight this, mid-range fight and have answers to the stuff like, answers to things and shredders between the rending volleys, and then also attack the graveyard with stuff like Scavenging Ooze. So this might be more of, bringing in a couple of cards and more of just like a really, retooled his entire configuration in these post-board games.
And once again, this axe, gonna give the axe to Bergie.
God, Ledger Shredder is such a messed up card. It's so good.
Very true.
That's one that I think went under a lot of people's radars. Like, people kind of realized it was good, but I don't think anybody knew how good it was.
Oh, I think I was actually watching like I'm maybe gonna put you in a little bit of heat here. I was watching your Esper Greasefang tutorial, or like when New Capenna had first came out, and you actually had Ledger Shredder in the deck, and you were like, I think this card is good. Like, I don't really know how good this card is, but I think it's better than a lot of people are giving it credit for. And then I was like watching that like literally last month, and I was like, funny how this like aged.
Yeah. That one I think we got pretty right. That one I think I got pretty right.
But it was just so funny to see the like stark difference of like when New Capenna was first printed and people being like, I think Ledger Shredder's pretty okay. Or like a lot of people being like, maybe this card is like fine. I don't know. And now it's just like everyone's like, this card is broken. Well, not broken, but is very good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like the glue that holds everything together.
Mhm.
It does everything. It's it's a good blocker. It pressures. It dumps cards into your graveyard, which is good with Cruise and Pheonix. It just
Yeah.
does everything for this deck.
Yeah, and it's so weird because it's like I think a lot of its strength also, and like from a game design perspective, like ends up coming down to literally just its mana cost. Like if it was any other mana cost, like if it was 3, would this card be nearly as good? No, because like so much in all of these formats, are you expecting to like play this on turn 2? Your opponent takes their turn 3, and what are they trying to do? Most of the time, like most decks in a lot of these older formats are trying to cast 2 spells on turn 3. So you're immediately getting like gratification out of playing this card against most of your opponents who are maybe not totally interacting with you, but then are kind of forced to because you've played this card that is going to give you a little bit of a leg up as a result of you doing your normal game plan.
Right, and if you just kind of leave it, if you just let it sit and play for any number of turns, once the game gets to this point, it just finds you everything that you need. To see a Treasure Cruise here from Casey, 1 mana, draw 3. I heard that card is pretty good, and we'll see if see what Casey can find off of it. Maybe some removal spells. I don't think there's any creatures left, so Lightning Axe would take care of the Scavenging Ooze. It's a 5/5, but there's no creatures in the graveyard currently, so looks like we're charting.
We're cruising and charting. Just a lot of ship and boat references from this Izzet deck.
Unfortunately, no actual boats in Casey's deck, though. No Sky Sevens.
No. Too expensive.
Yeah.
Too rich for Phoenix's blood.
Shredder can crew the boat, though. I mean, Pheonix does a pretty good job at crewing a boat, too.
That's true.
All right, chat did point out there's a Berg in the graveyard. It's hard to tell those promo cards, but yeah, there is a Berg in the graveyard here. Yeah, my bad. So, Scavenging Ooze would be able to become a 6/6. But, I mean, look at the Scavenging Ooze. Raymond played it on turn 3. Casey couldn't kill it. And it's just dealt Casey like 11 damage and is just a thing that Casey can't kill. It's kind of wild.
Just a good little ooze.
Yeah.
Talk about a kind of like one of those cards that like when it got reprinted, I think a lot of people were like, "Oh yes, so exciting that we're getting a Scavenging Ooze reprint." Oh, okay. So this is kind of interesting because the last time, that we saw an attack in a block, it didn't really end up doing much for.
I think what's happening here, I think Casey has the Lightning Axe,
Mhm.
so I think you block to get Raymond to use the Scavenging Ooze activation, and then, well, I guess if you axe, he can just respond and.
Ooh.
Okay, so we're gonna gust the ooze. That's pretty backbreaking. So that means pretty much all of Raymond's pressure is gone now.
Mhm.
I'm not even sure you can afford to top this. I don't know what you're looking for from Raymond's side. Doesn't really have any combo pieces.
Mhm. Yeah, it doesn't have like. Once again, doesn't have like a lot of lands or a lot of ways to look for them. At least like last game we had a Fauna Shaman.
Right.
In this game we're a little bit kind of hosed for that, and if we try to cast a lot of spells, like what are we doing? We're just making the Ledger Shredder bigger. Like at least our life total is padded enough that we're not worried about taking a ton of damage. And we are in the middle of a judge call, so give us a moment to figure this all out here.
Not sure what the judge calls about. So
I think we're trying to figure out if we exile the card that is being targeted by Scavenging Ooze, if the Scavenging Ooze is no longer in play from Ether Gust.
Yeah, we still would, because that ability would end up resolving.
Once again, judges are there for a reason. Even if you're not sure or you don't think it's the case, it is still worth asking.
Tamiyo's safekeeping would have been a blowout there, though.
Oh,
Tamiyo's safekeeping in response to the gust, keep the ooze,
Oh,
your
yeah.
Shredder dies. Oof. But yeah, no safekeeping from Ray. I can't quite get a good glimpse. I think there's another Bergie in hand and maybe an elf. Tough to say.
Yeah, I think you're right on one of those accounts, and I think the other one is the namesake of this deck, I believe. Because I believe we have the old version, Future Sight.
Oh, Ignus?
of
Okay.
those. Mhm. I like wanted to name like 4 different sets before Future Sight.
Future Sight had a lot of weird ones. All right, so we're doing some cantripping, shredding, considering, and we're passing. All right, Raymond's best draw is still most likely Collect a Company. Drew his card and passed. Okay, maybe it's Coco.
I would certainly hope so. Oh.
Nope, nothing.
Uh,
Yeah, playing Drago against the Pheonix deck in this spot is not exactly where you want to be.
that is certainly not the case, yeah.
I guess if you're the good news for Raymond's side is like there's no pressure. Like Casey can't really afford to attack because he's at 9.
Mhm.
So I guess you have a little bit of time. But
Yeah, I feel like that's the silver lining, but it's really also just like the single straw that is saving this game from being broken open.
the pieces. That is a Brotherhood's End. Okay, we're gonna clean up the
Yikes.
stinkers. Get in there
How
for
dare
4.
you say that about Llanowar Elf? Like a lot of people in Pioneer would be very hurt by that statement.
Yeah. At this point in the game, they're kind of stinkers.
That's fair.
Raymond's got enough mana.
But it's enough to unlock this poor little bird from its cage.
There's a Coco, and it resolved. No Spell Pierce. So let's see what we got. Okay, not bad. A Bergie and a Risen Reef, which is... Okay, get a Reef trigger. And I'm assuming there's going to be a removal spell on this Bergie. Oh, is it a Spike Field? Okay, we're going to kill the Risen Reef.
Oh, there we go. Now we have a
Oh.
safekeeping. Unfortunately,
Okay.
we played Drago with our opponent maybe a few too many turns to have drawn this.
The safekeeping should have triggered the Shredder.
Uh-huh.
Right, because it was Coco and then safekeeping. I think they're only resolving one connive trigger. Yeah. I guess it was just missed.
Mhm.
I'm assuming you can miss that.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, because it was the Coco and then the safekeeping.
Yeah.
Casey did remember the Shredder from his own spells because he cast the Spike Field and a Fiery Impulse, but he didn't get a trigger off of Raymond's spells. Okay. So Ignus will get a trigger off of the Risen Reef, potentially. Going to a Breed in response. Another safekeeping, perhaps?
So much removal that was stored in Casey's hand. I mean, we've like rapid fire shot 4 off on the last 3 things that Raymond has played, and it's just kind of backbreaking for a combo deck. Certainly backbreaking for a creature combo deck anyway.
All right, there's the safekeeping. Let's see if Casey... Okay, Casey does remember the Shredder trigger this time.
All right, we keep safe.
Safe has been kept.
Thanks, Tamio.
So we got a Reef trigger. We have a mana up to activate Grinning Ignus, which would give us another Reef trigger, which I imagine is probably what Raymond's going to be doing. Yep, so 1 mana, pick up the Ignus, replay the Ignus, get a Reef trigger.
Oh! Looks like we're Bergieing instead.
We're Bergieing, okay.
Yeah, and then just attacking with the Reef. Hiya! Get in there.
My feed was frozen there for a little bit, so I didn't quite get what's going on, but now we're back. Okay. Yeah. So played a Bergie. That's pretty good for Raymond because he just has the combo next turn.
Yeah.
And we have the Reef to get infinite Reef triggers, which will eventually find us the Defiler. So, and nothing here from Casey.
I mean, that also could just be that Casey is holding even more removal, and Raymond is actually going to respect it too.
Hmm.
But Raymond has a Coco.
Not going for it.
so-
Okay, it's gonna Coco.
Yeah, saying, all right, if you have removal and I can play around it, I might as well just be redundant. Or attempt to be, rather.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess if you expect Casey to have a removal spell, casting the Coco here is pretty good. I guess I could see that. And you kind of have to assume that there's removal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when your opponent has had it for the entire first half of this game, you're either
Yeah.
saying there's no way you have more, or you're saying, all right, I guess I'm respecting.
2 Ignuses here, which is... Yeah, extra Ignuses aren't really that important, but they do get Risen Reef triggers here, so, fine for Raymond in that regard.
Mm-hmm. I mean, hey, at this point, like, what's their power toughness? Our opponent today.
They do provide the beatdowns, although there is a 4/6 flyer on the other side.
Ledger Shredder, too good. Who decided it was a 1/3? I just want to talk.
Yeah, just like
I just want to talk.
the fact that in games like this and spots like this, where it's just like, yeah, I have a 4/6 flyer. It just brick walls your entire squad. All right, what do we got from Raymond here? We know about 1 Ignus. Yeah, I can't quite get a good look of what else Raymond's working with here. We're gonna activate Ignus. Make 3. I would assume recasting the Ignus. I think we're just gonna go looping and try to get some Risen Reef triggers. Find the missing combo piece.
Yeah.
We're picking up the other Ignus.
Oh.
Okay.
All right,
I'm
are
interested.
we ready to rumble?
It's another reef.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. Yeah, I think you were correct. Just we're trying to double duty this sort of style here.
Right, and wanted to pick up the other Ignus to generate mana prior to playing the reef, which makes sense. Yeah, okay, I'm with you.
And
To
I mean,
land off
okay.
of the reef.
So this is like such a weird place to be too, because like Raymond gets to sit here and kind of just like spin for a little bit, yeah. And then like Raymond also just like doesn't really have to worry about like deploying much more than like save for not discarding to hand size at the end of this turn, because Raymond is a 22 life, and like depending on how many cards are in Casey's hand, like we would have to do some crazy things to all of a sudden deal 22 to Raymond in one turn. Granted, we are playing the time walk, so like there's a possibility that like we could cobble together like 11 and 11, but I mean,
I'm not.
Raymond is also saying like you have to respect what I can do on my next turn, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking if there's like a Galvanic iteration involved, like Galvanic iteration plus Temporal Trespass, that could make getting to 22 a little bit easier.
That's true.
If you combine like the Shredder and 2 Phoenixes, that's that's already 11, so that would be 22 already. But yeah, if I'm in Raymond's spot, I feel pretty compelled to try and combo off this turn, which it looks like that's what he's trying to do.
Mm-hmm. And just trying to do it in a way that makes it like if I just have so many things, you are not going to be able to do anything. And say goodbye, little Pheonix.
Okay. Ooh, Cemetery Prowler is really sick here because it not only does it eat the Pheonix when it comes into play, but it also makes all your creatures cost 1 less. So it's kind of like double duty there.
Good little werewolf. Actually, that one's just a wolf, I think. It's just a wolf. Okay, thanks.
Just a wolf. Yeah, this is infinite if Casey doesn't have anything. Although, now that I'm wondering, is it actually infinite? Well, we have an interaction. What's this? 4 mana. 6 mana. Heart Gaslighting Axe?
Oh, yep.
All right.
You gotta do what you gotta do. And also, again, played land go for so many turns that it doesn't really hurt to do that, aside from, I guess, shields down now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. There's a red floating,
Mhm.
so you can go activate the Ignus, make 2 colorless red. Oh, right. Then if you replay the Ignus, you don't have any more red mana.
Mhm.
Okay. So we're gonna pick that up, which makes 2 colorless. Yeah, and then cast that 2 more reef triggers with 2 colorless floating. Okay. And Raymond just gonna have 9 million cards in hand.
Yeah, where's our reliquary tower? Did we almost just? I was gonna say, did we almost
Huh?
hack into Ledger Shredder there?
There's a 5/7 over there, Raymond.
Yeah. Calm down.
What are we doing? All right, we're discarding. Discarding the hand size.
Feisty little Risen Reef.
This has been such a weird game.
It has been, and like, yeah, you have to imagine that like everything is in hand for Raymond, but it's just like really respecting the last few cards in Casey's deck or hand.
There's a Pheonix. Pheonix pass.
Duty. Oof.
All right, I'd be pretty shocked if Raymond could not find lethal this turn. Okay, we're starting off with an Innkeeper. That makes a thing. What do we got? I got an Ignus. I think maybe another Prowler. Hard to tell. So we're going to pick up the Ignus, make some mana. Ignus is discounted by the Cemetery Prowler as well, so don't forget that.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes 3. Ignus only costs 2, which gives us 2 reef triggers. Maybe he still doesn't have the pieces he needs. You just gotta keep digging. I mean, honestly, Raven could probably go through his whole deck at this point.
Oh, I mean, that might be what we need to do to just like call this over. And looks like Raymond is kind of on the same game plan here as well, considering what's in hand here.
So, is that the Ignus again? Yeah, we're gonna cast the Ignus again. Okay. We get a Shredder trigger, assuming that Casey. Did we already resolve the Shredder trigger? I don't think we did.
Not this turn.
Okay. So that might have been missed.
Sometimes you get so involved in your opponent taking their turn.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Casey could also just be like, maybe also
Check
that
out.
last card in hand is just like, I'm just waiting for the moment to use this one last card.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if the last card in hand is a removal spell for Casey, saving it for Bergie does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think Raymond can go infinite without Bergie.
Mm-hmm. And how many?
And he already knows that there's more Ignuses. So
yeah. And I think that we've already played 2 Bergies this game.
At least.
Moved.
Yeah, at least.
Lots of colorless mana. We're going through. All right, once again, I'm going to kind of call out. We got the Future Sight Ignuses. We got all of our lands full art swaggy.
Yeah.
But the Dominaria Llanowar elves are still.
Oh yeah.
they're still hurting me a little bit.
Those Dominaria Llanowar elves.
There's just that's like also a card that's like easy to like pick up a like swaggier version of. So it's just
Right,
like
yeah.
okay.
No, I'm with you.
Maybe we just really like that version. Oh,
just something.
Monument. A monumental.
Okay. Monument is kind of more of what Raymond already has, because Raymond can already kind of go through his entire deck with the Arisen Reef. So the Monument it discounts your red creatures by 1, but it also, effectively rummages whenever you cast a creature. But Raymond can already kind of go through most of his deck with the Risen Reef, so that doesn't really help him in terms of setting up Infinite.
Yeah, and at this point, I feel like we're also like doing fine on like mana that isn't red mana. Like we're just wishing we had more access to red sources time and time again.
Yeah, these botanical sanctums aren't really doing us any good.
Yeah, they're feeling a little bit awkward right about now. But let's continue. And I believe that I am hearing that time has been called.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that. There can't be that much time left.
Nope. Time was just called. Our players in the future match do have a little bit of a time extension, so we will be watching a little bit further into this match. But this is a place where, if there is going to be a game 3, Raymond is going to have to go off a lot faster than we have been seeing in these games.
Yeah, I don't really. I mean, if time has been called, I don't think that this is just going to be the last game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they won't play a third game. So it's either Casey wins 1-0 or match is a draw. There's Defiler.
Okay.
Still. Oh no, this is infinite. Yeah, okay, this is infinite because of the Innkeeper. So
Yes.
that allows us to pay 2 life instead of the red mana. And with the Innkeeper, we get 1 life back, but we're at a high enough life total, similar to like how the Yawgmoth stuff works, where if you need a higher life total than your opponent, would like to Yawgmoth them a bunch of times. It's similar to that, whereas it's like you pay for each 1 life you have, you can deal 1 damage to them because you pay 2 life and then get 1 back when the Innkeeper trigger.
Mm-hmm.
So this should be infinite, I think, assuming there's red mana floating, I guess.
Oh, there might not be.
Because we got to activate the Ignus once.
Mm-hmm. I don't know that there is any red mana floating currently.
I guess. I wonder if you can cast a Burgie, pay 2 life. Maybe not, though. So I'm wondering if you go like Burgie, pay 2 life with the Defiler, 2 colorless and 2 life, and then play another spell to get a red mana which activates the Ignus. I don't know that he can get a red mana right now.
Yeah, this is a little rough, especially to be this close and not be able to close the door here.
Yeah, imagine drawing like 20 cards. You have 15 lands in play and 20 cards in hand, and you're just like, all right, your turn.
Also, I have to discard the hand size. Give me a second.
That'd be tough. That'd be tough.
I know that my turn just took me 15 minutes, but let me discard hand size too.
Okay, chat brings up a good point. He could draw an Innkeeper. So if he finds an Innkeeper, that can make a Treasure, which gives us red mana to activate the Ignus.
That's true.
I don't think there's an Innkeeper in hand, though.
Yeah, and I think if we had a way to try to draw to said Innkeeper, we would be doing it.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I guess we have a Llanowar Elf, but
go to discard.
Yeah, we're going to
God,
discard.
That is so rough. Oh, man.
Is this deck playing 3 or 4 Burgies? It has to be playing 4, right?
Let's go to Raymond's deck list. Raymond is playing 4 Burgies, yeah.
Okay. I would think that would like kind of have to be the case, and unfortunately they're just stuck at the bottom portion of Raymond's deck, it seems like.
Yeah, no, Raymond isn't dead, right? Raymond's at 24. There's there's 8 power. So unless there's something like, cruise into like iteration plus trespass, there's Casey's probably not going to be able to come up with a lethal attack. So Raymond can certainly, assuming that all of the creatures survive, then she's going to be able to kill Casey next turn. So.
Oh, yeah, the unfortunate part, like not dead in this match, but like if you have a draw at this point up 4-2-1, like things are going to certainly be rough for you in the last match up or the last round of this tournament.
Yeah, Raymond is, I believe, effectively. I mean, he was probably already dead for top 8 at X2, but certainly dead for top 8 with X2-1.
Yeah. Yeah, we have 8 rounds, but we were kind of low enough on players that we're getting some interesting numbers here, and it looks like despite that game, we are going to be calling it there for both of these players, and I should be able to soon get confirmation on whether we are going to a game number 3 and going to watch like some very fast Magic, or if we are just calling it good there. But we did get to see some kind of intense wheel spinning from that Grinning Ignus deck and some very interesting plays as a result of just kind of being dismantled by a very heavy removal deck.
Yeah, that was a tough one for Raymond. There's just too much removal in the Pheonix deck. Raymond did fight through a lot of it in game 2 and was eventually able to kind of, like you said, just do a lot of wheel spinning, a lot of churning, and try to eventually set up the combo. But yeah, it took a little bit too long, and unfortunately, we don't have a game 3 to bring you. Now, I'm curious. I wonder what would have happened in the match if the match didn't end in a draw, or if Casey did, if whatever happened, but. Yeah, if Casey drew, still has to win it in next round. But yeah, just wanted to say, everybody, thank you for tuning in. Be sure to follow the stream if you are having a great time. And we'll be back in just a little bit with the last round before we get to top 8.
Hey everybody, welcome back to our 8th and final round of Swiss here in Mundelein, Illinois. I'm Matt Bamonte for the NRG series. So let's talk a little bit about what's on the line here for these players as we get ready to fill out the last few slots of our top 8. So first place you can see, 1st through 8th there, big chunk of money, big chunk of points for all of our players there, all the way down to 32nd. Okay, so if you're in the top 32, you're going to get some additional NRG series points and some cash in your pocket, so you can come join us tomorrow for the event. All right, so I'm going to read you through just how the standings look as we get ready again into going into our 8th and final round of the Swiss before our top 8. So, and we're going to play our quarterfinals tonight, so make sure to stick around for that as well. All right, so at 6-0-1, David Delgado and Mitch Welsrock, so they're able to double draw in. They drew last round with each other, I believe, and they're going to draw again this round, so they are in. Now it gets a little funky after that, okay? So at 6-1, goes from 3rd all the way down to 8th. Okay, so that's the 6-1. So they're still alive. A win, you're in. That's easy. Just win your match, right? And then in 9th place, there's a 5-1-1. So Casey Ryback, who we just saw on camera last round, picked up a draw, I believe, against Raymond Perez. And so that draw is very important. After that, 10th through, there's a bunch of places down there at 5-2. So basically, everybody who's going to be on camera here is in a win-and-in situation. So they're going to join David Delgado and Mitch Welsrock in the top 8. So with that, we're going to jump down into our 8th and final round of Swiss here. And Devin and Becky are going to take us through there, and then we're going to get ready for our quarterfinals.
All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage of the NRG series here in Mundelein, Illinois. I will be joined by Becky shortly, and we have an interesting situation here. So, as Matt pointed out, there are 2 players who are X-1, 6 players who are X-1, and then that Casey that we just saw in the last round took a draw is kind of ruining the fun for everybody, because normally, the top 8 players would just get to say a handshake and, hey, see you in top 8, but that one draw is really kind of putting a wrench in everybody's plans here. So this specific matchup here, we have Azorius Spirits against Mono Green Devotion. Typically a pretty good matchup for the Spirit side of things. But yeah, talk to me, Becky. What do you think about this matchup?
I mean, I'm kind of a big Azorius Spirits fan, actually. I think that a long time ago, at like this kind of start of Pioneer, I was pretty into a lot of the Bant and Azorius Spirit strategies, and I'm really happy to kind of see it make a little bit of a resurgence. I do kind of like just have concerns that like even though this deck was kind of built to prey on some of the like non-creature spells that Mono Green is trying to work with, it sometimes does just end up still falling prey to some of the bigger creatures that Mono Green tends to work with. So that scares me a little bit, but we're going to see if Sean can get it done despite those factors.
Yeah, like you said, if something were like a Cavalier of Thorns were to ever kind of slip through the cracks here, also notably Cavalier of Thorns having 5 mana value does not get hit by Spell Queller. So if that's something that Sean has access to, maybe has a Spell Queller, but not some other form of counter magic, that could be something where if Calvin resolves that, can really, make it impossible for Sean to attack with that Curious Obsession creature. And also just this start from Calvin, just having turn 1 Elf, turn 2 Kiora. There was no untapped mana for Sean for like a Spell Pierce or something like that. And we're gonna just jam a card in here. Let's see if we have a response from Sean.
Ooh. I feel like we're just waiting on a dice now, especially since we moved our card from the middle of the table to Buddy next to Kiora.
Yeah,
like
this is
Wick
is tough for Sean. Yeah, because that means there's no counter spell. So I would assume you're going to get Sky Sovereign here, and then just kind of hope that Sean doesn't find a counterspell the next 2 draw steps. And that Sky Sovereign will be able to take out the... we're going to go for Woodcaller Automaton. Maybe we can get that one up on the screen.
I
That
was
one,
gonna say, I hope you know what that card is because
Yeah.
I'm like medium. I'm mostly familiar with like the commons and uncommons because I've admittedly like drafted a lot more as this set than seen cards being used in a lot of these kind of more quote unquote eternal formats.
Yeah, it's funny because this one specifically is, I believe, a jumpstart card, a Brothers War jumpstart card. So, from my understanding, I don't think this is actually in the actual packs. Like, you can't open this in draft, I think. Yeah, but it's a 4 mana for a 3/3 prototype, and when it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, you untap a land and essentially make it a 3/3. So it's really powerful with Nykthos because you can, you have 4 mana to untap your Nykthos. Also, if you have 10 mana, you can just make a big 8/8 and make another 8/8 because it's equal to its power. So pretty powerful card. And we see here a Supreme Phantom. We're going to push a lot of damage here with the Rattle Chains and the Mausoleum Wanderer. And we're going to go after the Karn, which makes sense because you don't want a Sky Sovereign to get searched for off Karn. See, that's why I'm wondering if I'm wondering why Calvin got that Woodcaller Automaton.
Because we're so
I feel
far
like-
away from it.
Yeah, and I feel like I guess you have the Nykthos, so maybe you just wanted to be able to untap the Nykthos, but assuming that your Karn is going to die with just stuff on the battlefield, I feel like having a Sky Sovereign as a leftover maybe is a little bit more ideal.
We'll see. Looks like we are starting off here with a lot of green mana.
So we're going to Nykthos for 4. Kiora can untap the Nykthos, activate again to go up to 6 mana. And then with the 3 elves in the land, that's 10. That means you would be able to cast... Yeah, we would be able to cast that Woodcaller for the full 10 if we wanted to.
I mean, impressive, but we could have had Ulamog in our deck,
Man, I wish you could get Ulamog off Karn.
Oh,
Well, I don't
no,
wish
I
because
don't
this thing could be obscene, but...
I don't wish you could, and I've played Tron for as long as Karn has been legal.
Yeah. So we're going to use the 6 floating for a Storm, which is notable because the counter spell of choice in most Spirits decks is Lofty Denial, which is counter unless you pay 4 if you have a flyer, and we got 4 mana available, so we can just go ahead and pay for that Lofty if that is what Sean has.
Yeah, heads up play here. Does seem a little bit, as you mentioned, kind of awkward to continue to hold on to this like one card that we know that we got from our sideboard, but especially when we only have like 2 cards in hand. Like our opponent doesn't really have to wonder that much about the possibilities of what could be played.
Yeah, and that's the tricky part about this matchup is your counter spells are good early, but if you give the green deck time to establish all of this mana, most of your counter spells are what do you call it? Soft counter spells. So, counterless should pay 3, counterless should pay 4 in the case of Geistlight Snare and Lofty Denial. And once you're able to establish this amount of mana, those counter spells just don't do anything.
Yeah, and that's like even another like hard part about this, like Azorius Spirit's mono green matchup is that you aren't really playing removal spells either. Like you're maybe playing things like Slip Out the Back, and like mostly that's just like a mono blue sort of style that people are running for Spirit strategies. So it's interesting to see the differences that people are running, and it looks like we're starting with a Geistlit Snare to try and stop this storm.
Yeah, so I think what's going to happen is Geistlight Snare, Calvin's going to pay the 3 for it, and then maybe we're going to sack the Mausoleum Wanderer to tag the yeah, okay, that's what's going to happen. We're going to sack the Wanderer. But yeah, as far as removal spells from Sean's side of things, we have 1 Nebelgast Herald, 1 Brazen Borrower, and 3 Shacklegeist. Shacklegeist is kind of the big one. But the thing about Shacklegeist is it, with Nykthos specifically, it doesn't remove the devotion for the turn. You mentioned something like a Slip Out the Back. That one's actually not that bad because, if there's a Nykthos in play and you slip out the back, say like a Cavalier or an Old Growth Troll, they don't get the devotion for a turn. But with stuff like Shacklegeist, yeah, you're tapping it, but it's still providing devotion for Nykthos.
All right, and the Kiora answered safely. So now it's just a whole team of elves in play for Calvin.
Yeah, we'll see what Sean's follow up is here. Looking just, I mean, has the rattle chain, so doesn't have to deploy anything at sorcery speed, but really looking for a little bit more pressure. Wants to make this a 2-turn clock, if at all possible. Doesn't want to give Calvin more time.
Mm-hmm.
We know about the Woodcaller Automaton. I think there's another Nykthos in Calvin's hand, and maybe a Besiju is the last card. So not a really good hand here for Calvin.
Yeah, certainly not in this matchup, and just kind of awkward about what exactly is going to be cast in where. And it looks like Prototype potentially going to be the call here for Calvin with this Brothers War. Was it called again?
Woodcaller Automaton.
Woodcaller Automaton. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't bad, 4 mana for 2/3/3s, but it's not really enough. It's not quite going to race. Now, the one thing I will mention, prototypes are really weird, but they do count for devotion. So when this Woodcaller Automaton is played for its prototype, it does count for green pips towards devotion, which is, maybe not the most intuitive thing. But.
Okay. Like its mana cost changes instead of being the 10 to the prototype cost. Okay. That is quite different from a lot of other cards with alternate casting costs. So yeah, that is interesting.
And we see a Shacklegeist and another Rattle Chains here, being able to tap that big layer. And Calvin at 12. We have 3, 6, 9, 10. So another Lord would get us there. But even if there's not another Lord, you could even just see, Sean maybe attack for 6 and hold up a Shacklegeist activation, which, okay, we're going to attack for 9 and then likely have a Spirit to be able to tap the Lair of the Hydra. Yeah, there's not really any way that Calvin can kind of present a lethal attack through the Shacklegeist activation.
Yeah, now not even a Cavalier of Thorns or something is going to be enough to be able to block the highly surmounted amount of flyers. And you were right about a Spirit in the form of the Spectral Pirate.
Interesting we decided to tap the forest there. I'm wondering if you wanted to just let Calvin do some stuff and tap the lair, because I'm wondering if there's enough for a potential lethal here with the lair. So we have 5 devotion. So you tap 2 lands, make 5. So you play second Nykthos. 5 minus 2 is 3, plus 5 is 8. Make it a 7, 10. That's only 13, so not quite enough. Right, 5 minus 2 is 3, plus 5 is 8. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but it looks like Calvin is also trying to figure out if that is going to be enough, going through some of the same motions as you just went through.
Yeah, I think he's going to come up a little bit short. My count was 13 damage total.
We have Nykthos number 3 in hand, and we somehow make an extra land drop. Don't do that.
Well, Calvin does have the Storm the Festival.
Oh.
So if he realizes that there's, no path to lethal this turn, just fire that off. See what happens. Now, there could be a counterspell from Sean's side. It does not look like there is. Okay, so maybe not dead. That looked like 3 lands, I think. Didn't look like the best storm. Maybe not quite as bad as Bill's storms that we saw on camera in the last round, one of the previous rounds, but.
Oof. Very true. This one we at least found like a 3-mana spell, which is, yeah, probably better than everything that we saw Bill get.
Yeah.
That's rough. That's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you play Storm the Festival, and sometimes you just don't find things that you need. But actually, Calvin able to find Old Growth Troll and Cavalier of Thorns. Unfortunately, a singular Cavalier is not quite going to be enough.
I was going to say, I think he needs to hit the last Nykthos, because you mentioned there was a Nykthos in Calvin's hand, so that means 3 accounted for. If he flipped the last Nykthos, you have the lair untapped plus the elf to activate the Nykthos, and I believe that would have been enough to flashback Storm.
Whoa.
But did not hit that 4th Nykthos, yeah.
I also am not completely sure that that's the last card. I was making a hopeful speculation or like a hypothetical, but yeah, Calvin not able to stop the onslaught of flyers from this Azorius Spirits deck. So it's quickly going to go to Sean Ryder there for this first game.
Yeah, that was kind of as expected. The blue-white deck just being able to put a decent amount of pressure, also backing it up with stuff like Shacklegeist to just be able to tap the creatures for a couple of turns. The counter spells even kind of did something, that Sean had to use a lot of resources to do so, but was able to, line up the, what's it called? The Geistlight Snare plus the Sacrifice of the Mausoleum Wanderer to hit that Storm the Festival. And was able to get the job done.
All right, well, let's take a look at these sideboards of these two decks. We can take a little quick look at the Mono Green Devotion one, just see what they're working with if they do play that card in play. But as we've mentioned time and time again through watching this deck in Pioneer as a whole, as well as today, we are likely not really seeing any amount of sideboarding from these decks. They're likely just going to shuffle up, represent, and just have these sideboards as a bunch of a little bit of a cards toolbox, if you will.
No changes. Next slide.
Taking a look at Azorius Spirit.
There we go.
Walk us through. What changes are we seeing? Let me know what's
All right, there's probably going to be some changes here. So let's go over the sideboard. We have 1 Brazen Barber, 2 Extraction Specialist, 2 Catilda, I believe Dawnheart something, Dawnheart Martyr. Yeah, 1 Nebelgast Herald, 2 Aethergust, 1 Destroy Evil, a Fateful Absence, a Mystical Dispute, a Settle the Wreckage, and 3 Portable Hole.
That's a lot of one-ups there.
In this,
yeah.
Quite a bit of one-ups in this sideboard. So I think from Sean's side, we're definitely going to be looking at the Aethergust. Those I think are slam dunks. After that, this is interesting. So the Specialists, no, those are more for like the grindy matchups, Rakdos, stuff like that. Catilda, I mean, it is big, but it doesn't line up that well against Cav, so I'm not a fan of that. Nebelgast Herald is interesting as like a way to tap Cav. I could see going towards that. Fateful Absence maybe to blow up a Cav or a Karn or something, although that one's kind of dicey. Maybe you want to go towards Portable Hole for Llanowar Elves. Sean has a lot to work with. The only cards that I know for certain are coming in are the 2 Aethergust. After that, he really has a lot of wiggle room in terms of how many bad cards or how many cards does he not want in his main deck. Stuff like the Remorseful Cleric is probably not that good. Maybe you trim out a couple of Spectral Sailors because you're not really ever activating that thing. Shore Up, probably not that good against a deck with no removal spells, so has some stuff to cut. So it kind of depends on how he wants to play the post-board games.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too, because it feels like a lot of our answers that are in this sideboard don't really do a lot of exiling, which certainly kind of can end up hurting you against cards like Old Growth Troll and the Cavalier of Thorns. So it'll be interesting to see what decisions end up being made and how it ends up kind of lining up against this mono green deck. And we can see, Devin and I can see that the mono green player has presented their deck. One player still shuffling, kind of once again as a result of the quick submission of the 60 back from the mono green player, whereas Azorius or whatever deck is playing against mono green often has to be like, I got a few decisions to make here.
The real question is, when do we get a sideboard guide for mono green, though?
Yeah. I mean, you could make a sideboard guide that is just like, if you're in this situation, this is what you're carning for. If you're in this situation, this is what I mean. That wouldn't really work because you can't consult a guide like that in the middle of a game. But like, even so,
no, you know what it is. The sideboard guide is how many times you shuffle in each particular matchup. Like against Rakdos, you do 5 bridges or whatever. Against blue white control, you do 10 bridges. Stuff like that.
There you go. That would be pretty funny. That's the next thing that I'm putting on my Patreon is my Mono Green Pioneer sideboard guide. You'll be able to pay $2 for it. Thank you, Calvin. Your cards are so
Calvin's
shiny.
showing us a hand.
I didn't really see anything. But a good start.
Got an elf.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan. This elf?
Are you a fan of Yeah, I was going to say, are you a fan of this elf?
I'm a big fan of this one.
Okay.
This one passes the test.
I like the art. I just don't like foils.
That's fair. I actually, if I had to like run Elvish Mystics right now, I would do the Mullaly Villanueva Secret Lair ones. Not like anyone asked which ones I would be running, but since I've talked so much about all of the different elf arts and which ones I like, I'll give you that one too.
Right. Yes, we see turn 1 elf with turn 2 Oath of Nissa, finding a Kiora. And see what we have as a follow-up for Calvin here. Another elf. And potentially a third elf. Now we're just getting in there. No, it does have the Sailor. I was actually wondering if Sean wanted to block there if he had the Sailor.
Oh.
But yeah, if you have Curious Obsession, no, you definitely don't want to block.
Yeah,
That makes
I think
sense.
we got a quick answer on that one.
Yeah. I'm wondering maybe if you don't have the obsession, if you're ever interested in blocking, but even then, probably no, because the upside of drawing the obsession there is so high that you'd rather just just keep it because you just get to go to town with the obsession now.
Yeah.
But shields are down for Sean here, so Calvin could resolve a Cavalier of Thorns, and that might be no pun intended, a thorn in Sean's side.
We will see. I mean, Mausoleum Wanderer is a thin veil, potentially, but we'll see what Calvin is going to be able to deploy on this turn. It's like...
My guess is probably not Cav, because I think that one would have been slammed into play.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
we're going for a Karn.
Oh, yeah.
We're going for a Karn. Now, I don't really think we're going to get the Automaton again. He got that last game, and it didn't go that well for him. I'm kind of interested in getting Sky Sovereign. He's looking at Haywire Might. That one could be interesting to blow up the Curious Obsession. It's reasonable.
Yeah, that's a Sky Sovereign. I was going to say, do we even have one? There's no way you
Yes,
wouldn't play that card.
yes, we have a Sky Sovereign.
Right? But I don't
I
know.
hope so.
I hope so
Yeah,
too.
there's
but
a
hey,
Sky Sovereign.
People have done some
only-
crazier things in Magic. I don't know.
The only way there wouldn't be a Sky Sovereign is if Calvin boarded it in, and I can't ever imagine a scenario. He's going for Pestilent Cauldron.
Okay.
That's a weird one. I guess. So the idea behind getting Cauldron, right, is if the Karn dies, then you can just Cauldron back the Karn. The issue with that is, what does that accomplish? Because you've basically time walked yourself to where the Karn is dying anyways, and now you're time walking yourself again because you're casting the Cauldron to get the Karn back, and then you have to spend another turn casting the Karn. Like, it just doesn't, you know what I mean? It's kind of weird.
Life.
It does gain 4, which is not irrelevant.
Oh, we gained the life of what was attacking Karn instead of us.
True. It's a good point, yeah. So I guess it kind of gains like 7.
And considering that is like, I mean, there was an onslaught of creatures coming at us last game. I don't think the amount of life that was gained would have made the difference in the last one, but if it goes anything like kind of similar to the last one, that could end up being a difference maker.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the consideration over snapping off a Spellqueller. I love that. Just snapped it off. Yeah, good Spellqueller here. Definitely want to get that Kiora.
Yeah, Spellqueller is
thinking-
doing its best Seagull from Finding Nemo impression.
I was wondering if maybe you got the Cauldron because you were trying to slam the Cav next turn, because you would have played Cav.
Ooh,
Yeah, that doesn't
yeah.
make any sense. Because I was thinking like, oh, well, if you say, okay, well, I play Cav next turn, it gets countered, then I can Cauldron back the Cav and the Karn, but then you would have just played the Cav if you had it last turn, so. 2 mana. Are we going? No, we're not going beatdowns. All right, 2 mana for a Haven.
I hope we're not going beatdowns into the Spellqueller.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what Calvin's leftovers are. I mean, we know about the Cauldron, I guess, but that one just seems really slow.
Yeah, and we only have one other card beside it, so... Alright, we're taking... Ooh, kind of a big hit here.
Yeah, this is a big one.
Supreme Phantom, souping up the team.
And just like imagine if we had gotten Sky Sovereign that turn, right? Because if we had gotten the Sky Sovereign, you can't Spellqueller the Sky Sovereign, and you just get to kill the Spectral Sailor with the Obsession on it, and I feel like you're in a much, much better position. The only thing I can think of, so there are situations, and I don't know if this is what happened, but there are situations where you board in the Sky Sovereign because you don't think you're either A, ever going to resolve a Karn, or B, ever have time to go Karn into Sky Sovereign, and you just feel like you have to draw it. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, because it just seems to me that if you had a Sky Sovereign in your sideboard, it was an easy grab with the Karn. So it's really tough.
Yeah, and I could have actually sworn that we had just seen it when we flipped through it this last time, but could be wrong. Some of these shinier cards are a little more difficult to make out.
What are we going for? We're going
Yeah, but
for
there's
a
the answer.
Kiora.
We got a lot of mana untapped.
So now you can go Kiora, untap the land, tap 5 for the Cauldron, but that just gets Mausoleum Wanderer, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, because the Wanderer's a 2/2.
Mhm.
So you tap 5, leave an elf untapped, and then the Wanderer just gets to hit the Pestilent Cauldron. And funnily enough, I don't know if the game's ever going to get to that point, but Pestilent Cauldron in the graveyard is really bad because you can't Karn for it. And that's like the way that you win the game is Karning for Pestilent Cauldron. So
Yeah.
when it gets countered, it goes to the graveyard, which is kind of
Mhm.
hilarious.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. We're taking a peek at our sideboard once again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one is
Yeah,
it.
that was the Sky Sovereign. Okay. All right. You sure enough
Pretty
seeing
sure.
things.
I'm with you. I'm on your side in this, Devin.
Has another Karn. So I'm wondering if the thought process behind getting the Cauldron was that because you had a second Karn, you can just Karn for the boat, but that's just too slow. You just don't have time for that. Yeah, we're done. I believe that is lethal damage. We both know the last card in hand.
Yep, very true.
No, feed's frozen for me. There we go. Sean Ryder taking it 2-0 over Calvin Trager. Excuse me. Congratulations to Sean on top 8ing. And yeah, that was, kind of textbook, exactly how we would expect it. Spirits versus Mono Green.
Mhm.
We talked about how pretty much the entire reason to play Spirits was that you have a good green matchup, and that's exactly how it played out.
Yeah, and we mentioned that like one of the few things that kind of gets you there against them a lot of the time ends up being something like that Cavalier of Thorns, which we just never saw from the mono green deck. So no way to block that onslaught of flyers, and that's a quick 1-2 for the Spirits deck. And I'm fairly certain that we do have a little bit of a backup match that we'll be able to really quickly hop down into so that the action doesn't stop here. And speaking of the action not stopping here, be sure to hit that follow button so that you can know every single time we have the action of Paper Magic up and running for you to watch on these weekends here at the NRG series.
Yeah, I am super, super excited. And here we go. Here's our backup match. Kyle Montgomery on Azorius Control, Nicholas on Rakdos Midrange. These players are both X and 2. Now, we talked about kind of the weird tiebreaker situation and the standing situation with the last round. So I believe Casey Ryback got pared down into an X2. Now, I think if Casey loses to that X2, this potentially, depending on how the other matches shake out, could be a win and in, but not 100% positive.
That's actually really funny because wasn't Casey the round before somebody who got pared down into an X2?
Yes, Casey got paired down into
Yeah.
Raymond.
Oh, that's
and
so
then they ended up
awkward.
drawing. Yep. That's really, really awkward. But yeah, Casey should have had a clean win and in.
All right. Azorius Control, Rakdos Midrange. This is maybe not a place that I would envy for the Rakdos Midrange player, but I mean, at least having a Bloodtithe the Harvester to start us off is certainly not the worst place to be.
Yeah, it's weird. So when Liliana the Veil was first introduced into Pioneer and everybody was playing, between 3 to 4 copies in the Rakdos midrange deck, this matchup was a nightmare for blue-white because Liliana the Veil was a card that was so hard to interact with, and if it resolved, it would just drain you out of all of your resources.
Yeah.
Now, more recent Rakdos decks have been cutting Liliana the Veil.
I was going to say, I don't think I've ever played Liliana the Veil in my Rakdos
Right.
decks.
Yeah. So, it's a card that's kind of fallen out of favor recently, which I think does maybe shift the matchup a little bit more towards the blue-white. Now, I think Rakdos is maybe still slightly ahead. Once we get to post-board, game ones, there's a lot of fatal pushes that don't do anything. But once we get to post-board, I think I like Nicholas's side of things. But yeah, it's tough without Liliana.
Yeah, and at least like your silver lining is that you're still playing things like Thoughtseize and stuff, and you're just hoping to be able to kind of get under them and then just be able to get rid of their board wipes and stuff and have your few remaining creatures just be too difficult to handle. And like I think the other part is that a lot of your edge in this matchup comes from the amount of creature lands that you play, either things like Den of the Bugbear, Hive of the Eye, Tyrant, and your kind of creative ways to go around a lot of the things that Azorius is playing.
Right, yeah, and this is kind of like the got a little beatdowns going on here, the Bloodtithe Harvester, and this is kind of exactly what you want from Nicholas' side of things, where you're, playing some Harvesters that largely replace themselves with the Blood Token, give you some card selection. You're forcing Kyle into maybe casting a Wrath that he doesn't want to cast, and that could maybe, get you into resolving something that you want to resolve. So yeah, nice little bit of, pressure here. Also has the Den of the Bugbear, as you spoke of too, so pretty good stuff here for Nicholas so far.
That'll be
And was actually able to convert a Fatal Push there on a Shark token, which is not something you usually get to do in these matchups. So
yeah, feels pretty good to at least make use out of that and not make that card just completely dead in game number 1.
Going for a
of the
Fable,
Richter.
that's going to get absorbed.
Yeah, a little bit too much value, and also going to help out Kyle in gaining some life back, which is going to be very helpful now that these Bloodtithe Harvesters are starting to see a little more red here.
Yeah, the life from Absorb is just so massive. Like, imagine if Absorb was just any other counterspell.
It's
Kyle would be at 8 life and be
is.
facing lethal. Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, we are going to Verdict.
Clean up this board. All right, shields down. What are we going to be able to do? Do we have something like a Shieldred?
Misery Shadow. Not exactly the one that you would like to resolve when their shield's down.
Yeah.
Because that one gets answered by a lot more stuff from Kyle's deck.
Oh, yeah. But it does kind of do an okay job of being like a one shade show. Like you can kind of just keep just this on the battlefield and be like, okay, let's see how much damage I can do with just this creature and pumping it every single time.
Yeah, like looking at Kyle's deck list. Let's pull that up here real quick. What did we find?
A Fateful Absence.
Okay. I looked away for a second. That is an answer. 2 Fateful Absence, and actually that's it. Well, the verdicts. Verdict, Farewell, Fateful Absence, no portable holes. Oh, because we're playing Farewell. So most of these blue-white lists are now, I think, cutting portable holes because they're playing with Farewell. So that does make sense.
That does. I agree. Farewell, such a powerful card. Yeah,
it really is, especially like against Kroxa too, especially in this matchup.
Yes. I was going to say, Kroxa is one of those cards that I was very excited to actually start playing. It's kind of one of those cards that, like, it feels like it got completely overshadowed by Uro for that entire time being, and it's one of those things that I was so excited to finally get to play with and get to have a little bit of interaction with, and it's been also one of the more impressive cards that I think I've played with from this deck that just kind of ends up being that last little bit to just like get you there every single time.
Yeah, essentially when they banned Uro, they unbanned Kroxa, right? That's kind of what
yeah,
happened.
That's exactly what happened.
We got a Wandering Emperor coming down, taking out the Shadow. Nicholas doesn't have a lot of cards left. And
neither does Kyle. Only 3 in hand, it looks like. I mean, I guess that's kind of plenty for an Azorius control deck, but also feels like that is a place where, as an Azorius player, you're hoping to have a few more variety of choices.
Yeah, I think I saw a 5-mana Teferi in Kyle's hand.
I did as well.
So, yeah, we're choosing to deploy the Wandering Emperor. Maybe he wants to hold up a counterspell. Maybe he can deploy the Teferi and hold up counterspell next turn. We're going for a Den activation. We know about the Fateful Absence.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to get cast. We can float mana.
Mm-hmm.
Float mana and they crack the clue.
I think that actually at this point, Nicholas is trying to decide, like, what phase are we in? Did you wait for me to go to combat to do this? Is it going to be bad if I float mana? Because the card in hand is Dreadbore, I believe.
Oh, okay.
And so it would actually matter since that is a sorcery and speed spell, to make sure that we were in combat before we are floating red mana to potentially cast a spell like that.
Could at least crack the clue, though, right? Float a mana, then use the Blood Crypt to crack the clue.
Mm-hmm.
Teferi here. Teferi is going to draw a bunch of cards. Gonna uptick the Wandering Emperor, and
Oof.
yeah, this one's looking kind of tough for Nicholas.
I was gonna say, yeah, I feel like the moment that this Teferi resolves and we actually have enough mana to also activate Castle Vantress before we go back to our turn, that's like really just the door starting to close. Like we're at the point where we need to like start shoving our axe through that door and being like, here's Johnny. Otherwise, like we're already in a rough spot here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna fire off a Dreadbore on one of these planeswalkers. Start with that. Start with the clue. Try and find a Thoughtseize so you can go Thoughtseize Dreadbore.
Mm-hmm.
Found a Shadow. I think that's gonna get vetoed. And I guess we can deploy a Shadow. Highly doubt it's going to be good enough, but we could try. Looks like Emperor is going to make a token.
Oh my god, and
Yeah.
actually Kyle's hand is just shaped up quite nicely. It looks to be a backup copy of Emperor. I think a backup copy of Teferi as well, Supreme Verdict and Shark
Oh.
Typhoon.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely
just inject it into my veins. The hard cast Shark
No,
Typhoon.
absolutely
Love to see
not. Oh, I hate it.
it.
I love it, but I
Hardcast.
hate it.
Yeah,
Also,
chat.
this is nice.
That's the thing about hardcast.
This is nice. We're in a time shifted match. I can actually like talk about things that I can see in players' hands for once today. Because for those of you in chat, I am 15 feet away from where the players are playing. Most of the time, I'm having to be like very, very vanilla, very ambiguous about what I am saying for a lot of these games. But now that we're finally in a time shifted match, I'm getting a little bit more liberty with what I can say about this match, and it's invigorating me again.
Hardcast Shark Typhoon, definitely enough to close it out. Yeah, that was a really tough sledding there for the Rakdos mid-range deck. It felt like there was the curve started off pretty well. A couple Bloodtide Harvesters was able to kind of sneak in a Shadow, but yeah, just the Verdict into the combination of all the Planeswalkers and a little bit too much to overcome.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, our like rebuild after we got Supreme Verdicted was just not there. Like the Death Shadow, or not Death Shadows, Death Verdicts were just not really what we needed. And it was not the correct like sequence of things that we needed to be able to handle all of a sudden 2 planeswalkers in play and our 1 creature land is out of there. So let's take a look at some sideboards, start to kind of piece together where a lot of these decks are going to change in preparation for games 2 and 3 potentially.
So from Kyle's side of things, there are, let's see, 2 Shark Typhoons, 2 Rest in Peace, a Doomscar, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Negates, a Narset's Reversal, an Elspeth Sun's Champion, a Narset Parter of Veils, a Dream Trawler, and a Bane Slayer Angel. So, want all of the cards that say draw a card or effectively are 2-for-1s. So Shark Typhoon, love it. Elspeth Sun's Champion, Narset, Dream Trawler, love it. Baneslayer Angel is interesting. I think it's not that great because it just kind of trades 1-for-1 with the Dreadbore, and that's 5 mana sorcery that trades 1-for-1. Not really where you want to be from the blue-white side, so I'm not a big fan of that one. Negate could be interesting against more of like the post-board Planeswalkers, stuff like that. But yeah, the Typhoons and the Planeswalkers and the Dream Trawler, slam dunks.
Oh, Dream Trawler. Every time I see that card, I feel like I have a shiver down my spine and I just like remember its time in standard and it's like a trauma response to seeing Dream Trawler. I'm not
Dream Trawler's
happy
kind of
to see
messed
that
up.
card. It's a hecked up card. Let's take a look at the Rakdos mid-range sideboard and see would there ever be anything that could possibly be done to this Rakdos or to this Azorius deck with this Rakdos mid-range.
All right, so we are looking at 1 Liliana, 2 Duress, 2, I would assume, Go Blank, and 2 Reckoner Bankbuster. I don't think you want to go towards Unlicensed Hearse because there's not that much stuff going on with the graveyard. At least Go Blank is a 2-for-1. It gets 2 cards out of their hand, and maybe, like, obviously the dream scenario with Go Blank is you discard 2 cards, and I get your Memory Deluge out of your graveyard. Yeah, it's kind of hard to set that up, but even just getting 2 cards off a Go Blank still probably worth it. And then the Duresses are good. I like those. The Liliana's great. And the Bankbuster's just being able to draw a bunch of cards. So I think that's where we're going for Nicholas' side of things.
Yeah, I'm in on that too. And interesting to see that there is actually Lily. This looks like 1 copy in the main board as well. And I was interested to see also the split and difference of like Shieldred and other kind of some of these bigger spells, because we're seeing a big kind of variance in the difference between some of these big spells that people are deciding to bring for these Rakdos midrange decks. And it's actually interesting that I don't seem to see a copy of Kalidas anywhere in this deck, which I find quite interesting. And I feel like the difference is just that you're saying, oh, Misery's Shadow is going to be doing the job that I would normally like for Kalidas to do, so I don't really have to worry about playing that more expensive spell that has potentially bigger upside, but the important wording that's on it is already on this 2-drop that I recently got printed for me.
Yeah, I think the one of the maybe the matchup that it probably comes up the most in is the mirror, because Kalidas being able to generate 2/2s is very, very important in the mirror match. But against stuff like Mono Green Devotion, you'd much rather just have the cheaper card. Like you had to keep in Kalidas against Mono Green, even though you didn't want to, just because it was your only like clean way to answer Troll and Cav. And now that you have that on a 2-drop, it's just so much more efficient.
Yeah, and it's funny that you say clean answer when most of the time it did not feel like a clean answer. It felt like it hurts to do this. It hurts that I have to sequence this way, but you got to do what you got to do. So let's go down into this game number 2, or potentially go live into the match. Nope, we're staying time shifted here.
All right, what do we got? Got Nicholas on the play. Looks like kept 7 cards. From what I could tell, looks like 7 to me. And what do we got? We got a Thoughtseize. Oh, never mind. He was thinking about what card to put back. So it was 7, but
we could still have a Thoughtseize. Maybe.
I technically got it right. Right? 7 cards.
Technically. London Mulligan saving you. All right, what's going to be our start here? Ooh, are our lands that awkward that we're having to think about it this much? Are we putting... Oh, did we mold a 5? Oof. Oof.
Yeah, this is... It's kind of tough. Okay, no, we're just thinking about what land to play first. Gotcha.
Okay.
All right, we figured it out. Hive, go.
How do you feel about the D&D book art?
Oh, the lands? I love those. I have 4 of each.
So much. Oh, yeah. They're so good.
So good.
Big fan.
Probably one of my favorite alternate arts.
Yeah, I'm probably with you as well. Ooh, all right. Bankbuster, a card you mentioned from the sideboard as a good way to be able to kind of keep up with card advantage, and also like the fact that it just like makes a creature to be able to crew itself is actually kind of lovely.
Yeah, this card is really important in this matchup for a couple of reasons. One, it draws cards, which is pretty good place to be against blue-eye control. And the really nice thing about Bankbuster is that it's kind of like a 4-mana creature. It's a threat that also survives Supreme Verdict. So you can kind of overextend into Verdict because you're getting the cards back from Bankbuster and still have a threat left over after they verdict you. So it does it all, basically.
Yeah. And we start off with that Bankbuster and then go ahead and Blood Tithe Harvester into crewing the Bankbuster and just getting in pretty early. Unfortunately, temporary lockdown. Unfortunately, a clean answer to both of the things that we've been able to do. This card makes me so unhappy as somebody who likes to play this Rakdos midrange deck.
You can't really call it a temporary lockdown if you're playing an enchantment against a Rakdos deck that has no way to remove enchantments. Like, there's nothing temporary about that. Come on.
That's true. Now, where's its like fading counters?
Yeah.
I feel like we gave it a bad name for what it does.
Another Bankbuster, though. So at least we got a little something left in the tank.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Bankbuster
Foretold.
was followed up by immediately drawing a card, so we're not like committing anything to this board and getting back into it.
So just scanning the deck list here for Kyle, we have 3 copies of Behold the Multiverse, 3 Make Disappears, and then also 1, where'd it go? 1 Doomscar. So that could kind of be anything. Could even be a boat.
All right. Got a bunch of lands. They all do a lot of different things. What direction are we going in? And it looks like, Fable is very quickly going to get vetoed. Not even be able to stay here.
I hadn't registered. Make Disappear is not the Foretold one. The Foretold one is Saw It Coming. Never mind. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I got
Make
those two
Disappear is
confused.
the New Capenna one.
Yeah. Okay, my bad. So it's either Doomscar or Behold the Multiverse.
Yeah, but if deck lists aren't open and you see a Foretold from a control deck, I feel like 9 times out of 10, I'm just like, that's a Saw It Coming.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some crazy people play Starnheim Unleashed or whatever that card's called. So
I actually
you
think
never know
Starnheim
with these
Unleashed
blue-eye
is
control
kinda
players.
hot. I've played myself a Starnheim Unleashed or 2.
That card is sweet.
Certainly is
You
for a
can't-
certain place and a certain time. I don't know if I would play it right now, but I've been known to play it.
You just can't trust these blue-white players. You know, they'll play anything at this point.
All right, Devin outed himself as a blue-white hater. Get him.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't need to
You're
out.
like, this
you know,
isn't a secret. Come on.
no, it's definitely not a secret.
Oh,
All right, what do we got? A
Duress,
verdict, an absence. That's a fairy, and
a Baneslayer Angel, a farewell, a Teferi. Oh,
was that a farewell?
it's a farewell. It's
Oh, there's
the
a
only
Baneslayer
one.
too. My goodness.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
An embarrassment of riches is what I would call it.
See, you know, Nicholas is a greater person than I am, because if I duressed my opponent and I saw that hand, I'd probably just pick up my cards. I would just be out of here.
You know, I probably would too. Especially like depending on what's in my hand. We have 3 cards. Yeah, I would
Yeah,
probably
three
be with
cards in it. I'm done with this game. I'm out.
Especially like this is duress. We can't even take the Baneslayer Angel.
Yeah, I guess you take the Teferi, but this is rough.
It hurts.
There's
You
a Field
can't
of Ruin
ever
too to take
take-
out the Hive.
Oh, okay. Listen. We're just waiting for the moment where our opponent says farewell, all modes, and then we get our things back that are under the temporary lockdown.
I see. Okay.
Oh, okay. So not a terrible follow up here in Go Blank.
So probably discard the land and the Fateful Absence.
That's probably what I would. Yep. And just hoping to draw another land. And if you're Nicholas, you're maybe saying, maybe you'll never draw the land to get to your farewell.
Yeah, and you have 5 mana for the Baneslayer anyways, so I can't tell. Is there a second white? I see irrigated farmland, blue side of blue-white pathway,
Yeah,
Field of Ruined Castle. I can't tell what that last land is.
I think it is the white side of the pathway, of the blue-white pathway.
Okay.
Hedgegate?
Hengegate, I think is what it is. I think it's what, Hengegate, Mistgate?
They all have so many names.
They do.
It's so many to remember. Oh, and it looks like, just to be safe, I guess, like on the off chance that actually is blue. There's no way it is not white.
Yeah.
It's an island, right?
Yeah, if we're getting island, it's probably the white side of the pathway. I would hope so.
I would certainly hope so too. Just so we don't have to worry about our different colors, and also get rid of a way for Nicholas to draw cards. We are Field of Ruining Castle Lochthwain.
Yeah, I mean, Nicholas does have a couple of cards left. The Bankbuster, I guess, doesn't have any counters on it, but we can start going beatdowns with the Bankbuster. I guess we just have to really hope we have an answer to this Baneslayer Angel.
Feels like a cool movie name. Beat Down with Bankbuster.
Starring not the Azorius control player.
The Azorius player is starring in a different movie that just so happens to have Baneslayer Angel in it.
The old Wallet Slayer.
The old Wallet Slayer. I didn't play during that time.
Yeah, this was like this really was like the first card in a standard format that would, like, I think ever hit $50, and people went bananas over it. It was so crazy. Revolutionary printing. Yeah, still getting played in 2022.
Yeah, only ever as a one-of, but I don't know. There's something beautiful about that at the same time. To me, I like Baneslayer Angel a lot. I think that art is really gorgeous. I think Greg Staples knocked it out of the park. But it is, and it's kind of interesting, especially now with like the Lyra printing. Like, it's kind of fun that you end up playing a bunch of like one copy of Baneslayer, one copy of Lyra, and whoa!
What's this?
All right, block with my Baneslayer Angel. Do your worst.
Interesting.
Kroxa? Okay.
Where are we going?
That's what I want to know.
Oh, did we need a 5th card in the graveyard for Kroxa? That must be what it is.
Oh,
I mean, that's a tough way to do it.
Yeah.
That is a tough way to do it. Oh boy. I mean, do what you got to do, I guess, but
I'm running out of fingers on my first hand to count the ways that Nicholas has kind of hurt me in this game.
Okay, Field of Ruin does not answer the Kroxa. So I guess we have that going for us, but we can't... Because, like, theoretically, we were kind of racing the Baneslayer Angel with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, but now with the Field of Ruin...
Kroxa.
Yeah. Well, okay, so you go... Kroxa essentially attacks
yeah?
for 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, no cards in hand.
That's not terrible.
So Kroxa attacks for 9, put Kyle to 12. Then next turn, Baneslayer, so it goes...
Hey, we have a pilot. We attack for 10.
12. Oh, the pilot. I forgot about the pilot. Okay. So 10 down to 11. Gains 5 up to 16. Nicholas goes to 10. Then, we got the life totals wrong. Okay, now.
Oh.
Okay, now that we have that updated life totals, this race looks a lot worse for Rakdos.
All right, this first Hive is going to probably do its darndest running into a Field of Ruin. But hey, we got to start somewhere.
All right. Yeah, I assume this Field of Ruin's going to get activated. So Kyle goes to 23 after Kroxa trigger. Then Field of Ruin gets activated on that. I think 7 go to 16. And then gain 5 to 21. Nicholas goes to 10. And then next turn, if you fire up the Hive, that's 10. Kyle would go to...
Welcome to math class.
11? Yeah, it's actually close. It's actually close, assuming that both players brick for 3 turns. Which is probably not going to happen.
Yeah, I feel like it's already not happening when Nicholas has 2 cards in hand. I think one of them is a land, from what I was able to see, but also there's just got to be some crazy powerful things that could potentially be on the top of Kyle's deck, which is just so scary.
Right. Even something, just any way to remove this Kroxa from the battlefield just, swings the race massively in Kyle's favor.
Yeah, especially there's only 1 card in the graveyard now for Nicholas, so we are just like far away from ever being able to really start to fire that up again.
Misery Shadow helps though. That's actually not a bad one for Nicholas.
Yeah. No, the little bit of a pump, not too bad, not too shabby. Especially we got a lot of lands in play.
Oh yeah, we're going deep on that Misery Shadow. Now I just want to take a look at the creature. Oh, it's a Shade. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know Baneslayer has protection from demons, and I wasn't sure if the Shadow was a demon. I know it'd kind of be weird for a Shadow to be a demon, but I was just checking.
No, it's worth checking. I actually have been surprised the amount of times protection from demons and dragons has come up randomly in certain games that
Yeah.
I've played.
Yeah, it used to come up a lot in Standard too with Broodmate Dragon.
Mhm.
That's like Baneslayer versus Broodmate was kind of the OG fight.
Iconic. Is it really a fight if one has protection from the other? And
True.
ooh, duress. What's your one card in hand? Oh, deluge.
So Duress was cast. Deluge was found.
No! Oh no.
Okay. So Teferi's gone, but now we have to contend with a Dream Trawler.
Oh no, Nicholas, are you reading Dream Trawler? I have bad news for you, my friend.
Oh wait, no, this is fine because the Croxa gets the Dream Trawler in the
Crux
hand.
does get the Dream Trawler out. Oh, thank goodness, you're right. Whew.
So this is actually fine.
You can breathe
So
a
now-
sigh of relief.
Kyle's at 21. You go attack with everything, discard that. How many lands can he pump? 1, 2, 3. I think he pumped 6
lot.
times.
Yeah.
6,
7 if we
8,
want to
9,
use Predator.
15. Yeah. That could be 16.
Oh, but it looks like
Yeah,
we're
actually-
hiding instead.
Okay. Oh, because he wants to get the Deluge out of the graveyard. That makes
Makes
sense.
sense. No, I like that play.
And then you just pump with the rest.
Wow, Hive good. Hive good, Hive great.
Yeah, Nicholas actually is, I think, pretty easily winning this race.
I think us having this shade has made a bit of a difference. Oh, we did use
Yeah,
the
the shade
treasure.
was a
Oh,
massive
we're-
pickup.
when you said we were going deep on the shade, we are going deep. We sacrificed our treasure and everything.
So that was 4, so that's 2, 5, 6, 12, I believe. That actually brings up a good point. Kyle could have taken land and Dream Trawler off of the Croxa. The Duress blanks, a Croxa attack, discard land, untap, play Dream Trawler.
Mm.
I didn't think about that. That's a really good line.
That just feels so unintuitive to how you use it's one of those things where yes, sitting at home, I watch it and I'm like, no, this would be smart. Oh my gosh, the other day I was playing Indomitable Creativity and I needed to discard something and I was playing against an Eldrazi deck that had Reality Smasher, and at the time I didn't think about the fact that I could have targeted the Reality Smasher, discarded my Archon of Cruelty to be able to persist it back.
Oh, wow.
And it was just one of those things that in the moment I was just so stumped, couldn't think of anything, and then I stepped back sometime later and was just oh, this very normally bad thing, this normally very unintuitive thing actually would have been phenomenal for me. And it's just so hard
That's
when
crazy.
you're, especially on a feature match, you're just not thinking about so many things, or you're kind of you're under this pressure that kind of makes you play in an autopiloted fashion. And so I definitely relate and understand to the fact of being I just am not thinking as clearly as I would like to be thinking.
Yeah, that's definitely something that, doesn't come up too often. But now the question is, can Kyle survive this attack? There's a land, or no land. We discard no cards off Croaks, so go to 4. 9, chump block the shadow. Yeah, where this is just lethal. All right.
All right.
Game 3.
Game 3, but we will not be watching Game 3 as our top 8 is actually currently being announced in the house right here, right now. We will be getting that information to you very shortly. We're just going to have to buffer for a little bit in that time, so stick with us. Hold on. We'll be getting you that information as soon as we can up on the screen for you to see. And okay. Actually, we are going to watch Game 3 as a little bit of a buffer because I am being way too hasty thinking that we can get everything. Excuse me, my bad. We're going to watch Game 3. We're going to try and keep some action going, keep you all entertained while we figure out a way to show you in a very aesthetically pleasing and nice way the top 8 for today's Pioneer 10K here at the NRG series. Let's go into game number 3. Maybe. There we go.
All right, there we go. Nope, we're back.
Maybe? Hard to tell. Nicholas
Game
should
3, I
actually
think.
have a little pip there, but it's fine.
We know it's game 3. It's fine.
We know. We're good. I'm just
All
saying.
right, then we got
I just want everything to be perfect.
Kyle on the play. And looks Looks like we got keeps. I think we got keeps.
Looks like it. All right, let's see. Nicholas actually, I think, played last game quite masterfully and was able to kind of recover in a very intense fashion. So we'll see if he is going to be able to do it once again, as a foretell is the first thing to be done for Kyle in this game.
And I can tell you for certain it's not a make disappear.
It's not,
that
definitely
one.
not make disappear, and probably not saw it coming.
Yeah. We get a Blood-Scythe Harvester, and this is kind of like the early pressure that Nicholas wants. Just get in a couple of chip shots, make Kyle kind of react when he doesn't necessarily want to. And yeah, just try to get towards maybe more of your late game power. Like you did mention this a lot with the Rakdos side of things. The creature lands are very, very important in this matchup.
Yes.
There are ways to get around Supreme Verdict. There are ways to kind of punish the Azorius player for holding up counter magic on a couple of turns. So once we get to the later stage of the game, those cards are very important.
And I find a lot that the creature lands end up being like the way that you just say, all right, here's a way that I'm finishing off a planeswalker, something like a Wandering Emperor, or you thought like this Teferi was safe. 5-mana Teferi, pretty difficult to answer, but usually like 3-mana Teferi or things like Narset, if you just like have nothing in play but you have a creature land, it usually ends up being able to get the job done and make it so that you don't have to worry about those planeswalkers constantly accruing more value than you're able to keep up with.
Oh, God, the same
Again,
thing we saw last game.
Deja vu. Are we sure this isn't the same game?
Oh boy. Yeah, lockdown on Blood-Scythe, that's the brutal part about it. Is like normally Bankbuster is kind of your way to get around Verdict, right? It's you play the Bankbuster, you say, okay, well, what are you gonna do? Verdict? I still get to keep a Bankbuster. And this is, not only does it cost one less than Verdict, it also just happens to get the Bankbuster too. It's such a beating. So we get a Fable follow-up here for Nicholas. Missing a land drop, though. That is not where you want to be.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how important finding land drops end up even being for this Rakdos deck. And I have to imagine, like, we just drew 2 Shieldreds, it looks like. Or maybe one of those was a land, but that has to be a card that just, if it's able to sit and play for, like, even just 2 turns, is just huge for Rakdos. I find that Shieldred was one of those very unassuming cards. Like, we were all like, this has words on it. And then everyone was like, this has words on it.
Yeah, the card is definitely powerful in this matchup. It's just a little bit awkward trying to, line that up against stuff like a Supreme Verdict.
Yeah. Ooh.
Get a Trespasser.
This is another one of those
cards. This might be the bait.
Yeah, it has to be. But this is another card that I've just like constantly been impressed with. It has just been able to do some pretty crazy things. And even in times where everyone's like, oh, you normally take this card out, I'm like, I don't know, I think this card's pretty good.
Right. Yeah, it does so much. Like eating, being able to keep the graveyard in check, very, very important against stuff like Izzet Pheonix, and being able to, like, even against Rakdos, where decks that have not a ton of like stuff going on with the graveyard, if they're trying to kill the Trespasser with the card that's targeting it, you just get an extra card out. So it's such a powerful card.
This is potentially a scary place for Nicholas to be in. That's a lot of creatures in play. Would be a pretty juicy Supreme Verdict, but it looks like we are fatefully absent. What?
Absencing. I don't know what we're targeting. I think Kyle's deciding what the target. Looks like we're going after the Shadow, I think.
Looks like
What did I miss?
it. Yeah, I think that's right. All right, make ourselves a Kiki-Jiki.
Yeah, Flip Fable's good. I wonder if Kyle had a Verdict there, but was waiting until the Fable flipped to kind of just get everything.
That makes sense, actually. And like at 18 life, you're not pressed to go ahead and use it that turn. You can take a little bit more damage and making sure that you don't have that Kiki Jiki that likely would fade a turn and then just be able to make a hasting copy of whatever you play. Certainly seems like patience is a virtue.
Okay, there's the Behold. Trying to find some action for Kyle. I can't quite get a good look at Kyle's hand, but I think we bought him 2 lands there. I think we
Looks like
picked up
we
a
may have ended up with.
Teferi.
Oh, is that an Elspeth Sons champion?
I think it is. I think that is an Elspeth Sons champion out of the sideboard. That's a
Ooh,
pretty good one. The
another.
nice thing about that one too is it kind of like forces the overextension into the Wrath because you don't have enough creatures in play to kind of get towards the Elspeth, so you have to keep extending more into it.
Yep. Yeah, that's another format of Standard that I didn't really play in, but I have heard kind of horror stories, depending on what side of history you were on, either horror stories or fond tales of Elspeth Sons champions. So
Look, all I remember about that format is Siege Rhino was the best card, and if Siege Rhino is the best card in the format, I think that's a pretty good format.
that's a place where Devin is happy.
Yeah, I just want to cast Siege Rhinos all day.
That's fair. All right.
We got here for blue, I know. There is the Elspeth Sons champion. Could go towards that. I can't quite get a good look at what else is going on there. We're still deciding.
It's okay. We don't need to worry about what else is happening because the only thing that's happening is Elspeth Sons champion.
There it is. Elspeth hits the board. Probably going to make some tokens. And again, this is kind of what I talked about. Just the Elspeth. Oh, we're getting an Oracle text? Okay, I gotcha.
I guess
Just
our
the
Elspeth is in a different language, so that makes sense.
Right. Just being able to make a ton of blockers just to, even just chump blockers to have, clean up these or block these creatures to make it, so that Nicholas has to extend more in order to get towards the Elspeth. Really, really tough spot.
Yeah, I remember actually the first time that somebody played an Elspeth against me, and they were just like, make 3 tokens, and I was like, excuse me, you make how many? And then they're like, I paid 6 mana for it, and I'm like, yeah, but you make how many?
Yeah.
Especially because, like, at that point, your opponent, who is presumably playing a control deck, has already done so much to like kind of dismantle your board that you're just like 3 tokens
Right.
after I just played like 12 different cards to make 3 creatures or even try to keep 3 creatures on the board just has me feeling like absolutely abysmal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the good news for Nicholas is there is a Castle Locktwain, so we can kind of get a little bit more cards that way if we don't have something like a Dreadboard to get towards this Elspeth. But yeah, this is gonna be a tough one. Is that a Misery
that's a
Shadow? I
Goblin.
think.
Mhm.
Goblin, okay.
Yeah, how many cards were left in Kyle's hand? Would that just be a way to completely? No, we got 3 cards. We keep the Teferi every time. Ooh.
Copying Shaman token, I think.
Graveyard Glutton, I think. Maybe? Maybe I'm wrong. Well, we're looking at graveyards. Ooh. Okay, if you copy Graveyard Glutton, it comes in as a copy of Graveyard Glutton and not the front side, I believe. So yeah, just getting to cleanly
Correct.
take
Yeah.
care of some things in graveyards. Start exiling some of our own things to deal some damage potentially. It looks like that will be the case.
Yeah, I have to imagine we're attacking Elspeth, and we're probably just going to see 3 chump blocks, yeah. So 3 chump blocks. Still not sure if Kyle has a Wrath in hand or a Sweeper of some sort. But yeah, this is I don't know. It feels like a weird spot for Nicholas where it's like
Mhm.
you kind of want to commit more to the battlefield to get towards this Elspeth, but at the same time, it's it's like how much can I really commit into this potential Supreme Verdict? Now the Go Blank is good. I don't know how many cards. It looks like Kyle's going to get to keep one left over.
Yeah, and I think that it's a 5 minutes of fairy.
Okay, it's not a bad one.
I would agree. I think that card's pretty good. Oh, Liliana to follow it up. Let's
Okay.
go. That might be a
That's not bad.
order lull moment, but
Oh, sure, because you can exile the Teferi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I'm not sure
I
that it's
gotcha.
gonna really matter for the blue-white deck, but
Now, I see a Hall of Storm Giants in the graveyard. I don't think there's one in play.
I don't believe so either. I think
Maybe
the
we just have a
only-
castle.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we might have a field too, but like at this point, I think that Nicholas is doing quite well on board, and this Liliana, as you mentioned, is going to be absolutely huge in this matchup.
Yeah, I think Kyle might have drawn a Shark Typhoon because I saw him
Oh.
like put it onto the battlefield real quick, but then pick it back up. So I was wondering if if the Liliana gets upticked, would you rather have just the hard cast the Shark Typhoon and hope to draw spells after that, or are you like content with just making a 5/5 and just because if the Liliana goes up and you cycle the Typhoon, you still have to discard the card that you draw off the Typhoon. So I'm wondering if you just want to kind of say high roll and just cast the Shark Typhoon.
Yeah, it is a little bit awkward, as you're mentioning, because you would have to cycle it before combat. So, like, the jig is going to kind of be up.
Yeah.
You're not having your normal gotcha moment with your flying shark.
I guess the 5/5 is still pretty good. Oh
Ooh.
my goodness. Nicholas drew a Dreadbore too. Oh boy. So that cleans up the Elspeth. Question is, you can't really attack into the 5/5.
Yeah, we're definitely in a more awkward position, but all right, looks like we're just going to make a copy of our graveyard glutton again and continue to look to our own graveyard here to try and just do a little bit of draining to get Kyle to a lower life total. The unfortunate part about this Shark Typhoon being a 5/5/2 is that if it gets to live, it is also kind of putting an end to our Liliana in the Veil, which is kind of the one thing left keeping us in this game. Well, not like the only thing left keeping us in this game, but it is a big part of keeping us in this game and in a good position.
Yeah, I think with that Dreadbore, Nicholas is actually pretty significantly ahead. But yeah, like you said, it's that Shark Typhoon's going to get to clear the Liliana, and then it's kind of the top of Kyle's deck versus the Glutton, the Goblin Token, and the Reflection. I guess there's also a castle too. I mean, Nicholas still has a lot of stuff left over.
Yeah. And didn't cast anything, goes back to Knight. What are we copying? Glutton again.
Yeah, and then because the Shark Typhoon had to clear the Liliana, we actually get a good attack in here.
Yep.
Because otherwise that 5/5 blanks the 4/4s. Yeah, Nicholas still at a healthy 18, so not really in danger of, say, like a two-turn lethal from the Shark Typhoon or anything like that. So it looks like we're doing some chump blocking, I think, by the motions that Kyle picked up the 3 creatures, didn't go to his life pad.
Yeah, that's kind of a hard decision. I feel like I would be very tempted to block the Goblin Shaman and kill it, but I think it's a
Double
hard.
block 1 chump, the other one take 4.
Yeah, that would be what I would be tempted to do, but I think you're maybe just, if you're Kyle, thinking like, depending on what you drew, just like I have to buffer as many turns as I possibly can to stay in this and hope to draw a Supreme Verdict, and then it's not going to matter if I chumped certain things.
Yeah. And then looks like we got a castle activation for Nicholas.
Yeah, in response to a Field of Ruin.
Yeah. Get some more cards. And with the shark attacking, I would have to imagine there's got to be a Wrath here, right?
Oh, I have to believe so. Have we
So
even
that- I
gone back
mean-
to Kyle's turn? This might be on Nicholas's end step.
Oh, okay. So we're end stepping the Field of Ruin. Okay, my
I
bad.
think so.
That makes sense.
And I think that the idea for Kyle's also like, I don't know, thinning the deck a little bit, trying to make sure that we have a high enough chance to draw something big. Oh, but we just tapped 5 mana. What are we tapping 5 mana for? Hold up.
Castle activation, I think.
Oh, castle.
Yeah, we both have castle. Well, Nicholas no longer has a castle.
Castles on castles. Less castles.
I think Kyle kept a card.
So
See what Kyle drew. What do we have for Kyle? Attack with the shark token. And there's a farewell. So that's going to clean up the creatures.
Don't say all modes. Don't say all modes. Don't say all modes.
Yeah, you don't want to get rid of that temporary lockdown. Probably do want to get the graveyards in case a Roxa is drawn. Yeah, does make sense.
Oh, we didn't name artifacts? We still have a treasure?
Shieldred?
Shieldred?
Where'd that come from?
I feel like it's been in Nicholas's hand for a few turns. I think that Nicholas has been sandbagging this Shieldred.
Yeah, that might be.
Rightfully so.
Right. Yeah, you figure Nicholas had enough stuff going on that he didn't need to deploy it into a potential wrath. So it does make sense.
and
Yeah. Another verdict off the top.
Wow. Wow.
All right, we're trading top deck for top deck here. Okay, well, that's another good top deck.
Hey. Oh, but we have a
Bankbuster too.
painful absence.
Okay,
Oh,
the Bankbuster's good.
That's true, but wow, battle of the top decks. Okay, all right, Bankbuster, let's get going.
Draw some cards with the Bankbuster. I was gonna say, is there a die on that Bankbuster? There we go.
Shouldn't we even needed to sacrifice that treasure? Hold up. This is a time-shifted match. We can't do anything, but I feel like this treasure has lived through a few too many things. Lived through the farewell. That would have been free to get rid of it for, but okay.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because the treasure was like kind of hanging out with the land, so maybe Kyle just didn't see it.
Yeah, who knows?
We got a Croxa. That one... Oh, I guess there's no cards in the graveyard. I was going to say... Oh, did we miss the crew with the Croxa trigger on the stack? I think we might have missed that.
Might have.
I mean, I'm assuming you would want to do that.
I would think so. When your opponent is at 5.
Yeah. I'm going to crack the clue. See what we find. I think it was a duress.
I have a duress when my opponent has no cards in hand. Darn it!
I'm going to draw a card, I think. All right, draw off the Bankbuster.
Go blank?
Probably remove the counter from that. All right, I'm assuming that means time was called, and we just didn't get to finish the match. So.
I think so as well. And the last...
That was quite the match, huh, Becky?
That was quite the match and does result, I believe, in just a draw. All right, our top 8 has been called. It has been announced. Top 8 players are sitting down. We are going to very, very, very short break. Just going to resituate a few things and then get us back down, started. We are playing 1 round of quarterfinals tonight and then doing the rest tomorrow morning. So we have 1 round left. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our quarterfinals here in Mundelein, Illinois. I'm Matt Monty for the NRG series. Now, we played 8 rounds of Swiss, and we're getting ready to start our quarterfinal matchup here. Now, I was hanging out with some players outside, some of them who are live for our end-of-the-year championship. So let's go ahead and pull that slide up and see where we're at as far as the points go, and I'm going to give you a couple quick updates. So Zach Allen was 33rd exactly, so that's very important. So 32nd would get 5 points. Now, Zach lost out on 2 points by placing 1 slot lower, at 33rd. So he's going to pick up 3 points today, move up to 160 points. Jesse Robkin, who is in second place, is going to pick up a few points as well. 5 points, going to go from 150 to 155. Now, I was out with Connor Mullaly, and he is very aware of the points situation, as you would assume. They're in third place. Connor's in our top 8. So Connor is at least going to get 15 points, rocketing him up to 164, so up into first place on the overall leaderboard. Now, every win that Connor gets in this top 8 is worth 5 additional points. So obviously a victory in the overall tournament would be huge for his end of the year status. But again, doing the work there, getting up to 15th, so at 164 points so far on the day. That's going to bring us to our top 8 slide here. So let's check out what the top 8 looks like, all of our players involved. So we got Sean Ryder and Mason Grode going to be 1 versus 8 over there. Theo Jung and Connor Mullaly, if you're familiar with us, you know that they won a team tournament together along with Max Kaminowski several months ago. So those players already qualified, but again, Connor looking to pick up some points on the end of the year leaderboard. David Delgado, we saw play several times throughout the day against Jose Munoz, who was actually in our championship. I think it was about 3, maybe 4 years ago. Was a part of our championship. So good to see him back. And then Mitchel Welsrock, we saw play Rakdos Midrange a bunch this afternoon, and Matthew Minier. So we're going to get ready to hop back down into the quarterfinals match. So I'm going to send you back down to Devin and Becky here in just a second.
All right, and here we go. We are here for the quarterfinals of the NRG series in Mundelein Pioneer. I am joined here by Becky Bell, and we are going to be covering a matchup between Connor Mullaly and Theodore Jung. Now, correct, these are actually 2 people who won the team event not too long ago here. Yeah, they won together. So teammates, now enemies, but I guess you could call them frenemies.
There we go. I'm a big fan of that. Or like I've been playing the new Pokemon and like you're best friends with your rival in that game, and it's actually like really sweet. I like it a lot. I don't Connor, please.
Whoa, that Little Elves is I don't know where that Little Elves is going. That was going off the table.
Over
But
the
yeah,
place.
we see a really nice start here for Theo. So turn 1 played a Witch's Oven. There was a Llanowar Elf from Connor. And then turn 2, we played a Red Source, claimed the Firstborn, the Elf. Because the Elf gained haste, used the Elf for mana in the Blightstep pathway to Deadly Dispute, sacrifice the Elf. So really, really good start here for Theo. And then we have a Woeful Haven. Now that we've seen this matchup before, Theo was, fortunate enough for Theo was able to kind of dodge Karn in the post-board games. And, that's pretty much the name of the game here, is just hope that Connor doesn't set up a Karn.
Yep. As you mentioned, we did get to see Theo kind of navigate this matchup earlier. Was a little bit of luck involved, but there always is in a game like Magic. So a little bit of interesting navigation and direction, and we'll see if Theo's going to be able to do it again. A little bit stuck on a land. Looks like we're not making that 3rd land drop, but we are just going to go ahead with that Fable of the Mirror Breaker here.
Oh boy, that is a really good turn for Connor. So 2 mana for a Haven on the land, tap the land for 3, play Kiora, untap the land, use the 3 mana, play Troll, draw a card. Really, really good setup here for Connor. Theo's going to need some good stuff here. Now, one thing that I would like to mention, if you claim the Firstborn, the Old Growth Troll, and you sacrifice it on your side of the battlefield, your opponent does not get it back. So that is something to consider. And we see there's the claim the Firstborn.
Very nice. Does it get to attach? No, because it has to attach to a forest. So we would not be able to do that.
Funny enough, if you had a forest, you would get to attach it to your forest. This came up for me when I was playing the red-green vehicles deck, and I had a Crowan War. So the 3rd chapter on the stack, I used the troll to crew a vehicle. The troll died, and I got to put it on my forest. But yeah, without a forest, you don't get to do that.
Theo going so far as to put the Old Growth Troll in his own graveyard. Not really how it works, but we're getting the idea.
And this is kind of the exact setup for that. Yeah, this is kind of the exact setup that Theo wants here. I mean, worst case scenario for Theo, Connor has a Karn, but I think outside of Karn, Theo has close to enough stuff to potentially just have set up a lethal attack next turn.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting way that this is shaken up. Theo, as you mentioned, has had just like kind of phenomenal answers to everything that Connor has been able to play, and this mono green deck has just like not really done anything to gather card advantage or be able to go up on cards atop of making land drops and kind of accelerating mana with these Wolf Willow Havens. So it's put Connor in visibly a pretty interesting situation here. And Theo with you can just look at the difference in board states here. You can see creatures, artifacts, and enchantment. One of the best enchantments to have been printed in quite some time, dare I say, in a while. So we'll see if this card that you mentioned is going to be enough to kind of change the tide for Connor here.
Yeah, there is the Karn. Now, the good thing for Theo is the Mayhem Devil can just kind of attack down the Karn. So you could see now. You could see something like just Mayhem Devil attack hard and then kind of move about Theo's business. The one thing that Connor could get here is a copy of Heart of Kiran. So if you get Heart of Kiran, play the Heart can block the Devil, but I guess that the Fable would also kill the Karn. So yeah, it makes sense to just get a Boat here. Boat can kind of take out the Devil next turn.
All right.
And there's a Cauldron Familiar in the graveyard, which is, yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, and thankfully that Cauldron Familiar not really utilizing an artifact ability so much as its own ability, so it does not really care about that Karn the Great Creator being in play, where normally that card, as you've mentioned many times, Devin, would make things really difficult for Theo to handle, but in this case, we're nicely able to clean up that Llanowar Elf, as well as just able to make a clean swing across, get ourselves another treasure, and our artifacts are back online.
Yep, so Karn hit the bin. Now, we do know about the Sky Sovereign. Sky Sovereign is going to be able to take out that Mayhem Devil. So Theo's going to try and get in as much chip damage as he can, because he knows the Devil's going to die next turn. So we're going to start off with the Daily Dispute. There is maybe a chance that Theo can... Lethal's going to be hard with Connor at 14, but he can probably get pretty close, especially if there's a second Mayhem Devil.
We'll see if that is going to be the case. All right, Blood Tie the Harvester going to be the start here. Well, start of the end towards Theo's turn. So just trying to see once again how many different artifact tokens we can make on Theo's side of the board before we pass the turn and likely say goodbye to this Mayhem Devil.
Yep, so Oath is going to be played for Connor.
Ooh.
Another Karn. Now, that being said, I think you have to deploy the Sky Sovereign here. It's actually kind of tough, though. Because let's think about some math here. So, if Connor hypothetically deployed the Karn, Theo can just go... I guess you could Karn and Needle the Reflection, so Reflection couldn't copy the Mayhem Devil. Because if you don't do that, Theo just goes copy Mayhem Devil, attack down your Karn, deal you, I think, 6 points of damage, and then, pretty easily just have lethal from there with the 2 Mayhem Devils. So okay.
Ooh.
Well, Connor realizing that, I guess he has no outs.
I mean, very fair. And Connor also, again, these players have a token together from playing in a team event. So this is a place where both these players are respecting each other's prowess in the game and their ability to kind of see the lines, and likely are talking in a little bit more of a friendly manner than we're seeing some competitors in the series being on our average day. So we are going to take a little bit of a look towards some of these deck lists. Not the Azorius control one, but we'll get there eventually. It's okay. We're getting there. We will be able to peek at maybe not the mono green deck, but definitely the Rakdos sacrifice deck. We kind of talked about it earlier in the day, but we'll be kind of reiterating some of those things if you missed that match earlier in the afternoon, where Theo was able to be a mono green devotion player in a kind of rough but skillfully navigated matchup.
Yeah, this is definitely maybe not the pairing that Theo wants to see, but stealing game one makes it so that you're guaranteed at least one of the post board games in the play, which is I think where Theo gets a lot more help because he has the Thoughtseizes and the Karizevs as we're talked about here. So Gigantha, 3 Ob Nixilis, 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Go Blank, 2 Karizevs Expertise, 1 Kolaghan's Command, and 2 unlicensed Hearse. So the Thoughtseize and the Karizev's expertises, I think, are slam dunks here. Thoughtseize is just, the cleanest way to answer Karn. And then, as we saw in the game against Bill earlier, Karizev stealing Cavalier of Thorns was such a massive, massive swing of things. So definitely like those cards for Theo. And I do think he gets, quite a bit better in the post-board games.
Yeah, and we'd also kind of talked about how Karizev's expertise could actually end up stealing something like the Sky Sovereign console flagship. I always get those two mixed up. I know I'm not the only one. I've heard lots of people do it, which is probably why my brain is rotted into thinking that it's that way sometime as well. And you can kind of do some fun things by stealing that vehicle as well and crewing it with some of your creatures. Some other interesting things that I sometimes maybe see is you maybe see the Goblin come in as well. Kind of just depends on how you're kind of thinking your mono green opponent is going to be holding back on a lot of those cards, or how quickly you might think that they will be deploying a lot of their cards. And it can kind of also just be a redundant way to say, okay, if you do card for a card and you only have that one card left in your hand, or you only have 2 cards left, you can still be able to get rid of those things that people kind of aggressively card for.
Yeah, I mean, as far as what cards you would want to cut in this matchup, I think some of the slower cards, Fable is a card that is, fairly powerful, especially when copying Mayhem Devils. But I just don't really think you have a lot of time for stuff like Fable, especially on the draw. So I think the cards that I'd probably cut are Fables, and then maybe some number of maybe the Kolaghan's Command can go again, just a little bit too slow. And maybe you can trim on one of the Unlucky Witnesses or something like that to make room for the 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Karizevs.
Yep. Our players are shuffling up and presenting to one another, so we will be able to go back down into this match and see how game number 2 with Connor on the play is going to shake up here.
Yeah, Connor on the play, massive, just wants to... The thing about the matchup is Theo is pretty good at handling Llanowar Elves, does have the 4 Fatal Pushes, and then also Mayhem Devil can help clean those up. So Theo does have some recourse against the fast elf draws, so we'll have to see if there's a Fatal Push. There is. It's a good start for Theo.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those things that we didn't really get to see against Bill Cummings earlier in the day, but we are getting to see in this matchup against Connor here, and we'll see, will we be able to dispute this follow-up of Oath into Elf here?
Yeah, Theo looking for... Okay, we're going to start with the Thoughtseize. There is... What's that? A Lovestruck, a Kiora, 2 lands.
Yep.
I guess is... Yeah, take the Kiora. Makes sense. Let's see if we can follow that up with maybe a Fatal Push. Maybe another 1-drop, Oven, or something along those lines. Okay,
Maybe not
cat.
exactly the thing that you would wish you could be following up with, but certainly not too terrible.
Yeah, we're going to go make a 1/1, play a 5/5 for Connor. And we'll see what the follow-up is for Theo. Looks like a Den of the Bugbear was picked up. And this looks like a Mayhem Devil. It is. All right. So this is kind of the turn for Connor. It's Theo's kind of just, tap out and pray. One of those things. Just cross your fingers and hope it works out. So I'll have to see what Connor picks up.
I mean, it can
Tapping
certainly...
some mana.
Ooh. Oh.
And holding back the Lovestruck Beast. Interesting. Because that was an attack for 4. I wonder if you just slammed for 9. I wonder if you're just racing Theo at that point.
I think that is an interesting consideration. I mean, it's kind of hard to, because you're also just, at this point, it feels like you're hoping that there isn't going to be a way to answer your 2 1/1s that are in play. This is
right.
an interesting place to have ended up in, and it looks like Theo's going to do his best to kind of answer swiftly the way that Connor has presented this.
Yeah, the awkward part about this is, like you said, the Mayhem Devil can kind of just clean up the 1/1s, so it's going to make it so Connor is maybe unable to attack with this Lovestruck Beast in following turns, as long as we can keep the 1/1s off the battlefield. Looks like found a forest. No Nykthos yet for Connor. Yeah, see, now we're going to get in with the Love Struck. I wonder if we wanted to do that last turn. Probably just take 5 from Theo. Because you kind of want to keep the Cauldron Familiar in play if you have something like a Deadly Dispute or another way to sacrifice it. So, normally you think blocking is not that, blocking is fine, but you just kind of want the material in play, to be able to, power up some of your other cards.
Yeah, this is interesting too. And from what we've been able to see, I think that you can tell that Theo is also like kind of clarifying, all right, what's in your graveyard? This Cavalier is resolving. If the Cavalier dies, like where exactly is this going to end up putting me? What exactly is happening before going to that block? So trying to get as much information as possible before we go to our turn, where we will be taking Cavalier of Thorns with Karizev's expertise.
Yeah, and I think this is Karizev's into Deadly Dispute. Now, this if the Cavalier of Thorns dies on Theo's side of the battlefield, Connor will not get the trigger. So that we want to make sure that is the correct way to do it. But yeah, so steal the Cavalier, sack it to a Deadly Dispute, and then Cavalier dies on Theo's side of the battlefield, and we're going to get to draw 2 cards, get a trigger off of the Mayhem Devil, which will likely kill the 1/1 as well. Pretty good turn for Theo.
Yeah, we are in the middle of a little bit of a judge call here exactly about how this is going to end up working as well. So just give our players as well as our judge a little bit to double check on how this is going to interact here.
Yeah, we saw this come up earlier as well. I wonder if the trigger is actually Theo. So Theo has the opportunity to put a card from his graveyard on top of his library if he so chooses. Not sure if he wants any of those cards. Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, claim the... Oh no, Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, Cauldron Familiar. Probably doesn't want any of those, but... I wonder if they're asking if... So Theo would get to put a card on top and then resolve the dispute, right? Yeah, because you would resolve the Cav trigger while the dispute's still on the stack. So hypothetically, you could even draw the Fatal Push, like put the Fatal Push on top of the Cav, draw it, and then push the Love Struck piece if you wanted to.
Whoa, yeah. I mean, certainly true. I think they're also clarifying that, from what I can hear and potentially understand, if Theo didn't want anything back, if there's a choice to exile the Cavalier still, even if we don't want to put something on top of our deck.
He's reaching for something. Is he putting... I don't think you'd want to put the cat on top. Interesting. Oh, you know what I wonder? I wonder if he's asking if he could put the Karizevs back on top. Which I would assume you can. Because the Karizevs resolves, the dispute resolves, the Karizevs is in the graveyard when the Cav trigger goes in the stack. So you just put you can put the Karizevs on top, I would assume.
I would assume so as well. So it looks like they're still kind of navigating through if that is the case or not here.
Oh no, what's going on here?
I think you've actually hit the nail on the head here as to what the discussion is, and I would also be inclined to believe that you are correct as well.
I've played a lot of this deck. This has come up quite a few times, sacrificing your opponent's Cavalier of Thorns. So we're putting the cat on top. Interesting. I guess just wants to be able to play something off of the treasure.
Well, yeah,
could have potentially
have something to play with the treasure. I mean, I guess we would have been able to do that with the Fatal Push too, as you mentioned, but at least like this way,
yeah,
guaranteeing that we sacrifice the treasure and do something with the mana. But you're right, the Fatal Push would have been just as good. So interesting, but cat is gonna come back.
I was thinking about the Fatal Push because then you have the Revolt trigger already online, or you can just hold up the Fatal Push.
Yeah, interesting decision, but looks like we are just going to get ourselves a cat.
That's going to put Theo to 15. It's an old growth troll. can't go. Well, actually, we could go beatdowns with the Welsrock because there is the lair, so you could turn the lair into a 1/1 if you wanted to.
That's true.
Looks like there's a claim the firstborn too. This is Theo. Everything's just everything's coming up Theo this game.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you about that.
Connor at 11, is this lethal? So you steal the 5/5, shove with everything. Troll blocks Devil, that's 5, 8, 9. Puts Connor to 2.
Yeah, and
It's
actually,
pretty close.
yeah, but being that low and then losing our 3/3 is just like kind of unfortunate because that's usually the way that we have reach with this deck.
Right. Yeah, unless it's lethal, you don't want to necessarily shove the Mayhem Devil into the Troll.
I mean, I guess depending on if we have a land in hand or not, like we do have this Hive of the Eye Tyrant in play, which when Connor has no cards in hand, like saying that I have a creature with menace, certainly makes things a
Yeah.
little difficult for Connor.
Yeah, that is very true. Yeah, I think Theo's on Blood Tithe Harvester, Claim the Firstborn. I don't know what the last card is. So there's the Harvester. 2 mana. Is it another Harvester? Jeez.
Blood.
Okay. So I guess we're just going to pass and set up for lethal next turn. Also makes sense.
Yeah, we might as well be at a My Chemical Romance concert because we are giving them blood. I told you I was going to be here for comic relief. And it's maybe not good comic relief, but I'm here trying
It's
anyway.
good.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so Elf drawn for Connor, and this claim should be enough to seal it up. So we can fire up the lair. Yeah, so Troll dies, ping the Elf. And then you shove with everything. Lair gets animated, blocks the Devil. Yeah, that's 12. There you go. Theodore Jung, 2-0 over Connor Mullaly in what we thought was a pretty bad matchup, but Theo able to overcome. Connor did have Karn in game 1, but Theo was kind of able to kill it pretty quickly and didn't really have any Karns in game 2, so was able to take that pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that Karn is like one of the most important cards for the mono green deck in this matchup, but every single time that it came up, Theo was just able to say, all right, the things that I have amassed and the things that I'm still able to sacrifice and interact with are enough for me to continue to get through and apply enough pressure to make sure that Karn just has not been an issue for Theo on the day, who will be continuing into the semifinals, which are going to be tomorrow morning. That being said, if you're interested in watching those semifinals tomorrow morning, be sure to hit that follow button below. Make sure that you know when we go live, and we have more paper magic for you today, where we will be watching the continued top 8 of our Pioneer 10K and then going into our Modern 5K. So if you're interested in a little bit of Modern action tomorrow as well, we will be having coverage of that tomorrow as well. Any final thoughts on the day for you, Devin?
Final thoughts. For Pioneer's awesome. I think we had a pretty diverse top 8. The metagame looked pretty good, looked pretty healthy. And yeah, I think I love Pioneer. It's a great format. Love to see Rakdos Sacrifice. That's essentially my pet deck. So really happy to see Theo kind of passing the torch there. But yeah, I think it's been awesome.
Yeah, and I actually had somebody on Discord a second ago message me, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, you're casting with Doomwake. You're gonna have to tell me how great it is to cast with Doomwake." How is casting with me, Devin?
It was awesome. I had a blast. I appreciate the comic relief.
Good. I'm glad. I'm glad that I could provide, and I'm glad that you could provide some needed insight, especially when I was a little bit gated, again, 15 feet away from the players. So certain things that I certainly cannot say being this close, and just trying to make sure that Devin was masterfully able to walk you through a lot of different lines for these matches, and I greatly appreciate it. And I'm going to greatly appreciate to seeing all of you here for coverage tomorrow morning. We'll see you then.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the NRG series here in Mundelein, Illinois. I'm Matt Bamonte. Thanks for joining me early this morning. I know it's earlier for some folks than it is for me. It's only about 9 a.m. here, so not too bad. So let's talk about how we got to our semifinals, which we're about to bring to you here. Let's take a peek here at our overall top 8 slide here, and we'll just see who made it into our elimination rounds. So Sean Ryder, we watched defeat Mason Grode. He was on an off-camera feature match. Theo Jung defeated Connor Mullally in a kind of a one-sided affair, it looked like to me. Then you got David Delgado, and Jose Munoz was also off-camera. We watched David several times throughout the day yesterday, kind of showing off his mastery on the Izzet Pheonix match deck. And then Mitch Welsrock and Matthew Minier. And, you can't keep Mono Green Devotion down the entire tournament. So Matthew Minier sneaks in there. And we have our top 4 to bring to you here. Now, I wanted to talk about some of these players. You see Connor Mullally and Theo Jung on there. Obviously, Connor was battling for some points for the overall leaderboard, which we'll bring up. And it's not going to be updated, but I will tell you, I did the really tough math of adding, 3, 5, and 15 to players' names. So I did the math for you here, so you don't have to. So Zach Allen finished. So today he's going to start off at 160 points. Jesse Robkin, who you see in second there, is going to start off the day at 155 points. And then Connor's going to start the day off with 164 points in first place with 3 total events left for us on the year. So Connor looking to have a strong performance today in Modern. I had the opportunity to chat with him a little bit, and he feels pretty good about today and obviously the weekend, trying to get a nice little lead going into the final weekend of the year down in Louisville, which we can tell you about that too. We can show you our Louisville slide. So if you want to join us for our final events of the year, you can do so. Real simple. Just go get signed up, get pre-registered. December 10th and 11th in Louisville, Kentucky, as I mentioned. Saturday, the Modern $15,000 showdown. That's a one-shot. You can punch your ticket to our end of the year championship if you win that. Pretty easy, right? All you got to do is just show up and win that one. And that'll qualify someone for our end of the year championship. If that doesn't go well on Sunday, there's a Pioneer $5,000 trial. Come get some points. Come hang out. Again, our last event of the year. Should be a really awesome time. And let's take a peek at who's qualified already for our end of the year championship. And remember, like I said, so that season 3 showdown winner is going to punch their ticket into the championship. We'll crown 2 at-large bids are going to be given, and then as well as the 4 overall at-large spots on our overall leaderboard. So the points obviously matter and a big deal as we wrap up today and into the following weekend. It should be really awesome. So it looks like the players are all set in the feature match area, but I want to bring in Drake and Mason just to chat for a second before we send it down to the match. So let's bring them in. Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey Matt, how's it going? Good morning.
Pretty good.
Good morning. Excited to talk some Magic.
Definitely. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to leave you to it. We're going to jump down into the feature match area. You guys have a blast, and you guys enjoy the semifinals. All right.
Sounds good.
Absolutely. All right, players ready to kick off here in our semifinals of our Pioneer 10K. Of course, both of these players we've seen actually on the tour quite a bit, as Sean kicks us off here with an Island and a Mausoleum Wanderer. Looks like Haunted Ridge played first for Theodore Jung. A quick follow-up with Supreme Phantom Crunch for 3. That's a good start here from the Spirits deck.
Yeah, this is kind of like exactly what you want in this sort of matchup. And the Spirits deck kind of wants to play a tempo roll against decks like Mono Green. But against decks like this, you actually want to get on board really quickly, because things like Mayhem Devil will take over the game if you don't have a Lord or 2 set up. And so these are the turns where Sean needs to develop. And then, okay, hold up the shields, make sure Mayhem Devil doesn't come down, because the Sacrifice deck is very good at controlling creatures.
Absolutely. And worth noting too, this is Rakdos Sacrifice, not Rakdos Midrange. I expect the texture of these games looks quite different. Something like Mausoleum Wanderer maybe tagging potentially more spells against that deck than it does in the Sacrifice deck, where the card you'd be scared of, I assume, is something like Mayhem Devil that can threaten to just pick off all of your creatures one at a time, as here is 2 removal spells fired off for Theodore Jung to clear that strong start from Sean right away, and no third land as a Supreme Phantom in the passing of the turn.
Yeah, Sean was in such a tough spot there. That first card, Drake, was Claim the Firstborn, right? Which obviously isn't a removal spell on its own, but when combined with Village Rites, which Theodore's deck plays a bunch of, it's like, oh no, I have to counter this. So we saw Sean counter it, and it turns out Theo maybe had it, maybe didn't, but he did have another Fatal Push in order to answer the Lord, and so he got to sneak down that Fable the Mirror Breaker. And this is what you need to do. The Mono Blue deck has a really hard time answering Resolve permanents on the battlefield, and honestly looks to beat them by just flying over the top and killing the opponent. So getting anything down early, especially something like this that generates the extra mana, is a huge advantage for Theo.
Absolutely. And, here comes the Goblin Shaman token rumbling along. I think we're going to see a treasure here as soon as we get a token out. Yeah, there we go. And Sean, of course, suited up the Supreme Phantom with the Curious Obsession. Not normally, I feel like the one you suit up, but happy to, I think, have anything to suit up with this Curious Obsession and start getting some cards flowing, start hitting some land drops, and keep himself as a competitor in this game as a Blood Tithe Harvester, it looks like, is deployed for Theodore. That one has some work to do. Is here's second Blood Tithe Harvester. Well, that helps. That's that second blood token worth quite a bit here.
Yeah, we're seeing just how strong Fable the Mirror Breaker is there, allowing him to double spell, sort of sculpt his hand and get the thing going. You might notice here, Theo is actually on that token. He won the showdown last season with Mullaly, who he played in the top 8. Unfortunately, a little friendly rivalry happened there in the top 8, and he was able to take down Connor. But now it's happening in this game, and Theo's looking to get another win this year if things keep going this way.
Absolutely. Both these players, like I mentioned, players that we've seen here on the NRG series before. Theodore, I think, number 32 on our overall leaderboard and already qualified via Showdown. Played a little bit of mono green in the past and at the RC. Sean also with the RC played Spirits, sticking to his guns here. And both players rewarded for their respective choices here in the semifinals. We'll see what Theodore assembles against the Supreme Phantom. Land number 3 coming down for Sean is big. Things like Spell Queller now an option. And I have to imagine that is what Theodore is taking a moment to think about as a reflection of Kiki Jiki has entered play this turn.
Yeah, so this is the part of the problem where I mentioned where the mono blue deck, not super great against resolve things. Now that we have things resolved, we don't actually have to play into the mana unless we want to, right? So from Theodore's perspective, I can just pick up Gigantha after I attack, and what are you going to do? I'm going to hit you for a bunch. And then going forward, I can use Fable to target my Blood Tithe Harvesters, and then suddenly I've got a kill spell on repeat. So Sean is going to have a really hard time actually getting any sort of traction and enabling the cards in his hand. They've kind of weirdly hit this fall off point thanks to Theodore being able to double spell. And that's why resolving that first Fable the Mirror Breaker was so important.
Absolutely. And, here comes the beatdown from these Blood Tithe Harvesters, like you mentioned, kind of putting Sean in an awkward spot because, like you said, if you just pick up Gigantha, then that Spell Queller, doesn't look necessarily as good as it otherwise might, as Theodore is still accumulating resources, like you mentioned, just getting time for that reflection of the Kiki Jiki to be no longer summoning 6, start copying Blood Tithe Harvesters, as well as just build up treasures with the Goblin Shaman token. As I think that's a copy of Deadly Dispute, sacrificing a blood token, because it is artifact or creature on that card. Very, very pushed is that one as a Witch's Oven, the follow-up.
Yeah, and you've got to assume that's a pretty good sign. Like, with how little mana was left over from Theo, that you would assume Sean, if he had a Spell Queller, would use it there. So, this is a pretty big turning point for Theo here. Things are not going to get much better. Yeah, it looks like Sean wisely kept a hand that was just all creatures. We mentioned how he really needs to kind of keep the pressure up to make sure not to die to Theo's ability to pick apart a board, and looks like Theo was just a little too quick. He wasn't able to capitalize on that aggro start. But it's not over yet, right, Drake?
Absolutely not. Yeah, and we do see Rattle Chains and Mausoleum Wanderer able to be flashed in thanks to Rattle Chains, kind of building up a pretty aggressive board presence for Sean. All of it flying, kind of one of the powerful aspects of this Spirits deck is it's incredibly hard to block, despite all of these creatures that Theodore has in play. None of them can do any blocking. As another Supreme Phantom, the third one of the game, entering the battlefield, pumping up the Mausoleum Wanderer, and also antheming the entire team. And you have to imagine this is a huge attack. You can get a good look at that one. Not normally very large on its own, but very good at making your other spirits very aggressive.
100%, yeah. And this was the recipe that, Sean kind of needed. Maybe needed like interaction spell somewhere in there, but you kind of have to pressure the sacrifice deck. The sacrifice deck strength in comparison to the mid-range deck is that this deck is really, really good against all the creature decks. While Rakdos mid-range, very good against the creature decks, and it's definitely a matchup they kind of want to play. It is one where this one, it can be a little challenging at times. You kind of have to line up your spells whereas the sacrifice deck, it really is sort of just like, oh, these are my bread and butter matchups. These are the things I'm wanting to do. This is where my strengths lie. So
absolutely. And putting Theodore here down to 2, untapped. Now, this is exactly what you had mentioned a second ago, right? Where we now Reflection the Kiki Jiki is active. We have Blood Tithe Harvesters in play. And if we can start getting those rolling, here's Rattle Chains number 2. Did get a great look at the removal spell. I think it was another claim the Firstborn, but that one going to be stopped thanks to Rattlechain's number 2. I'm going to go ahead and give hexproof to one of his spirits. I think it was a Supreme Phantom that was targeted, and that's actually going to make it pretty tough for Theodore to clear Sean's board. Because, I mean, even like one creature left with something like a Curious Obsession could just represent lethal, even if it's a lone Supreme Phantom still in play. So we're going to have to see what he can assemble in order to, have some removal spells, not just this turn, but he basically needs to kill every single creature or just straight up kill Sean.
I was going to say, I think he has lethal if he animates. Yeah.
So with the animation of the Den of the Bugbear and the attack, that looks like that's going to be more than 6 damage coming across, despite the 2 blockers. And Theodore kind of getting away with one here, I think.
Yeah, I think that was really close. It looked like, like that game was like, I mentioned for a second, it looked like it was really in Theodore's favor, but like we said, the Spirit deck able to kind of just flash in this Air Force and sort of really put the pressure on Theo. And yeah, we saw there how it's just like, wow, like that is razor thin. And if we didn't have those treasures from the Goblin token, we probably would have lost it. If we tried to claim the Firstborn and just move to combat, we were short 3 points of damage. So really tight game, really good play there. I'd love to see what the Spirits player has in the sideboard and just kind of see what we can go from there.
Absolutely. The Spirits deck kind of normally you see these kinds of Curious Obsession setup being mostly mono blue. Sean, of course, representing a few white cards here, namely, I think Spell Queller, kind of the iconic one we called out in match, did not actually end up coming up there. But 4 copies here in Sean Ryder's deck list and a whole host of white sideboard cards.
Yeah, looking at Sean's sideboard, some of the cards that jump out to me are Extraction Specialist. This is a creature that's going to allow us to get back our spirits. That's going to be really good for fighting through those removal spells and has this a sort of nice lifelink body, so it's pretty good. I could even see Cellular Wreckage because the Sacrifice deck does kind of build up a mass of creatures. I don't think it's perfect for this matchup, but if I saw it in Sean's deck post-board, I would not be shocked. He also has a couple other few cards like Fateful Absence that are kind of good at killing Mayhem Devil. We didn't see it that game, but that card's pretty important in these sort of matchups. And then there are things like Catilda, which maybe we'll talk about later here more some. But Catilda is basically like this spirit that gets really big for the more things you have. And then she turns into an aura on her backside in the graveyard that does the same thing to a creature. So it's a way that if you're trying to build these big board states to really overwhelm someone and kind of force them to answer everything around it. And then if they answer this, it comes back later. So I could totally see that all coming in from the Spirit side. But I think Theo has got some heat for the matchup too in the sideboard.
Yeah, protection from vampires there on Catilda. You get a good look there. That one pretty good against Bloodtithe Harvester, which is what dispatched Sean in game number 1. Let's see what Theodore has to work with here in his sideboard.
Yeah, so Theo's got one card that really jumps out to be a high impact card to me, and that's Kari Zev's Expertise. So this is 1 red for a sorcery that you gain control of target creature and or vehicle, technically. But in this matchup, only creatures, and you untap it, and then you may cast a 2 mana or less spell from your hand. So remember all those times where Theo cast that Claim the Firstborn, and we basically had to respond? This is just more of those, but it allows you to double spell. And one of the things that, we had Sean have to kind of respect in those other games was like, okay, if Theo has some sacrifice effect like Deadly Dispute, Theo isn't playing Village Rites, but that's a card that sometimes you see these decks play. If you had one of those, then like, oh, you have to respect that. So this taking a thing and letting you kind of double spell in some way, very, very strong. But besides that, maybe Obnixilis the Advisor could come in. For the most part, that card's for grindier matchups and not as much about these counterspell heavy control creature decks. This one's kind of, better for the blue-white controls of the world. But Theo, main deck, kind of just pre-boarded like we talked about for these creature decks and just is very good if your opponent is trying to play creatures. And unfortunately for Sean, that's the role he kind of has to take post-board.
Absolutely. And like you said, the Kari Zev's Expertise also very good at swinging races, even if you're just like we saw game number 1 there. Theodore kind of just answering a few threats and then laying the beatdowns of his own, not really even playing any kind of mid-range deck. This is, normally you think of Rakdos, think of kind of mid-range strategies, but it was very, very aggressive with the Bloodtithe Harvesters and, even just attacking might actually be good enough to swing the race in a game. So the Kari Zev's Expertise I expect to be pretty good and play that similar role like you mentioned, as players are shuffled up here. And Sean, once again, going to lead off on Island and Mausoleum Wanderer, kind of the namesake 1 mana blue spirit in the Pioneer format.
100%. Yeah, and, speaking, I see some people in chat here. On the other side of the bracket, we have Pheonix versus Mono Green. The deck that, like, the Mono Green deck wants to win is the exact opposite of the Spirits deck. So a lot of things getting, like, broken out here in this side of the bracket versus that side. And sort of, Theo here, his matchup against Mono Green, not very good. He'll probably admit to that as well. I've heard him talk about it. And, in order to beat Connor yesterday, the top 8, got, a little fortunate and kind of had the right draw, but that's why we play Magic. You want to combine skill with luck there. So
absolutely. And a pair of Fatal Push is going to stifle Sean once again. Turn 1 Mausoleum Wanderer, turn 2 Supreme Phantom. Both of those very quickly dispatched. And the leftovers here for Theodore, Unlucky Witness and Mayhem Devil, a card you've highlighted multiple times as being extremely impactful. We'll see if it's good enough here against the Supreme Phantom that once again has a Curious Obsession. A lot of familiarity as far as like sequencing goes for Sean in this game. The Spirits deck plays a lot of 4-ofs, very consistent at doing its thing. And last game, not quite good enough, as Portable Hole going to dispatch of Unlucky Witness and a second Mausoleum Wanderer, the follow-up. So a lone Mayhem Devil. Theodore needs to get some sacrificing going if he wants to be able to pick off some of these creatures. But even still, I mean, that Supreme Phantom has so much toughness. Like, you're going to sacrifice 4 things in a turn?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard. You're going to need something like Fable the Mirror Breaker in order to generate some treasures and sort of some incidental stuff. As we see Theo here play a Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Ask and you shall receive.
Yeah, this is kind of the perfect thing for Theo, but you're right. Even with all this going, we're probably going to see Theo actually try and kill the stuff around that Lord instead of actually trying to kill the Lord itself. Now, that is hard because it is going to grow the other spirits, but I imagine that's what we're going to see Theo try and do. Also, Drake, don't forget, Sean's got a life total, baby, and Mayhem Devil goes face. So that's
goes face. Yeah, I mean, we did see Theodore get very aggressive in game number 1. Maybe that's what we're going to be looking at here. Of course, Theodore does have access to a Witch's Oven now. Cat Oven, a great way to start, making a ton of Mayhem Devil triggers as Theodore's life total begins to be dwindled away by the Supreme Phantom and Mausoleum Wanderer combination. Sean passed with just 4 mana up. Have to be a little suspicious of something. The Spirits deck, a lot of flash instant speed plays, and it's part of what makes playing against it so tricky. We'll see how Theodore decides to navigate things. His second Mayhem Devil comes into play very quickly, meets a Spell Queller.
Yeah, and this is, so I don't know if you picked this up, Drake, but during the loot there from the Fable the Mirror Breaker, we discarded a Goblin Familiar, sorry. And so since the Goblin Familiar is in the graveyard, we now have multiple ping activations on the sack, which means we get to attack with this Goblin Shaman with impunity. Nothing to worry about. It's just going to get to attack in, because if we block with our Spell Queller, we can very easily kill that and then get back the Mayhem Devil, and we're just in a worse spot than before.
Absolutely. Mayhem Devil, I mentioned, it doesn't look necessarily very good against a lone Supreme Phantom with a Curious Obsession on it, but it does make blocking very difficult, as you just called out. And I think Theodore kind of considering his options here, thinking about, what he's willing to get rid of, what he's willing to sacrifice, if you will, in order to get, that treasure and get some Mayhem Devil triggers rolling. There is a lot of aggression in the air from Sean at the moment. And, kind of do need to actually answer the board at some point. Like, I think Sean can pretty safely, he has more life totals to work with. He can pretty safely take this hit or whatever and be confident he's going to win in 2 turn cycles with what's just on board. As Spectral Sailor is going to be flashed in as well and added to the mix. And it looks like we are doing some blocking. Spell Queller in front of the Mayhem Devil and Spectral Sailor in front of the Goblin Shaman.
Yeah, this is actually something that, Theo probably we saw Theo tank there. So what's going to happen here is there's a bunch of different options for Theo. And this is one of the hard parts of playing the Sacrifice deck, is you have so much play to it. But the minimum thing that Theo can do is Theo can sacrifice the treasure, ping the Spell Queller, the Mayhem Devil and the Spell Queller trade. Theo ends up in exactly the same spot as before, except down a Goblin Shaman and up, and with 1 Mayhem Devil in play. We could also see Theo choose to leave the Spectral Sailor in play and sacrifice the Shaman to the Witch's Oven in order to get the ping that way and save the treasure. We could also sacrifice the food, get back the Familiar, and kill the Spectral Sailor that way as well. A lot of plays open to Theo right now. We're seeing him right now just side and side, like, okay, how do I want to execute this? And if you're at home and you're watching and you want to play more tournament Magic, this is the thing you definitely want to do, where you plan out your whole turn and then you execute. You don't want to be fumbling through like, oh, maybe I'll sacrifice this Drake. Actually, nah, I should have done this. Theo just taking the time, untimed rounds. Let's just take a second and do a little math. No one's going to be mad at you for thinking for 20 seconds. We promise.
Absolutely, and definitely worth stopping and thinking about, because these little edges, these little points, they matter a ton. And especially here in this semifinals match, there's a lot on the line for both of these players. Taking a little bit of time, making sure you sequence things correctly, very difficult. And I am not envious of Theodore's spot, having to figure out how to sequence all these things. I remember there was a lot of complaints about trying to navigate Cat Oven on Arena, and I imagine the reason for that was so many triggers and trying to navigate which one's where and all that. You have to do that in paper as well. So Theodore doing a pretty good job of that. Cauldron Familiar re-entering play. Spell Queller did get taken down. Mayhem Devil gets to come back as a result. So we move to Sean's 5th turn.
Are you familiar with the Twitter series from Andrew Brown, a member of Play Design, called Masterpiece or Disaster?
I am very familiar. A big fan of the Masterpiece or Disaster series.
Also a big fan. Hope you keep it up, bro. I'd argue Mayhem Devil a disaster as we go into Theodore's 5th turn here.
yeah. Trading on your opponent's stuff, very messy. Very messy.
Just leads to clean board states too. That was really easy to parse, I'm sure, for everyone at home as well, what just happened. So despite us laying it out.
Sean says, why play anything on my turn? Quickly passes the turn back. Reflection Kiki Jiki enters play this turn. Unlike Kiki Jiki, which is a flavor fail in my opinion. No haste on the backside of that one. So no copying to be done this turn, as Theodore is playing his 6th land. Don't get a great, looks like Hive of the Eye Tyrant tapped, and no attacks. Theodore potentially respecting some flash shenanigans from Sean, as there is some. Here comes Rattle Chains.
I'm curious to see why Theodore didn't pick up the Giganta. This might be like a weird beginning of combat situation where Sean wants to get the Rattle Chains in for other types of stuff. But it probably doesn't super matter if the Giganta's in the hand or not.
Yeah, it looks like we're responding here by sacrificing the Cauldron Familiar and then bringing it back. That's going to pick off the Rattle Chains. Does have 2 toughness. Takes 2 points to take that down. And of course, the drain from Cauldron Familiar happens as well. So that drain from this Cauldron Familiar actually doing a fair bit of work in order to help stabilize the race between these players. As Sean, very much kind of in this linear plan, I'm going to continue to beat you up with these 2 creatures every single turn until we're done here. As Extraction Specialist, the cards you highlighted, coming into play and bringing back a Supreme Phantom.
Holy moly. And also triggering the Mausoleum Wanderer. So I believe this is a Kraken for 6, putting Theo to 4. And that was a huge turn. I think Sean was actually very close to dead next turn because, like you mentioned, Reflection of Kiki Jiki does have a Kiki Jiki-like effect and would copy the Mayhem Devil, and that would mean double pings next turn. And the Reflection sacrifices the creature at end of turn, which would trigger both Mayhem Devil still. So I think we were going to actually see Sean lose his entire board next turn had this Extraction Specialist not come up off the top, and just shows how strong the sideboard cards can be.
Absolutely. It looks like another Curious Obsession. That's a Curious Obsession, right? Placed on that Supreme Phantom?
Yeah, it looks like Sean's doing a thing where, like, hey, if you want to try and kill me, you're going to have to kill this Lifelinker, which means my Spirit will be able to attack. So I'm going to separate my Curious Obsessions and just kind of play around you drawing, another Fatal Push.
But does the Curious Obsession sacrifice itself on end step if the creature didn't attack?
No, it's if a creature didn't attack. Curious Obsession is very weird,
right.
yeah.
Right.
I've done a lot of sacrifice of 1/1 to the cause. Yeah.
Well, thankfully, Sean is much smarter than me. And like you said, has that tension now where it's like, okay, yeah, you killed the Extraction Specialist. This is going to be able to start laying the beatdowns. And having 2 Supreme Phantoms with Curious Obsessions on them, going to do a lot of work, even if it's not as aggressive, only like 3-point flyers or whatever. You are just going to get so many cards flowing that I think it's going to be pretty easy to overwhelm Theodore with only 3 life points left to work with. The Cauldron Familiar can do a little bit in order to fix that. Of course, Witch's Oven also able to add some food to the mix to help gain Theodore some life. But, as much as Theodore looks like he's kind of on the ropes with his life total, he has some to work with, but there's a lot of power in play for Sean, as Theodore doing a little bit of math here on his turn.
Yeah, I think Theo is trying to figure out, okay, like I mentioned before, we copy the Mayhem Devil. How many pings do we get? From where I'm sitting, it looks like we have 6 pings. Okay, can we live with the 6 pings? What do we have to do? And I think the answer is that we are weirdly dead, despite having so much board control, unless we can get Sean to make a weird block, or maybe more importantly, we drew a card that was good. Because if we drew a card like Fatal Push or Claim the Firstborn, we could actually kind of get in a really good spot here where we could do something like, claim one of the lords, then all the other creatures get smaller, Once they're smaller, we can then sack it to oven and then sacrifice the food to get another ping and gain 3 life and actually stabilize. But with the way Theo's pushing his mana around, looks like we did not draw any of the steal effects.
Yeah, it looks like he's separating a Hive activation and a Reflection of Kiki Jiki activation.
Yep.
We'll see if that is what he decides to do.
It's another oven in his hand.
Oh,
this is actually crazy. So the second oven means we get 4 more pings from the copies of Mayhem Devil involved in all of this, because we get another cat oven activation, which is also 2 more life. We might also see what Theodore is thinking about doing is sacrificing a food instead of bringing back the cat right away, and then later planning to sacrifice another Reflection of Kiki Jiki copy. And so that might have been what Theo was thinking about is, hey, should I bring back cat and gain 1 life, or leave it off the battlefield for a couple turns and instead gain 3?
Right. Second oven is going to be played, like you called out, and here's an attack with everything. I have to wonder, I think if you make no blocks, I think you are opening yourself up to potentially dying. I haven't done all the math, but like you mentioned, that's a ton of triggers. So I think we have to do some blocking here. And it looks like Extraction Specialist is going to go ahead and get in front of one of the Mayhem Devils.
Yeah, I think Theo was
all
hoping that Sean would make a mistake, because the Extraction Specialist has lifelink and eats the Mayhem Devil. So we could have sacrificed the cat beforehand and done 2 more damage by killing the Extraction Specialist. However, if you choose to do that, then the other Lord is able to attack. The thing to remember about Extraction Specialist is the creature that it saves from the graveyard can't attack until it dies. So I think Theo was maybe hoping for a misstep there from Sean, and then was going to ping Sean out.
Absolutely. It looks like we are going to go ahead and do some food making here. Don't get a great announcement of all the triggers, but I have to imagine, Theodore, with the way he's being very deliberate, with the way he is moving his cards around, very, very deliberate with his triggers. We have Cauldron Familiar, Sacrificed, making a food. Mayhem Devils, I think plural still, are going to trigger. And we'll see exactly where he wants to point all of that damage.
Yeah, so looking at the pings, Theodore should be able to kill at least the Mausoleum Wanderer, choose to eat the food, and be at 1 life. So that is the bare minimum of everything we can do. I think we also get to ping Sean for 1 in that exchange. But we can't actually kill the Wandering Emperors because I'm sorry, not the Emperor, the Mausoleum Wanderers. A different, very strong white card to flash.
It's like the same card.
Yeah, when you really get down to their essence, they sort of have the same je ne sais quoi. But this is a very tough spot for Theo, and I do think the more I watch this, I think he was kind of hoping, and the reason he kind of just made that attack was like, can't win by normal means, time to do some crazy stuff.
and the sacrifice deck, very good at that, as we see just still more tokens and triggers being moved around here. Very, very good at winning kind of unconventionally. I think people make an argument a lot that combo decks like Dredge and what have you aren't playing, Magic as Garfield intended, attacking, blocking, etc. I argue sacrifice decks are very much in the same vein. It is very, very different because it's very unintuitive. The whole joke is that you're blowing your own stuff up, and that's how you're playing Magic. It is it's really cool to watch. Very, very cool to watch an expert like Theodore do his thing with a deck like this. And like you mentioned, Theodore may have found a way to live another turn, and living another turn is huge. That's another Reflection of Kiki Jiki activation. It's another Mayhem Devil attack. There's so many more Cauldron Familiar activations. Like every turn, so much happens for the sacrifice deck that even just getting another turn at 1 life, you may never know. You never know what the life totals are going to look like at the end. You could just die.
Yeah. I mean, so we're talking about before here. We talked about this. We had about 10 damage worth of pings last turn, right? And when we copied the reflection and everything, we're still in that same position for the next turn, except now we have Hive of the Eye Tyrant able to attack. And so with that being the case, Theo is making this play. Now, I think chat is, kind of pointing out like, wait, we could kill a Lord. I think what Theo's doing, chat, is killing off the other spirits so that the Mausoleum Wanderer doesn't get 2 triggers in order to outgrow it, and is playing around future Extraction Specialists. Because if we spend all the time killing the Lord and then we play another Extraction Specialist, Theo could die. So by doing this play, we leave ourselves weak to the 3rd Lord. However, Sean is dead on board if we get to untap with our board. So this play has some risk, but sets Theo up to win. And with Sean at 6 life and 2 ovens, and we have the ability to activate Fable the Mirror Breaker, I believe Theo has won, barring something killing this Mayhem Devil in response. If we had some sicko Aether Gust right now, it'd be an all-time NRG moment we would have for coverage. And it looks like we don't. Theo navigated that game amazingly. Sean did as well to even be in that position in such a tough matchup. Congratulations to Theo moving on to the finals.
And, at multiple points, I think it was easy from our view and from chat's view to look and see, be like, wow, Theodore's really, he's dead. Like, Sean had a ton of life points to work with. He had cards running both games, actually, with the Supreme Phantoms, Curious Obsession suited up, just a stream of cards running, a stream of spirits running. And, it kind of looked like Theodore was on the ropes. But as you mentioned, all of these pings, especially when you get a second Mayhem Devil involved, able to just clear the way for Theodore to kind of punch through and finish Sean off from what was a pretty high life total in only 2 turns.
Yeah, and I mean, we mentioned this too at the beginning of the match, right? Like, this was going to be a tough matchup for Sean. Theodore's deck just destroys creature decks. And unfortunately for Sean, Theodore's deck also gets under the counterspell. So Sean's forced to just be the creature deck, right? And it looks really bad too when you watch it, because it's like, oh, well, he just played all his cards, but he had to do that and played so well and put himself in such a great position. So congratulations to Theodore doing that. Congratulations, Sean, on the good finish and playing that game really, really well despite everything. I don't know if the other semifinal has ended or not. Maybe I can get some commentary in my ear there. It sounds like it's over, and I'm getting information right now. They're double checking for me who won, so I can tell you exactly. But we know we're gonna have Rakdos Sacrifice, and it looks like it's playing versus Mono Green Devotion Drake. So this is the nightmare matchup for Theo. Now, we saw Theo beat his friend and mainstay of the NRG circuit, Connor Mullaly, earlier in the top 8. We even saw it on coverage with Theo versus Mono Green, but this is not a matchup that you are excited to play.
Absolutely. So, Rakdos Sacrifice, kind of one of the decks better against the spread at large. The Mono Green Menace in Pioneer does still have some pretty good matchups. We'll see exactly, how Theodore will fare in his finals. I think both of his matches in top 8 so far have looked very convincing. Theodore playing expertly in spots where he's looked very far behind in the past. We'll see if he can do it again in the finals after this break.
Hey, everybody, welcome back here. Thanks for hanging out with us through that short break. I'm going to bring Drake and Mason in right away with me to hang out as we're going to talk about the finals matchup here. We just saw, and we kind of talked about it in the break there. You think the Mono Green player was happy that Spirits lost?
Yeah, Spirits is the nightmare matchup for Mono Green. Basically all variants, but especially this kind of build that we saw from Sean there in the top 4. So the Mono Green player really happy to see that gone. And also inversely, Rakdos Sacrifice, one of the best matchups for Mono Green. The deck kind of falls apart if you could protect a Karn the Great Creator, and you can't do all that sacrifice shenanigans that we saw and really leverage some of your stronger cards. And then at that point, you kind of become a weaker Rakdos midrange deck, which is already a kind of, belly full, eyes wide moment for the Mono Green deck. So, it's kind of the perfect situation if you're a Mono Green player.
So Drake, you got the same feelings? You think Mono Green's going to take it down?
I think Mono Green's definitely ahead. I mean, we've seen Theodore kind of be able to turn into a pretty effective aggro deck a few times in just this tournament alone. So I'm interested to see, exactly how Theodore, knowing the matchups face up. So we'll see if he can adjust a little bit with mulliganings, with his sequencing, in order to take a little bit more aggressive role, maybe a little bit less of, I have the inevitability. I'm, eventually going to assemble all these triggers and, kill all your stuff. That's not going to work against things like Karn, like Mason mentioned. So being able to, kind of shift gears and get to the board early and try to get the Mono Green deck dead before none of your cards work anymore is something I think Theodore is going to be looking to do. And we'll see if he can make it happen.
Yeah, we watched this matchup actually, I believe, in the quarterfinals. We watched Theo play against Connor, and so I have the honor of being able to hang out by the table. So I was listening to some of the banter back and forth, and if you guys remember, there was like a kind of extended like back and forth judge involved, like with Kray's expertise, I believe is what it was. And I know that like Connor said, is this the card that we missed? Like, is this the card that makes this matchup winnable for Rakdos? And it was funny because again, it's a really strange interaction with Cavalier Thorns, but able to leverage cards like that. And Theo got off pretty hot and actually just 2-0'd Connor, if I'm remembering correctly. Also, pretty convincing.
Yeah, I think Theo also beat Connor in the Swiss because Connor, friends with Theo, tweeted at the end of the day, my record was 6th in Theo, and so Connor, I don't believe I'm undefeated, and so Theo definitely has something to the matchup, and I think it is something where it's open deck list, and Theo also good friends with Connor, like we mentioned, they won the showdown together, they're buds, they hang out all the time, so Theo knows that Connor's going to play the Mono Green deck. Also, Connor only plays Mono Green. Shout out to you, buddy. And so with that going on in the finals, Theo can mulligan to hands that aren't going to fall apart. And that's something that we see from, some of the best players where they know, like, hey, normally this hand's what I want, but not in this matchup, not this time. And we're going to see if Theo can do that here today.
Definitely. All right. Before I send it down to the match, what you got? Final picks. Let's make them official. So Mason, who you got?
I love Theo and I want to pick him, but you know what? I got to pick the mono green player, Matthew. Heart wants Theo. My head says Matthew.
All right, Drake. How about you?
I'm Theodore all the way. We've seen him take care of talented players on mono green before. I think he's going to do it again. We'll see what he can do. But my money's on Theo. He's been playing well.
All right, cool guys. Well, Matthew has a great name. Theo has a great deck. So I'm just going to play Switzerland on this one, and I'm going to let you guys have the fun of doing the finals. So send it down to you guys. Everyone enjoy the finals. Remember, we're going to have modern action as soon as our finals is over. Get an interview with the winner, and we'll see y'all in a bit.
Absolutely. You can see it's all coming down to this. You got the trophy right there on the table for everyone to see. This is the final match of our Pioneer trial, our 10K. And Theodore going to start us off. The Haunted Ridge tapped past the turn across. And a Forest Llanowar Elves, the namesake for mono green, as we go to Theodore's turn 2. That one quickly dispatched, it looks like. No, it's a Claim the Firstborn that is going to be sacrificed to
Deadly Dispute.
Yeah, so that's the sequence. I mean, that's what you talked about. Theodore's been doing this all weekend long, taking the creatures on 2 and then immediately sacrificing them to Deadly Dispute.
Yeah, so this is something that we didn't get to mention in the pre-interview that I thought that, unfortunately, we didn't have time to talk about. Theo being on the play, so huge here. That let Theo do that play. That play is very mana-intensive, and without having Village Rights, Theo can't do it as quickly. However, with him on the play, he's able to do that and sort of steal the initiative from Matthew as we see him develop Fable the Mirror Breaker here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very quickly, Matthew did deploy Wolfwillow Haven, but Theo were able to get a little bit of a card advantage, a little bit of mana advantage. And like you said, being on the play is what makes that happen. Not being able to tap the Llanowar Elves in response to the Claim the Firstborn because it's summoning sick, but then Theodore can use it to cast Deadly Dispute. An awesome little trick that this Rakdos Sacrifice deck has access to on the play as Nykthos, the namesake land for this deck, is deployed alongside an elf and another copy of Wolfwillow Haven. Gonna do Heart's Desire, make a 1/1 human.
Yeah, interesting to see. Yeah, I guess Matthew had to put Wolfwillow on that land this turn if Matthew wants to use all the mana. Typically, you'll see the player stack it up for sakes of Kiora, but I guess with the Nykthos in hand and kind of knowing everything, we're not super worried about that right now.
So Matthew kind of recovered a little bit here as far as mana goes. Maybe a little late because Theodore is able to kind of get this Fable the Mirror Breaker starting to go. We got the loot activation on the second chapter going off.
Oh my gosh,
Reflection coming next turn. Cauldron Familiar going to hit the bin. That one pretty good if we have a Witch's Oven as a follow-up.
Drake, we drew Mayhem Devil. I think we
drew Mayhem Devil. That's pretty good against a board full of Llanowar Elves, Mason.
I think we have Devil Oven. I saw some colorless card in the hand. Theo was flicking it kind of quick on me. If not, we definitely have double treasure to kill these elves, and Theo is just going to work right now.
Yeah, the floor on this turn is you sacrifice the treasures, wrath all of the elves to pick up Gigantha. And that's the floor, barring anything else involved in Theodore's hand. And we do see both treasures sacrificed here for a second copy of Fable the Mirror Breaker, picking off both of Matthew's elves.
That is, super huge there. And once again, shout out to Theodore for winning our showdown using the custom NRG Goblin Shaman token. If you want to get one of these, come out to our events. You can ask Theo, ask Connor. They'll give you one. But yeah, wow. This is the kind of start you needed. And look, no Karn Great Creator in sight. We just have a bunch of creatures. And the Mayhem Devil, like we talked about last round, pretty good against creature decks.
Absolutely. And Reflection of Kiki Jiki #1 has flipped. And, as soon as Theodore is able to start copying Mayhem Devils, I mean, we're going to see a repeat of basically what we saw Theodore do in last match, where it doesn't really matter what life totals are. Theodore, you have so many triggers to work with that you're going to do some hand waving, you're going to point some triggers various places, and the game's going to end in Theodore's favor. So, this Reflection of Kiki Jiki being summoning sick, huge. And Matthew's going to need a really good draw step in order to get himself back into this game. Treasure quickly sacrificed to pick off the elf. Fatal Push now with Revolt enabled thanks to the treasure sacrifice, going to pick off Lovestruck Beast. And Theodore now just wrathing Matthew every single turn. This is a pretty good spot.
This is a great spot. So Theodore has, we saw Theodore could have sacked the treasure in order to push a little bit more damage, but probably wanting to save that in order to, when we use the Reflection of the Kiki Jiki on the next turn to make more copies as we play our third Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And Matthew, I don't know if Matthew has any draws that can actually save him, because I think Theo has lethal through literally every card Matthew can draw, because we can't draw Storm the Festival. We just don't have enough mana.
Absolutely. Bloodtithe Harvester going to help even more with that. But yeah, 3 Goblin Shamans, able to make 3 treasures, Reflection of Kiki G, Kiki Copy, Mayhem Devil, and that's just, that's way too much. And Matthew going to pick it up here very quickly. I think that was on his turn 4. Did he even get a turn 5? No, we're just done.
That was a turn 4 kill. Yeah, we were close, but we weren't quite there. Oh my goodness, what a crazy game. Theo just absolutely crushing it there. 1 game away from winning the Pioneer 10K, getting a bunch of points, some Mulo cash, and another trophy for the case. Let's check out these sideboards, though, and see if there's anything. Now, we always like to joke about how Mono Green doesn't actually sideboard, but there are some times where you have cards you want to bring in. I'm going to check over Matthew's sideboard here. Drake, I don't know if you have any opinions on anything, but the only thing I see is that we might bring in Pithing Needle. The reason for this is typically if you have Karn in play, Pithing Needle already doesn't really do anything because all the activated abilities are from treasures for the most part. So you can bring in Pithing Needle and you can name stuff like Oven or like a creature land and sort of stop that sort of thing if there's some card in your deck you don't really want.
Yeah, for the most part, I'm pretty disinterested in doing any kind of heavy sideboarding here. I think a lot of your main game plan, especially on the play, that's something you called out, is going to be pretty functional. We do see a ton of upgrades in the Mono Green sideboard as far as Wishboard for Karn goes from Brothers War. But all those cards, pretty happy, I think, to sit in the sideboard for Karn. Yeah, like you said, maybe bring in the Pithing Needle because Karn's kind of already a Pithing Needle once in play. So basically giving yourself a quote-unquote 5th Karn for Witch's Oven might be worth it over whatever your worst card is. But I don't think I want to do any kind of heavy adjustment here when it comes to sideboarding. I just want to be on the play and have a great hand, as Mono Green often does.
Yeah, I feel that. I can see the players shuffling up. So let's check out Theo's sideboard real quick, because both these players are excited to play some Modern after this round, which we are going to cover today. We're going to cover that match as soon as we're done here. But first and more importantly, we got to get the finals done, get that excitingness. Theo here, sideboard, has 4 Thoughtseize, 3 Omnixilus, 3 Goblin, 2 Karizev, 2 Unlicensed Giganta, and the Kolaghan's Command. Drake, my guess is the Karizev, like we kind of talked about before with Bamante there, and how that card's another really good steal effect, allows you to kind of push damage and kind of break through, kill the car and that sort of thing. But I'm going to also guess that Kolaghan's Command comes in. This is a really good card for sort of clearing up a Karn and something that it grabbed already. Besides that, I don't think we have too much stuff, but I think that, really for us to win, we need to have draws like that where we just have a bunch of creatures and get stuff done before Karn gets protected. So I think just making cards for that choice is all we really need to do.
Absolutely. And you kind of have to pick an angle, right? Like you either need to keep the board clear of creatures. That way Karn can just be attacked by your onboard threats, which is what Theodore did a great job doing there in game number 1. Even if Matthew had a Karn at any point, would have been dispatched very quickly. Or, you want to try to answer it ahead of time, something like Thoughtseize. But I think in this matchup, you want to forego any kind of Thoughtseizing stuff, even though Karn is a problem, something that you would want to Thoughtseize. I think you kind of want to just stay with managing the creatures on board and getting ahead on board, especially like we saw him do a great job of in game 1. And Karizev's expertise, you called that out as a card that going to be good here at doing that, right? Like it's great at, okay, you have 1 creature, you have 1 Cavalier defending your Karn or whatever. I'll take that. Thank you very much. And I'll either just straight up kill you or I'll kill the Karn and what have you. So worth noting as well, Giganta actually can't be your companion when your Karizev's expertises are in your deck. So there's kind of a dead giveaway when those are in your deck versus not. I think the only card in Theodore's entire 75 that does require the Giganta to no longer function as a companion.
100%. I love, Gigantha's strong, but like it can play other cards and just not have it. And I think the trick to those sort of spots is, are they spots where Gigantha is going to be good? If no, then, bring in the Karizevs or have a card like that, don't be afraid to do it. By the way, speaking of not be afraid, don't be afraid to come on out to the showdown in Louisville, Kentucky in 2 weeks. It's going to be a Modern 15K and then a Pioneer 5K on Sunday. If you win the Modern 15K, you in the team event. So let's get back to the main area. But yeah, definitely want to check that out. Just 2 short weekends, Drake.
Absolutely. And the showdown going to be big for qualifying for the NRG championships. Even if you don't have any points, you're not participating in the leaderboard, you haven't been able to make it out for whatever reason, this is your opportunity to get to the Nerd Rage championship as a Oath of Nissa played on turn 1 finds an Elvish Mystic. very quickly passing the turn back with a tapped Haunted Ridge and second land into Elvish Mystic for Matthew. We'll see if Theodore can do the claim the firstborn trick we saw in game number 1 again. Looks like he cannot, but does deploy a Blood Tithe Harvester. Very good for getting the aggression going.
100%, yeah. And, Matthew here kind of has close to what you want, but really needs to do something with all this mana on this turn and cannot fall too far behind, because Theo will trade or answer that elf in some way if he can afford to. And it looks like Matthew decided to bring in a Seeker's Chariot. Actually, I think a really smart sideboard, and now that we're mentioning it, it's something that you kind of want to wish for with Karn, but you can just put into your main deck and it stops the aggression.
Absolutely, yeah. Going to do a very good job defending against, specifically Blood Tithe Harvester here on board, but most of what Theodore presents as far as aggression is 3 power creatures. So having a 4/4, that can just straight up defend, or even just defending with like the 2/2/2s, like all of that battles very well in combat against 3 power creatures. And going to do a good job protecting any planeswalkers or whatever that Matthew has going on. As I think no third land for Theodore, but Matthew has his 4th land, and looks like 5 mana coming down here. Cavalier of Thorns gonna put a complete stop to all the aggressions. We see Karn, Nykthos among the mix. Nykthos a great hit.
Yeah, that's a really big one. And this is sort of what I was talking about before, where it's like, okay, you need to dodge Karn and the full battlefield, because if you don't, things start to get a little out of hand. Looks like Theo is setting up a Fatal Push line here, discarding the the Cauldron Familiar. Keep getting that card's name mixed up, but we still see this pushing for 5. And this is for 4. This is sort of the thing, though, right? Like, you have to keep the creatures under control, because you have to cross the finish line with damage. And Cavalier Thorns, as we see from watching Pioneer so much, is just keyword big, and keyword big is good.
Absolutely. This Pioneer, very much a format about getting to the board and controlling the board. And, Theodore did a great job game number 1, being able to come out the gate strong. Matthew on the play for game number 2 here has done a great job coming out strong. And I would say this board is not managed at all for Matthew, as here comes Fable, the Mirror Breaker. A little bit worse when behind, but, the Goblin Shaman is going to be able to contribute some to the onboard presence here as the Fable ticks up on Chapters. 3rd land for Theodore, a big pickup for sure, as we go back to Matthew's 5th turn. I'm sorry.
100%. Yeah, and really, if you're Theo or a Theo fan, you've just got to be hoping that we don't have much left over in the hand, and it's just like a bunch of elves or lands or something like that, which does sometimes happen with the mono green deck. The mono green deck has the ability to have some of the best top decks and the best turns in all of Pioneer. Also, very easily has some of the worst. It's kind of like a Charmeleon in that way.
You and your Charmeleons, huh?
I have no idea what you mean. I'm just giving accurate coverage.
Absolutely. Layer the Hydra, kind of interplay tapped here. Follow up appears to be a Wolf Willowhaven. That one going to go on top of a forest. And like you mentioned, Mono Green kind of playing a little bit of a beatdown role here. Theodore kind of on the back foot very much to even just the big creatures in play. Planeswalkers aside, Storm the Festivals aside. I mean, that's all sugar right now. Like, Theodore is very behind with what's just on board. So anything else that Matthew has or can contribute is just going to snowball this game harder and harder. And like you mentioned, this is kind of where some of the polarization around the mono green deck comes in, because the games where it looks good, it looks dominant, like we see here as Old Grove Troll added to the mix. Wolf Willowhaven sacrificed actually for the 2/2 Wolf token.
100%. And also, this is a thing that I think gets spoken about in the mono green deck. Mono green deck, obviously, like a very strong ramp combo deck, but its fail rate Drake is just a beatdown deck. Just like, yeah, I got some 4/4s for 3. I did it a turn early. Here's a Cavalier. Here's a Lair. And that does beat anyone that stumbles. And I think that's a fair assessment of what happened to Theo this game. Theo has kind of stumbled, as we do see Karizev's expertise, one of the key cards in his sideboard, something that he seems to think really helps swing the matchup, get them double spell here at the Witch's Oven. So he is going to get a pretty big turn, but, is it enough to stabilize?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge turn. I mean, being able to get, 2 food, whatever for your trouble, get the Cavalier off the board thanks to Witch's Oven. And this is the sideboard card, right? Like this is what you're trying to set up. But normally if you're trying to set these kinds of turns up, you want to be ahead on board already. So you can have a huge attack, a huge crunch, maybe get like one blocker out the way and straight up kill Matthew. Here, it's kind of just treading water, trying to get some of Matthew's board taken care of.
Yep. And for what it's worth, Drake, in case viewers at home haven't seen this, because of the way this works, Theo gets to exile the Cavalier for the trigger and then put a card on top of his deck, not with Matthew. It's a weird, it's some timey-wimey stuff with the triggers and everything and where the Cavalier saw itself die. So Matthew doesn't actually get to put the Seeker's Chariot on top like you might expect on first glance. And instead we're seeing Theo here take a second and is deciding to put, this land on top of his deck. And we're
Lightstep Pathway added to the mix. 2 food, because it is a greater than 4 toughness added to Theodore's board as well. But yeah, that's really strange. I would have expected the Cavalier to go to the opponent's graveyard and be able to do the trigger, but I guess not. So that's a pretty cool little interaction.
It is something that I thought worked. And then yesterday, I believe in our quarterfinal match against Connor, we actually had it come up and it was like a key player. We could be mistaken, but my understanding is yesterday that was like the huge judge calling out all taken care of, and we have judges watching the finals right now. So it seems to be that is the ruling, as I'm getting some word from the judges in my ear. Oh, it was incorrect is what I'm hearing in our ear. So maybe this needs to get fixed. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll get someone down there. Yeah, maybe we can get a judge real quick and just make sure we have done everything correctly. I'll keep it a buck, chat. I was eating some pizza while watching the finals yesterday. I got done. Where the quarterfinals. I had a big day. I just got over a cold.
Long day. I understand.
Yeah, I had to hang out with Drake all day.
That's a huge layer of the Hydra crunching across the red zone here for Matthew. Gonna bring back Cauldron Familiar that was hanging out in the graveyard. Thanks to these food tokens, able to get the Cauldron Familiar cat oven little synergy going, and gonna do a great job blocking this layer. But there's a lot more power coming across. I mean, the leftovers is 10 damage, and with Theodore looking at a not so healthy 11, we may have to see some kind of additional blocks or some more tricks in here in order to not just die. Yeah, and I think we're going to see the Goblin Shaman jumping in front of the Wolf as Theodore is continuing to line up blocks here. This is a huge attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it looks like Theo also maybe just making sure, like, okay, I don't want to, like, kill the cat instead of the wolf. Is there anything weird like that? Like, Theo doesn't have any Bile Blight situations, but, just double-checking everything. Theo has played this game so well and so fast as well that, I can tell Theo is excited to play some Modern today. But, Theo, you get a bye, my friend. Relax. Don't worry. It's coming soon. Take your time here. No one's going to blame you. We've been playing Lightning Speed. And Theo also been down on resources this whole game, but doing a really good job of staying alive.
Right, and we've done this before. Like, Theodore has been in these spots before where there's just a bunch of board presence rumbling across the red zone, beating him up in his life total. He looks like he's behind on resources, deploying things that look somewhat meager on their own. And then, we saw this just last round against Spirits where, he finds a way to clutch with 1 or 2 life points. The only one that matters is the last one, Mason. And, Theodore's done a great job navigating, considering all of his options, navigating all of his triggers, and, punching through and finding a hole to win the game. And we'll see. I think the mono green having, another Old Girl Troll that was deployed this turn, that layer of the Hydra that's, just gets to get bigger and bigger. And like, that's the fail case is you're activating this enormous creature is going to tax Theodore's resources a little too much here, but it's not above Theodore to find some Mayhem Devils and, Reflection of Kiki Jiki and just get that going. Like we've seen him do a great job of in this entire top 8.
100%. And yeah, it looks like, does Theo have some card? Or maybe Theo's just doing the math for the next turn with his hand and just figuring out exactly.
I think you have to kind of decide, all right, like based on my blocks and what I'm doing this turn, what am I doing to live next turn? Because, that's how you have to plan. It's like based on your blocks here, what am I going to have to work with to start getting rid of Matthew's board on the following turn? And, what does winning this game look like? And Theodore doing a lot of that. And the block with Cauldron Familiar allows you to use that food, bring back the Cauldron Familiar again. Remember, we got 2 foods from the Cavalier sacrifice on Witch's Oven. So do get to bring that one back right away, which is a nice little trick. And Theodore goes up to 4 life points as Reflection of Kiki Jiki enters thanks to the 3rd chapter of Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yep. And it looks to me like things are going to be rough for old Theo here. I can't quite make out his hand, but I think he has another Kari Zev. So that's the beginning of a good comeback.
Absolutely. That's the start, right? Something like Kari Zev's. We still have the sacrifice available to us thanks to Witch's Oven. That can give you food. That can give you life. Well, I think you do need some kind of spell follow-up with the Kari Zavs, but it looks like he has a card pulled forward. Is it Deadly Dispute? No, it's Blood-Tithe Harvester.
Yeah, I can't quite make it out. Yeah, it is Blood-Tithe Harvester. It's the dark art one. So, hey, that is a really big, turn. And this is a nice thing about the Kari Zev card where even when you're stuck on mana, it kind of lets you jump ahead, and Theo kind of got, 5 mana worth of plays there, despite, being stuck on lands. And hey, that killed a thing, and now it's going to let Theo get another food to get back the cat later, maybe gain some life if we get another land drop in the future. So a lot going on there.
And this is kind of what you highlighted about kind of this matchup being bad. We see, Theodore able to sacrifice the old gold troll, get 2 food for his first trouble, which is quite powerful. But, these creatures that you're killing, it's not like overly exciting. A lot of them tend to get value when they die in some way. And, there's still just plenty of leftovers as the mono green just has bigger things than you as a whole. We see a 2/2 blocker, a 1/1 blocker, a 3/2 blocker, and to Matthew's just 4/4s, just streams of 4/4s, 5/6s, and what have you. Now the leftovers here is a giant layer of Hydra and Storm the Festival, a huge draw for Matthew.
Yeah, that is a big one, and that is one that, like, when Theo's starting to stabilize, this is the kind of card you want to see. And we do see Matthew hit a Karn the Great Creator as one of the cards here. Storm the Festival, something that is very, I would say, instrumental to Mono Green's success. Having flashback on the back end there really lets you kind of go through everything and sort of build up these critical mass boards. If Matthew's taking a second, that is bad news, Bears. The best thing you kind of want is them to snap, make a choice. Yeah. If they snap shoes and they're just like putting lands into play, you're ecstatic. But this whole thinking, picking up your sideboard is not what Theo wants to see. And Theo cannot respond to the Karn entering play. If Theo wanted to use any sort of artifact things, if Theo even could have, it had to be before the storm was cast. Karn will just be in play and the static will happen and we won't get to do anything. So
yeah, this Karn the Great Creator fairly face up that it's in the pile with Matthew picking up his sideboard and ruffling through that. Nothing Theodore can do about it. Like you mentioned, all those artifacts in play, no blood token shenanigans, none of that. You're not allowed to use that once that Karn enters play, and it will. That's choice number 1. Choice number 2, an Elvish Mystic. Okay. You know, could be worse. Could be worse. Yeah. Not great. It's not great, but Theodore, once again, not just dead, I don't think. There's not a lot of leftovers right now for Matthew as far as mana goes. Getting rid of that old gold troll did do a lot to stifle some of the Nykthos mana production.
100%. Yeah, and this is one of the things you'll see is you just want to protect the Karn, but we saw Matthew there thinking about taking a land, just have another mana this turn, and that's probably what Matthew was checking the sideboard for. It's like, okay, I know I'm looking at Sheikah's Chariot. I sideboard that one in. Okay, what else can I do? Let me just sort of make sure I know all my options. And things like Haywire Mire that we see pulled up to the front, a new addition to the deck from Brothers War, a big add here. And it's something that just lets you answer something like the Cauldron. If things get in hand, it gain you a little life and just protect your Karn and make sure that the Karn is always putting pressure on.
Absolutely. And I think you can even pick off the reflection of Kiki Jiki, right? Isn't that an enchantment creature?
It is an enchantment creature, yes.
Yeah, so, I bet that Haywire might being able to pick that off this time. We'll get a look at that one and see if we can get that one on screen. It is a uncommon from the Brothers War. Like you mentioned, a huge pickup, having access to this naturalize that not only it exiles a non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. So it does not actually exile reflection of Kiki Jiki, despite kind of reading like a naturalize, but is going to give Matthew a blocker, give him some life. And of course, like you mentioned, if this Karn does, exit play for whatever reason, I have to imagine something like Mayhem Devil would be involved in that. You can pick off one of these, instrumental artifacts that Theodore's working with, like Witch's Oven.
Yeah, Drake, I totally missed this too, but the Haywire Mire says non-creature on it. And so Reflection Kiki Jiki has become a creature. So that's on me. I led you wrong there.
Oh, no, it's on me too. I thought that's how it works. See, that's why we read the new cards. Reading the card is a powerful thing you can do in Magic the Gathering.
I would never read a card, nor do I like the idea of you thinking I would on coverage. I wonder now, thinking about this more, if we were supposed to just grab Heart of Kieran. I do even have that one, and then just present a 4. Yeah, we have Heart of Kieran on the sideboard. It's just lethal in the air. That might have been the schmoove, as the kids say.
The schmoove. Big schmoove fan.
Did
we have an old girl troll again. Did we end up with Acclaim the Firstborn? It looks like we did. That's a pretty good start to this turn, especially if you're trying to assemble, something that looks like lethal. Although without something like Mayhem Devil to really give you a lot of that reach, it's going to be hard to do. But stifling some of the Nykthos mana production for the following turn going to be big if you want to continue to be a player in this game. Can do something like make another old girl troll and start to rumble off and maybe force some blocks.
Yeah, it looks like what's happening is we're using the troll in order to kill the Karn, in theory, so that we can then sacrifice the troll to the oven. That looks to be kind of what's happening from where I'm sitting and kind of the way that Theo seems to be lining up the cards, because Theo cannot use any of the food, any of the ovens until that Karn dies. So
Yeah.
looks like he's just trying, the old growth troll is 8 trample. So by doing this here, we only have 5 toughness. I don't know how good you are at math, Drake. That's not enough to
Bad.
save the Karn.
Very, very bad. As they say, math is for blockers. And with Matthew being the blocker, we'll see exactly how he wants to navigate this. Looks like we might see that Witch's Oven actually should be exiled, but we're going to see Matthew get a little bit of life for his trouble, exile the Witch's Oven, knowing that his card's going to die. So that Haywire Might that was picked up on the previous turn actually going to do a fair bit here in order to stifle some of Theo's follow-up, because now the old growth troll can't be sacrificed with, what's face up. Of course, Theodore could have something like a Deadly Dispute, which he does not. I believe his final card in hand there was a land that was played for turn. And we're just going to pass the turn back. Cauldron Familiar, the lonely blocker. And from where I'm sitting, this layer of the Hydra being fired up looks like it should be lethal. No cards in the hand for Theodore. And, the food can be sacrificed, give you 7 life. You can block the layer. But I think if we attack with everybody, that's still lethal. But as I mentioned, I am very bad at math.
Yeah, I don't think there's any cats hiding out in Theo's graveyard. That would be the one way for Theo to live, is to bring back a cat, gain a life, sack the food like you mentioned, then block the cat, block the lair, call it a day. Looks to me like that is not the case of what's going on here. But Theo also, untimed round. We got our buy for round 1 of Modern. He might be excited to play, but my opponent does have to attack. Let's make sure they see it. Double check my graveyard.
Yeah, it looks like based on some lands being flipped back, I think that Theodore is going to be felled here. And honestly, what appeared to be actually kind of a close match. Theodore did look behind all game, obviously, was on the draw. And this matchup is supposed to be pretty hard. But, Matthew drew some hitters time and time again, had a great sequence, rebuilt, Storm the Festivals happened, Karn hit the battlefield. And Theodore still kind of, he was a competitor in that game. There was, the Karizev's expertise played big. There was a ton of stuff going on.
100%. Yeah. Theodore really kept it up there and was stuck on lands for, I believe, 1 or 2 turns there. Was stuck on 2 for a couple turns and then stuck on 3 for a turn. And while Theo's deck is very cheap in mana, so it's not impossible to do that, all of Theo's strong cards are 3 mana. So taking 1 turn of not playing something like the Fable, like Mayhem Devil off, those are huge, huge implications that are much different. You would love to just be stuck on 3 than to be stuck on 2 for, you'd rather be stuck on 3 the whole game than stuck on 2 even for 1 turn with this deck. So it's kind of a huge thing there, but we saw just how close this game can be, but we also saw what happens if Matthew is able to establish a board and get a Karn protected by it. It took a lot for Theo in order to kill that, and essentially had to leave himself dead in order to do it.
Absolutely. Like you mentioned, Karn shutting off basically, all of his cards, not just the tokens, but the Witch's Oven as well. Karn definitely needing to be answered as well. In addition to all the other things it does, grabbing cards out of the sideboard and what have you, that, is kind of highlighted as the second most problematic card, I think, in the mono green deck, alongside Nykthos Shrine to Nyx. And happens to be particularly good against Theodore Jung. He's very, very aware of that. Used all his resources to get off the battlefield. Needed a mistake from Matthew, but in the finals, it's tough to get mistakes out of your opponents. And we're going to see a game number 3 this time with Theodore on the play. Any adjustments that we're making to your deck with Theodore now on the play for game number 3?
I don't think so. I think Theodore is pretty happy with everything, and I think the play draw really matters. Like we saw in game 1, things like claim the firstborn and then cast Deadly Dispute using your elf for the mana. Those are lines Theo has set up and are pivotal to Theo doing really well. Even just things like, push your elf on turn 1, play a Blood Tithe Harvester. Those are big game and big plays for Theo. So Theo's really going to have those things happen for him. And being on the play allows that to happen. Also just means we can get on board sooner. And if we're on board sooner, it's harder for a Karn to come down early. Earlier Karn is better than late Karn. And you really don't want to expose your Karn too much early if you don't have extra ones. So, what I really want to talk about instead is just exactly what kind of hand Theo's going to keep. And it looks like Theo kept a cat hand as we go down to the battlefield.
Yeah, turn 1 Blood Crypt, that one going to be paid 2 life for. The Cauldron Familiar going to enter the battlefield, get you a little bit of a rebuy on the life points as a turn 1 Forest into Oath of Nissa for Matthew. He did find an Elvish Mystic off of his Oath of Nissa last game. So, potentially a fine alternative at finding your elves if you don't have one already in hand. Didn't get a great look. Looked like a Forest was the grab off of Oath of Nissa as we go to Theodore's turn 2.
100%. And
the beatdowns from Cauldron Familiar, Den of the Bugbear, the follow-up. And there is your Witch's Oven. So we have Cat Oven assembled here right away.
This is an interesting thing, too, that you see with the mono green deck sometimes. It can be frustrating if you're playing against it, where it's like, I had this hand, I kept these cards that kill elves, And my opponent has Wolf, Willowhaven, Othanissa early on. What's going on? This is not what I expected.
Absolutely. Well, I have to imagine the removal spells, even in those cases, you'll find targets for him. If something like Karn gets added to the mix, you need to clear the way. But also worth noting, Theodore, not too much aggression assembled early. We see, a lot of times things like Blood Tithe Harvesters early. We see Mayhem Devils played. We see Fable the Mirror Breakers. But here we're just kind of doing the Cauldron Familiar thing, which we haven't seen him do as much of in the games he's played so far in the top 8. Deadly Dispute going to come down on the Cauldron Familiars. That one's going to leave right away. Give us a treasure and 2 cards for our trouble as Haunted Ridge enters the battlefield untapped.
Yeah, and it looks like Theo does have Mayhem Devil, Fable the Mirror Breaker, and a couple kill spells in hand, so kind of ready, but Matthew's like, all right, that was cute. Here comes Karn. Time to do what we've been talking about. And we haven't even talked about it. Karn can just take up and start killing these tokens, which seems like it's a little silly, but it's a good way to make sure your Karn doesn't die to something like play a Mayhem Devil and then claim the firstborn your own Mayhem Devil to give it haste. That is a line you can definitely do in order to kill something like a Karn if you minus, just for value here. So we might see Matthew just take up and kill the treasure and call it a day.
Absolutely. And I don't even hate that kind of play, respecting something like a Deadly Dispute, because you can sacrifice artifacts to Deadly Dispute. That does give you kind of some more equity you can get out of it. But actually just going to go ahead and reach for the Sky Sovereign. Maybe a little bit worried about some kind of, assembly that leads to Karn, the Great Creator, which is currently unprotected, dying this turn. Theodore only has a Fable the Mirror Breaker as a follow-up, which does add to the board. This is something that can threaten to attack Karn, but the treasures off of Fable the Mirror Breaker, kind of one of the most powerful aspects from that Goblin Shaman token, not actually worth too much underneath the Karn itself. And being able to untap with a Karn, Sky Sovereign is something that is available to Matthew this turn as a floor, which can pick off the Goblin Shaman token. And that's before we even get to any other kind of activations or, if a Nykthos is involved and all that stuff. So kind of Theodore maybe stumbling here a little bit. I'm interested to see, exactly what these removal spells are going to line up as this game progresses. But this Karn is just shutting down so much of what Theodore has going on.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about in the pre-match interview, where Karn comes down. If you're behind on board, where I technically mentioned if Mono Green is able to protect the Karn, right? But if you're ahead on board where the board's clear, you have to do stuff like this. And this is why I think Skyboat is so much better than the Might and the Weakstone in these sort of sideboards. Maybe you can play both if you're interested. But now that we have the Skyboat down, what is Theo supposed to do, Drake, that is actually impactful? All of Theo's creatures die to the boat. The Karn can tick up on the boat in order to animate it and start getting attacks in. So that's like worst case scenario. Or best case scenario for Theo. Heaven forbid Matthew minuses find something to crew the Skyboat itself that has some other incidental value and just mow down Theo's board every turn. And this is why this matchup can be so hard. And you kind of mentioned before, like, yeah, maybe the Fatal Pushes line up eventually. Does it matter now if they line up? We're so far behind on board, and we have to figure out some way to use these sort of things. As we see Theo discarding some of them to the the Fable of the Mirror Breaker in the hopes of finding cards that actually matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is kind of where Karizev's expertise, this is kind of the spots it's for, because you can steal vehicles with that. So you can go ahead and steal that Sky Sovereign, crew that up or whatever. And well, you can't actually crew it anymore because I think Karn shuts that down. I think that's an ability. So that's normally what you do against Skyboat, but the Karn kind of shuts down that angle too. So I'm interested to see, one of these permanents needs to leave the battlefield, but Karn is just going to keep adding, incredibly impactful pieces to Matthew's hand. That's what, it's what it's there for. It's what it has this wishboard for. And that's not even, accounting for all the cards that you see Matthew still has a grip of 6 cards in hand. And no play from Theodore on 4 can't be a good sign.
100%. I think if you're a Theo fan, what you have to hope happens here is Matthew plays something like Lovestruck Beast for turn, doesn't use Heart's Desire for some reason. So maybe it has to be like an Old Growth Troll. Cruise up the boat, attacks, and then you rip a land, animate Den the Bugbear, and kill this Karn and work from there. That is like the path to victory as I see it. It's a really hard path to victory when Matthew has a lot of cards in hand and a wish available, but it is legally a path.
there are paths. I mean, we've seen Theodore navigate some tough spots in the past, and with a bunch of mana up, you have to imagine he has some removal spells and some tricks. So I have to imagine his life total is going to stay pretty high for some amount of time, right? These removal spells are going to do some work in order to buy time, if nothing else. Give Theodore time to sculpt his hand, maybe try to find a way out of this with this Karn shutting down so much of what he has going on. I think we see our first Fatal Push that is actually cast. 2 of them hit the bin thanks to Fable the Mirror Breaker. Here's the first one. Well, the third one, but the first one cast on a Llanowar Elves. Lovestruck Beast, the follow-up, a card that you highlighted, could potentially be part of the plan for Theodore.
Oh, no.
His turn 5.
Drake,
Matthew can tick up on the oven. It becomes a creature. Crew the boat with the Welsrock Beast. Kill the oven. So even if the Karn dies, we're just down on material.
Oh no,
Oh,
and that looks to be
no.
exactly what is happening here as Sky Sovereign crewed up thanks to the Lovestruck Beast right away. That is, but we have the Deadly Dispute to sacrifice the oven. Get a little bit of value for our time anyway.
Drake, do you have your best boat noise? I've got brr coming in. Thank you for doing
that's the boat noise. There you go.
Let's go. No one else will do the boat noise with me in coverage. That's awesome. Awesome. Let's go. Yeah, Theo in a bit of a rock and a boat place here, but gonna have to figure it out.
Absolutely. I'm rocking a boat place. Thank you. Is that like the Titanic? Is this like a glacier?
Theo
needs to be the glacier
Theo. Wait, isn't the main character in the Titanic's name Theo or something like that too? The love interest? It's something along those lines.
Yeah, you're past. I don't watch movies. I don't know what you want from me.
You don't watch movies? Well, hang on. We'll talk about this off camera. We got
yeah. Well, I'm sure I'll hear it from you later.
Theo is Jack from the Titanic, I believe is the name there. Yeah, and he is drowning right now. But hopefully she'll hold on to him as we are all holding on hope that Theo can keep this game going.
I mean, we see a Mayhem Devil added to the mix for Theodore. I think he was thinking about Fatal Push number 4. And that one going to target an elf. That Lovestruck Beast no longer able to attack or block, but able to cruise Sky Sovereign just fine as Reflection of Kiki Jiki flips, looking like the next potential boat target for the following turn. But we'll see what Theodore can assemble. I think Mayhem Devil could be part of the mix for sure. Now, we don't have any sacrifices really available to us with this treasure still being shut down thanks to Karn, the great creator. And land into Den of the Bugbear is kind of available to us, but it's not good enough to kill the Karn outright on its own.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a hard time of seeing the third card in Theo's hand, which I'm normally very good at. And I feel like that's part. Oh, Theo brought in the Thoughtseizes on the play.
Yeah, interesting. Thoughtseize here, maybe a little too late as we see the goods here for Matthew. Oath of Nissa, Cavalier of Thorns, and Storm the Festival, the leftovers.
Yeah, those are some good leftovers. I imagine Cavalier is the pick because theoretically the other two cards can miss and you can't cast the Storm the Festivals yet. So that would be my guess. You want to actually just make sure, because if you're going to win this game, you kind of got to get lucky. Storm is 2 cards. We can flash it back. The Cavalier is guaranteeing a card, and the look at the Nykthos is just so much. Looks like Theo's disagreeing, though, which I think is a really interesting sign. He might just be hoping to high roll / maybe have some card that already answers Cavalier that I just can't see in his hand.
I mean, it might be some also respect for the Darksteel Citadel in Matthew's sideboard. They can, kind of face up on board grab with this Karn. That might just be enough to say, okay, well, no matter what I take, you can play the other one on the following turn. So I'm just going to take the best card. And that definitely is Storm the Festival, even though it can miss. Cavalier may be a little bit more manageable than the ceiling or even just like kind of the mid-range hits on Storm the Festival. Is Blood Tithe Harvester the follow-up here? Getting a great look. Looks like claim the Firstborn on his own Blood Tithe Harvester in order to give it haste. And that is going to allow you to attack the Karn down for 3 points. Now, if Karn wants to be minus in order to find a land or any kind of impactful permanent, it has to actually die. And that is great for Theodore. That's exactly what he wants.
100%, yeah. And this is what I was talking about before, where when we minus the Karn early and I was a little anxious, if that play had happened, this game is very different. And we see it here now. It's making it so a card like Storm the Festivals, if we had left it in the hand, might have been a bit more risky in order to go grab the Darksteel Citadel. And it looks like Theo's got some stuff lined up. Also worth mentioning, I mentioned maybe wondering why we did this sort of thing. Theo's beaten Mono Green multiple times and beaten multiple of our, best Mono Green players on the tour to get here today. So Theo has something about the matchup. He understands something about it and is able to kind of overcome it here. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he finishes up this game as Cavalier does get cast.
Yeah, this Cavalier, I mean, obviously very good. Finds Nykthos, it looks like. That one very quickly pulled to the front for Matthew. Gets a look at top 5. You get a land. Comes in untapped. Don't know why, but it does. And, of course, when it dies, you can exile it. And then if you do, you can put another card from your graveyard on top of your library. A lot of discussion about this card and whether or not when it's sacrificed, thanks to Theodore's sacrifice effects, and it's on Theodore's battlefield, if he gets the trigger or not. Seems like the consensus is that he does, but I am, of course, not a judge, and that just seems to be kind of where we're at as far as the way the judges have ruled so far. And Cavalier, right away, going to get to work crewing that boat, the Leo, if you will, and firing down that reflection of Kiki Jiki. We've seen that card, overperform for Theodore in the matches we've seen Theo play this weekend. And Karn going to plus up, take care of that blood token.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now something like Karizev's Expertise does actually look pretty good, right?
Yeah, Karizev's actually kind of getting in the range of being a card that can matter here. And it is sort of, Theo losing his board here a little bit, kind of falling behind. And yeah, we see Theo make the attack. Lovestruck Beast blocks. Theo concedes, has enough, knows he can't win, knows that the Nykthos is too much in combination with the Storm Festival. But congratulations to Matthew winning that game there. Felt a little, rushed there at the end to see the concession, but understandable. It's going to be an unwinnable game. And congrats so much to Matthew. We're going to have Matthew here in the booth in just 1 second, Drake, in order to have a winner's interview. So I'm excited to see them. But an exciting W for our Pioneer 10K. We're going to have Modern in just about 5 minutes after we're talking to Matthew. But Drake, let's talk about Mono Green. This is the first big finish from Mono Green in a couple weeks. I don't know how much you kept up with the RCs going on, but two of them were won by Rakdos this past weekend. We don't know Canada's first one yet. They're still battling right now. But regardless, Mono Green hasn't really top-aided more than, I believe, 2 RCs. We're top-aided twice across all the RCs. So really exciting.
Yeah, it's really interesting stuff. So Pioneer, of course, seeming like a very open and diverse format. We talked to multiple players over the weekend. Even some of our better players didn't seem to come to a consensus of what the best deck is. And, a lot of different archetypes played by a lot of really good, very smart people. So there's a lot of innovation being done in this format. And going into the RC weekends, the level 1 was that Mono Green was the boogeyman and overall had actually pretty underwhelming performance. Maybe a sign the deck wasn't as good as people thought it was and all that stuff. Matthew, here to prove us all wrong, taking home the trophy. Only 2 copies of Mono Green in the top 8 of this tournament. Overall, very diverse metagame in our top 8. And, he was able to pick up the W. And honestly, what was very impressive too is some of the choices. You mentioned Sky Sovereign, not something always even played, but a huge piece of the puzzle as far as getting the check mark and flipping the script, being on the draw in game number 3 in that final game of the match.
Yes, we got a bunch of new tools with the Brothers War, and things like the Might and the Meek Stone have pushed out second Sky Sovereign, and some people are like, do we even want Sky Sovereign? There's a lot of debate kind of going on there, but yeah, it's really interesting to see sort of what exactly is happening with this deck pushing forward. I do think that one thing that kind of happened is players had Mono Green on this pedestal that it is untouchable, and then that wasn't really the truth. And in reality, it's just one of the really good, if not the best deck in the format. And so it's down a tier in everyone's mind. But really what's happened is it's kind of hit the tier I think it was always at. And our eyes are just less, glass filtered. Oh, it's unbeatable. There's something you can do. And I also think that open deck list really hurts the deck. It's a thing where it learns what it needs to play around, but players know they get to mulligan towards an answer for an elf, right? Which is sometimes just how Mono Green wins. You keep a hand that, it's like, oh, I've got a bunch of creatures. And so let's go down to Matthew, though. Enough about us. We've talked so much. I want to talk to the winner. Matthew, you're here?
I am here.
Congratulations on winning the energy. How do you feel, Matthew? This has got to be exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. It was a fun event. It was a little weird having to do the finals match the day after, but it was a lot of fun. It was kind of actually nice getting the break before the big matches on day 2.
Nice. Congratulations on that. Are you a local for here? Did you travel for this event?
I am not. No, I'm from Southern Ohio, down in Mason, Ohio, so a little north of Cincinnati. So it's about a 6-hour drive for me.
Oh, nice. Well, hey, it sounds like it was worth the drive this weekend. Did you play in the RC in Atlanta last weekend?
Oh, I did not. No, I did not qualify. Cool. I had a few top 8s, but didn't quite get the first place in any of those.
Well, we'll see you in San Diego. You just won a pretty big RC, I would say.
Unfortunately,
a tough RC, a tough way to do it.
I'll take it still. It's fun.
Absolutely. Talk to me about your deck choice a little bit. So we were talking a little bit going in about how Mono Green overall had a pretty poor performance at the RCs, and there was a lot of discussion, maybe was a little overhyped, too much, I don't know, too much variance in the deck. A lot of people complaining about, its bad draws are really, really bad. Here, you showed up, you took home the trophy. Talk to me about your thoughts on Mono Green.
I think Mono Green is the highest ceiling deck in the format. When it does its thing, nothing else can beat it. It's just the best deck. It has the best peak set of any deck. It's not even close. But it does have some of those bad draws, and you'll see them, and then you'll stumble on some games. But as long as you can get 2 of the 3 in the matches, which I feel like you can do pretty easily with your deck, it's just really nice. It's just by far the best deck. It's pretty straightforward. Just kind of ramp out, accelerate pretty quickly, and just do the thing. So that's pretty nice. Where it's a little easy to run through a tournament, or instead of having to think really hard and play Pheonix and whatnot, it's a little easier on long day tournaments. So that kind of helps as well. But that's actually super powerful if you get it going.
Nice. So have you been playing this deck for a while now, or is this a thing you picked up for this tournament?
So I've played it a little bit. I played it mostly on Mikko. This is actually my 4th time picking up the cards in paper, so it's a little different. Just trying to remember how to it's so many cards is the biggest issue. The boards just get too large. But it was my first time playing it in Paper Magic, but I played a lot of Miko.
Nice.
Fair
What's
enough.
my first time
So
playing
going
with
into
three
this,
cards.
oh, I'm sorry.
It's a little different. I'll get
Going
sorry.
into this weekend, there was a lot of talk. Well, I guess going into last weekend specifically, there was a lot of talk about how something just needs to be banned out of mono green. I've heard everything from
Yeah.
Karn to Nykthos and all this stuff. And mono green's had bans in Pioneer in the past.
Yeah.
So, as much as I don't particularly love ban talk, I want to know your opinion as someone that is raking in all the money.
Yeah,
with mono
absolutely.
green,
Yeah.
winning
No,
tournaments.
I
Do you
definitely think the
something should
deck's
be banned?
super strong. I would agree that a ban would be nice.
Okay.
It kind of like obviously I don't want to. So I'm not a big fan of banning whole decks outright. So my goal would not be to ban Nykthos. I'm a big fan of banning Karn or either banning the Chainveil plus Pestilence Cauldron just to prevent no infinite combos. I think it's a little
Okay.
silly for a highly accelerated creature-based deck to have an infinite combo in it. That's playing from the sideboard, so you don't even have to lose consistency in the main deck. It seems a little silly for that to be a thing in Pioneer. So I would go with either Karn or the Chainveil plus Cauldron.
Reasonable enough. I gotta ask you. I mean, I mentioned at the beginning. Has it sunk in yet that you won the NRG?
A
Is
little
it
bit. I
like-
don't know. The trophy's super nice. Wait, there we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, show that trophy.
Gorgeous
Yeah.
trophy. So that's pretty fun. A new mantelpiece. That's pretty awesome. First part of those. That's pretty cool. That's awesome. Got to play a lot of rounds of Magic. There was a lot of fun rounds of Magic. So that was all good. And I'm ready to play. There's another event going on now at Energy, so I'll be joining that in after round 1.
That's what I was gonna say. Are you gonna play our modern event? Are we gonna get to see you here?
I'm playing
All right.
Domain Zoo.
Domain Zoo. I was gonna ask if you're willing to link it. That's exciting. That's a cool deck in modern right now. So maybe
It's
we're gonna
been
see
fun,
you
yeah.
here again in a couple rounds.
Yeah, hopefully.
The back-to-back dreams alive.
Has anyone done the back-to-back before?
So Jesse
had a few in the
Robkin
past, yeah.
I feel like
got
someone probably has.
very close.
Very close. Okay, but not
Yes.
quite. So I
Yes,
can.
but I don't believe anyone's done it on Energy Tour yet. The back-to-back is live, and as far as I can tell, you're the only one live for today. So
Sure, yeah, there we go.
I mean, by definition, he's the only one live.
Yeah.
Unless somebody else is winning trophies that we don't know about.
There we go, yeah.
Congratulations again.
Thank you. Yeah, of course.
Well, Matthew, go have fun in modern. We're gonna go commentate some modern. So let's head into the feature match area and see if we have that one. We should have the time shifted Magic. Looks like we're gonna take a quick break first, and then we're gonna do some discussion on some stuff. But let's see here. You know what, Drake? Let's go to break and call it a day.